My name is Zulkin. I was a truck driver on Earth until a head-on collision ended my life. Instead of dying, I woke up in a strange new world called National Highway Monster Survival. A mysterious system informed me that I was part of a game where survivors must build towers and kill monsters on an endless highway to stay alive. I quickly realized I was no longer human. I had transformed into a massive centaur, standing 4.5 meters tall and weighing 3 tons. My new body was packed with muscle and raw, violent energy. My name in this life is Zul'jin, and I am the Khan, or leader, of the fierce main tribe. My new race is powerful but cursed with constant anger and a love for combat. When I arrived, my tribe was in total chaos. My people thought I had died from previous battle wounds and were fighting each other to death to decide who would lead next. Using the power of my new body and a chessmaster system that grants me special abilities, I stepped into the center of the riot. I used a powerful hoof stomp to shake the ground and stun the brawling centaurs, asserting my authority through pure strength. One strong warrior dared to challenge me, claiming I was too weak to lead after my recent defeat. Driven by the fierce rage in my blood, I didn't hesitate. I swung my massive axe and killed him instantly to prove my power. Now, I am officially the leader of this wild tribe. With my system's help, I have blueprints for warrior buildings and the ability to upgrade my kin into loyal soldiers. I am ready to stop surviving and start conquering this dangerous new world. After killing my challenger, silence took over the camp. My people looked at the ground in submission because in this world, strength is the only law. I am now the official Khan of the fierce main tribe, leading nearly 200 centaurs. As my anger cooled, I watched my warriors immediately start looking for trouble elsewhere. Specifically, they wanted to go bully the nearby Tauren. I stopped them because I realized the world had changed. A 4-lane highway had appeared out of nowhere, along with a wooden crossbow tower that I now controlled. The system informed me that level 1 zombies would arrive in an hour. While other survivors from my old world are likely terrified and struggling to survive, I feel like the real monster here. I used my system to place a centaur warrior hut in the center of our camp. This building allows me to upgrade my tribe members into different classes, like laborers or warriors, which provides defense and attack bonuses. However, I need chest souls to pay for these upgrades. Survival isn't a concern for me right now. We have plenty of food, water, and power. My main focus is revenge. I still remember the pain of the ambush that nearly killed my body's previous owner. Instead of waiting for zombies or petty fights, I decided to lead my tribe on a warpath. I rallied my warriors, not for a simple brawl, but for vengeance against the Boar-men who attacked me. We charged out of the camp with a thunderous roar. My people don't care who the enemy is or why we are fighting. They only care about the charge and the loot. We are heading out to take their gold, their food, and everything they own. In this land, you either defeat your enemy or you are defeated, and I have no intention of losing. I have come to realize that my new people are simple-minded fools who live only for violence, but I do not mind. Being a powerful centaur is far better than being weak. My new body is incredible. I can run at speeds over 180 kilometers per hour without feeling tired. I finally understand the true power of being a descendant of a demigod. I led my tribe on a revenge mission against the Boar people, who had previously ambushed me with the help of manted warriors. As we reached their camp, I felt the thrill of the hunt. I smashed through their gates and used my hoof stomp to stun everyone around me. My power is overwhelming. I have 4 main abilities: a stunning stomp, a double-edged sword strike that deals massive damage, a counterattack that reflects damage, and a passive skill called Unyielding will that boosts my strength by 15%. Killing these enemies was as easy as chopping wood. While I fought, I grabbed a Boar-man to demand information about his allies, but I eventually ended him and ordered my tribe to finish the rest. Winning battles feels amazing, and as the leader, I even gained spiritual power from my warriors' kills. Inside the enemy camp, I discovered a glowing green treasure chest. When I opened it, I received an endurance aura. This creates an orange ring under my hooves that makes me and my nearby allies move 10% faster and attack 5% quicker. It made the rest of the battle feel like a symphony. We headed home carrying the heads of our enemies as trophies, which is how my warriors prove their bravery. By the time we returned to our camp, the highway was already crawling with pale blue zombies. My ordinary warriors tried to hit them, but they couldn't touch the monsters yet. The first wave of the survival game has officially started, and I am more than ready to keep fighting. I led my tribe across the highway, literally smashing through waves of zombies. While my warriors were confused by these monsters they couldn't touch, I stayed focused on the 165 chest souls I earned from defeating the boars. I used these points to promote 7 warriors and 2 laborers. Promoting them cost 20 points for a warrior and 10 for a laborer. These upgrades are vital because they make the Centaurs completely loyal to me and provide a warrior synergy bonus, which currently gives an 8% damage reduction. The promotion also gave them better gear, like horned helmets and double-bladed axes. My warriors are strong enough that the zombies' claws can't even scratch their thick skin. However, I'm annoyed because each zombie only drops 0.01 chest souls, meaning my team has to kill 2,000 zombies just to fund 1 warrior upgrade. I've decided to let my tower attack automatically for now rather than wasting resources on it. To keep the camp in order, I made our captured minotaurs clean up the mess. While I rested, I finally checked the survivor chat. It's been 3 days, and most humans are in despair. They are starving, thirsty, and surrounded by native monsters. They struggle because they can't easily collect loot from the highway, whereas I am thriving as a powerful native leader. I noticed a merge option in my defense tower. This allows a leader to recruit up to 3 members. The leader gets full control, and members can teleport to the leader's location. This is perfect for me because only survivors can pick up highway loot, while centaurs cannot. Since I have plenty of food and water, I posted a message to recruit 2 beauties to join me. They can handle the looting while I provide the muscle. I'm not worried about them finding out I'm a centaur. With the power in my blood, I'll crush anyone who tries to challenge me. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, the hardworking centaurs had finally gathered enough soul chest points to add 1 more centaur warrior to their ranks. However, the speed of collecting these points was still too slow. Zul'jin planned to expand the number of centaurs to 20 before saving points to exchange for other unit buildings or fragments. 3 identical unit buildings could be merged to upgrade their star level. For example, after upgrading the Centaur Warrior Hut to 2 stars, it could unlock advanced warrior classes that cost 3 or 4 points. Fragments, however, were much harder to obtain. Once combined, they could summon a rare centaur to join the team. Each fragment cost 100 soul chest points, and 100 fragments were needed to complete the summoning. It was obvious that the rare centaur summoned this way would be extremely powerful, but the total cost, 10,000 soul chest points, was enormous. Without the countless monsters on the highway, Zul'jin wouldn't even dare to imagine achieving that. Even if he switched to other races like Tauren or Boar-men, he would still need to defeat 10,000 of them. And with the Tauren's low birth rate, were there even that many in the wild? For now, Zul'jin decided not to think about it. He would first train all his people into efficient Centaur soul chest point gatherers before considering anything else. As for merging buildings, he wasn't too concerned yet. It was only the 3rd day. A person without water could survive for about 6 or 7 days. In a few more days, when those people could no longer endure, they would realize that joining his team wasn't such a bad choice compared to struggling to survive alone. He stopped paying attention to the chat channel and stepped out onto the highway. The Centaur warriors, relying on their great endurance and strength, continued to gallop tirelessly. The sight reminded Zul'jin of a game he once played, where mowing down waves of enemies brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction. As the number of people who changed jobs reached 12, they could now form a small cavalry team for group charges. The 12 centaurs blocked the entire road, and zombies fell one after another like a field of flowers being cut down. Good, full of energy. Wherever they passed, they left a wide, empty area, with small treasure chests scattered on the ground. The drop rate of these zombies wasn't very high. After 3 days of fighting, the road near the tribe's gate still wasn't covered with rewards. So stingy, Zul'jin muttered as he began opening the chests one by one. Obtained, wood 10, obtained, crossbow bolts 30, obtained, bottled water 1, obtained, wood 10, obtained, iron block 1, obtained, wood 10, obtained, bread 1. Each chest only gave one reward, and most of them were materials. Water and food were rare. No wonder the survivors from Blue Star valued them so much. Zul'jin stored everything inside the defense tower. Even survivors didn't have space backpacks here. After opening nearly 200 chests in one go, Zul'jin felt a bit sick. So, is owning too much the best way to lose interest? Couldn't this tower defense world just add a patch for one-click collection? After gathering so many materials, Zul'jin opened the defense tower panel to upgrade it. Crossbow tower, level 1, upgrade option. Crossbow tower level 2, requires wood 100, iron block 10. Piercing damage. Besides this, several other upgrade paths were grayed out and unavailable, such as magic tower, catapult tower, shadow tower, and light tower. Each clearly represented a different attack type. Defense towers had their own attack styles, and monsters had different armor types. Zombies were unarmored, so the crossbow tower could deal 150% damage to them. Zul'jin felt this was the world's small way of giving beginners a tiny advantage. As long as they used the initial 100 bolts wisely and found treasure chests, survival was at least possible. Thinking of this, Zul'jin decided to upgrade the crossbow tower. Crossbow tower, auto-aim attack. Piercing damage, tower level 2, ordinary. Durability, 150/150. Weapon slot, 1/1. Equipped weapon, rough wooden crossbow. Ammo 290/290. Attack speed, slow. He quickly glanced at the upgrade requirements. Crossbow tower level 3. Wood times 200, iron times 20. Piercing damage. The materials were sufficient, so he continued the upgrade. The tower instantly advanced to level 3. The interior space expanded slightly, and the crossbow mounted on top looked sturdier. Zul'jin touched the tower's wall and could feel it was no longer so fragile. At level 1, it had felt like a single axe strike could break it apart. Now, it would take a double-edged sword to do the same. If it could reach level 3, the survivors would at least have some power to fight back against small groups of wandering natives. However, to upgrade further, he would need more materials, which he didn't worry about for now. He had more important things to do next. Stepping outside, he gathered his strong tribesmen. These fellows had been watching the newly promoted Centaurs charge into battle for days, their eyes full of envy. "Chief, when can we fight like that too?" These fools had to be disciplined by Zul'jin almost every day, yet by the next morning, they were back to their old selves, never learning, always eager for battle. Zul'jin waved his hand. "Let's go." By now, those wild boar warriors who went out should be returning. We'll strike them by surprise. Let those who dare defend us fall beneath the iron hooves of the fierce main tribe. The Centaurs, hearing they were going to fight, became as excited as wild horses breaking free. "Let's go? Charge." There was no need to tell these fiery Centaurs who the enemy was or how many there were. All they needed to know was where the enemy stood. Haha, this feels great. Then let's go all out. Charge. Zul'jin laughed heartily. The longer he stayed here, the more he appreciated the Centaurs. If he were just an ordinary survivor, he would want to stay as far away from creatures like them as possible. But if he were the Centaur Khan himself, then there would be no race in the world more wonderful than the Centaurs. Strong, tough, and able to carry others. What could be better? Absolutely adorable. Zul'jin led his people forward, their hooves thundering across the ground. Who did this? The scene before him was heartbreaking. Fallen tribesmen, ruined homes, shattered gates. The boar chief's eyes were bloodshot as he slapped his thigh in despair. Monsters. Absolute monsters. His cry was filled with grief. The warriors who had returned with him also had red eyes. Even though the blood had dried, they could still smell the distinct scent of centaurs mixed with that of their own kin. It was the centaurs, those cursed wild beasts. The boar chief sniffed the air, then turned to rush off for revenge. A sharp buzzing sound filled the air, followed by a flash of cold green light. A lean, dark green figure appeared, its neck long, head shaped like an inverted triangle, and arms ending in two scythe-like blades. A mantid. Hiss. "It seems you're about to break your promise," the mantid said. Its eyes were long and sharp like blades, the pupils cold and piercing. The boar chief felt his heart tighten. Those thin, curved blades looked deadly. He had seen them in action before. Just days ago, they had cut open the chest of that hot-headed centaur, Liaison. It was terrifying. Although that fool had managed to escape, anyone could tell he wouldn't live long. If that centaur couldn't survive, then the boar chief certainly couldn't either. Caution flickered across his bristled face. You saw it yourself. My tribe was attacked. If it weren't for, that's your problem. The mantis warrior stared at the boar leader's neck with a threatening look. I've done what you asked. Now it's time for you to keep your promise. We believe in keeping our word. I hope you do too. The boar leader froze. But my people have already. How about I take you to find those centaurs instead? The centaurs are strong too. The mantis warrior almost laughed. Centaurs? Have you ever seen a centaur in your life? He pressed his curved blade against the boar leader's neck. Since the slaves you promised us are gone, you and your people will take their place. Come with me. The boar leader's face changed. No, I can find more slaves for you. Look, I found 2 humans on this trip. They're both spellcasters. He pointed at 2 bruised and battered men in the group. They suddenly appeared in the wilderness, near some strange roads filled with undead creatures. They're unusual. I can catch more like them for you. Of course, the boar leader had no intention of becoming a himself. Behind the group, the 2 captured men whispered to each other. What do you think they're mumbling about? The man with a swollen face, barely able to speak clearly, muttered, who knows? Maybe seeing all these bodies made them think of home. They still have families. I thought these beasts crawled out of the ground. The other man, clutching his chest and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, spoke bitterly. He had clearly been beaten badly. This is just my luck. I worked so hard to open a few treasure chests to upgrade my defense tower, and then these boar people broke in. Serves them right if their own camp gets robbed. Look at them pointing at us. They're probably planning to sell us to that mantis guy. We're done for. Unbelievable. We didn't even get a chance to fight before getting caught. If only some powerful hero would show up and take these guys down. We all just arrived here. Where would a hero come from? Don't forget what they said in the chat earlier. The native humans here don't see us as any different from other races. Then it's over for us. We're doomed. They wanted to complain one last time before dying, but the furious Boar-men beat them so badly that they couldn't even speak. The mantis warriors were clearly unhappy, and the boar leader looked completely determined. Hiss! The mantis warrior let out a sharp cry. From the distance came a buzzing sound as more mantis warriors flew in, their wings beating fast. They surrounded the remaining Boar-men. Capture them all and take them back. They are our prisoners now. The leading mantis warrior raised his curved blade. Roar! My sons, fight these stick bugs with everything you've got. The boar leader's eyes turned red. He threw away all fear and led his tribe in a fierce charge. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, followed by the pounding rhythm of hooves. In the boar leader's shocked eyes, a massive centaur, far larger than any normal one, charged forward with a trail of red light. Unstoppable. In that instant, for words flashed through the boar leader's mind. The mantis leader's eyes showed a hint of confusion. He recognized the centaur. It was the same one he had ambushed before, the Centaur Khan. The scar on his chest was still there, but the wound had completely healed. So this is what you call keeping your word? The boar leader looked at the mantis leader with mockery. He's alive and kicking, but you don't look so good, skinny one. Feeling weak? Since the fight had already begun, the boar leader no longer held back. He pointed at the mantis warriors and shouted, "That fool over there was attacked by these stick bugs. Let's join forces to take them down, then we can settle things between us." The mantis leader sneered. "If I could defeat him once, I can do it again. Last time, I only used 70% of my strength." He crossed his twin blades and slashed toward the charging centaur, Zul'jin. Hunt! The hooves struck the ground, boom. Golden light burst out, the earth trembled, and cracks spread in all directions. In that dizzying moment, the mantis leader saw a battle axe glowing red. A double-edged weapon. Red light flashed as the green blood of the mantis creature splattered everywhere. The leader of the mantis warriors, along with his curved blade, was sliced cleanly in half from head to toe. At that moment, the last word from the mantis leader had just left his mouth. Everyone at the scene stood frozen in shock. The boar leader's mouth hung open, his 2 tusks exposed, his face full of confusion. Wait, our 2 tribes have been fighting for years, clashing again and again. How did you suddenly become this strong without me knowing? Before, you couldn't even take one hit. Now, in just a few days, you've cut someone in half, blade and all. Before he could think further, he saw Zul'Jin's crimson eyes turn toward him. The boar leader gasped, "Oh no. Wait. Hold on. What are you?" "I." The red glow in the boar leader's eyes faded quickly, returning to clarity. He raised both hands, trying to speak, but Zul'Jin's roar drowned out his words. "Gagok." Zul'Jin lifted his battle axe high and charged forward like a tank, his four hooves pounding the ground. The difference in strength between them was overwhelming. Behind him, other centaurs joined the fight, clashing with the remaining boar warriors. Moments ago, they had fought side by side against the Mantis tribe. Now, they were fighting the Mantis tribe's former enemies together against the centaurs. Zul'Jin swung his twin blades, forcing the boar leader to defend himself. Running wasn't even an option. Who could outrun a centaur in the wild? Except for the noble flying races, no one could. Even if someone managed to sprint faster for a moment, the centaur's speed never slowed. Their endurance was terrifying. With a sharp sound, Zul'Jin's twin blades shattered the boar leader's crude weapon and struck his head. "This can't be." The boar leader fell to his knees, the light fading from his eyes. "Why? You?" Before he could finish, his body collapsed heavily to the ground. Zul'Jin lifted his axe and shook it, flinging off the blood. "Nothing special, just removing the threat completely." After saying that, Zul'Jin didn't pause for a moment. He turned and charged straight toward the Mantis warriors with their sharp, deadly blades. The boar warriors were tough and strong, but one-on-one they couldn't match an average centaur. The Mantis warriors, however, were fast and powerful but fragile. If left unchecked, they could easily break through the centaur's defense. With the centaurs joining the fight, the battle quickly turned one-sided. Anyone who's been in a group fight knows that the leader's courage decides the soldier's spirit. The stronger the leader, the more excited and fearless the warriors become, fighting far beyond their usual strength. With the endurance aura boosting them, the outcome of the battle was clear. "Wait, we surrender." As the first Mantis warrior dropped his weapon, the remaining boar and Mantis fighters followed, throwing down their arms one after another. If their leaders were still alive, they might have fought to the death. But now, both of their chiefs had been defeated by the Khan's battle axe in a single strike. What was the point of fighting anymore? They were completely terrified. A flash of cold light, the Mantis warrior's triangular head fell to the ground. "Leave no one alive." Zul'Jin's body was steaming with heat as he spoke in an icy tone, sending chills down the spines of the two people watching from afar. Bruised and swollen, this centaur chieftain is ruthless and terrifying. Bleeding from the mouth, he's wild and merciless. They looked at each other. "We're doomed." They had thought about running, but with their hands tied and their bodies beaten, they could barely stand. Reaching the edge of the battlefield was already the best they could manage. They watched helplessly as the centaurs cut down every boar and Mantis warrior who had surrendered. Then, one of the centaurs spotted the two hiding at the edge of the battlefield. He lifted his battle axe and walked toward them, bruised and swollen. "I think I can hear my great-grandmother's footsteps." Bleeding from the mouth, "Your great-grandmother sure walks heavily. Every step makes my heart skip." "I found two weak humans," the centaur said, tilting his head and shouting toward the massive, steaming figure in the center of the battlefield. "Humans? Male or female?" Zul'Jin frowned. He thought they might be some of those unlucky newcomers. The centaur bent down, looked carefully, and said firmly, "It's a male." Zul'Jin replied, "Get rid of him." The two captives froze. Seriously? Even in another world, there's still favoritism? Has the trend of preferring females reached other worlds too? Seeing the centaur about to strike, the bruised young man shouted desperately, "Don't kill me. I'm not with them. I was captured. I can cook, drive machines, weld, and even help with all kinds of work. Please spare me, great king." The other young man, bleeding from the mouth, quickly added, "Me too. I can sing, dance, talk about politics, history, and science. Anything. We're useful, great king. Please let us live." Zul'Jin paused. What an unusual way to beg for mercy. "You've caught my attention, man." He raised his hand to stop the centaur. The heavy battle axe that was about to fall instead slammed into the ground between the two captives, shaking the earth. Both of them turned pale, their lips drained of color, frozen in fear. No fight. The centaur almost lost his balance, putting away his weapon with confusion. Zul'jin walked closer, towering over them at 4.5 meters tall. They're as weak as rabbits. What's the point of fighting them? He bent down and easily lifted them both with one hand each. I'll give you 7 days. Show your worth within that time, or you'll be dealt with. The bruised one brightened up. A 7-day trial? Thank you, mighty and fearsome king. The bleeding one shouted with joy, 7 days is enough. Thank you, fierce and merciless king. Then both froze, realizing what they had just said. Oh no, did we just say that out loud? I think we're doomed again. Trial period? Zul'jin burst out laughing. Huh, interesting. Your flattery pleases me. He casually tossed them onto the back of a centaur. Clean up the battlefield. Take anything useful. This boar tribe is now completely under our control. At his command, the centaurs hurried to collect the spoils of victory. They all knew that whoever collected the most heads had the best chance to enter the small hut that could make one stronger. When everything was over, Zul'jin finally led his team back. If those Boar-men hadn't joined forces with the Mantid to ambush him, Zul'jin would probably have kept some of the stronger ones as laborers. In the wilderness, strong laborers were valuable resources traded among different groups. Here, money was the least valuable thing. No one trusted it. They only believed in what they could see and touch. When they returned to the tribe, 2 men collapsed to the ground. Or rather, they had already fainted on the way back. It wasn't until nightfall that they slowly opened their eyes. Rubbing their eyelids, they were surprised to find that the ropes binding them had been untied. Just as they were about to stand up, they looked up and saw thick fences above them, with dried heads of different races hanging from them. Those hollow eye sockets seemed to stare straight at them. One of the bruised men forced an awkward smile. Hello there. Another, with blood at the corner of his mouth, tried to joke. Looks like your skin's a bit dry. You should really take care of it. The dried heads remained silent. Boar-man, spirit value 1. Boar-man leader, spirit value 3. Mantid, spirit value 1. Mantid captain, spirit value 5. Dozens of strong Boar-men and more than 10 Mantid together gave Zul'jin a total of 103 spirit points. Adding the Centaur warriors in the tribe who kept fighting zombies, the total spirit points earned by the 3rd day reached 140. That was enough to transform 7 Centaur warriors, which made Zul'jin very pleased. By tomorrow, he would likely have 20 Centaur warriors, enough to unlock the 2nd level of their team synergy. After finishing the transformation, Zul'jin didn't bother with the 2 men and went straight to his tent to rest. As for those 2, the centaurs wouldn't harm them for 7 days unless absolutely necessary. The bruised young man whispered, Hey, look outside. Doesn't that look like a defense tower? The boy with blood on his lips said, I thought I was seeing things. But that thing looks kind of big, doesn't it? The 2 looked at each other and said in unison, It leveled up. The bruised boy asked, Does that mean the survivors inside are still alive? The boy with blood on his lips replied, There are really some strong players? Why is it so noisy outside? They saw a centaur pass by without even glancing at them. Gathering their courage, they helped each other stand up. Brother, what's your ability? Bloodlust. It increases attack and movement speed. What about you? I have slow healing. It can gradually recover injuries. What? Then why are we still all bruised up, that I got hit so hard I couldn't even think straight? He raised his hand and patted himself. A soft white light appeared, and his wounds slowly began to heal. If you looked closely, you could even see the process happening. After casting the same spell on his companion, he finally sighed in relief. I can only use it 2 or 3 times a night. By tomorrow, we'll be good as new. We've both been through a lot. I'm Li Yi. What's your name? I'm Jiangsu. All right then, tomorrow we need to figure out how to survive these 7 days. Those centaurs look even more aggressive than the Boar-men. If we're not careful, we might not make it. The bruised one with bloodlust was Jiangsu, and the one with slow healing was Li Yi. They looked at each other, seeing both relief and dread in each other's eyes. Supporting one another, they said, Let's hang in there. When they reached the tribe's gate, they saw centaurs taking turns fighting zombies on the road, with scattered rewards lying around, untouched. Their minds went blank for a moment. Li Yi asked, Is this normal? Jiangsu glanced back at the large, striking tent deep in the tribe. I think I might have figured something out. Li Yi swallowed hard. Me too. What should we do now? Jiangsu's eyelids twitched. If we want to stay alive, we'd better pretend we didn't see anything. Let's just focus on surviving these 7 trial days. No matter what's real or not, we can't get involved in this. Zhang Su took a deep breath, feeling his mind clear up. Since that great lord let us watch without stopping us, it means he doesn't care. He's confident in his strength. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Especially, don't talk about this in the chat channel. If what we guessed is true, and that great lord finds out. Thinking of Zul'Jin's fierce, bloodthirsty eyes at the Boar tribe today, both of them shivered. Li Yi said, "We'll die miserably." Zhang Su added, "And our heads might end up hanging on that fence." The two quickly backed away. All thoughts of secrets or road rewards were gone. The defense tower had already been destroyed. What reward could they even talk about now? At this point, their only concern was how to prove their worth and survive the trial period. The next morning, Zul'Jin got up and walked out of his tent. He stretched under the wild sun. He had been awake for a while, unable to fall back asleep. As the saying goes, if you can't sleep, just rest your eyes. Lying down is always more comfortable, and fun can wait. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the 2 men not far away, whispering to each other. When they noticed Zul'Jin, their eyes lit up, and they nervously walked over. Standing before the 4.5-meter-tall Zul'Jin, the 2 men, each under 1.8 meters, looked like children. "You two recover fast. All your injuries healed overnight?" Such recovery was clearly not normal. Zul'Jin guessed they must have some healing ability. "So, have you decided how to show your value during these 7 days? Li Yi raised his hand. "Mighty Lord, I can cook and work construction. I've operated excavators before. I can help with that kind of work, and I also have a slow healing ability." Zhang Su quickly followed. "Great Lord, I've worked in basic management and served in the army. I know some strategy and tactics. When I supported the Black State, I acted as a military advisor and helped win a few battles. I can help with planning, and I have a skill that boosts strength in battle." Zul'Jin looked at Zhang Su with some surprise. He remembered hearing news about someone like that before. It seemed there was more than one capable person around. Still, these two seemed to have decent abilities. They were all support and enhancement skills. If they were going out to fight, a bloodlust spell would be much more effective. Zul'Jin nodded slightly. "Good. Li Yi, you'll stay in the tribe. Do you see those tall but thin Tauren over there?" Following Zul'Jin's gaze, Li Yi saw several Tauren who looked skinny but had large, strong frames. "For the next 7 days, they'll be under your command. The other centaurs won't interfere." Zul'Jin looked around at his worn-down tribe and sighed. "You've got 7 days. As long as you can make some progress, I won't be unreasonable. After 7 days, you'll get 2 reward drops every day." Li Ye's eyes lit up. He straightened his back and quickly promised, "No problem, my lord. Don't worry, I already have a plan. In 7 days, you'll definitely see results." Zul'Jin nodded, then turned to Zhang Su. "Your task is simpler. Your bloodlust spell is useful to us. You'll be part of the combat group. When we're not fighting, help improve the tribe's defenses. As long as you don't do anything foolish, you'll live well here." Zhang Su finally relaxed and exchanged a relieved glance with Li Yi. If everything went as planned, the 2 of them would survive. They had given up hope of building defenses or surviving long-term, but they hadn't expected this fierce and ruthless leader to actually promise them 2 daily reward drops after the trial period. Didn't that prove this centaur must be from Blue Star? Otherwise, how would he understand what they were talking about? Was he a native with the rights of a Blue Star survivor, or a Blue Star human who had become a native? Either way, it was terrifying. Everything else was manageable. Centaurs had strong natural healing abilities. Non-fatal wounds, or even broken limbs could recover fairly quickly. Zul'Jin wasn't too impressed with Li Ye's slow healing spell, but Zhang Su's bloodlust ability truly surprised him. Leaving Li Yi to act on his own, Zul'Jin took Zhang Su to the edge of the road outside. "Use your bloodlust spell. I want to see how it works." He pointed at the centaurs below who were fighting the zombies. "Yes, my lord." Zhang Su raised his hand and pointed. A flash of red light shot out and landed straight on a centaur. The centaur's body seemed to swell slightly, glowing faintly with a red light. This should be enough. The centaur, now under the bloodlust spell, brightened with excitement. Both its speed and attack rate increased noticeably. "My lord, this bloodlust spell only lasts for 1 minute, and I can only cast it about 10 times before my magic runs out," Zhang Su said carefully, glancing at Zul'Jin. But please don't worry, my power will keep growing, and I might even gain new abilities. Zul'jin didn't seem disappointed. He quickly estimated that the Bloodlust spell increased attack and movement speed by about 15%. Combined with his own endurance aura, the improvement for the Centaur was clearly visible. That's a very good ability. It might not be too useful on your own, but it works perfectly here with me. Zul'jin had no need for tricks or schemes. Once strength reached a certain level, such things became meaningless. You are now a member of the fierce main tribe. As long as you don't do anything against us, your safety will be guaranteed. Go now and collect your reward for today's battle. Zul'jin waved his hand. Zhang Su was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply. Thank you, my lord. Please rest assured, I won't do anything foolish. Haha, that's not important. As long as you can pay the price, Zul'jin said with a sharp grin. As an external member of the tribe, since you're in a combat position and must always be ready, you'll receive an extra reward each day. Food and drink are all included, if you can handle it. As for future benefits, those will be decided later. Any questions? Zhang Su shook his head quickly, like a rattle drum. No problem at all. From now on, I'm part of the fierce main tribe. No one can drive me away. Zhang Su's tone was firm and full of determination. As a survivor with no initial combat ability, and with the defense tower already destroyed, encountering someone like Zul'jin in this world feels like of luck, as if his ancestors had to bash their heads underground to bring him here. From yesterday to today, he has come to understand what kind of race these centaurs are. He doesn't want to curse, but he truly feels that these centaurs' brains are just muscles. Their minds are full of only fighting and killing. If it weren't for meeting Zul'jin, he fears he would already be dead and rotting. Survival is what he seeks, just to stay alive. From now on, call me Khan. My name is Zul'jin, the great Khan of the Flame Main Tribe. Zul'jin. For someone who knows how to read the situation, Zul'jin is quite pleased. Yes, the fierce and bloody great Khan Zul'jin. Gahaha, that's really good. Zul'jin is very happy with such praise. Go and gather all the rewards below. Leave 3 copies for yourself. Zhang Su immediately straightened his back. Rest assured, Great Khan, there are centaurs on the road, and the zombies at the tribe's entrance have long been completely killed. Now they are even pushing back against the tide of corpses. This allows Zhang Su to confidently go down and collect the rewards. Zul'jin isn't worried about him hiding anything. Because survivors don't have space backpacks, there's nowhere to hide things. He turns back to the tribe. His chest soul points are almost enough, and he successfully promotes the 20th Centaur warrior. The second stage of the Centaur warrior bond activates, increasing the physical defense of all Centaur warriors to 15%. At this stage, whether facing monsters on the road or other natives around Flame Main, this boost is enough for now. So he plans to save chest soul points to continue building the Centaur warrior hut. Since there is an option to synthesize and upgrade stars, he naturally wants to keep synthesizing. Moreover, after upgrading stars, he can unlock higher-cost warrior class promotions. For centaurs, warrior class promotions are currently the most suitable. As for ranged professions, centaurs are naturally good at archery, but not skilled at making bows and arrows. If they can get their hands on some, they can become qualified centaur archers. This is a bloodline enhancement brought by divine offspring. The powerful strength of centaurs allows their arrows to fly farther, and their extraordinary height helps them see further. The strong male centaurs believe only women play with bows and arrows. They prefer to charge wildly and fight with battle axes. Most of the centaur archers are female. Centaurs are a very fighting race. Both males and females, even the young ones, are very aggressive. Once they are weaned, they are quick to fight with their mothers if they get angry. They are strong but foolish fighters. This is Zul'jin's final opinion of his race. Outside, Li Yi also begins to work. Surprisingly, his first action is to feed the emaciated Minotaur soldiers a good meal. King, I want these guys to eat their fill first, Li Yi sincerely tells Zul'jin. We need slaves who can work, not these half-dead Minotaurs. They need to be full before they can do the hard labor I plan. Also, Your Majesty, this is a good chance to see if these Minotaurs are honest. Zul'jin doesn't interrupt. He wants to hear what Li Yi has in mind. Your Majesty can set an ambush nearby. If these well-fed Minotaurs try to escape while working, you can kill a few to warn the others. It will show them what happens if they disobey. All right, do as you say, Zul'jin agrees. Then he suddenly smiles at Li Yi. Gah, you really are full of tricks. Li Yi forces a small smile. Old friends don't die easily, Your Majesty. I can't help it. If they don't work well, the king has to do my job. If they die or I die, it's obvious which is worse. That's human nature, Your Majesty, Zul'jin agrees. Whoever dies, dies. He won't. It's only 7 days, and Li Yi is willing to cause trouble. Zul'jin gives him this chance. Slaves are disposable. If they die, just catch more. Looking at the scattered centaurs in the tribe, Zul'jin begins to worry. Maybe he should raid a neighboring centaur tribe to get more people. After all, once they change jobs, they will be loyal to him. Centaurs are one of the most numerous races in this wilderness. They are used to living in small and large tribes, surviving in a clan-like way. Many races are considered prey by centaurs, including other centaur tribes. By combining memories of their ancestors, Zul'jin knows where nearby centaur groups are located. But to be safe, he decides to bring 10 centaur warriors with him. These 10 enhanced centaur warriors, along with himself as the centaur chieftain, are enough to defeat the small surrounding centaur tribes. It is also easy to tame centaurs. Just defeat them. The faster, the better. Centaurs only submit to stronger centaurs. In Zul'jin's memory, even dragons cannot enslave centaurs. The fierce centaur's only belief is, enemies are to be fought or defeated. This time, he plans to bring Zhang Su. The rest of the transformed centaurs will stay behind to guard the tribe. But after a little delay, it was already noon. Zul'jin thought, might as well eat lunch first, then go. Li Yi, with a full-bellied minotaur, had already lit a campfire. He and the minotaur moved many large stones to make a big fire pit, roasting meat over it. Both centaurs and minotaurs eat meat. If they only ate plants, they couldn't support their large bodies. Li Yi even found some roots and tubers, roasting one on the stones to add carbohydrates. Cooking for oneself feels different from having others cook. This meal was probably the best Zul'jin has had since arriving here. After giving those irritable fools a couple of good slaps, all the centaurs sat obediently in line, eating fruit and food. Zul'jin ate first, then the transformed centaurs, followed by the female centaurs and their young, and finally Li Yi and Zhang Su. Fortunately, the prey they hunted through fighting and looting was enough for everyone to eat their fill. The two of them, who had been hungry for 4 days and beaten several times, drooled happily. Taking a bite of meat and a sip of water, they felt like they had truly come back to life. After eating and drinking enough, unsurprisingly, Zul'jin, warmed by the noon sun, started to feel sleepy. The same was true for the centaurs, who found places to lie down and sleep in small groups. The two of them looked at each other in surprise. Zhang Su proudly took out 3 fallen items. Look, the Khan is very pleased with my skills. He has waived my probation period. Now I am not only an external employee of the tribe, but I also get an extra allowance for my position every day. Li Yi looked a bit envious. An allowance? Even if you're in a combat role, you just throw a bloodthirsty spell behind the scenes. How do you get an allowance for that? Zhang Su put away the fallen items, a proud smile on his face. Assisting in combat is also a combat role. Honestly, I think the Khan is pretty good. We have food, drink, and wages. Even if I only work 2 days a week, that's 60 a month. Li Yi wiped his mouth and snorted. The king said this is just temporary, and the future pay is uncertain. He stood up, and the nearby Minotaur people also got up. They had been bullied by centaurs for a long time, making these kind-hearted Minotaurs look even more pitiful than refugees. But even a skinny Minotaur is much stronger than an ordinary person. Not bad, brother. You just arrived and already became the project leader. Zhang Su pointed at the Minotaurs with long horns. He looked around and estimated he could only reach their armpits. Are these now your subordinates? Li Yi gave a thumbs up. Gotta say, this king is tough. He dares to delegate power and listens to suggestions. If I had a boss like that at work, I wouldn't have to secretly do things behind his back. Zhang Su, who said eyes can't speak. Li Yi saw a big question mark in Zhang Su's eyes. Ha ha ha. A brave man doesn't boast about past glories. Time is tight, and the task is urgent. This afternoon, I plan to take them to continue chopping trees and gathering stones, fix up the chieftain's tent, and then set up some fishing traps by the river. Li Yi looked confident. Maybe when you come back with the king, you'll get to enjoy the fish from this world. Zhang Su was very happy. You can do that too? Li Yi smiled slightly. When I went to the countryside with my boss and his wife, the boss drank too much. I caught a fish from the river and took his wife 3 times. Zhang Su opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He could only silently give a thumbs up. Big bro, you're awesome. Li Yi waved his hand and turned to leave, quietly keeping his skills and reputation. Zul'jin took a short nap, about an hour, and then gradually woke up. The centaurs, full and satisfied, stared eagerly at their leader. Zul'jin stretched lazily and slung his battle axe over his shoulder. Little rabbits, Fierce Mane never allows any centaur on this wild land to be better than us. Now, follow me, and let's go defeat them. 10 centaur warriors raised their battle axes and cheered. Gak! 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 Zhang Su, following behind the centaurs, was told to choose a warrior to sit on. He was warned not to get dizzy this time. Zul'jin looked carefully at Zhang Su, who was behind the centaurs. No one had ever been allowed to ride a centaur unless the leader ordered it. Zhang Su nervously climbed onto the centaur's back and wrapped his arms around the warrior's waist. The centaur almost threw him off and stepped on him. Zul'jin led the charge, rushing forward, with the others following closely behind. The remaining centaur warriors, back at the camp, looked unhappy but could only continue fighting zombies on the road with anger. Inside another watchtower, Tansang slowly opened her eyes. Her lips were dry and cracked, and her throat felt like it was on fire. It seemed like stomach acid was eating away at her stomach. It had been 4 days. She hadn't drunk water or eaten anything. She was so hungry she fainted. Her crossbow was out of arrows. She had spent 2 days mentally preparing herself. Finally, she found a chance to grab a dropped item near the road, but it was just a piece of wood. A look of despair crossed her eyes. Could it be? Do I really have to become a team member for others? She tried to find a strong female survivor to ask for help, but she only received a short reply, "Get lost." The number of people shown on her chat screen kept decreasing. She noticed most had been injured or infected by zombies while fighting for loot. This made her even more afraid to take risks. Tansang forced herself to stand and leaned against the edge of the watchtower. Thinking about her abilities made her feel even more bitter. Her power was time stop, but only for 1 second. Even she could only use it 3 times, and it took half a day to recover each time. She knew her ability was very strong, almost like a secret weapon that could work with any other skill. But she also knew she couldn't rely on it alone. She understood she had to make a decision, or she might faint again, and then she might not wake up. She fought back her embarrassment and despair, found that message, and tried to look confident. She took a screenshot and sent a private message. She hoped maybe she could catch the other person's attention. Zul'jin didn't bother to check the messages. He was focused on fighting and didn't care about those things right now. He even forgot he had sent out a recruitment message earlier. Women only slowed him down when he was fighting. Bloodhoof trash, I curse you. Just tell me straight. Are you surrendering or not? Zul'jin, with 10 half-human, half-horse warriors, blocked the entrance to the Bloodhoof tribe. The Bloodhoof tribe's leader, like a wild horse breaking free, suddenly charged out from inside. He waved a long spear and aimed it at Zul'jin. As a centaur leader, he was about the same size as Zul'jin, bigger than most half-humans. This attack was powerful and fierce. Gakak, the furious Bloodhoof leader roared, but he saw Zul'jin easily catch his spear with his left hand. Zul'jin grinned. He was no ordinary centaur leader now. With 4 abilities, he was pretty tricky. Just you. Zul'jin swung his battle axe directly at him. He didn't use a double-edged sword. His goal was to capture people, not just to kill. Even so, Zul'jin's strength made the enemy stumble and fall heavily to the ground. Looking at the half-humans rushing out of the Bloodhoof tribe, Zul'jin motioned with his finger. Take him down. The half-human warriors immediately got excited. There were only 10 of them, but their loud shouts of Gagoak drowned out the Bloodhoof tribe. In appearance, the flame-maned centaur warriors all wore bullhorned helmets, with shoulder armor on both shoulders, and carried steel battle axes. They looked like standard soldiers. Although the Bloodhoof tribe has no size difference, their weapons are very diverse. Their weapons are made of iron, but they are not the right size, clearly obtained through looting and fighting from many different tribes. What about their other equipment? They have none. They look more like half-human, half-horse bandits. Plus, the half-horse warriors have a second-stage warrior bond bonus, so just one encounter knocked down many Bloodhoof half-horses. It's like two heroes fighting, one with no armor, the other with a Doran's shield and Doran's sword. The difference is obvious. Zul'jin bent down and grabbed the other's head, pulling him up. The Bloodhoof chieftain was stunned by the force and didn't react immediately. Surrender or die. Zul'jin slapped him twice to wake him up. Now the Bloodhoof chieftain understood Zul'jin's purpose. His eyes turned red, and hot steam came from his nostrils. You won't succeed. I will fight you. His hooves stomped. Gold light, cracks, and shockwaves. The Bloodhoof chieftain was frozen in place, so he didn't say anything about the other matter related to his mother. Tisk, stupid fool. It's so troublesome. Zul'jin raised his battle axe, and red light gathered in it. Since he wouldn't surrender, he decided to give him the double-edged sword he loved. The red glow of the double-edged sword made the Bloodhoof chieftain pause. He felt the aura of his dead father from the axe. With this strike, he would definitely die. I lost, he shouted with his neck stretched out. Boom! The double-edged sword crashed to the ground, creating a long. The axe nearly cut the Bloodhoof chieftain's nose. If he had hesitated a moment longer, his upper body would have been chopped off. Zul'jin put away his axe and slung it over his shoulder. So, weren't you willing to die rather than surrender just now? The Bloodhoof chieftain was still shaken, but looked at Zul'jin with shock. How? How do you? He knew Zul'jin, as the Bloodhoof and Fierce Mane tribes are not far apart, each with their own territory. But in his mind, Zul'jin couldn't possibly have such great strength to trample the land like this. He's strong. He was so strong that he almost had no ability to resist. Because you're powerful and fierce. He looked at the cracks caused by the hooves trampling the ground and swallowed hard. You're so brutal. I follow you, not afraid of death. Zul'jin was very pleased. He pointed to the distant battlefield. It's not just me. Your people can't do it either. No wonder the roads here are so smooth. There are no stones. Bloodhoof Khan saw that his warriors had already fallen all over the place. Meanwhile, the centaurs with fiery manes, though injured, fought even more bravely. It turns out that the impressive one isn't just the fiery-maned Khan. Kids, stop. They now belong to us, Zul'jin shouted loudly. These centaurs are now his reserve soldiers, so he can't let them all get exhausted. The scene was chaotic. The enraged centaurs had fallen into a furious state, and any sound around them turned into shouts. Their only thought was, just fight. Zul'jin's eyes twitched. Gahaha, what a bunch of fools. He stepped forward and slapped the faces of the fighting centaurs. Stop, a slap. Stop, a slap. Stop, a slap. The faces of the slapped centaurs swelled up, and their eyes gradually cleared, including the centaurs from the Bloodhoof tribe. And you, stop casting bloodthirsty magic. Zul'jin looked at Zhang Suo, who was secretly casting bloodthirsty magic behind a rock at the edge of the battlefield. Zhang Suo gave an awkward smile. He couldn't help it. The size of the centaurs was too big, like a group of large SUVs fighting. He didn't dare get close. If luck wasn't on his side, and he got hit by a hoof, he would be done for. He was worried that his behavior might upset the Khan. But Zul'jin didn't care. The centaurs fought so smoothly because they were blessed with bloodthirsty magic. As long as they could successfully cast bloodthirsty magic, Zul'jin wouldn't care even if he was hiding in the sky. The battlefield gradually quieted down. Zul'jin pulled the Bloodhoof Khan aside. From now on, you are part of our fiery mane tribe. Just call yourselves Bloodhoof, understand? Bloodhoof nodded. I understand. Zul'jin was very pleased. For a race like the centaurs, as long as they are always stronger than their opponents, those opponents will never betray them. Centaurs keep trying to challenge, but until they succeed, they will obey completely. Go, gather your people, pack up your belongings. We're leaving, Zul'jin ordered. Then he also went inside for a quick look and found a small green treasure chest. His eyes lit up. It was worth the trip. He stepped forward and opened it, pulling out a glowing orb. Ability enhancement. Can upgrade a specific ability once. Good item. Zul'jin used it on unyielding spirit. In that moment, he felt his body grow a little bigger. A surge of powerful energy swept through him. Seeing the message that sank without reply, Tansang held back her bitter feelings. There's no more hopeless way to die than this. She even felt a bit amused. She was still holding on, trying to stay positive, but never considered whether she could catch anyone's eye. She increasingly felt that death was approaching. The more this happened, the clearer her mind became. Tansang realized she had missed the best chance to survive. The past 2 days had basically decided her fate. Even if she hadn't eaten or drunk anything, it wouldn't have mattered much then. Her body and mind were still functioning normally. But by the 3rd day, hunger and thirst would start to affect her thinking, leading to wrong decisions. Her physical functions would also decline gradually. This was the most dangerous time for survivors. A single tear slipped down her cheek. Tansang slowly closed her eyes. She had no more chances. Being starved or dehydrated to death was much more painful than being killed outright. If only she could have a sip of water or a bite to eat now, even if it was from a river spirit. She just wanted to live. Tansang's eyes had lost their shine. If her chest wasn't still rising and falling, she would look almost like a corpse. By the time she returned to the tribe, it was already night. Li Yi looked at the returning main force and was also surprised. King Zul'jin clearly only took 10 centaurs with him. So why are there so many more upon his return? He roughly counted and found there were over 100 centaurs now. Suddenly, the tribe looked much more crowded. Li Yi. Zul'jin also noticed this problem and called out loudly. I'm here, Your Majesty. Do you have a task for me? Li Yi hurried over. Zul'jin saw the changes in the tribe. In the center of the tribe, there was a large campfire burning brightly, and torches were lit in various corners, lighting up the night. On the construction site, there were many logs and stones. It was clear that Li Yi had done this. What are you planning to do? Li Yi honestly reported. I plan to repair the Khan's tent first, and then build a simple dam to catch fish. Zul'jin thought for a moment. Forget it, my tent isn't urgent. I can stay in the watchtower. You should first solve the accommodation problem for the new centaurs. Make sure to plan carefully. The number of centaurs in the tribe might keep increasing for a while. Li Yi was surprised. This was a big project, and he only had a few minotaurs. Could he really keep up with the progress? But since the king had given him a task, he couldn't refuse. He had to do his best. He gritted his teeth. Yes, Your Majesty. You can rest assured, I will handle it. Good. Zul'jin was quite pleased with Li Yi's sense of responsibility. Those who understand the situation are wise. Zul'jin liked capable people. Take a night to think about what materials you'll need and how many people you'll require. Report to me tomorrow. After saying this, Zul'jin turned and left. Back at the watchtower, the front was already piled with various loot and rewards. Before going out with the team, Jiangsu had collected some drops from the road and sorted them neatly by type. It was clear at a glance. Another capable person. Zul'jin was very satisfied with the decision he had made earlier. He went inside the watchtower to rest, and then noticed a private message. Boss, I can be sweet or salty. My features are quite decent, and I'm a bit pretty. Can I exchange a photo for a glass of water? Attached was a selfie. Ah, my eyes. Zul'jin cried out in horror as he saw a heavily armored tank, half damaged. Even with just a quick glance, Zul'jin estimated the other person's height to be less than 160 centimeters, but their weight probably exceeded 200 pounds, with several folds of flesh on one leg. In that moment, Zul'jin thought he saw a large, cuddly creature. Xiao Mei, her face is so full that she could fry pork lard. Zul'jin swore that if he knew where she was, he would definitely go and confront her. This psychological shock made Zul'jin lose the courage to look at private messages below. Fortunately, the other private message pictures, while not the most beautiful, were decent. At least they looked like ordinary people, and in some regions, the bride price could reach 28. This one is not acceptable. This one. Also not acceptable. This one clearly won't do. This one has too small a figure. No. Zul'jin carefully selected private messages, even using the mental strength he had developed from flipping through pages from 1 to 347 on lonely nights. He couldn't settle for less. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He saw a good photo. Although the person in the photo had pale skin and cracked lips, her appearance still looked delicate. She didn't look like those overly praised, thin, pale women influenced by culture. Even sitting against a wall, her long legs were visible. Conservatively, her height probably wasn't less than 175 centimeters. Among ordinary women, that height was rare, but Zul'jin had seen similar before. He himself was 178 centimeters tall. Once, in an elevator, he had met a woman wearing flat shoes who was taller than him, estimated at about 185 centimeters. Her figure was also very good, with well-filled curves where needed and no excess fat in the slender areas, giving her a natural beauty. Her eyes showed a mix of despair and shyness, and her pose in the photo was stiff, clearly someone unaccustomed to such expressions. She was the one. Looking at the friend request she sent, it showed she had sent it today at noon. Zulkin hesitated for a moment, then clicked, accept, without hesitation. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before him, and a woman fainted on the ground. Zulkin could sense she was still alive, but she seemed to be close to death. Today was the fourth night. Not drinking water for so long was really hard to endure. Li. Yes. What are your orders, mighty king? Li jumped out of the tribe again. He stood at the gate of the defense tower. My king, Zul'jin waved his hand. Come in and save her. Li nodded quickly and entered. He looked at the woman on the ground and was surprised. She is a very tall woman. He used healing energy from his hand, slowly flowing into her body. King, she's not badly hurt. She's just dehydrated and hungry, Zul'jin nodded. I don't care. The supplies are over there. You handle it. He pointed to the supplies stacked in the corner. Li didn't dare to waste time. He took a bottle of water, poured a little, and gently applied it to her cracked lips. At this moment, he couldn't just pour water into her mouth. Li thought for a moment. My king, wait a moment. I remember seeing salt and sugar among the loot today. He then ran out quickly. Zul'jin looked down at the woman who was almost dying of thirst and moved slightly. His movement was not small. Tansang slowly opened her eyes. The man's face in front of her was full of surprise. You're awake. You're finally awake. Late at night, sweat was starting to appear on Li Ye's forehead. His tone was relaxed. If you hadn't woken up, I might have fallen asleep for good. Tansang's face turned red. She was also looking at the man in front of her. Fortunately, he didn't look like a river spirit. Although he didn't look very young, he wasn't ugly. That made her feel a little relieved. Thank you, leader, she said softly. Li grinned. You're thanking me too early. I'm not a leader. I'm just a temporary worker. Then he stood up and saluted Zul'jin. My king, I'll be leaving now. Zul'jin, resting nearby and chatting quietly, waved his hand casually. Go ahead. Think about your report for tomorrow morning. My king, don't worry. I already have a rough plan. I'll improve it tonight. Zul'jin nodded. Good. You did well today. Go to the road and pick up some of the fallen rewards. Li Yi was very happy. Thank you, mighty and fierce king. In Tiansang's surprised gaze, Li Yi stepped back and withdrew from the defensive tower. She looked toward the source of the sound and saw a huge creature. Looking up along the figure, she finally met a pair of fierce, bloodthirsty eyes. In those eyes, she saw a creature split in half, including herself. A human upper body with a horse's lower body. Hey, Centaur. Although she didn't play games, she was interested in Western mythology and immediately recognized this as the legendary Centaur. Zul'jin slowly stood up, looking down from above at the terrified woman. Name, Tansang. Ability, stop a target's time for 1 second. But only 3 times. Zul'jin's eyes lit up. Rule-based powers? If it can be used on anyone, it's a kind of divine skill. From now on, you are one of the team members in this defensive tower. Do you know what you need to do? As a team member, she had some control over the tower, but the final decision still rested with the tower's leader. Tansang's face turned pale. She wasn't stupid. Of course she understood. They wanted to impress her, and they wanted to see her photo first, clearly not for teaming up to survive together. The breath she had just relaxed suddenly caught in her throat. She instinctively looked at the position she thought was appropriate, and her breath almost caught in her throat again. Over half a meter? Tansang had dated before, but never went that far. At school, she was the type people looked at and thought she already had a boyfriend or was too difficult to pursue. Plus, her height, whether in heels or sneakers, exceeded many boys, so few guys chased her. But that didn't mean she was inexperienced in that area. If someone doesn't smoke, drink, go to clubs, dance, go out, or socialize much, they're probably very inexperienced in that aspect. Tansang was exactly that kind of person, timid but curious. She had several hard drives full of study materials, but little practical experience. So much so that she'd blush just holding hands. And her appearance made others think she was very innocent. At this moment, looking at the Centaur taller than a building in front of him, Tan Sang had already forgotten why he was the leader. Gahaha, I had someone make you a meat porridge, and it looks pretty good. So good you might blush. Zul'jin's deep laugh snapped Tan Sang out of his daze. Come here, your majesty has already washed up. Zul'jin slowly approached. He was over 3 meters tall, with 4 thick legs that made up a third of his height. Tan Sang was sitting in a chair, watching helplessly, not daring to move. Zul'jin squinted his eyes. I'm very angry right now. Tan Sang resigned himself. She had seen this scene before and knew the classic line from the rooster. My name is Rooster, 78th Chicken. What to do next? As a top student in theoretical knowledge, she knew very well. A tear slid down her face. This was too terrifying. Could she still survive today? The next morning, Zul'jin woke up naturally and left the defense tower. The tribe was lively now. The Centaurs didn't care that the newcomers were new. They just wanted to see who was stronger. Early in the morning, they started fighting in small groups. Zul'jin was too lazy to bother with these fools. The king is awake. Quickly bring breakfast to the king, Li Yi shouted to the Minotaur under him. The Minotaur brought over a large bowl of meat porridge from the big pot. Zul'jin raised an eyebrow, surprised that this kid was quite thoughtful. Li Yi, how are your plans coming along? Zul'jin held the meat porridge, looking down at Li Yi standing not far in front of him. That position and distance were carefully chosen by Li Yi. From that spot, the king only needed to slightly lower his gaze to perfectly see the one looking up at him. Hearing Zul'jin's words, Li Yi was naturally prepared. Your Majesty, we now need a lot of wood and stone, and some iron tools. I can take the Minotaur slaves to gather wood and stone, but we don't have iron tools in the tribe. Zul'jin nodded slightly. Good. I remember there is a human faction. I will coordinate with them about the tools. Li Yi hesitated and said, also, Your Majesty, since we need to do such a big renovation, I don't have enough people here. He was worried Zul'jin might misunderstand, so he quickly added, I was thinking that if we're going to do it, we should redo everything at once. Our tribe's half-human shelters are a bit messy and simple. I want to make them uniform and also highlight Your Majesty's Khan's tent. Zul'jin felt a headache hearing this. Are you sure you can finish it? How many helpers do you need? Li Yi raised one finger. As long as the tools are ready, I can promise to complete the task. As for helpers, maybe 10. Zul'jin took a deep breath. I'll give you 20 helpers. Tell me, what kind of race do you want them to be, Li Yi? He was a bit confused and hesitated. Minotaurs are good. They are honest, strong, and work carefully. Zul'jin finished his porridge in one gulp. Got it. The Minotaur slaves will arrive this afternoon. Li Yi was very happy. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zul'jin raised his hand. You've also made your promise. I am a man of my word. If you mess up or don't satisfy me, you're in big trouble. Understand? Li Yi was full of confidence. If I betray Your Majesty's trust, I wouldn't have the face to stay in the tribe. I will end my own life to apologize. Zul'jin raised an eyebrow. It seemed today would be another day of fighting and looting. Currently, the chest soul points were enough to upgrade 4 or 5 second-tier warriors, but Zul'jin didn't use them. He chose to save these points to exchange for a Minotaur warrior hut. So, he led his team away from the tribe with a loud rumble. Among them was Bloodhoof. This guy was now the strongest Minotaur under Zul'jin's command, and having him would make things much more efficient. Jiangsu followed them out. Li Yi pondered for a long time, then started planning how to arrange the tribe with the Minotaurs. By midday, the gate of the defensive tower slowly opened, and Tan Sang shakily came out. She was only wearing the shirt and skirt she had traveled with, leaving her legs exposed. Hello? She weakly raised her hand to greet, looking tired and powerless as she watched Li Yi busy with the Minotaurs. Fortunately, Li Yi has good hearing, or he might not have heard anything at all. He didn't dare to be careless about the merger with the king's company, so he quickly walked over. Just call me Li Yi. I'm just a temporary worker now, so I can't accept being called Your Highness. Do you need anything? Even he had to admit, he couldn't help but feel amazed inside. His legs are more upright than his own character. Truly, the king's taste is top-notch. But he only glanced briefly and didn't dare to look more. He was afraid, terrified. Maybe the king doesn't care, but if the king does, it's best he hasn't done anything wrong. I want to wash up. Is there water? Tan Sang's face was pale with a hint of redness, and she looked very embarrassed. Li Yi was surprised, then quickly called over the Minotaur. Yes. There's a river over there where you can bathe. There's also some morning porridge prepared for you. It's all ordered by the king. When you finish washing, remember to come and eat." Tan Sang lowered her head and softly said, "Thank you." Li Yi waved his hands repeatedly. "This is all the king's kindness. Just thank the king. Well, I'll go back to work now. If you need anything, just let me know." Seeing Tan Sang's awkwardness, Li Yi politely took his leave. Watching her trembling and struggling to walk toward the river, Li Yi couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy for her either. Zul'jin never said anything about taking care of her, but that didn't stop Li Yi from offering help. He still didn't know the king's attitude toward Tan Sang. If in the end she was expelled or harmed, he wouldn't lose out. But if Tan Sang could serve the king well. Remember, the most powerful thing isn't a typhoon or tornado, but the subtle influence of a gentle word. As a man, Li Yi knew very well that when men are about to give orders, as long as it's not too much, almost any request can be accepted. I'm really clever. Li Yi pushed these thoughts aside and focused on planning. Tan Sang, soaking in the river, was lost in a daze. The shock from last night still hadn't left her mind. She set aside her worries and did her best, but she could only manage to solve 1/5 of her problems. 4/5 remained unsolved. If it weren't for my rich knowledge of theories and relying only on my sister, I wouldn't be able to solve that big problem at all. These past few days have been really exciting. First, I traveled to this world. Then I outsmarted zombies on the road, almost died of thirst and hunger in 4 days, was finally rescued, and then encountered a centaur. Well, I wouldn't call it forced love, but I was mentally prepared for that, though I wasn't ready for the fact that the other person was a centaur. The only good thing is that the muscles on that person are really strong, much better than a kappa. Tan Sang has already started to give herself a pep talk. At this point, instead of complaining, it's better to accept and be calm. Looking at Li Yi in this tribe, even as a temporary worker, he has so much independence, and there are such strong minotaurs to use. This place should be pretty good, right? As for that king, thinking of Zul'jin, Tan Sang feels a shiver run through her body. Big has its advantages, it's big and numerous, so Tan Sang's face flushes. Is that good? After washing up, she finally relaxed. She got ashore, dressed, ate a simple meal, and then looked for Li Yi. I also want to do something. Do you have any good suggestions? As a well-educated normal person, she knows very well that relying on just a little effort won't be enough. There are many women in this world. When she arrived, that voice also said this is a land of myriad races. Since there are centaurs and minotaurs, maybe those legendary races will appear too? Like elves? Like succubi? All of them are known for their beauty, but relying only on that isn't enough. Tan Sang understands one thing. The best way to dispel charm is to possess. Even the most beautiful goddess has a man who makes her sick of her. So Tan Sang plans to show her own value just like Li Yi. Li Yi is stunned. Am I so competitive? Haven't you already shown your value? But he can't refuse Tan Sang's request. After thinking carefully and making sure it wouldn't threaten him, he gave his suggestion. You've already merged with the king and become a team member. I think you could control the king's defense tower, or perhaps start by collecting the dropped rewards on the road and sorting them. When necessary, control the defense towers to help the Centaur warriors attack, increasing the number of kills. Of course, I personally suggest you first ask for the king's permission and do not make any decisions on your own. This is Fierce Main, where the savage and bloodthirsty King Zul'jin is the true ruler. Li Yi sincerely advised, I know this change in worldview is a lot to accept, but we must adapt. Our people have survived from simple farming to today, and our greatest strength is adaptability. He clenched his fist to encourage the others and himself. Keep going. No matter where we are, we can survive and live well. Tan Sang took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I understand. I will adapt. Thank you, brotherly. Li Yi smiled. Don't call me brother. You are the king's woman. Tan Sang also smiled. But the king has more than one woman. Li Yi was surprised. This woman doesn't seem as innocent as she looks. He understood what Tan Sang meant. She wanted to form an alliance with him. Even if later other women or outsiders appeared, she wouldn't fight alone. Tan Sang extended her hand. Although it's the king's order, it's true that brotherly saved me, isn't it? After some thought, Li Yi reached out and took her hand. Keep going. I hope you don't do anything stupid. Li Yi's eyes lowered. Clang, 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 the urgent bell of the small town rang out. The mayor suddenly sat up and looked out the window, noticing flames already burning in his territory. "Sir, what's wrong?" A tingling voice came from the bed. The mayor's expression turned cold as he turned around and slapped her. "Remember, you are just my. As long as you serve me well, that's enough." A slap mark appeared on the woman's face, and she was pushed onto the bed. The mayor strode away quickly. Watching his figure leave, a trace of hatred and poison flickered in the woman's eyes. Stupid natives. If I hadn't been captured by you, would I even look at someone like you? She kept thinking to herself. It seems I was too impatient myself. I need to think of a better plan. I don't believe it. With my experience in the show, empresses in the palace, I should be able to handle you easily. Once I gain power, I will be the first to get rid of you. The woman looked sad on the outside, but inside she was becoming more determined. She planned to use her unique skills and the resources in this small town to make herself stronger. Thinking about that old man from last night made her feel sick. I will get rid of you someday. When the town's leader arrived, the chaos here had mostly settled down. He listened to his hurried subordinate report, his face darkening and becoming strange. "You mean my town was attacked by centaurs, and they went straight to our blacksmith shop, stealing everything, including the blacksmith?" The subordinate swallowed nervously, looking terrified. "Yes, sir. The leader of the centaurs was huge. He chopped open our town gate with one axe, and his hooves could even crush our bricks." The leader frowned. "And then? What else did they do?" The subordinate hurriedly shook his head. "That's all. They stole what they wanted and ran away. Oh, and I heard they also took a woman, but I don't know who she was." The leader sighed in relief. "That's not so bad. If that's all, our losses aren't too big." The subordinate hesitated. "So, sir, do we need to punish the patrol team?" The leader snorted. "Punish? Why? Can you stop a centaur that can split open our town gate with one axe? Go and count the damages. I need to report to the main city." The subordinate hurried off. While the leader was still writing a letter, the subordinate rushed in, panting and stumbling. Sir, something's wrong." The leader frowned and scolded. "What's the rush? Did your daughter get lost?" The subordinate hurriedly said, "No, it's not my daughter. It's your daughter. She's gone." The leader was furious. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" The subordinate quickly explained, No. It's the woman the centaurs took, your daughter. She was caught among many centaurs, so they didn't notice her at first." The leader's face changed suddenly. "And the patrol team? I want them all to be punished." His roar echoed through the town hall. "I will report to the main city and send a large army to destroy the centaurs. I'm going to fight your ancestors, centaurs." The town mayor completely lost his composure. Similarly, over 100 kilometers away, the Minotaur tribe was also furious. For centaurs, over 100 kilometers is not even an hour's journey. Plus, with the endurance aura blessing, this time can be even shorter. They traveled quickly without needing rest along the way, and once they found the Minotaur camp, they immediately launched an attack. This was just a small tribe, with only a few dozen people. They didn't even have the most important cattle beasts, only grazing some land birds to survive. Fighting minotaurs against cattle beasts was very easy. Adult male minotaurs are about 3 meters tall, similar to ordinary centaurs. In terms of strength, the sturdy bodies of minotaurs had the advantage. But centaurs weren't far behind. It was roughly a 60-40 split, with minotaurs having the edge. However, in speed, minotaurs and centaurs were almost evenly matched. Minotaurs were faster. Centaurs moved like the wind, never engaging in direct combat. They couldn't catch up, couldn't fight, and couldn't escape. The Minotaur's eyes turned red with anger, nostrils puffing out white mist. Plus, since centaurs were good at riding and shooting, even if the Minotaurs could lift their totems, it wouldn't help. But this time, Zul'jin personally led the charge, not using their usual tactics, but rushing straight ahead. Centaurs are unstoppable. Gagak, hearing this roar unique to centaurs, the Minotaur chief's face turned green. They had already run over 100 kilometers with their tribe, but they still couldn't shake these foes. Moo! He swung a tree trunk as tall as himself and struck at the leading centaur. He had once relied on this strike to kill a brown bear directly. Boom! A burst of red light exploded. His powerful was blocked. He gasped for breath and looked up, just in time to meet Zul'jin's fierce red eyes. The powerful collision caused Zul'jin's battle axe to break in half. Haha, you have no weapons left, cursed Centaur. Boom, the ground trembled again as Zul'jin's hooves stomped, cracks spreading across the earth. The Minotaur chieftain was stunned and stood still. When he opened his eyes again, he found his hands empty. The Centaur Khan was holding his totem pole. Even the totem, which was hard for him to hold, seemed lighter in the other's hands. Gah! Your weapon is good, Minotaur. He heard the other's reckless laughter, which felt just like when his wife was played with by someone else. The Minotaur chieftain closed his eyes in despair. Tired, he thought. Whatever happens, happens. The totem pole was smashed down, and the Minotaur chieftain lost consciousness. Watching the rampaging Centaur, Zul'jin shouted loudly, "Don't kill them all. I need these slaves." This prevented the entire Minotaur tribe from being completely slaughtered. Capturing slaves was something the Centaurs were very good at. They tied all the domesticated land birds together and gathered the Minotaurs, driving them back toward their tribe. In less than a morning, Zul'jin led the Centaurs to raid a human town and launched a surprise attack on the Minotaur tribe, gaining many victories. This time, when returning to the city, Jiangsu refused to sit on a Centaur's back. He almost got shaken to death during the long, bumpy ride. This time, he chose to ride a domesticated land bird raised by the Minotaurs. The land bird was sturdier than an ostrich, with powerful thighs, clearly suitable for roasting. It couldn't carry a Minotaur, but sitting on it was no problem. On the way back to the tribe, it was already afternoon. The Minotaurs moved very slowly, greatly reducing the Centaur's speed. Zul'jin didn't even bother to put any restraints on the Minotaurs. He said, "If one resists, 10 will sit. If one escapes, the whole tribe will be slaughtered." Not a single one was spared. The Minotaurs never thought about escaping. Watching Zul'jin's boastful roar, the Minotaurs remained silent. There was no explosion of emotion in silence. They had lost the fight before and were now captured. They knew they couldn't fight back. As for escaping, it was simply a joke. The Minotaur looked very sad as it watched the eager Centaurs. "You all are like wild donkeys running free on the plains. Who can escape you here? If you could run, our tribe wouldn't be so easily found." The gentle and honest Minotaur felt wronged and didn't know who to talk to. Zul'jin watched this scene and couldn't help but feel emotional. It seems that honest people can't do much, and being kind makes you easy to bully. Minotaurs are not bad. They are just too good, to the point of giving up their own strength. Of course, if I came to this world as a survivor, I would hope to meet a Minotaur, not a Centaur. When facing a helpless human, a Minotaur might give him a piece of meat. A Centaur might give him an axe. The difference between the two races is simple and clear. "Li Yi," Zul'jin called out loudly, and Li Yi immediately appeared. It felt like no matter where he called from, Li Yi would always come. "Great King returns victorious. Your fury will spread across the entire wilderness," Li Yi instinctively praised, but after seeing the string of Minotaurs and land birds, he was also stunned. Weren't there only 20 slaves? Why are so many, big and small, male and female, all taken together? I leave it to you. Distribute them well. Don't let them idle, don't let them run. If one escapes, all the other slaves will be killed." Zul'jin threw the totem directly onto the ground. "These Minotaur weapons really aren't easy to handle," Zul'jin complained, then looked behind the team. "On the way, we also grabbed a woman. She's decent looking. Whoever performs well, she'll be your reward." He walked into the group, pulled the daughter of the town's leader off the Centaur's back, and threw her to the ground. The native woman looked more like a Russian, especially from a noble family, fair skin, tall figure. At this moment, she had no strength left to curse. She had seen the horror of the Centaurs with her own eyes. Even the Minotaurs, whose arms are thicker than her waist, couldn't beat these Centaurs. She was afraid that if she spoke carelessly, her head would be twisted off. Of course, after returning, the various heads on the tribe's fence were very convincing. Jiangsu, who had just come down from the chocobo, brightened his eyes. "Is this the start of assigning wives? The treatment is really too good." But compared to women, he still prefers a chocobo. When a chocobo runs, it is much steadier than a Centaur, and the feathers on its back can cushion impacts, making it very friendly to the rear. Li Yi didn't care much about these details. He just nodded quickly. "Yes, Your Majesty. I have already made the plans. When they arrive, We can settle them. Since he was still in his probation period, the idea of riding a mount or having a woman was still a bit distant for him. Come, come, come. The Minotaurs, from big to small, line up properly. This is King Zul'jin's gift to you. You must listen carefully and do each task well, Li Yi called out to the Minotaurs. He looked very sincere. I guess you don't want your children turned into roasted beef, right? Killing you and capturing more is just a matter of words for the king. The king hasn't killed you. Instead, he's given you stable jobs. You should be grateful. Here, your worried nomadic life is over. Li Yi had been with those Minotaur slaves these past few days and knew well what kind of life they led. He wasn't wrong. At least in Fierce Main, they no longer had to worry about being attacked by centaurs at any moment. They could live peacefully. The honest Minotaurs suddenly felt that maybe he was right. They always felt something was wrong, but when they tried to think it through, they couldn't figure it out. Earlier, some of their Minotaurs, being too honest, had been promoted to temporary squad leaders. They were responsible for leading these Minotaurs as overseers. Li Yi then found Zhang Su, who was resting, and briefly mentioned Tan Sang. That Tan Sang isn't a fragile little flower. You need to be careful, especially when talking to her. Stay alert, because she is now the king's partner. As fellow sufferers, Li Yi still gave a reminder. Zhang Su sat up. I'm in the combat team, so I don't have much to do with her. But what do you plan to do? Form an alliance with her? Li Yi was a bit cautious. I'm really worried she might be whispering secrets to the king. Zhang Su suddenly smiled and said, she also said that the king wouldn't have only one woman, right? Li Yi was surprised and asked, are you asking me to be honest with the king about these things? Isn't that a bit too lowly? Lowly? Zhang Su patted Li Yi's shoulder. Then tell me, what is your goal? Do you have ambition under the king? Of course. Although the king is harsh, he is not unreasonable, and he has saved us many times. He treats us well. I also want to improve myself. Zhang Su shrugged. That's right. The world and people's hearts are dirty. Being ambitious or lowly doesn't make much difference. To be ambitious, you have to do lowly things. I don't know about others, but from the 2 times I went out with the king, I can feel that he is different. Li Yi looked serious and said, tell me more. Zhang Su clicked his tongue and organized his words. You need to distinguish between doing good for the king and being good to the king. The king is straightforward. Although he's quick-tempered, you can't fool him. Don't hide things behind the banner of doing good for the king. Be honest about everything. Don't make decisions on your own. As you said, the king is the master here, and you're just a temporary worker. Zhang Su stood up seriously. I think you're sick, brother. You always think you're smart, but this isn't like before. The king likes smart people, but he doesn't necessarily like those who think they are smarter than they are. The king moves quickly, and the Fierce Main also moves fast. If you can't keep up, I can't help you. There was one thing Zhang Su didn't say. We're just 2 dogs that the king picked up. Forming cliques and alliances? That's just asking for death. Gahaha. Are you done talking? Zul'jin looked down at Li Yi standing in front of him, then turned to Tan Sang, who looked pale. Did you just sell her, Li Yi? Tattling is not a good habit. Zul'jin's voice was calm, showing no emotion. Li Yi slightly bowed. I only know that in front of the king, there can be no secrets. I don't want any secrets. Loyalty to the king comes first. Ha ha. Zul'jin's low laugh was very deep. Did you come up with that yourself? I always thought you were smart. Li Yi slowly shook his head. No, it was Zhang Su who inspired me. Small clever tricks might bring some temporary benefits, but sooner or later, they will lead to trouble. How about you? Do you have anything to say? Zul'jin looked at Tan Sang. Tan Sang's face turned pale. Facing Zul'jin's overwhelming killing intent, she lost her footing and sat down on the ground. I just don't want to be a decorative vase. I want to be someone useful. She looked at Zul'jin with fear. The king will definitely have more women in the future. I just want to have a little advantage over them. I absolutely don't mean to harm the king or the tribe. Ambition? Zul'jin snorted coldly. If you still have the strength to pursue your ambitions later, go ahead. I will give you control over the defense tower's monster killing. What ambition? The Centaur only listens to me. The highest authority over the defense tower is also mine. What use could your ambition possibly have? Sure enough, women are shallow-minded. They can't even see this. Tan Sang was momentarily stunned. Li Yi gently touched her, and she quickly knelt with a look of surprise. Thank you, your majesty. Zul'jin waved his hand. Go get some water. After a day of running around, It's time to rest. Tansang and Li Yi hurriedly stepped back. Disgusting. Tansang scolded Li Yi angrily, her eyes full of disbelief. I really didn't expect someone with thick eyebrows and big eyes to report to the boss. Li Yi shook his head gently. I just realized some things. If you can't understand, being eliminated is only a matter of time. Better to accept it. Li Yi left directly. He still has many tasks to do. Tansang pursed her lips and fetched a basin of water. She knew what she was about to wash. She wanted to do it herself. Just like washing fruit. Cleaner she is, the more at ease she feels when eating. After all, food is the most important thing for people. Eating always comes first. She moved her jaw and started recalling the information. What approach should I use today? Tansang was solving problems, while Zul'jin was browsing private messages. There was still one more qualification for merging, and they could recruit one more top beauty. But after flipping through many options, she couldn't find anyone suitable. Many people were willing to merge and enjoy the benefits. Some even sent private messages. Boss, don't be so strict about gender. I can be a little truant, she wrote. Is that okay? Zul'jin looked at the chubby, round-faced, bearded man and was so shocked that even Tansang, who was biting with his teeth, didn't notice. He forced himself to hide his disgust. Just send me your coordinates, brother. Zul'jin swore that if the distance was less than 2,000 kilometers, he would definitely rush over and cut him into pieces. The other person was very happy and quickly sent the coordinates. Zul'jin looked and saw it was over 10,000 kilometers away. It can't make it. Zul'jin looked annoyed and blocked the other person. With Tansang as a standard, Zul'jin's view was also raised. He didn't consider those cute-style Zul'jin. His height was less than 1.65 meters, and even stretching to the limit didn't help much. Height and appearance became important factors for Zul'jin's selection. It was hard to choose. Zul'jin took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He had been running for most of the day and was really getting annoyed. When Tansang appeared again, it was already dark. The tribe was filled with the smell of porridge. Li Yi was serving food, and when he saw Tansang, it was as if nothing had happened before. Just in time to eat. Tansang held her stomach, looking a bit nauseous, and shook her head slowly. No, I'm full. She staggered toward the river. Li Yi also couldn't help but gasp. Luckily, he wasn't a woman. In a corner of the tribe, a middle-aged man was curled up, trembling. Li Yi carried a bowl of meat porridge over. Drink it. Are you a blacksmith? The middle-aged man was stunned, looked at Li Yi with a kind face, and swallowed nervously. Why yes, I am a blacksmith from Chang'e town. Will I die? Li Yi squatted down seriously. As long as you listen and obey, your chances of survival are high. Right now, we lack tools. Most importantly, can you build a blacksmith shop here? The middle-aged man looked around at the wild Centaur tribe. Blacksmith shop? What if I can't do it? Li Yi's smile froze on his face. Then you'll be chopped into pieces. The tribe doesn't support idlers. Even a dog knows how to wag its tail. The middle-aged man spoke firmly. All right, I am very skilled. From weapons and armor to farming tools, there's nothing I can't make. Smack. Li Yi patted the middle-aged man's shoulder. Good, you eat first. After you're done, we'll work through the night. Maybe the king will reward us if we finish early. The middle-aged man wiped his nose and nodded seriously. That night, near the downstream part of the river, there was the sound of clinking and banging. Each minotaur was like a crane, easily lifting stones that would take several people to move, placing them in the right spots. The noise was so loud that the centaurs couldn't sleep. Frustrated, they pushed and shoved each other, then started fighting. Zul'jin, sleeping inside the watchtower, couldn't hear the work by the river, but he could hear the sounds of the tribe fighting. The centaur chieftain, awakened in the middle of the night, charged out of the tower like a tank, breaking up the fight with a single rush. In a bad mood, Zul'jin started hitting everything around him. Soon, the fierce main tribe quieted down. Zul'jin took a deep breath and looked at the biggest bloodhoof. Are you an idiot? I just want to ask, are you an idiot? Why are you just watching these fools fight? Bloodhoof was stunned. What? Is an idiot? Zul'jin closed his eyes deeply, feeling helpless. An idiot is someone 10 or 20 times dumber than a fool. Bloodhoof nodded. Then I am an idiot. Zul'jin swayed slightly. He finally gave up on these fools. He ordered, Fool, right now you're the second strongest in the tribe after me. Watch over them, understand? Bloodhoof looked upset. But those stupid cows over there are so noisy. We can't sleep. Zul'jin roared. If you can't sleep, go outside and sleep. The workers haven't even finished talking, and you're making a fuss over nothing. Yow. The Bloodhoof, scolded and afraid to complain, led the other battered and bruised centaurs outside the tribe to sleep. The awakened Zul'jin went to the riverbank and saw Li Yi and the Minotaurs working through the night with torches. The blacksmith they captured was also there. Quick, everyone work harder. Let's get the blacksmith's furnace burning tonight, so we won't have to stop. The tribe needs many things made, Li Yi shouted loudly. Zul'jin looked back and saw Zhang Su also being drawn over. Seeing Li Yi working so hard, Zhang Su felt a bit embarrassed. Khan, I'll go work too, Zul'jin frowned. What are you doing? Why are you not sleeping during the night? You're a combat guard. Go back and sleep. The tribe needs fighters every day. I need you to stay alert. Zul'jin sent him away. Zhang Su forced a smile. Khan, I just want to show I can do something too. Zul'jin snorted coldly. Sleep when it's time to sleep. During the day, just focus on strengthening the tribe's defenses. You're doing pretty well already. Zhang Su could only leave. Li Yi watched this and felt very envious. He was also a kind of healer, so why couldn't he be a combat guard? For centaurs, the bloodthirsty skill is more important than slow healing. As long as he could quickly kill enemies, he wouldn't get hurt. But he didn't dare to doubt. He could only work hard. Zul'jin watched for a while and then ignored them. Tomorrow during the day, get an extra drop reward. That's your overtime bonus. Try to work during the day from now on. After saying this, Zul'jin turned and left. He was only talking to Li Yi. As for those Minotaurs, they were just slaves, just need food, drink, and safety. Li Yi was very happy. Did overtime really come with a bonus? In his old company, he finished work at 5:30 p.m. but had to stay until after 7 p.m. to work overtime. And it was unpaid overtime. He had never heard of overtime pay. He never expected that in this world, under the Minotaurs, he would get his first overtime pay. Li Yi worked even harder. Zul'jin didn't think much of it. The wages they received, the overtime pay, those were provided by monsters on the road. The project rewards, women, also provided by the human town. He focused on one thing, no need to share. Early the next morning, the blacksmith shop by the river was already billowing with thick smoke. Although the blacksmith shop was simple, it had everything it needed. Sir, what should we craft first? The blacksmith looked at Li Yi, who had also not slept all night. Li Yi was momentarily surprised. Sir, that title sounded pretty good. He quickly regained his composure and spoke firmly. Let's craft a weapon. The king doesn't have a useful weapon yet. This is our mistake. The first weapon made in the tribe's first blacksmith shop must be presented to the king. They had all the necessary tools for forging. When Zul'jin raided the blacksmith shop, he took everything he saw. All right, I'll draw a design for you, and you follow this to make it. Li Yi's eyes lit up. He thought of a good idea. The defense tower outside the tribe launched its first attack. A level 3 crossbow tower could easily pin a zombie to the ground with just one shot. Teammate Taming also started working. Zhang Su circled the tribe several times, thinking about how to strengthen the tribe's defenses. Everything was now on track. Early on the 7th day, the first wave is nearing the end. The aura monster appears. Defeating the aura monster will grant extra rewards. All survivors received a message. Sir, should we upgrade the defense tower again? I think we have enough resources to reach level 5. Hearing this, Taming couldn't help but find Zul'jin. Aura monsters? Zul'jin remembered a tower defense map he played long ago. It was called the Green Loop, I think. Later, after needing sponsorship for many things, he switched to other games. Then let's upgrade it. We've used quite a lot of resources recently. Zul'jin paid no mind to this. His focus was more on his chess soul points. Right now, 20 Centaur warriors could give him about 50 chess soul points each day. Killing zombies that posed no real threat every day was getting boring over time. The Centaur warriors only spent about 5 hours a day fighting zombies, so Zul'jin was already satisfied with the amount of chess soul points he gained. Once they went into battle, they cleared the area. Taming and Zhang Su would take this time to gather loot. 400 chess soul points were enough to exchange for 2 small Centaur warrior huts. Of course, there are other job change huts, but the Centaur warrior hut is the cheapest of all. Zul'jin couldn't help but be amazed. It seems I need to speed up collecting chess souls. Going out to fight and loot can cause a big increase in chess soul points, but it's less stable than killing zombies. Some of these points still come from previous looting and fighting. 2 Centaur warrior huts appeared one after the other. Then a golden button appeared in the sky, visible only to Zul'jin. Combine. Zul'jin didn't hesitate. The 3 simple Centaur warrior huts disappeared, replaced by a larger, all-wooden camp. The crossed battle axes on the roof looked very realistic. Centaur warrior camp. Job change options. Centaur laborer, cost 10 chest souls. Centaur warrior, cost 20 chest souls. Centaur guard, cost 50 chest souls. Centaur commander, cost 100 chest souls. Centaur guard, cost 50 blunt attack. Power, earth element shield. Creates an earth shield around the body, reducing physical or magic damage by 10%. Centaur commander, cost 100 blunt attack. Power, earth element shield. Iron hoof battle spirit. Charges at a target within 200 meters, dealing physical damage to enemies along the way, extra damage to the target, gains extra armor during charge, taunts enemies to attack itself. Indeed, reaching the 3rd and 4th job levels makes the Centaur a strong core force. If a 3-star, 3-cost job is AT0, there's still a chance to win. 4-star is even better. If a 5-star, 4-cost job isn't available, a 4-cost is almost unbeatable. Centaur commander? It takes 100 chest souls to change jobs, which is still a bit costly for now. The enemies Zul'jin killed in the human town earlier only gave at most 0.5 chest souls each, not even enough for a wild boar. Normal humans don't have much advantage fighting these humanoid races. The only question now is, can a Centaur who has already changed jobs switch again? This is a serious question. If not, there's no point in changing jobs early on to farm more chest souls with low-cost cards. Zul'jin called over a Centaur warrior to try it out. The good news is, it is possible. The bad news is, there is an extra fee, half of the job change cost. The trap, but it's not too bad. This way, I can first switch to low-cost jobs in large numbers, then upgrade to high-cost ones. Of course, the low-cost units I mention are 3-cost, half-human guards. There's no need to keep upgrading ordinary half-human soldiers and laborers anymore. 3-cost half-human guards are the start of the fierce, main half-humans. Also, for the 1st and 2nd job changes, you must keep at least one of each, or else the warrior bonds won't activate. The first 4-cost half-human general must be a bloodhoof. Anyone capable of becoming a tribal Khan, even if just a small tribe, is extraordinary. Though now he's not as big as me, he's over 4 meters tall. As a half-human general, he's the best choice. Of course, now you can also choose to upgrade stars. It takes 9 times the job change soul points to exchange for fragments of the corresponding profession and upgrade to 3 stars. But a 3-star laborer, Zul'jin probably can only barely match a 1-star, 3-cost half-human guard. He definitely can't beat a 1-star, 4-cost half-human general. Again, only a 3-cost job change is worth upgrading. 100 soul points for a general? Zul'jin called Bloodhoof and Jiangsu. Bloodhoof, take your people out. You know where the wild Boar-men are. At least bring me back 100 of their heads. Hearing about going out to fight, Bloodhoof's eyes lit up. After we finish, we come back, got it? Bloodhoof nodded excitedly. I understand. Zul'jin looked at Jiangsu. You keep an eye on him. Bring back all useful resources for the tribe. There might be treasure chests outside. Bring back the rewards. Zul'jin stared at Jiangsu. Don't betray my trust. Jiangsu forced a smile. Khan, I wouldn't do something stupid, but I can't keep an eye on Lord Bloodhoof. When the elders go crazy, only your fury can keep them in check. Hearing this, Zul'jin also felt a headache. The reason he personally led the team out a few times was because he considered this. These fools become almost completely reckless when they get excited. Only a stronger leader can bring them back. It's okay. Just watch over them and report to me anytime. Before leaving, Zul'jin warned Shweti. If you do well, I will make you stronger. If I hear any bad news about you from Jiangsu, I will give your chance to get stronger to other fools. Shweti's eyes widened, and his look at Jiangsu was full of threat. So, you're planning to report me? Smack. Zul'jin slapped the back of his head, making him stumble. You're a fool yourself. I need someone smart to watch you. If he can't come back, I will break your legs. Shweti looked very wronged. Why do half-humans always need to be watched when they go out to fight? But there was no other way. He had to lead the team out himself. This time, it was a grand march. with over 100 male half-humans rushing out of the tribe loudly. Only Zhang Su rode a land bird behind them. Li Yi led the Minotaur people over, carrying a 4-meter-long spear. King, this is the first weapon made by our blacksmith shop. We bring it to you. Zul'jin saw the weapon. Oh, a green dragon crescent blade. Li Yi wiped his sweat, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not exactly. It's made to look like that kind of big sword. Because it's very long, the weight is. Zul'jin bent down and reached out to hold it. It was a solid iron sword. This thing was even heavier than the totem pole of the Minotaurs before. He lifted it with one hand, muscles bulging, showing it was a bit difficult. Li Yi looked a little nervous. Then Zul'jin grabbed it with both hands, swung it, and the whistling wind was very sharp. Good. As a reward, Zul'jin was very satisfied. Li Yi finally let out a breath of relief. I'm glad you're happy, King. We've also made some tools. Now we plan to improve the houses in the tribe. Please forgive us. Zul'jin nodded. Your trial period is over. Go to the defense tower to get your wages. 2 per day, plus overtime bonus of 1. King, Li Yi was surprised. Wasn't I still on probation before? Zul'jin waved his hand. If you didn't pass the probation period, you wouldn't get paid. Now that you've passed, these 7 days won't be wasted. He paused briefly. From now on, you are promoted to the head of the tribe's housing department. The slaves are temporarily under your management, and you need to handle logistics well. The head's salary will increase by 2 drops per day, meaning you now earn 4 drops daily. 4 drops a day, totaling 120 a month. If you work overtime, it could go up to around 130. Meals and accommodation are included, and it's a management position. Thinking about how scared I was during the first 2 days and only managed to earn 3 or 4 rewards, almost losing my life. What kind of hardships did I go through before? Li Yi knelt down with a thud, very sincerely. I want to dedicate my life to Lord Fierce Mane. Zul'jin waved his hand. Go ahead. You can decide your work scope yourself. I've been so exhausted trying to select the second team member for merging every day. Ignoring Li Yi and the others, Zul'jin returned to the defense tower. Before he could enter, he saw 2 flashes of white light. The crossbow defense tower grew a bit larger again, topped with a bed crossbow. Crossbow tower, auto-aim attack, piercing damage, tower level 5, pretty good, tower durability 500 out of 500, weapon slot 1/1, multi-attack, fires 3 crossbows each shot. Weapons, wooden crossbows, ammo 1000/1000. Merge, 1/2 it evolved to multi-attack? Zul'jin's eyes flickered slightly. That's pretty good. It would be even better if the 3 arrows could aim separately. King, I upgraded the defense tower to level 5. Tan Sang was also very happy. This is now her main attack method, so naturally, the stronger it is, the better. Yes, all the materials are used up. Zul'jin looked expressionless. Most of these drops were earned by my half-human, half-horse creatures. It's not your credit. Do I need to praise you? Tan Sang's face paled. She also thought of this. Tan Sang, do you know anyone who looks similar to you in height and build? If I find someone, I can give you some credit. Zul'jin feels numb from screening private messages every day. Or you choose, find yourself a partner. Once outside the tribe, the centaurs act like wild dogs. Bloodhoof finds Zhang Su, looking angry. You tattled on me. Zhang Su forces a smile. No way. As long as Lord Bloodhoof listens to the Khan, I don't need to report anything. Bloodhoof grabs Zhang Su's collar. He already knows this kid loves blood magic, so he won't hurt him. Better not report me. I want to get stronger. Zhang Su's eyes flicker. His expression suddenly becomes serious. Lord Bloodhoof, do you know why the Khan, knowing your temper, still sends you out alone? Too much information overloads Bloodhoof's mind. Why? Zhang Su claps his hands, showing admiration. Because you, Lord Bloodhoof, are the most aggressive and bloodthirsty centaur in the tribe after the Khan. The Khan wants to use you, and to promote you. Bloodhoof's eyes light up, catching the key words. I'm the most aggressive and bloodthirsty? Zhang Su's eyelids twitch, but his face stays calm. When the Khan leaves, he said if you do well, you'll become stronger. What does that mean? Bloodhoof shakes his head. The Khan called me an idiot. I don't understand. Zhang Su almost loses control. The Khan really knows his people well. No doubt about it. The Khan is destined to stay in our fierce main tribe. He needs a great general, a brutal, bloodthirsty, ruthless centaur general. And you, Zhang Su suddenly raises his voice, catching Bloodhoof's attention. Lord Bloodhoof, if you complete the Khan's task successfully, you will become that Centaur general, the top one in the fierce main tribe, and the most fierce Centaur general. The Khan sent me to promote you, understand? In times like this, you must control yourself. No mistakes allowed, understand? Too much information. Bloodhoof only catches part of it, but he vaguely understands what Zhang Su is trying to say. Thinking makes him more restless. He starts pacing back and forth. The snorting sounds kept coming one after another, making Zhang Su feel nervous and scared. There was no battle station led by the Khan. Life was really tough without it. Suddenly, Bloodhoof's body stopped, and he stared intently at Zhang Su, making him feel uneasy. Big Bloodhoof? Bloodhoof suddenly said seriously, I'm a fool, I don't understand. You understand. Do you think you can make me the most fierce general? Zhang Su blinked. This mission isn't hard. Anyone who isn't a fool can finish it. Thinking that the person in front of him was a fool, Zhang Su nodded decisively. I can do it. Bloodhoof immediately relaxed. This time, I'll listen to you. I became a general, and in the tribe, I'll protect you. Zhang Su found it funny. It seemed he now knew how to get along with these centaurs. Great. From now on, I'll rely on Lord Bloodhoof. You will definitely become the most fierce and bloodthirsty centaur under the Khan. Bloodhoof nodded heavily. Exactly. Zhang Su quickly went from being a minor member of the team to Bloodhoof's little follower. He felt relieved. For a centaur, his senses were actually quite good. Earlier, at work, he had met many people who were even worse than centaurs. When he asked what they ate for lunch, they just said, food. When he asked a question, it led to more than 10 other questions. Although centaurs were simple-minded, they admitted their stupidity and listened to advice. Zhang Su thought, as long as they could understand human speech, they weren't really stupid. The team, with the thunderous sound of hooves, headed toward another wild boar tribe. Wild boars, with their strong strength, tough skin, and excellent reproductive ability, had become the second biggest threat in the wilderness. Finding a wild boar tribe was quite easy. Sometimes he could still see the winding highway in the distance, covered with zombies. King, the halo monster is coming, Tanseng shouted loudly from the top of the defense tower. Zul'jin carried a great sword on his shoulder and pushed open the tower door, walking out briskly. Halo monster? The transformed Centaur warriors also gathered at the edge of the highway. When they saw Zul'jin arrive, they all made way. Suddenly, a faint, almost imperceptible glow appeared beneath the zombies' feet. That was the effect of being blessed with a halo. The centaurs also had it under their feet, coming from Zul'jin's durable halo effect. Under that bright light, the zombies suddenly moved much faster. The slow-moving zombies started running wildly. It was like dogs seeing their favorite treat. Zul'jin squinted, looking for the glowing circle monster. King, that taller zombie has a glowing circle under its feet. Tanseng, standing on the defense tower, looked far ahead. Zul'jin quickly locked onto the target. No, wait, King. There are 2 glowing circles, one on each zombie, Tanseng warned again. Zul'jin waved his hand. Attack! 18 Centaur warriors and 2 Centaur workers immediately charged onto the road, heading straight for the 2 glowing circle zombies. With a swing of his axe, the zombie that could have been cut in half was only partially cut. The remaining half could still fight back against the centaurs. They were very fast and swarmed forward, but that was all. Even with the glow of the circles, they couldn't escape being cut down by the Centaur warriors. Ha ha ha. This is starting to look like a zombie crisis. Zul'jin stretched and leapt onto the road. His greatsword swept through the air with a cold whistle, clearing a path instantly. Foolish kids, crush them all. Zul'jin charged like a big truck straight at the 2 glowing circle monsters. Gawk! The centaurs screamed and formed a sharp spear formation behind their leader. Holding their axes forward, their strong bodies knocked down and crushed all zombies in their path. If his guess was right, these 2 glowing circle monsters were probably the speed and armor circles. Boom! Seeing the tall, much larger glowing circle monster, Zul'jin stomped with his hooves. The impact from the hooves depended on his strength and weight. The same went for his double-edged sword. His new weapon weighed hundreds of pounds, but it didn't like before. The road seemed unbreakable, but the damage didn't lessen at all. The glowing circle monster was instantly frozen in place, its body torn apart like trash under the stomping. His greatsword swung down, splitting the monster from head to tail. The other glowing circle zombie rushed at Zul'jin at high speed. The double-edged sword. A large sword stained with blood swung down and collided with the flesh of the opponent. Gahaha. I am Zul'jin, the Centaur Khan. How could I avoid your sharpness? The halos beneath the zombies disappeared. All the halo monsters in this wave were defeated. Zul'jin's wild laughter even drowned out the charge of the Centaur. After destroying the halo monsters, the zombies returned to their previous half-dead state. 2 glowing orbs appeared on the road. Normal rewards are small chests, but these halo monsters dropped glowing orbs directly. Zul'jin bent down and picked one up. Obtained Activation Potion 1. Used to permanently increase some strength and dispel negative body states. Obtained Speed Elixir 1. Used to permanently increase movement and attack speed and dispel negative body states. This is the reward dropped by the Speed Halo monster. Obtained Chainmail. Increases physical defense, adaptable to body shape. Obtain Magic Resistance Cloak. Increases magic defense, adaptable to body shape. These are the rewards dropped by the Armor Halo monster. Something is wrong. Very, very wrong. Zul'jin held these 2 pieces of equipment in his hands, and a prompt appeared instantly. Synthesis option, Centaur Plate Armor, provides armor and magic resistance. Each time you become a target of an enemy's attack, it temporarily grants extra armor and magic resistance, disappearing after battle. Synthesis. The 2 pieces of equipment vanished and transformed into a large, seamless plate armor that appeared on Zul'jin. It covered most of his upper body and the horse's body. The brownish-yellow plate armor was extremely heavy, engraved with unfamiliar magic symbols. Even without being in battle, Zul'jin could feel the weight of this gear. Indeed, a hint of understanding flashed in Zul'jin's eyes. This special monster's reward had also been modified by the system, turning into a type suitable for his race. It's not just talk. This system is quite good. No quests, no forced tasks, no punishments, no erasures, no interruptions, no constant notifications. Zul'jin chuckled softly. Too bad, I don't even have a panel. I don't know what I've actually gained. Suggestion received. Load ability panel. The host can summon it at any time. Zul'jin, half-main Centaur Khan, abilities, Hoof Stomp, Double-Edged Sword, Counterattack, Resilient, Enhanced 1, Durability Aura, Items, Centaur Armor 1, Active Potion 1, Speed Elixir 1. Ha ha ha. What a sensible system. Zul'jin was very satisfied. He immediately used all the active potion and speed elixir on himself. His Centaur minions can become stronger through class changes and star upgrades, but he can't do that yet. While they grow stronger, he must be the strongest. Zul'jin clenched his fist, feeling the extra strength inside him. The power increase wasn't huge, about a quarter. His muscles became bigger and more solid. Very good. Zul'jin returned to the road. He waved at Tan Sang on the defense tower. 3 crossbow bolts shot out, hitting 3 zombies. Because of his great strength, he shattered the zombies, causing lots of debris. Zul'jin saw this clearly. The arrow turned into 3 in an instant after being shot. He checked the defense tower panel, and it was just as he thought. The arrow stock only decreased by 1. It seems that only after reaching level 5 does the defense tower truly activate. The tower keeps firing arrows, 3 every 5 seconds, which is quite fast. He returned to the tower and glanced at the chat channel. He guessed those guys weren't having an easy time. Wow, what kind of aura is this? The zombies' wounds are healing. Zombies don't usually wear clothes, so isn't this just nature's gift? Humans shouldn't have this, at least not normally, right? Could it be a healing aura? I caught it. 3 consecutive shots hit, and I broke the speed aura monster's leg. The upgraded defense tower is really good, but the rewards are a bit hard to get. I just want to see which clever person only upgrades the defense tower without improving their own abilities. I, with my defense tower at level 2, have also upgraded my personal ability to level 2 and gained an extra ability drop. Now, I am officially recruiting team members for merging. Those with strong skills can contact me privately. Haha, here comes someone looking for a top beauty again. Nonsense, I don't care about looks, only abilities. If I can't survive, what use is a top beauty? The zombies on the road outside run faster than I do. What should I do? Be content. My armor aura makes the zombies hardly react when hit by crossbow bolts. Is your gear too small? After looking around, Zulkin has a rough understanding of the current survivors outside. These survivors have only upgraded their defense towers to level 2 at most. But their abilities can also be upgraded, and they can even drop extra abilities. This surprised Zulkin a bit. It seems the turning point is this wave of aura monsters. If you're lucky or strong enough, defeating the aura monsters can drop 4 rewards, which then give you the strength to face the next monsters. If you're unlucky or don't kill the aura monsters, and the next wave of monsters gets stronger, you won't have a chance to collect rewards. The first 3 days were a test, but this time, it will clearly divide everyone into different levels. Without strength, don't even think about the monsters on the road. Any passing local could easily defeat you. Zulkin closed the chat channel. Those survivors are unrelated to him, but he can't afford to be too isolated. Suddenly, he felt his chest's soul points increase rapidly. Gahaha. It looks like Bloodhoof and their team are already fighting the wild boars. The top 2 troublemakers in the wilderness are fighting, and even passing dogs keep their distance. Zulkin is quite satisfied with Bloodhoof's efficiency. If only he went alone, he might have a 50-50 chance against those wild boars. But with a bloodthirsty skill added, it's a different story. And indeed, it turned out to be true. The wild boars have almost no obvious weaknesses. Their back main provides strong defense, and they are very powerful. Bloodhoof directly engaged in battle, with both sides exchanging blows, and for a while, they were in a stalemate. When the first bloodthirsty spell hit Bloodhoof, he started fighting the orc leader of the wild boar tribe. Jiangsu looked at his level 2 bloodthirsty spell, hiding behind the team and quietly gaining fame. So far, he received 3 drops every day. Instead of picking up the items already on the ground, he went to the roadside to collect the temporary drops. Sure enough, he got a skill upgrade coupon, but it was only for the bloodthirsty spell. He guessed this item was related to the person who drew the reward. Level 2 bloodthirsty spell was enough to give the Centaur an advantage. Bloodhoof finally understood why the Khan put this skinny guy in his team. He gave Jiangsu a thumbs up. You're really impressive. This was the highest praise from a Centaur. On the way back to the city, Bloodhoof kept praising Jiangsu. He looked at Jiangsu riding an ostrich behind him. That thing is only for women to ride. You shouldn't ride it. It's not strong enough. Jiangsu glanced at the ostrich on the horse's back, but still thought his ostrich was very good. Women's rides are just women's rides, but the Centaur's back isn't very friendly to his fruit. They charge quickly, and if they can't stop in time or control themselves, they might go from being a big eagle to a small girl. The ostrich is very gentle and obedient. It doesn't match our tribe's fierce style, but I really tried. As long as it doesn't hold us back from the Khan. Jiangsu smiled. Bloodhoof frowned. The Minotaur's stuff likes to be bullied, just like them. I'll find you a fierce mount. Jiangsu was surprised. You? Seeing his tone full of doubt, he quickly added, I mean, Lord Bloodhoof, do you know where I can find one? Bloodhoof didn't react, or rather, he didn't realize what was happening. I think a swift raptor ridden by trolls would suit you. But those guys are hiding in the big mountains and forests to the west. We only need 3 days to reach the big mountains in the west. It'll be quick. Seeing the Centaur about to change direction, Jiangsu hurriedly stopped him. No. The Khan ordered us to finish fighting the wild boar tribe and then go back quickly. Lord Bloodhoof isn't strong enough yet. We can't delay. This matter was still very attractive to Bloodhoof. He also stopped arguing and quickened his pace. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the distance. The Centaurs all stopped to look. On one side of the wilderness, a group also noticed the Centaurs and was moving closer. Lord Bloodhoof, be careful. I think these guys are mantis people. Jiangsu remained calm and protected the Centaurs in front of him. The Centaurs didn't care. They knew the abilities of this small creature. Anything blessed was good. They also didn't mind his hiding behind others, acting like a coward. Because he had been hit by mantis people before, Jiangsu recognized them immediately. For the Centaurs, it was probably someone from Egypt or similar. The mantis people's group approached, with a large rhinoceros beetle following behind. That beetle was tied with many slaves of different races. His centaurs, the mantis people looked at the centaur group, clearly disappointed. Centaurs are fools, impossible to enslave. Did you catch any slaves? If yes, we can trade with you. If they couldn't catch slaves, they could only trade. When had Bloodhoof ever seen other races speak to him like this? He pointed his spear. You. Jiangsu quickly stepped forward to stop Bloodhoof. Sir, no. They're just asking. No need to cause trouble. Bloodhoof frowned. The disappearing desert made him restless, pacing in place. But he knew his mind wasn't as sharp as that kid's, so he chose to hold back. The mantis person saw Jiangsu and frowned. You again, strange human. He pointed to the tied-up men and women on the beetle behind him. Come over. From now on, you will be our slaves. His tone was ambiguous and a bit arrogant, making Jiangsu surprised. Didn't he see I stopped the centaurs? Just open your mouth and want me to be your? What the heck? Are mantis people so shameless because they have small heads? Bloodhoof raised his spear again. You little brat, I swear. Jiangsu once more stopped Bloodhoof, whose eyes were starting to turn red. You want slaves, right? Our tribe has many minotaurs. Why don't you come with us for a visit? The mantis man's eyes lit up. How many? Jiangsu grinned. There are over 100. But what do you plan to trade for them? The mantis man puffed out his chest. We have our own things. But how do I know you're telling the truth? Jiangsu snorted coldly. Do I need to beg you to believe me? After saying that, he patted his Bloodhoof. Let's go, sir. The Khan is waiting for us to return. Important matters are urgent. Bloodhoof stared hard at the mantis man, nostrils puffing out white mist, then turned and left. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It's funny that a fierce centaur is willing to listen to a weak human. You've really embarrassed the centaurs. The mantis man sneered. Bloodhoof froze. Jiangsu sighed inwardly. There was no way to stop it now. You're just a little brat talking nonsense. You've been babbling here for so long. Do you think I'll give you face? Gawk! Bloodhoof shouted loudly, raising his spear and charging straight at the mantis man. Other centaurs followed closely behind. The mantis man drew his twin blades and immediately prepared to fight. Red light rained down, covering the first wave of centaurs led by Bloodhoof. Their attacks grew more fierce, and their charge faster. The mantis man's eyes sharpened as he looked at Jiangsu, who was riding a land bird at the back of the team. Jiangsu had already started a private chat with Zul'jin. He had experience with mantis men. They belonged to a race that could crush wild boars in strength, and ordinary centaurs might not be able to beat them. After getting Zul'jin's approval, Jiangsu quickly took out a reward from the green treasure chest he had opened in the wild boar tribe. It was an extra ability. Shackle casts a magic binding on a unit, preventing movement for 2.5 seconds. Originally, this treasure was meant to be taken back and handed over to the Khan, but now the Great Khan directly allowed him to use it. The mantis man was too fast. Centaurs excel at straight-line charges, but mantis men don't fight head-on with centaurs. Hey, that guy, come over and let us down first. More hands make lighter work. Yeah, big brother, come and put me down first. Those trapped survivors quickly shouted for help. Looking at the mantis people guarding them, Jiangsu decisively refused. Without centaurs, I can handle this myself with just one strike. Are you really human? Just stand there and do nothing. All you're doing is pretending to be brave, but you're not helping us. Why don't you put us down and come help? Exactly. How can you be so unkind? Jiangsu sneered. Not having the upper hand. He reached out and flicked his hand, creating a fire net that instantly trapped a mantis person in place. Bloodhoof, cut him down. Gawk! The Bloodhoof spear whistled through the air, piercing the mantis person's body. Without slowing down, it carried the corpse of the mantis person and charged forward. Bloodhoof felt great. That kid, I'll get you, Gak. It proves that people can be pushed to their limits. The tower defense survival game is called a game, but it's not really just a game. Even though Jiangsu has used up his limited magic points, he can still cast skills. The reason is simple. In the real world, there is magic consumption, blue points for magic, but no blood points for health, and no health points for life. Jiangsu's eyes are bleeding from the corners. His face is twisted with pain, and he reaches out again to cast a fire net, trapping a mantis person in place. Come on, just go ahead and dig a trench for him. The sound of hooves thundered like a drum, and the enraged centaurs charged like fierce dogs. After the hooves faded away, the mantis person turned into a pile of flesh. Wasn't it pretty impressive when you told me to go be earlier? Jiangsu spat out blood, his eyes blazing red, and stomped on a mantis person's head. That's what I thought. Seeing that Zhang Suo was too dangerous, the Mantis people exchanged glances and flapped their wings, rushing toward him. In their minds, as long as they killed Zhang Suo, the caster, defeating the Centaurs would only be a matter of time. But what they didn't know was that the Centaurs also understood this. In other matters, Centaurs are fools, but when it comes to fighting, their combat instincts are very strong. The Mantis people had not yet made a move when the Centaurs quickly surrounded Zhang Suo in the middle. Not only did they fail to attack Zhang Suo, but he also seized the chance to trap one of them, causing the Centaur to be cut down immediately. The Mantis people's attacks were fast and powerful, but their bodies were too fragile. Retreat. Seeing that they couldn't win, the Mantis people turned around and fled. The giant rhinoceros beetle, which was tied with many slaves, also flapped its wings, trying to leave quickly. Think you can just leave? Do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Zhang Suo took a deep breath, ready to cast his fire net again, but suddenly felt a strong force hit him, breaking his spell instantly. He rolled several meters on the ground, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness immediately. The Mantis people, along with the rhinoceros beetle, left behind a trail of broken bodies. Centaurs, we remember this. The Mantis people, transforming into a smaller form at low altitude, left a harsh warning before fleeing. Sieti waved his hand. Get lost, you fools. He snorted disdainfully, then stepped forward to lift Zhang Suo from the ground and placed him on the back of a land bird. Let's go. Sieti's red eyes faded, and his remaining intelligence regained control. The journey back to the tribe was smooth, and Zhang Suo still hadn't woken up. Sieti led the team to find Zuljin. We're back. Zuljin looked at Zhang Suo, who was lying on the land bird without moving. Is he dead? Sieti shook his head. Almost. If I hadn't kicked him, he might have died. He pointed at Zhang Suo, praising. He's really brave. I like him a lot, Zuljin. I recognize these words, but why are they so hard to understand when put together? Did these two guys get together after just one trip out? Li Yi, Zuljin called out loudly. Yeah, Li Yi responded from afar. Treat him. Zuljin pointed at Zhang Suo, straightforward and clear. 3 slow healing spells were cast in a row, and Zhang Suo slowly opened his eyes, feeling groggy. I think I got hit by a mud truck. But this sleep was so comfortable, I didn't even dream. Zhang Suo got up and was surprised to see Zuljin's huge figure. Am I dreaming? Where are the Mantis people? Zuljin frowned and asked. What's going on? Bloodhoof couldn't explain. You tell me. Zhang Su shook his head to clear his mind and quickly recounted what happened before and after the fight. Those guys tried to run, so I thought I'd leave the biggest unicorn beetle behind. But I didn't expect something to hit it away, and when I opened my eyes, I was back. Bloodhoof nodded nearby. Yeah, I kicked you with one hoof. Zhang Su was surprised. Why? Weren't we doing pretty well? Bloodhoof shook his head. People say I'm stupid, but I'm not. That moment when you used magic and spat blood. You would have died if we'd kept that big guy. Zhang Su understood and held his still sore chest. So, you kicked me so hard I broke 5 ribs. Let me count. He ran his hand over his chest, looking at Bloodhoof in disbelief. 5 ribs? Bloodhoof's big face looked serious. You weren't paying attention. You were too calm, Zhang Su. Am I still alive? Or am I actually dead? Can a centaur even say things like that? Enough. Zuljin stopped them. Zhang Su did well. Go to the other side of the tribe and rebuild your defense tower. This time, your battle bonus is increased by 5. Zhang Su was surprised. Khan, I already took the reward from that treasure chest. Zuljin glared and roughly pulled him up, his tone sharp. Do you dare question my decision? Zhang Su shrank back. No, I'll go right away. Is this what a workplace dad looks like? As he left, Bloodhoof unexpectedly patted his shoulder and showed his 2 rows of big teeth. You're brave, I like that. Today, Zhang Su's reckless magic work earned the respect of Bloodhoof and the other centaurs. At least in their eyes, Zhang Su was now on equal footing. Zuljin didn't bother with these details. Everyone has their own story. Judging by today's battle, Zhang Su's actions were a matter of risking his life, something others couldn't envy. Go inside and tell them you want to become stronger. You will be our fierce Maine's top centaur general. Zuljin pointed at the camp gate. Bloodhoof didn't hesitate and walked in. Zuljin glanced at his chest points. 112 enough. A flash of purple light, and a proud Centaur neigh echoed from inside the camp. Bloodhoof moved forward with heavy steps. He was covered in dark chainmail, wearing a metal bullhorn helmet that completely covered his face, leaving only a cold T-shaped slit. He had a cone-shaped horn on his chest, and his weapon was now a long-handled greatsword. The sound of clopping hooves was clear, probably with horseshoes. Red eyes looked through the T-shaped slit, and heavy breathing could be heard. You've become stronger, Bloodhoof. This is the destiny of our fierce, maned centaurs. Zul'jin was very pleased with the look of the centaur general that cost 100 chess points to upgrade. Bloodhoof raised his long sword, voice deep, powerful, and a bit angry. Then what is the price, Kagan? Zul'jin opened his hands, his wild laughter echoing through the tribe. The price? He pointed at the bloody heads of wild boars. All of this. The upgrade that cost 100 wild boar lives was indeed powerful. The difference between the 2 and 4 cost levels was like night and day. The 2 cost Centaur warrior only had a helmet and shoulder armor, while the 4 cost general wore a full set of chainmail. Both durability and strength had been terrifyingly increased. But Bloodhoof looked at Zul'jin with a strange expression. How could he be both loyal and eager to challenge himself? Zul'jin smiled helplessly. The centaur's bad habits were acting up again. Zul'jin slapped Bloodhoof across the face. So, the weather's clear, the rain stopped, and you think you're ready again, thinking of quitting so soon. Even after becoming a 4-cost card, Bloodhoof was inevitably knocked off balance. Bloodhoof played it honest. A big fool could see the difference in strength between them. He covered his face, eyes clear and foolish. Bloodhoof looked aggrieved. Oh, Zul'jin's voice was like a loud bell. Get lost. Bloodhoof carried a large cleaver and went out. Before reaching the gate, he had already forgotten about being slapped and started showing off proudly. He enjoyed the jealous looks from the centaurs. Me? Gak, me. Gagaak. Suddenly, he shot forward, even leaving an afterimage as he reached the road. 2 black lights appeared on his sides, smashing all the zombies in their path. Zombies, which couldn't pierce the centaur's armor, had no chance to fight back against the heavily armored centaur. The distance between humans and the mud trucks was very clear. These zombies were no longer satisfying Bloodhoof's desire to fight. He found Zhang Su, who was bent over, planning to rebuild a defense tower. Gak, kid, let's go find those mantis people. Bloodhoof, now stronger, felt very proud. Zhang Su blinked. Not yet. My broken ribs still hurt. Then let's go fight trolls and catch raptors. Bloodhoof suggested another good idea. Zhang Su sighed. Lord Bloodhoof, I know you're strong, but we need to listen to the Khan. Bloodhoof was disappointed, buzzing in Zhang Su's ear. You don't gak anymore. No sense of right and wrong. I'm just trying to find you a mount. Can you swallow this? Zhang Su was annoyed by the constant mumbling. Seeing that the materials for rebuilding the defense tower were complete, he chose a spot that could support both Zul'jin's and his own towers and decisively started rebuilding. The materials disappeared, and a crossbow defense tower rose from the ground. Bloodhoof opened his mouth wide. Wagak! He tugged at Zhang Su. I want one too. Zhang Su, with a faint aura of death around him, looked expressionless. They couldn't fight, they couldn't run, and the opponent was stronger. Every tug sent him tumbling. In just a moment, he looked exhausted and covered in dirt. Bloodhoof, what the are you doing? Zul'jin's rough voice sounded like a melody in Zhang Su's ears. The tribe is short on ore. Take the lead and go find some ore. The tribe wanted to develop, but they lacked everything. Violence and looting were clearly the fastest ways to get rich. Li Yi submitted a list of needed supplies, with iron ore at the top. Even though half humans can now get weapons and armor just by changing jobs, they still need a lot of iron ore. Fixing the blacksmiths alone isn't enough. Zhang Su rubbed his chest. Khan, should I go too? Zul'jin waved his hand. This is the supply list. Think of a way. Zhang Su took the list written on cowhide and nodded. Okay, Khan. I will trade directly with Li Yi for the supplies I can. Compared to the natives, survivors are really powerful. For example, their ability to trade over long distances. The native mages spent years studying teleportation arrays, but survivors can do it with just a thought, without any cost. Even though survivors are now living very hard lives, once they get past the beginner stage. Based on Zul'jin's understanding of himself, Most of the remaining survivors probably don't eat beef. And this won't take long. So Zul'jin plans to develop multiple strategies at once. Zhang Su, who just returned not long ago, is ready to set out again. All his actions were seen by Li Yi and Tan Sang. Tan Sang watched Zhang Su happily chatting with Bloodhoof from the top of the defense tower, feeling a bit envious. It's great that he has found his own path. Now the king agrees to let him rebuild his tower. And himself. Tan Sang covered her stomach. Looking at Li Yi, who was busy building with the orcs, she couldn't help but snort. Despicable. She leaned against the defense post on the top floor, wondering if she had any advantages. After thinking for a long time, she started posting a recruitment message in the chat channel. She called it a recruitment message because such messages are pinned in rotation, while normal messages get lost in the flood of chat. Is Li Jia still alive? Li Jia from B City Normal University. If you see this message, please message me privately. I am Tan Sang, comma. Yes, she was recruiting allies to join Zul'jin. And this person is also her acquaintance, a high school classmate. 3 years of high school, 3 years sitting together. She knows his personality very well. That was a truly dull person, with only equations in her mind. She wore thick glasses and spent her days either solving problems or working on equations. As for dating, she once said confidently, "Men only slow me down when I study." Tan Sang believed that Li Jia had never dated anyone in college. Now, seeing the world, she realized whether others had similar experiences. And about her looks? Because she often kept her head down, wore glasses, and had that traditional straight bangs, few people knew what she looked like naturally. She had seen her in the dorm without glasses, pushing up her bangs. She was stunning. Most people with glasses are attractive, but her glasses and bangs completely hid her beauty. Tan Sang wasn't sure if encouraging her friends to join in was right or wrong, but she only knew this one. Li Jia sang? Are you okay? Soon after, Tan Sang received a message, her eyes full of surprise. Tan Sang, Gaga. It's really you. How are you now, Li Jia? Dealing with some trouble from the Halo monsters. All the formulas I used for the monsters got mixed up. I'm redoing the calculations. Also, there's some trouble outside. Some natives are capturing slaves, and many defenses have been broken. Tan Sang, you're better off than me. I almost starved and had to merge with someone. Li Jia. That's hard to say. There are too many monsters. I've been starving, too. If not, I could help you. How is the merge? I heard after merging, you lose all control. Isn't that scary? Tan Sang, not really. The leader doesn't care about the defenses. He's strong and has captured many slaves. I've upgraded my defenses to level 5, and the Halo monsters can be killed instantly with 3 arrows. Li Jia. Tan Sang, do you want to come over? Outside, there are mantises capturing slaves. They even fought our team today. Many have been taken. Defenses below level 5 can't stop those natives. Li Jia, level 5? That's... Tan Sang looked at the chat window, her fingers turning white from gripping the phone. Sorry, I just can't do anything. Seeing the screenshot of the level 5 crossbow tower and Tan Sang's selfie, Li Jia hesitated. Although she has survived until now, her life has been very hard. The survivors who are doing relatively well in the chat channels all share a few key traits: strong abilities, good drops from monsters, quiet surroundings with few natives. All 3 conditions are necessary, but luck also plays a big role. No one can predict who will succeed. She isn't lacking water. Li Jia raised her hand, forming a sharp ice spear. But food. Over the past few days, she has lost about 5 or 6 gene, around 2.5 to 3 kilograms. Meanwhile, Tan Sang, who looks very energetic and healthy, clearly has plenty to eat. In the private chat channel, most of the small groups she and nearby survivors formed have been captured, supposedly by mantis-like people. It seems they will arrive here soon. Her level 2 defense tower can't hold out much longer. Li Jia hesitated. Li Jia. Auntie, could you send me a picture of your leader? Tan Sang. Image.jpg, it's only a picture of the upper body. Tan Sang. Strong, powerful. While others are worried about being taken as slaves, she's already out hunting slaves. Gaga, this is a rare opportunity. Only one spot for merging. If you don't come, someone else will take the chance. We've survived 7 or 8 days with a level 5 defense tower. Think about what kind of strength that shows. The picture was taken from below, making her look very large, almost as if she were kneeling. For some reason, Li Jia's face turned red. From that angle, it looks like Auntie is secretly taking a screenshot with something in her mouth. What could she be holding? It's hard to guess. Auntie, honestly, Gaga, she's too strong. If I weren't alone, I wouldn't be able to handle it. I wouldn't even go outside in this world, let alone before crossing over. It's like when I used to go out for meals, either split the bill or pay together, right? Li Jia. She felt a bit uncertain. Li Jia, so, do you think that leader would look at me? Seeing this message, she felt happy. Are you sure you haven't had a boyfriend? Is your original partner still around? Li Jia was a little annoyed. You don't understand me. I'm preparing for my graduate exams. I don't have time for a relationship. Tan sang, leave it to me. Be prepared and take everything you can carry. After ending the private chat, Tan Sang went downstairs to find Zul'jin, who was lying down peacefully, resting. Your Majesty? Her voice was soft, like a gentle spring breeze. Zul'jin opened his eyes slightly and responded with a soft, shifting his limbs to the side. Tan Sang. She knelt down, her words becoming a bit unclear. I found a beautiful girl for your Majesty. She's a high school classmate of mine. She's not as tall as me, but she's more attractive. She wears glasses, is quiet and gentle, and hasn't been in a relationship before. Would you like to consider her? Hearing the key words, Zul'jin slightly opened his eyes. Tan Sang looked like a hamster, cheeks puffed out. More attractive than you. Zul'jin became interested. Bring her here. I have some lingering thoughts. Yes, yes. Tan Sang nodded repeatedly, though she was a bit difficult to talk to. They communicated through telepathy, so it didn't interfere with their work. After a moment, a flash of white light appeared. Li Jia, feeling nervous, materialized at the spot and immediately saw the astonishing scene. His close friend was kneeling there, looking at Zul'jin's terrifying figure, holding a heavy sword more than twice his size, and Tan Sang waving at him invitingly. Li Jia's heart sank. Zul'jin grinned. Go back inside, Li Jia. So, based on what you said, it seems those Mantis people might come back. On the run, Zhang Su summarized what had happened after he fainted from Bloodhoof's account. Bloodhoof's eyes lit up. That's great. Zhang Su shook his head slowly. Not quite. He remembered that he and Li Yi had also been attacked by Mantis people and wild boars, breaking through their defenses. It seemed the Mantis people's condition for helping the wild boar leader was that he provide some obedient slaves to them. Eventually, their tribe was slaughtered by the Khan, turning them against each other. Plus, there was the Mantis squad that collected slaves earlier. Zhang Su always felt things were more complicated, especially since those Mantis people were very fast and could glide low in the air. Lord Bloodhoof, do you have any aerial combat abilities? Bloodhoof shook his head. We're born archers. Zhang Su's eyes lit up. Archery is good. Where are your bows and arrows? Bloodhoof confidently said. We didn't do it, Zhang Su. As expected, I am still too naive. I shouldn't have any hopes about anything other than fighting or escaping from the Centaurs. It seems we need to find a craftsman who can make bows. Zhang Su looked thoughtful. In that case, Lord Bloodhoof, let's go to the human town we visited before. I'll find the warehouse and craftsman's location first. Then we can launch a surprise attack. Bloodhoof agreed without hesitation. All right. You're not a fool. I trust you. Mainly, Zhang Su also wants to know if the human town has been heavily guarded since the last incident. And Zhang Su believes there should be treasure chests in that town too. We need to find a way to open them. The centaurs howled and disappeared into the wilderness. Nice. Things are finally looking up. Zul'jin, feeling refreshed, said, Tan Sang, take your little sisters and get familiar with the environment. Tell them what to watch out for, and don't break any taboos. Feeling good, Zul'jin patted his and left the defensive tower, leaving behind a dazed Li Ji, who still had some body wash on her. She decided to take a shower. It's worth mentioning that after removing her glasses and pushing up her bangs, Li Ji looked truly stunning. The meaning of becoming stronger is truly reflected here. A powerful person doesn't necessarily have to be like that. The goal of strength is to be able to do what you like freely. Zul'jin likes chopping people and also likes beautiful women. Simple and straightforward. Gaga, are you okay? Do you want me to have someone cast a healing spell for you? Tan Sang hurriedly helped Li Ji up. With new members arriving, the newcomers become the main force, and she becomes support. At least, the first kill should be handed over to the boss. Li Ji's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Tansang, her voice a bit hoarse. Is this what you call living a good life? Tansang blinked. Besides this, the boss is very tolerant of us. We don't have to worry about food, drink, or safety. Isn't that a good life? Go outside and look at the road. The treasures you fight desperately to get are just lying around on the road here. Isn't that a good life? Li Ji's hands turned icy as she stared at Tansang. But you didn't tell me that the leader isn't human. After all these years of our relationship, you lied to me. Tansang looked silent for a moment. After a while, she suddenly looked up and said, if after a week you still think I am harming you, I will find a way to replace the king. Gaga. This world can change without anyone. Compared to those legendary spirits and similar races, we have no advantage. We are just trying to survive. Do you know what survive means? We're not on vacation. Day 8. The first wave of monsters has ended. The second wave will appear in 5 minutes. Please make good use of these 5 minutes. All surviving players will receive a reward, skill points / defense tower upgrade coupon. Second wave of monsters. Evolved zombies, level 2, light armor. Countdown begins. All survivors received this message. The busy zombies on the road outside suddenly disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared. The road was still the endless asphalt highway. This confused the local forces who had been watching from the roadside, hesitant to approach the mysterious road and monsters. The survivors seized this chance and quickly ran onto the highway. Normally hard to reach or hard to collect drops could now be directly picked up. There was only 5 minutes, so there wasn't much to gather. Many people in the chat channel were lamenting. I can't believe it. No one mentioned there was a gap between the 2 waves of monsters. If I had known, I would have shot all my crossbow bolts yesterday. The problem is, no one knew when the first wave would end. Yesterday, that voice just said the first wave was ending soon, with no countdown. I'm too stingy to use my crossbow bolts. Now the monsters are gone, and I can't get many drops. I made a fortune. In 5 minutes, I collected nearly 40 drops, including 1 special boss monster I defeated. The boss monster dropped 2 special rewards. You guys are really tight-lipped. Help. The wild forest spirit took me away. What should I do? Li Jia looked at the chat screen and sighed softly. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have merged. I lost quite a few drops outside on the road. Such a good opportunity. Tansang hugged Li Jia's arm and looked serious. But here, you don't need to look for chances to pick up drops. Just go down anytime and take them. The Halo monsters appear and are defeated instantly. Li Jia was speechless. That was true, and he had no way to argue. If you ignore the fact that the Big King isn't human, this place is truly perfect. She saw Li Yi, now promoted to the Minister of Housing and Urban Rural Development. He was an ordinary man, but behind him, nearly dozens of strong Minotaur-like creatures followed. The largest Minotaur was over 3 meters tall, taller than the houses in the countryside. I heard that as a minister, he could get 4 drops every day. From yesterday to today, I served him twice. How many drops can we get each day? Now that things had reached this point, arguing was pointless. It was better to think about practical matters. Us? Tansang was amused by Li Jia, and Lazy trembled. She waved her hand, and the huge bed crossbow on the defense tower turned with her movement. Outside drops can be picked up anytime. If you really want something, just ask the Big King. You know how to ask. Tansang licked her lips. In just a few days, she had already adjusted her mindset. Li Jia looked complicated. Sang, you weren't like this before. Tansang's smile faded. Because the old me died on the 4th day? That was the last time I lost consciousness. The Big King gave me a second life. You think that if you didn't merge, you could wait for the monsters to disappear and pick up drops. But regretting from a future perspective isn't fair. Having experienced death, especially the extreme torment of starving and thirsting to death, Tansang was no longer the naive girl she once was. Never romanticize the path you didn't choose. Life is a test, and no matter what choice you make, there will be regrets. Gaga, look forward. In the human town of Changha, Zhang Su stood under the watchful eyes of those people, taking a walk around. He probably understood the general layout here and felt more familiar than the last time he visited. At the execution platform outside the small town, 2 bodies hung, swaying in the wind. Having spent a long time with the Centaur, Zhang Su had seen many dismembered bodies. Now, looking at another corpse, he remained completely calm. In fact, he even felt like laughing. What's going on with these two? Aren't swings forbidden here? He asked. His words made the passing residents of Changha Town pause in surprise. Is this guy a demon? Why does this joke sound so dark? These are our town's former security captain and deputy captain. They couldn't stop the Centaur and have been hanging here for days, someone said, looking smug. Zhang Su scratched his head. Isn't that too much? Who can stop a Centaur? The man snorted. It's fine if they didn't stop the Centaur, but the mistake was letting the Centaur kidnap the mayor's daughter. They deserve to be hung here. Zhang Su remembered the woman he had rescued earlier. He hadn't expected her to be the mayor's daughter. So, the Centaur took the mayor's daughter, and then the mayor blamed them for not stopping the Centaur. Zhang Su chuckled. Could it be that if it were the mayor, they could stop the Centaur? The man's face darkened. What do you mean? How dare you question the mayor? I've been watching you for a while. What are you doing wandering around the town? Zhang Su rolled his eyes. You look so impressive. Who are you? None of your business who I am. He suddenly grabbed the man's collar. I am the newly appointed security captain, approved by the mayor. Oh, no wonder you're so smug, Zhang Su said, suddenly understanding. Stop wasting time. I think you're a spy, the security captain said coldly. Bring someone and hang him up. Let's see if he can stay calm, he ordered with a sinister smile. The captain sneered. Little brat, you're alone, but my security team has over 100 people. Let's see how cocky you are now, Zhang Su chuckled. Oh, you think you're so tough with a couple of guys? Just wait. I'll show you who's got more people. He then put his finger in his mouth and blew a sharp, long whistle that echoed into the distance. Kid, at least for today, in Changha Town, unless you know the mayor personally, calling in more people won't help. I mean it. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep, heavy rumbling sound came from afar. He was neither surprised nor worried. Instead, he was happy. The cavalry sent from the main city to wipe out the Centaur is here. Haha. Those Centaurs are finished. Zhang Su's eyes flickered. The main city? Human cavalry? Two more important pieces of news. But within 2 minutes, under the surprised gaze of the security captain, a deafening roar sounded. Gagaok! The security captain's smile froze on his face. Zhang Su stepped forward and gently patted his face. Come on, keep going. The security captain's smile turned to fear, and the charging Centaur appeared in an instant. Bloodhoof's fiery red eyes stared fiercely at him. Then he saw a cold flash. A head was severed, and the Centaur whistled past Zhang Su. The security team was instantly scattered. Zhang Su turned around and sat on his landbird. Follow me. The Centaur made a turn, smashing everyone in its path, and followed behind Zhang Su. Zhang Su's eyes were cold. He had to act quickly. The cavalry force in the main human city must be taken seriously. Extra rewards? Zul'jin also received this reward. A new group of zombies appeared again on the road. This time, these zombies were clearly much stronger than before. Their claws were sharper, and they had more strength. Occasionally, there were zombies of unusual size. Most importantly, these zombies had some unknown keratin-like armor on their bodies. Compared to the first wave, the second wave of zombies was greatly improved in both attack and defense. It seems, the 5-minute gap after the first wave was a breathing space given to survivors by this world. As long as they didn't give up, the loot collected in these 5 minutes could at least upgrade the defense tower once, ensuring they wouldn't lack food, water, or arrows. Through the chat channel, he could see that during this break, most people not only upgraded their defense towers, but also improved their own abilities. Those with good luck could even get 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. This road defense survival game used single-use arrows for the towers, but arrows were the easiest to find from monster drops, so replenishing them was relatively easy. Great King, we just came back from chopping trees over there. A group is approaching us. Li Yi brought news that was hard to tell if it was good or bad. Zul'jin, basking in the sun, narrowed his eyes. He chose the skill enhancement reward from the first wave and applied it again to the unyielding ability. Unyielding, enhanced 2. Zul'jin knew these 4 abilities very well. They come from the Minotaur Khan and Dota. Unyielding is a passive skill, but it is also his ultimate. Improving this skill can also strengthen the other 2 abilities. The strength kept flowing through his body. Maybe it was just his feeling, but Li Yi thought his king looked a little bigger. Feeling so strong was really great. Zul'jin stood up, slung his great sword over his shoulder. Really? Then I want to go meet them. A free meal at their doorstep? Zul'jin didn't say much and headed straight outside the tribe, to the other side of the road. When the Minotaurs saw their Khan move out, they hurriedly rushed from all parts of the tribe to gather behind Zul'jin, as if afraid of missing out. However, Bloodhoof had taken most of the strong fighters with him. Now, the best fighters left in the tribe were only 20 Minotaurs who had recently changed classes. For Zul'jin, even 20 was enough. Moreover, there was a level 5 defensive tower behind him. Gaga, you control the tower. I want to go down and fight with the Great King. Tansing didn't hesitate and left the tower. The merger members couldn't do anything that would harm their leader. That was the rule. Li Yi and Tansing exchanged glances, both seeing the fiery determination in each other's eyes. They understood each other's intentions. They were eager to make a contribution and prove their worth. The approaching group was getting closer, making quite a bit of noise, clearly not small in number. The enemy's banner looked very strange. It was black with a pair of eerie horizontal pupils in the middle. Those pupils were level with the horizon, making people feel very uncomfortable. When they saw Zul'jin standing at the front, their pupils shrank. Especially after seeing his full plate armor, they were speechless. Why are there only wild boars and centaurs in the North River Valley wilderness? This time, we happened to encounter someone in heavy armor, a pair of sharp, elongated curved horns, jointed hooves, horizontal pupils, and a slender, strong body. Gahaha! A goat person? Zul'jin recognized the other and watched as the great sword moved forward with heavy steps. Evil, treacherous, chaotic, and immoral goat people. How dare you mock the centaurs? Zul'jin slammed his great sword onto the ground with a dull sound. Who gave you confidence? Tell me, what are you guys doing in my tribe? The goat people prepared for battle, but despite Zul'jin's scolding, they found that the centaurs did not attack. The goat traders were pondering. It's really strange. Are the centaurs not fully awake today? Just a trading caravan. We originally came to do business, but it turns out this is a centaur tribe. The leader of the goat people shrugged. We don't want to fight. If possible, we can turn around and go around you. How about that? Fighting the centaurs would clearly do more harm than good, mainly because it's not worth it. The poverty of the centaurs is obvious, and they can't be enslaved. Traders seek profit, and they don't want to do things that bring no benefit. Zul'jin glanced behind them. A group of large, massive giant sheep pulling carts, covered with cloth, hiding whatever is inside. Zul'jin was calculating whether, if they fought, they could eat them all and swallow this batch of goods. Seeing Zul'jin silent, the leader of the goat people waved his hand. Behind him, a burly, big-horned giant sheep warrior carrying a wolf-tooth club stepped out, forming a line in front of the caravan. These giant sheep warriors are almost as big as minotaurs, very strong, with large horns swirling on their heads and cold eyes. Zul'jin also pondered. Goat people are not exactly good folks. They are stubborn and seem to have no pain sensation. Cut with a sword, struck with an axe, whipped, nothing seems to bother them. The goat people's berserkers are quite famous. They fight to the death without crying out in pain, very strange. But in battle, they are just average, worse than wild boars, but not the worst. If I let them go so easily, would I still be a centaur? Gahaha! Of course I can. Li leaned close to Zul'jin and whispered, King, forget it. Zul'jin's eyes flickered, and he made up his mind. Hearing Zul'jin's words, the goat man sighed in relief. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard Zul'jin add, But, you bumped into my tribe and left without a word? Where do I put my face? Centaur, just say what you mean. The goat man's cold eyes stared at Zul'jin. He saw only 20 or 30 strong centaurs, a small tribe, so he wasn't worried. Since you entered my territory and are talking to me like this, I am very unhappy. Zul'jin raised his great sword. Either leave a cart of goods and get out, or I will kill you all. The stuff belongs to me. 2 words. Motherf ing robbery. On the way here, I've already killed many reckless centaurs. Since you're looking for death, I'll help you. Take them down. The goat man was furious. He gave the order, and the horned ram warrior immediately charged at Zul'jin. A cry rose from the team as hundreds of goat knights rushed forward. Gagok! Zul'jin roared. Behind him, Tansing reached out and suddenly grabbed one of the horned ram warriors, freezing him in place. Swoosh! The great sword slashed down from above, splitting the ram warrior in two. Tansing, I also fight on the front lines. For Zul'jin, Even if the enemy was as strong as him, being controlled for a second was enough to kill him. Time stopped. As expected, it's a sneaky move. I love scenes with time stops, like trains, weddings, or baths. But no matter what, Zul'jin's subordinates didn't slow down. The Horned Ram warrior swung his wolf-tooth club at him. In that moment, Zul'jin felt as if his Centaur armor was somehow vibrating. Maybe it got thicker? Not sure if it was just his illusion, but even if it was real, Zul'jin wouldn't try to hard against the wolf-tooth club. Hoof stomp. Golden light shimmered, cracks spread out, and the Horned Ram warrior was frozen in place. Gaha! A cold flash of light flashed, and their heads were neatly cut off. Good shot. Li Yi. I'll remember this achievement. Zul'jin looked at his big sword with some surprise. Li Yi, who was hiding in the back focusing on the battlefield, felt happy inside. Did I make another contribution? His attention was mainly on the Centaur warriors fighting alongside the goat riders. As long as someone was injured, his slow healing could help. As long as they didn't die immediately, he could save them. Indeed, there are more chances to make a difference on the battlefield. Li Yi thought to himself. Arrows shot from behind rapidly. Li Jia stood on the defense tower, looking down at the battlefield. The power of multiple crossbow bolts amazed her. Each bolt was about 2 meters long, enough to pin a goat person to the ground with one shot. Is this the power of a level 5 defense tower? Li Jia's eyes moved, and she gathered a cone of ice in her hand, accurately hitting a fighting goat person. It left a wound, and the cold aura slowed the enemy's movements. Is this making a contribution? I won't fall behind. Centaurs and humans fighting together? The goat leader dismounted quickly, and black-purple mist began to swirl around his body. You're mistaken. Goats are herbivores, but goat people are not. His body rapidly expanded, bursting through his leather armor, muscles with green veins bulging. His large horns became sharper and thicker, and flames seemed to flicker under his hooves. Ha ha ha. Funny enough, centaurs never eat herbs. Looks like today I'll have some good luck. Li Yi, can you make grilled lamb skewers? The enemy was getting stronger, and Zul'jin was more excited. Since becoming a centaur, fear was gone from his mind. In the blood of the centaur, he believed himself greater than even the gods. Yes, I've worked as an apprentice at a barbecue shop in Odyssey for 2 years. Li Yi raised his hands high and shouted. Ha ha ha, you really are a versatile guy? He clenched his big sword. Once you enter the centaur territory, you have to leave something behind, either goods or your life. That's reputation. Dare to seek death. The goat man's height suddenly expanded from just over 2 meters to 4 meters, and his 2 curved sheep hoof blades shimmered with green light. Boom! Captain, Zul'jin, and the opponent collided instantly, sparks flying everywhere. Just as the goat leader's other curved blade swung toward him, Tensang, who had been still at the back, raised his hand again. Freeze! The goat leader's body immediately froze in place. Double-edged sword. The large sword was raised high, glowing red, and slashed down heavily, cutting diagonally into the goat leader's shoulder. Blood splattered, and the goat leader was knocked backward. At the same time, Zul'jin also sustained a wound on his body. The double-edged sword was ruthless to himself, but even more so to enemies. Next, green light descended, and the wound slowly healed. Strangely, the goat leader was not killed by the strike, which surprised Zul'jin. Not many could withstand his full-powered double-edged sword. The huge looked terrifying, blood flowing with black-purple energy. Such a terrifying ability, but this is the end. The goat leader's face wore a strange smile, and the black-purple glow on his body intensified, clearly preparing to unleash a powerful move. Tensang pointed with his small hand. Freeze, hoof stomp. Double-edged sword. Zul'jin instinctively responded with a set of skills. Goat leader, thought what the heck, such a sneaky move. Splashes of dismembered flesh and blood flew, and the black-purple energy gradually faded. The goat leader's huge head rolled several meters away, fighting and fussing. Don't you know villains die from talking too much? Zul'jin scoffed, picked up the goat leader's head, and threw it back toward the tribe. This thing was rare. It had to be hung on the fence as a decoration. Good job, Tensang. Zul'jin didn't care that Tensang had interfered in his fight. This was a life-and-death battle, not a game. One-on-one. Even a dog wouldn't do that. Tensang, enduring a terrible headache, managed a small smile. He had no fighting power himself, but he could make the king unleash his maximum strength. Sure enough, to get what he wanted, he had to fight for it. Losing their leader and the largest horned mountain goat warrior, the remaining goatmen and goat cavalry were no match for the centaurs. "King, how is your wound?" Li Yi hurried over. After changing weapons, the double-edged sword became more powerful, and Zul'jin himself had 2 new wounds. "It's nothing. Do you still need slaves for your department? Look at these goatmen. Are they useful?" Zul'jin allowed the other to perform slow healing on him. With his large body and strong vitality, these minor wounds were nothing. Li Yi hesitated a bit. "These guys look pretty evil. The Minotaur might be better, but we can also sell them. Slaves are valuable currency, of course. But it's all up to the king." "Gaha? Who dares trade with centaurs?" Zul'jin chuckled. "In that case, leave some strong goatmen and kill the rest." A wave of slaughter increased the chess spirit points significantly. Goatmen, 1 point large horn mountain goat warriors, 2 points goat leader, 5 points. "King, can we keep some of the large horn mountain goats for transport? It would make moving supplies easier," Li Yi suggested carefully. Tan Seng suddenly spoke up, "Or we could trade directly. You go out to gather supplies, and I stay in the tribe to trade with you. It would save trouble." Li Yi's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea," Zul'jin waved dismissively. "You're the Minister of Construction. Decide for yourself. Don't bother me with every little thing." After leaving a word, Zul'jin stepped forward, with the centaur behind him, and all the stubborn goatmen who refused to submit were chopped into meat paste. Looking at the carts full of goods, Zul'jin was very satisfied. Looting was quick money. As long as you let go of your conscience, you could earn a lot. In the afternoon, Bloodhoof returned with his team. On the road outside, a strange zombie caught their curiosity, reigniting the interest of the centaurs. "We're back," Bloodhoof swaggered, as if he had conquered the world. Zhang Su came to report the battle situation to Zul'jin. "Khan, the human leader of the river town, seems to have reported to the main human city that their cavalry units are coming to clear us out." General Zhang shared the news he heard. "Huh? Why are those guys reacting so strongly this time?" In Zul'jin's memory, those humans get annoyed if they are not robbed twice a month by centaurs. The main reason is, "The human woman we took last time is the daughter of the town's leader." Zhang scratched his head, looking a bit strange. "This time, we brought back a carpenter, traded some wood and tools from River Town, and also, we happened to take a woman." Zul'jin looked at him with surprise. Zhang looked a bit embarrassed. "Our motto is steal money, steal grain, steal women, right? I thought she looked good, so Zul'jin chuckled. "This time, isn't she also the town leader's daughter?" "No, that's not it," Zhang quickly denied. "That carpenter said she's the town leader's concubine." Poor Rivertown leader. Zul'jin wasn't interested in non-original women. "If you've taken her back, keep her. You've done well these 2 times, so you deserve a reward." He waved his hand. "Today, you get a day off. Tomorrow, you must walk out leaning on a wall." "Any questions?" Zhang swallowed hard. "Thank you, Khan." He didn't mind whether she was original or not. He only cared about her looks. He might question the town leader's ability, but not his taste. Having not eaten meat in a long time, Zhang carried the woman back to his defensive tower. As for the town leader's daughter, Zul'jin planned to give her as a reward, depending on who could get her in the end. The goat people had abundant supplies: cloth, leather, rare minerals, elemental crystal cores, and slaves. Their warehouse of the fierce Mane tribe became very full. Li even hurried to build a bigger warehouse. Using trade, the process became much faster. Thick logs and stones were transported back one after another. All the Minotaurs started working. The entire fierce Mane tribe was busy building. Even Zul'jin's Khan's tent was torn down. The fierce Mane tribe turned into a pile of ruins. The centaurs had no choice but to leave their tribe and lie on the sides of the road, basking in the sun. Since the last time Zul'jin had scolded them, they understood what was happening. Centaurs are not very smart, and they can't help much, but they also won't cause trouble. Zul'jin looked at the amount of chess soul points in his body. It was 208. The Goat People caravan, along with Bloodhoof, had taken a trip to Changha town, earning a total of chess soul points. It was enough. For ordinary centaurs, 3-cost class changes are enough. 4-cost class changes are better used on young centaur chieftains like Bloodhoof. Otherwise, with the same 4-cost, ordinary centaurs and centaur chieftains have a natural size difference. It's a waste. Zul'jin called over 4 centaurs who had performed well recently and sent them into the centaur camp for class change. The 4 centaur guards stepped out proudly. Unlike the chainmail worn by 4-cost centaur officers, the 3-cost centaur guards wore light armor. They had horns, helmets, shoulder armor, upper bodies, and most of their horse bodies covered. Zul'jin thought it looked pretty good. Even if they weren't fully armored like the officers, at least their vital parts were protected. They looked sharp and elite. Their weapons were changed to long-handled, double-edged axes, thicker and more rugged than those of regular centaur warriors. Centaurs are not known for their delicacy. Blood hoof, from now on. If you take them out and something like those mantis people happens again, I'll twist your head off and stuff it in your rear end. Zul'jin handed his elite troops over to Bloodhoof. Bloodhoof was full of spirit, puffed out his chest, and shouted, "I said I'd go find those mantis people, but that kid wouldn't let me. Not one bit. You can't blame me." Zul'jin was speechless. "Idiot. Bloodhoof, what do you want me to do?" Zul'jin, "Forget it. It would be a pity to kill the officers he had trained himself. Get lost. Go out and kill some zombies." Not seeing or hearing them anymore, Zul'jin simply drove them away. Bloodhoof, proud rather than ashamed, wagged his tail and led the 4 centaur guards out. This made the centaur warriors and laborers very jealous, and they watched Zul'jin eagerly. Zul'jin snorted coldly. "Want something?" The centaurs nodded eagerly, as if they couldn't wait to show off. "To exchange for heads. If you can cut off 50 heads, I will make you a guard. Cut 100 heads, and I will promote you to commander." Zul'jin snorted again. "You want me to give you what? Am I such a lowly person?" Zul'jin was lying under the defense tower, sunbathing and waiting for some lamb skewers. Oh, gack. A foolish cry came from the road, from the centaurs. Zul'jin rolled his eyes. If it weren't for wanting to give these fools a durability buff, he would have gone back long ago to let Li Jia give him a detailed explanation. Tansang was willing to work now, but Zul'jin was too lazy to bother with her during the daytime. "This speed is much better. Thank you." Li looked at the full load of materials and was very satisfied. Anyone who has done logistics sorting knows that women are used as men are used as forklifts. As for forklifts, they waste too much fuel and are kept hidden to avoid use. After all, those people buy their own food when hungry, buy coffee when thirsty, and pay for their own medical bills when sick. Compared to that, forklifts are much more expensive. When they break down, repairs cost money, so it's better to hire a couple of oxen or horses. Now, these minotaurs are being used by Li Yi as if they were forklifts. They are very strong. A rough log can be carried by just one person. With a few minotaurs working together, they can even build a half-elf tent in less than an hour. The materials are simple. Logs, stones, leather. Rugged enough, sturdy enough, all the same size, and neatly arranged. That's enough. Most importantly, Li Yi planned the living area carefully. After completing it, the internal space of the tribe could be maximized. So he had to thank Tansang. For this person who is willing to be humble for the sake of progress, Tansang has little patience. "Don't thank me too early. I do this for myself, not to help you." Li Yi was not embarrassed either. It's for progress. After all, no shame in that. The second wave of zombies was clearly more difficult. The chat channel was filled with complaints. I originally thought that the second wave would be easier after the upgrade, but it turned out to be just as hard. The rewards from the first wave were too few. When I chose to strengthen myself, I couldn't upgrade the defense tower. Why not give us more options? If they had given more, it wouldn't be so difficult now. I chose to upgrade the defense tower to level 3. With the materials I recovered earlier, I can quickly upgrade it to level 4. I feel great. The main issue is how to collect rewards. A level 3 defense tower can easily kill the monsters in the second wave, but those monsters can also kill us. Let's set that aside for now. The real problem is how the boss's aura monster from the first wave appeared mixed in with the regular monsters. If this keeps up, the second wave might end with a real boss monster showing up. I'm worried. I thought things would get easier, but now it seems more complicated. At least most people don't have to worry about water and food right now. But that's not certain. If they keep missing drops, they'll run out of supplies in 3 or 4 days. I was attacked by a wild creature. I just managed to escape. I really need a powerful ally to help me out. Did the aura monsters all appear at once? Zul'jin was a bit surprised. But luckily, with Bloodhoof's current strength, The aura monsters are no big deal. I don't need to worry about them. Zul'jin didn't think much of it. Even if they appeared, the rewards would be sent directly to him, so no problem. Night fell, and the smell of lamb skewers filled the air. Even without spices, the flavor of the lamb was enough. It was freshly killed, so it was very tasty. Li Ye's cooking skills were good. He attracted all the fools outside who were fighting zombies. Boss, look at this. Li Yi proudly brought a minotaur over, holding a large jar. Zul'jin sniffed and said, "Grape wine?" Li Yi was very happy. Since crossing over, he hadn't even drunk pure water, let alone wine. "Hurry up, pour some for me." Zul'jin suddenly perked up. The other centaurs gathered around. Zul'jin hesitated about whether to give them some. They were stupid and aggressive. What if they got drunk and caused trouble? But seeing their eager eyes, Zul'jin couldn't hold back anymore. "Pour a little for them too, just a small amount. Forget it, I'll indulge my foolish own people. What can I do? It's impossible for everyone to drink, but a taste is fine." The bonfire rises, and the entire fierce main tribe gathers around this big fire. Centaur, Minotaur, Human. The Minotaur didn't expect that tonight's dinner would include them too. They sit on the ground, eyes wide like cow eggs, even looking a bit proud. "King, say a few words to boost everyone's spirit." Li Yi pours a big glass of red wine for Zul'jin and also hands him a large meat skewer. Zul'jin looks around. Although the fierce main tribe is still in ruins, you can see the beginnings of rebuilding. Compared to the less than 200 centaurs when I first crossed over, their numbers have doubled, and the centaurs who have changed jobs are full of energy. There are nearly 100 minotaurs. More than half of them are strong and sturdy. And 4 survivors. And this is just after a little over a week. Gahaha, there's really nothing much to say. I'm selfish. All good things belong to me. But I, the king, eat meat. And you all get to share the soup and eat your fill. The roots of the fierce mane are mine, but the branches and vines need you to form. Of course, these words aren't meant for the fools behind me, but you understand. Zul'jin's gaze sweeps over the 4 survivors. Except for the new one, Li Jia, the other 3 have already proven their worth. Zul'jin is quite satisfied and doesn't mind reusing them. My own people are fools. To develop, I need these people. Zhang Su and Li Yi stand up. We follow the king. Tansing nods heavily. I am one of the king's people. Li Jia purses his lips. Me too. Gahaha. I believe the name of our fierce mane will echo through this world. Zul'jin raises his big bowl. Gagaak. The centaurs raise their bowls together. Gagaak. They drink it all in one go, and Zul'jin lets out a very satisfying burp. All right, no more nonsense. Let's eat. Today, kind people brought supplies, and there are plenty of lamb skewers. Even the Minotaur received a big skewer and looked at Li Yi with surprise. Li Yi waved his hand. This is a gift from the king. You are honest and work hard. The king sees all of this. Eat up. You deserve it. The Minotaurs were surprisingly happy to find that being here wasn't so bad after all. Once released, they could do as they pleased. Li Yi mingled with his Minotaur subordinates, while Zhang Su and his Centaur brothers hung out together. The Centaurs knew that Zhang Su could help them run faster and also help them fight those annoying enemies who moved very quickly. Once the Centaurs accepted Zhang Su, they could openly hang out with him. Bloodhoof still wasn't satisfied and kept pestering Zhang Su to go fight the Mantis people. Zhang Su was happy to be with these guys. It was simple to get along with them. No scheming, just straightforward talk. Is there a simpler workplace than this? Li Yi felt the same way. The Minotaurs were so honest that it was harder to get them to lie than to kill them. Being with these guys was like a mental upgrade. Tan Sang and Li Jia were serving near Zul'jin. Li Yi ran over. King, I have some ideas about the Minotaurs and want to ask for your approval, right now. The Minotaurs had brought back their entire tribe, including female and young Minotaurs. The female Minotaurs were fine and could help with work, but the young ones were not so useful. Li Yi wanted these young Minotaurs to take charge of herding. The tribe now had land birds and some bighorn sheep. Someone needed to manage these things. Zul'jin listened briefly and quickly lost patience. I give you authority. You are responsible for your people. Just do what benefits the tribe. Don't bother me with trivial matters. Li Yi nodded quickly. He had figured out the king's temper over the past few days. He knew that even if he didn't formally ask, it was okay. But as a subordinate, he should understand what needs to be understood. The leader might ignore him, but he must speak up. If you don't speak up, How will the leader know you've done your work? Doing well is important, but speaking well is even more important. Smash. A crystal glass was shattered on the ground. The town mayor of Changhe looked furious. Those centaurs again. I want them dead. A woman bringing new tea softly said, Centaurs deserve to die. The main city has responded, and the cavalry is on the way. Those centaurs will pay the price. The mayor of Changhe was still angry and grabbed the woman's chin. You don't know anything. Those centaurs stole from my warehouse. Do you think the knights will come and help us for free? In just a few days, those centaurs came twice. Once they took my daughter, and once they took my concubine. Of course I'm angry. The woman, not angry herself, gently freed herself from his grip and, with a surprised look, picked up the tea and offered it to him. Sir, is that all you've seen? Losing a daughter can be endured. Losing a concubine can be replaced. But, sir, those centaurs also stole blacksmiths, carpenters, and many tools and materials. Isn't that more important than 2 women? The mayor of Changhe was about to get angry, but suddenly froze. He stared intently at the woman. Keep talking. The woman set down the tea, wiped her cheeks slightly, and continued. Sir, these 2 attacks by the centaurs seem very purposeful. They leave quickly after stealing, without lingering. This shows they need craftsmen, blacksmiths, and carpenters to make weapons and armor. When fully armed centaurs appear again, I fear even the knights from the main city won't be able to handle them. Our Changhe town will be the first to face them. Sir, this is our top priority. She leaned gently against the mayor's chest and whispered, You have great ambitions, sir. You can't act on emotion or be blinded by current losses. Stay calm. We're all counting on you. The mayor suddenly slapped her hand and squeezed it hard. You little brat, you're quite clever. The woman endured the pain and smiled faintly. My cleverness isn't just that. The centaurs are just a bunch of reckless brutes. We need to prepare early. She carefully explained her plan. The mayor's eyes lit up, and he quickly embraced her. If it works, you will be my only beloved. The woman leaned against his chest, feeling a faint pain in her own chest. Sure enough, men are easy to fool. I just used a little trick, and he's already convinced. Just wait. I will deal with him sooner or later. On her face, she appeared gentle and caring, giving the mayor emotional comfort. Go ahead, take people to carry out your plan. I am waiting for good news. The mayor patted her on the shoulder, looking at her with admiration. After bowing politely, the woman left. Once she was out of sight, the mayor beckoned to someone outside the door. The butler came in. Master, the mayor's smile disappeared. Send someone to watch her. If her plan really succeeds, then immediately get rid of her after she succeeds. I don't need such a clever woman around me. The butler said nothing, just bowed and backed away. The next day, at the fierce Main tribe, Jiangsu opened the gate of the defense tower and stepped outside. He stretched lazily in the sun. His legs felt a little weak, but overall, okay. Jiangsu was quite satisfied with his physique. This woman was indeed charming, but she was similar to those white people. The boss said she was pretty, but the second one just stood still. Her pores were large, and she wasn't as delicate. But so far, being able to eat meat was good enough. What was there to complain about? It would be great if we could try the elves. Jiangsu licked his lips, clearly still wanting more. Then let's go catch some elves. A big face suddenly leaned in from behind and whispered in Jiangsu's ear, startling him. Whoa! Jiangsu nearly jumped in surprise. He turned around and saw Bloodhoof standing behind him. Bloodhoof, when did you come? How did you walk so quietly? Jiangsu was speechless. Bloodhoof looked even more unimpressed, with a look of disdain. I just walked over. You were just standing there, smiling foolishly with your eyes closed, but that didn't matter. Bloodhoof was very excited. Let's go catch some elves, Jiangsu. I really want to, but I can't. We have to follow orders for any combat action. Right now, our task is to find a stable mine. Do you have any news about that, Bloodhoof? Hearing that they couldn't catch the elves, Bloodhoof immediately lost interest. Too boring. I don't want to go. You can take those fools with you. Jiangsu. Is it okay for the big fool to call the little fool that? He forced a smile. On the way to the mine, maybe you'll run into some elves or the giant trolls you've been thinking about. Bloodhoof shook his head like a rattle. No, the haunted gold mine is full of ghosts. There are no elves. Jiangsu's eyes lit up, and he spoke with excitement. A gold mine? He originally wanted to find an iron mine, but unexpectedly, a gold mine appeared. Bloodhoof looked unhappy. The bones and zombies there are disgusting. They're everywhere, crying and howling. It's not good at all. Jiangsu clapped his hands. If we can take over the haunted gold mine, maybe the Great Khan will approve us to look for elves or trolls. That's a good thing. Bloodhoof, you can't act on impulse. Bloodhoof looked suspicious. Really? Jiangsu patted his chest to promise. Absolutely. This time, Bloodhoof finally got interested. Let's go. This was a task from Zul'jin. Before leaving, Jiangsu specifically went to ask for permission. After getting the go-ahead, he and Bloodhoof set out with their people. Including Bloodhoof, there were only 5.5 centaurs this time. But it was the strongest force, consisting of 1.5 centaur generals and 4.5 centaur guards. Zul'jin was also more cautious this time. He hadn't forgotten about the human cavalry army Jiangsu mentioned earlier. They still needed to leave enough troops to defend the home base, to ensure safety. Riding a land bird and rushing across the wilderness, Jiangsu stroked his chin. It seems we are a bit short of people. Looking at Bloodhoof running beside him, Jiangsu had an idea. Bloodhoof frowned, covering his chest with both hands. What are you looking at me for? I can't produce milk, Jiangsu. Sometimes, he really felt helpless. Lord Bloodhoof, on the way to the haunted gold mine, can we also visit some centaur tribes? With your strength, Lord Bloodhoof, it should be easy to conquer them. When we go back, with the gold mine and many centaurs, the Great Khan will be very happy. Bloodhoof immediately became interested. Fight? Jiangsu nodded. Yes. Bloodhoof immediately changed direction and said, Follow me. King, a halo monster passed by the road, and our centaur warriors defeated it. This is your reward. Tensang handed over a glowing orb. Zul'jin looked at it carefully. He hadn't opened it yet, showing he was sensible. He took it and then opened it. Giant Belt 1 increases some health points. 100 chest soul points, only one piece of equipment? Zul'jin didn't mind. Halo monsters appear from time to time. Maybe in a few days, he could combine a Sun Flame item. But at least he received 100 chest soul points, which made Zul'jin very happy. This meant he could now promote 2.5 centaur guards. Adding yesterday's harvest, he could promote a total of 3.5 centaur guards. He felt very pleased. What really surprised Zul'jin was that after the second wave, zombies became valuable. His chest soul points increased from 0.01 to 0.02. Although still very few, he didn't need to go out to find them. Zombies on the road were endless. Usually, he could only contribute about 50 chest soul points a day, but yesterday, he contributed over 80. Now, the interest of the centaurs in killing zombies had decreased because they found it less exciting. The numbers he saw were mostly from Tensang and Li Jia controlling the bow and arrow towers. Indeed, once they got something, they didn't cherish it much, even the centaurs. Tensang, can we still upgrade the defense tower now? Since the last upgrade to level 5, the bow tower hadn't been upgraded for a long time. There were many rewards dropped outside, but Zul'jin was a bit confused. Tensang also looked helpless. King, reaching level 6 requires more materials than levels 1 through 5. We're just a little short of upgrading. Mainly because the interest of the centaurs in killing zombies has decreased a lot. They are all thinking about going out to get 50 heads. Zul'jin. Such fools. But don't worry, King. Our current bow tower can still kill many. As long as the centaurs go down the road and pick up some drops, we can upgrade to level 6 in a day or two. Tensang quickly added, 2 days? That's too long. Zul'jin stood up and said, I'm going to motivate those fools. Today, I must reach level 6. I wonder if the level 6 crossbow tower will have some new changes. He was talking about changing his class. He went to the place where centaurs were wandering. Seeing those guys who preferred fighting each other rather than going to the road, he suddenly got very angry. He hardened. His fists clenched tightly. Zul'jin strode forward quickly and swung his fist, hitting one of them right in the face. Go? Get down there and start chopping zombies. Listen up, you 20 big idiots. Whoever kills the most today, I'll make them stronger. There are only 4 spots. Now, get on the road and start working. He only had about 167 coins left. If these guys worked hard enough, changing to a 3-star centaur guard today wouldn't be a problem. It was just a matter of paying a little more for the chest soul fee. The 20 centaurs' eyes lit up. Their headaches and itching bottoms disappeared. They cheered Gak and rushed down. Zul'jin couldn't help but curse. They're all just a bunch of cowards. Those who hadn't changed their class cheered secretly. They couldn't fight zombies. They had already tried. Laugh all you want. Cursing at them doesn't curse you, right? You just stand here fighting. Can't you go out and kill some unlucky fools? Zul'jin crossed his arms and said loudly, "What else can you do besides fighting and eating? You're all worse than those minotaurs over there. They're building new houses for you, but you'd rather fight stupid fights than do some work. Get lost. All of you, get lost. Seeing you just annoys me." Zul'jin's anger grew as he kept shouting. The centaurs, being scolded by the Great Khan, felt relieved inside. They gathered in small groups and started walking away. After returning to the defense tower, Zul'jin's anger still hadn't cooled down. "Tan Sangli Jia, get down here. I'm very angry right now." "Tan Sangli Jia. Well, I won't be eating lunch today either." After today's events, Zul'jin finally understood. Whether it's humans or centaurs, motivation is driven by desire. It's like losing weight. If you just try to lose weight, it's hard. But if someone says, "Lose 1 kilogram, and I'll give you 10,000. A centaur's desire is to become stronger. They are quick-tempered, but not perverse. Cutting grass for fun feels good for a while, but it doesn't last forever. They also need motivation. By evening, the half-humans who had changed jobs returned. Other half-humans who had gone out also came back one after another. Today's chess spirit points reached a new high, 472. Constantly, more chess spirit points flowed in from outside, and the returning half-humans carried blood and wounds. They had heads hanging on their backs, mostly wild boar people, and 2 large, fierce bear heads. Of course, there was a cost. 2 half-humans were lost. Those fools couldn't explain clearly. Zul'jin listened for a long time and only knew that these guys had a skirmish with wild boar people, then encountered 2 bear people. Although they finally killed the bears, 2 half-humans were killed on the spot, and this was under the condition of fighting more than they were. Bear people? Zul'jin was a bit confused. Those creatures usually stay in the western mountains and forests. Why are they now in the wilderness? Now outside, there are mantis people and bear people. What exactly is happening? But it's not a big problem. Half-humans fight or look for fights almost every day. There's a saying, if half-humans want to die, they will find a way. There are plenty of half-humans in the wilderness. Besides these half-humans, another batch of chess spirit points was added, probably from Zhang Sushuati and others. The transformed half-humans eagerly looked at Zul'jin, hoping to become stronger. "Tan Sang Lika, you 2 are watching from the defense tower. Pick the 4 half-humans who killed the most zombies." The half-humans turned their eyes to 2 women, whose fierce, blood-red eyes made them nervous. But this was the task Zul'jin gave them. They had indeed been watching all afternoon and shooting zombies with crossbows all afternoon. "Just these 4, your excellencies." They agreed on their choice and selected 4 half-humans. Zul'jin was a bit surprised to find that one of them was actually a laborer. Could it really be a story of rising through chopping trees? Is it that inspiring? Then you 4. Besides these 4, Zul'jin also selected 4 more half-humans from those who weren't specialized, based on who had killed the most heads. Now I have over 400 points of chess soul, enough to upgrade to an 8-headed centaur guard. If I had previously chosen a half-human centaur guard, I could probably handle that bear person evenly. I must say, the bear person's single-target combat power is quite strong, and they are also quite large, but they suffer from fertility issues. Finally, the defense tower can be upgraded. After Zul'jin returned to the defense tower, he decisively chose to upgrade it. A lot of materials inside the tower disappeared, and the tower rumbled loudly. On one side of the top level of the main tower, an additional small tower extended out. It was empty inside. Crossbow defense tower, auto attack, puncture damage, defense tower level 6, somewhat powerful, defense tower durability 600/600, defense tower weapon slots 1/2, can build an extra weapon, defense tower weapon, fine bed crossbow, multi-attack, ammo 431/1500. Not only was the attack power of the crossbow increased, but there was also an extra weapon slot. Indeed, level 5 seems to be a dividing line. With a second weapon slot, maybe there will be a third one later. Zul'jin understands that this is to help survivors deal with monsters of different armor types. Currently, piercing damage is most effective against zombies. Since zombies are light armored units, if another wave comes, it could get complicated. Opening the second weapon slot, Zul'jin saw several options. Level 1 Crossbow Tower. Requires 100 wood, 5 iron blocks. Piercing damage. Level 1 Magic Tower. Requires 100 wood, 5 iron blocks. 10 elemental cores. Magic damage. Level 1 Catapult Tower. Requires 100 wood, 100 stones, 5 iron blocks. Siege damage. Level 1 Shadow Tower. Requires 100 wood, 10 stones, 5 iron blocks. 10 demon cores. Chaos damage. Level 1 Holy Tower. Requires 100 wood, 10 stones, 5 iron blocks. 10 light cores. Holy damage. There are 5 construction options, each corresponding to a different attack type. Is it only these 5, or can I unlock more later? That's the question. Based on my experience with tower defense games, the best choice is definitely the Shadow Tower. From my understanding, chaos damage ignores any armor. Of course, the siege damage is the highest, but units that deal siege damage generally attack slowly. Chaos damage can deal equal damage to all armor types. But who knows where to find those demon crystals? Right now, the only things that can be activated are the Crossbow Tower and Magic Tower. I already have a Crossbow Tower, and Jiangsu's new defense tower is also a Crossbow Tower, so I can't choose that. Zul'jin's mind moved, and the defense tower rumbled to life. On the extra high platform, a base slowly rose up, topped with a glowing blue magic crystal spinning constantly. King, is this the Magic Tower? Tan Sang and Li Jia looked a bit surprised. While others were struggling to reach level 4, we had already developed a second type of attack defense tower. That's the difference. Gahaha. Thanks to the generosity of the goat people. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't know where to find these magic crystals. Magic Tower, auto-aim, magic damage, defense tower level 1, nothing special, defense tower weapon, magic crystal, mana, 100/100, slowly absorbs and recovers. That's all the information, but it's enough. Compared to the Crossbow Tower, the advantage of this Magic Tower is that it can recover its own energy. The monster is quite sensible. Very good, very good. From now on, each of you will be responsible for 1 defense tower. Zul'jin ordered. Monster spawning must not stop. I want to keep upgrading and gather all the defense towers as soon as possible. Yes, King. Tan Sang and Li Jia quickly nodded. Suddenly, Zul'jin grinned. Gahaha, the number of merge slots has increased again. Now 3 people can merge. Li Jia's face stiffened, but Tan Sang smiled brightly. Congratulations, King. You can keep recruiting top fighters. Still the same requirements? Li Jia looked at her in disbelief. How did his old classmate become like an old madam? Zul'jin was very pleased with Tan Sang's attitude. That's right. It seems Tan Sang has integrated well these past few days, becoming more like one of our fierce manies. Zul'jin lowered his hand and patted Tan Sang's head, like petting a cat. Tan Sang squinted and said, I belong to the king's people. I originally belonged to the fierce mane, and I still do now and in the future. Li Jia looked shocked. She couldn't imagine these words coming from Tan Sang, who was widely known as a well-behaved school beauty. Has this person changed so much? Well said. Today it's you. Zul'jin hugged Tan Sang warmly, laughing happily. But for joining forces, we need not only beauty but also strength. Our fierce mane is growing, but we don't accept just anyone. If someone is just a pretty face, I wouldn't even want them. Tan Sang naturally assured him seriously. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have experience. Zul'jin slowly closed his eyes. When it comes to solving problems, being bad at it isn't a big deal. The most important thing is attitude. A lot of this depends on emotional value. For Zul'jin, that's enough. His expectations aren't high, just that they can be useful. Li Jia watched Tan Sang carefully doing her homework and felt very unfamiliar, especially since she didn't need to help her with studies now. Li Jia felt a bit empty inside. She even started to wonder if she was sick. How could she change so much in just a few days? Suddenly, a loud noise rang in her ears. Li Jia couldn't bear it and ran upstairs quickly. Zul'jin chuckled. Looks like your little sister is a civilized person. Tan Sang couldn't speak at all. Zul'jin shook his head slowly. Being civilized is good. It reminds us of where we come from. But this world doesn't tolerate civilized people. And her bloodline was gradually corrupting her, blurring many things. One day, she might become a complete centaur. She's not necessarily desperate to be a survivor woman. She could find someone better. But being with survivors at least constantly reminds her to slow down her corruption. Now she just doesn't know if she has reproductive isolation. But thinking about the origin of centaurs, Zul'jin felt it was unlikely such things existed. In just 5 days, the fierce Mane tribe had changed dramatically. The strange centaur camp at the center of the tribe cannot be moved. Therefore, Li Yi decided to rebuild the entire tribe around this location. All the centaur huts are neatly arranged to the west of the camp, where there is plenty of space. Even if more centaurs are captured later, they can be built in the same order. So far, 400 huts have been arranged neatly. Each hut can hold 1 adult centaur. The construction is simple. 3 logs crossed together, reinforced with stones, and covered with rainproof and windproof animal skins. The leftover materials from previous demolitions can be reused. With supplies obtained from looting and destruction, there are enough resources. The structures are simple, and since each bull-headed person has a forklift, they become more skilled and faster over time. Li Yi even built a shared shelter for the bull-headed people. Although it is a bit crowded inside, it provides good protection from wind and rain. The entire tribe looks much more organized, at least no longer chaotic. In the distance, the young bull-headed people are grazing with land birds and large horned sheep in the wilderness. This area is within the territory of the fierce Mane tribe, and the nearby wild boars have long been cleared out. As for the Bloodhoof tribe, it has already been absorbed into the fierce Mane tribe. The young bull-headed people no longer need to worry about hearing the distinctive gak sound of centaurs while grazing. And of course, they don't need to worry about the sounds they hear now. Centaurs are only interested in the goods and livestock of the bull-headed people. The foolish fierce Mane tribe members know these items are their own, so they naturally don't bully the young bull-headed people. Everyone knows that these things will eventually be turned into food and eaten. After consulting with Zul'jin, Li Yi made further reforms for his bull-headed people. He gathered all the bull-headed people together. Now, I will read to you the latest blessings brought by King Zul'jin, the fierce and bloody ruler. Li Yi stood on a high place, waving his hand, in front of a group of burly bull-headed men. They were the kind of men who could easily send him to the afterlife with a single punch. The fierce King Zul'jin says that all young bull-headed people with living parents who perform well at work will be granted their own houses by the tribe. You can live separately together, no longer need to stay in the communal shelters. Many Minotaur heads suddenly lifted up. Those without children, don't be discouraged. If any of you are willing to form a new family and perform well at work, you can also be approved to build your own house. Those who qualify for independent housing can also have the right to graze their own animals during non-working hours. That means you can raise your own livestock. Seeing the eager Minotaur people, Li Yi waved his hand broadly. The king said it's not that we won't lift your slavery, but that it will be done gradually. We will select the best workers to be freed first. Those who work hard will be freed first, and those willing to join our proud tribe will be freed. Let those who are already free help motivate those who still hold on to old ideas and are unwilling to improve to join the tribe. Finally, we will all be free from slavery together. We must do this efficiently, not blindly. The most advanced thinkers among you should lead the way. Li Yi finally waved his hand forcefully. In the end, I hope everyone can be freed soon and officially become part of the proud tribe of the fierce Mane. Housing? Independent grazing? Freedom from slavery? Each idea made the Minotaur's eyes shine brighter. As Li Yi finished speaking, the first few Minotaur witnesses of the tribe's transformation, from nothing to something, raised their big horns high. Moo, Mother Earth above, praised the mighty King Zul'jin. Moo. With the leaders taking the lead, the Minotaur people gradually became more excited. Yes, you guys, it's you. Li Yi's eyes brightened as he waved to the first few Minotaur. They had now become his trusted aides, small leaders among the slaves. You all performed very well, and your minds are very advanced. The king allows you to be freed from slavery. You are now free. Li Yi's words left the Minotaur a bit stunned. They originally thought they had hope, but now it seemed they had already reached the end. Free. What does that mean? The Minotaur's eyes widened. Li Yi's smile was very bright. It means that you can do what you want, fierce Mane. You are not slaves of the tribe, but part of it. You can even choose to leave if you wish. But once you leave, things will be the same as before. To fierce Mane, you will just be ordinary Tauren, not members of fierce Mane's tribe. Leave. The two Taurans shook their heads. Then can we have weapons and become warriors too? Li Yi pointed to the blacksmith shop by the river, where smoke was rising. The blacksmith shop is part of our department. If you want something, go apply and have it made. The Tauran's eyes lit up. Getting weapons meant they truly were no longer slaves. Mu long live the king. Several Tauran cheered, the bells on their chests ringing brightly. The others' eyes also shone with excitement. Now that they had hope, they worked with great energy. They were full of enthusiasm. Their sudden burst of strength showed Li Yi what Tauran could do when truly motivated. Li Yi then took the new weapon to Zul'jin. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged. This was Zhang Su's idea, a longbow specially designed for the Centaur warriors. Zul'jin took a look. It was a recurve bow. The human craftsman can make something like this? Zul'jin looked surprised. Li Yi scratched his head. Heh, I used to enjoy archery and studied it a bit. I gave them some advice. This bow can shoot up to 200 meters, and even farther if shot at an angle. The materials here are better too, stronger. Zul'jin tried pulling the bow. He easily drew it to full length. Not bad, but you really allowed those Tauran to leave? Li Yi's smile didn't fade. Yes, but if they truly leave, I'll ask you to have them dealt with on the road. The freedom I gave them only means they're not slaves. If they actually walk away, that's just being ungrateful. His words were cold and sharp. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it well. Give them some hope, and they'll work hard. Zul'jin scratched his head. Then should I make sure you're well fed too? Li Yi quickly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. I didn't mean that, King. I get 4 drops every day, and sometimes I get extra drops from overtime. I'm already very happy with that. This is true. He has received quite a few drops now. His slow healing has leveled up once, and he gained an extra ability. He also manages a large group of people. Li Yi is indeed very satisfied. Before crossing over, he couldn't accomplish these things. After crossing, in less than half a month, he achieved his goals. It's hard not to feel motivated. Zul'jin looked down on him and casually tossed a few unopened small reward boxes to Li Yi. Take them and go, Li Yi replied. All right, got it. In the past few days, Zul'jin has promoted the half-human, half-horse guards 8 more times. 4 of these are chosen from the existing half-human, half-horse guards, and 4 are from ordinary unpromoted half-horses. So far, the total number of half-human, half-horse guards in the tribe has reached 20. Meanwhile, the number of half-horse warriors has decreased to 11. The total number of promotions has reached 33, including 1 half-horse overseer. In the tribe, adult male half-horses make up about 1/3 of the total population. That's over 100 individuals. There aren't many reserve soldiers left. And as the tribe's total population grows, daily food consumption becomes a huge problem. The supplies they previously looted won't last long. Li Yi's dam is finished, and they can harvest some fish every day. Zul'jin is very worried about this. He gathered the foolish members of his tribe, looking very serious. I think you all need to change your fighting style. He was full of disappointment, standing on a moral high ground and pointing out their flaws. From now on, just fight when needed. Cut off a head, that's enough. If anyone tries to turn people into minced meat or crush them into pulp, I'll take away your bonds. The half-horses snorted and looked at Zul'jin with confusion. You often stomp on us with your hooves, and now you're scolding us with a straight face? Zul'jin waved his hand. Get lost. Those who have been promoted, go out and rob. Each one is a good eater and a good puller. He drove them away. The Centaurs, led by 20 of their guards, were about to head out. Hey, wait a moment. Zul'jin stopped them and called from behind. Li Yi, how many bows and arrows have you made? Equip all of them. If a centaur isn't armed with a bow and arrow, are they still centaurs? Li Yi, carrying a bunch of bows and arrows, hurried over with a minotaur. I'm coming. We've quickly made 50 bows and over 1,000 arrows. The rest are still being made. He handed out the bows and arrows to the centaurs. The centaurs hesitated and refused to move. I don't need them. Only women use that stuff. Real men should face things head-on. The centaurs were very resistant. Zul'jin stepped forward and slapped one of them hard. Stop talking nonsense. Throughout history, the strongest archers have always been brave warriors. Who told you bows and arrows are for women? Take these and get lost. If you had bows and arrows last time, could the bear people have smashed your people's heads? After taking the weapons, their wounds healed quickly, and their illnesses were cured. A large group of centaurs marched out loudly. No one knew which small faction around them would be unlucky. Your Majesty, look. These minotaurs are the first to volunteer to fight for the tribe. Li pointed to a few minotaurs who had come with them. Among them was the former chieftain of the Minotaur tribe. Surprisingly, he was now considered a leader among the volunteers. Zul'jin didn't comment. He trusted his system and believed that the Centaur warriors after their transformation were stronger. Since Li Yi was willing to cause trouble, and the Minotaurs had this intention, Zul'jin wouldn't spoil their enthusiasm. How do you plan to arm them? Li Yi quickly bent down. Your Majesty asked me to take care of housing and slaves. They are no longer slaves, and this is a matter of your Majesty's divine will. I dare not overstep. Zul'jin pinched his brow. You're too cautious. You know you're right, but being too timid isn't good. Look at Zhang Su. Zul'jin looked at the private messages Zhang Su had reported over the past few days. I told him to find minerals. On the way, he took Bloodhoof and captured 2 Centaur tribes, slaughtered 3 wild boar tribes, and is now attacking the haunted gold mine. Once he takes control of the haunted gold mine, your contribution won't compare to his. Are you willing to accept that? Li Yi pursed his lips and couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Su is indeed smarter than me, and he is also more pure-hearted. Otherwise, Lord Bloodhoof wouldn't be friends with him. Enough, stop talking nonsense. Zul'jin waved his hand impatiently. If I ask you to do something, just do it. Be bold and decisive. You need to find a way to handle the food supply. Zul'jin grabbed his clothes and pulled him close. His patience had run out from the previous talks, and now anger surged inside him. No matter what I do, the tribe is expanding. I don't want food to become a problem for us. Do you understand? Li Yi swallowed and nodded. Zul'jin threw him to the Minotaur, who quickly caught him. I only care about the result. Even if you break the sky, first you have to deal with me. Then it's your turn. Just do it. No hesitation. He grabbed a handful of unopened rewards and threw them to Li Yi. Can you do it well? Li Yi replied. If I can't do it well, then I'll do it myself, Zul'jin said. Take it and get out. Li Yi left, seeming to have made a firm decision. He looked at the Minotaur behind him and sighed in relief. Now our responsibility is heavy. How should we solve the food problem? The Minotaur answered in a dull voice. Isn't Firemane good at stealing? Another Minotaur scratched his head. Can't we just raise some animals? Li Yi was speechless. When they grow up, we'll all starve. Right now, we need to make weapons and armor. If that doesn't work, we'll just take what we need. Li Yi made up his mind. We don't have weapons, but we can cut down a big tree and use it. Minotaurs aren't picky about weapons, or maybe they just don't know how to forge metal. There's no other choice. They're too cumbersome. Your speed is already slow, and those things are big and heavy. Li Yi thought for a moment and found the blacksmith. Make me a metal rod according to the Minotaur's height. No need for anything fancy, just a solid iron rod. Based on the Minotaur's palm, the diameter of this rod probably won't be small. That thing could even be called an iron pillar. Swing it and smash, definitely better than a totem pole. After finishing the shield, I want to turn the Minotaur into a heavy armor warrior. Then I can stay in the back to heal. That should be enough. Li Yi is already planning to start fighting. In a short time, only looting can keep up with the development of the flame mane. The blacksmith remained silent, swinging his hammer to smash. Anyway, this is all the iron available now. Once used up, that's it. Back at the defense tower, Zul'jin can feel the crossbow and magic towers attacking above. The goat's supplies include a batch of magic cores, and after a few days, the magic tower has been upgraded to level 5. For now, it has reached the limit. The magic cores are exhausted. A level 5 magic tower can still fire 3 magic missiles at once. It can instantly kill 3 zombies. However, the magic tower is just an extension of the crossbow tower. The main structure remains the crossbow tower. To expand further, the crossbow tower needs to be upgraded again. The current problem is 7 days have passed, and the second wave still hasn't ended. During these 7 days, the Centaur and the defense towers have killed a total of 3 Halo monsters. The first Halo monster dropped a chest soul and a giant belt. The second Halo monster dropped a greatsword and a recurve bow. The third Halo monster dropped chainmail and a critical hit fist glove. Zul'jin crouched on the ground, studying how to distribute and craft these 5 pieces of equipment. It is known that he can craft Centaur burning armor, Titan's power, giant killer, Yokai Claw, Pioneer, Endless Critical Hit. Zul'jin first ruled out Yokai Claw. But if I craft burning armor, I already have Centaur plate armor. How do I wear both? Zul'jin silently asked himself. Detected host feedback, answering. Open equipment panel. The host can equip up to 6 items and choose one to materialize. The effects of the remaining equipment will activate by default. Zul'jin suddenly felt as if a row of equipment slots appeared in his mind. Among them was clearly the Centaur plate armor. Then, if I equip Centaur burning armor, will I burn my own units? Yes, the host can choose to turn the burning effect on or off at any time. Turning it off will not affect the defense. Zul'jin suddenly understood and immediately ruled out Centaur burning armor. If it was the beginning stage, the Centaur burning armor provided armor, health, and could burn other units, making it a good piece of equipment. But now, with the Centaur plate armor, I no longer focus so much on defense. Of course, Zul'jin has another idea. Stacking the plate armor and burning armor, standing on the road, the more zombies attack him, the thicker his armor becomes. He can keep burning zombies, making it the best way to farm monsters. But as the mighty Centaur chieftain, Zul'jin wouldn't do the fighting himself. Why bother fighting when he can sit back and collect rewards? Why should he get involved when others can do the work? Zul'jin decisively gives up on that idea. What about Giant Killer? This item boosts attack power and deals extra damage to very tough enemies. It also pairs well with dual blades. And Titan Strength? It increases attack speed and armor. It boosts attack power when attacking or being attacked, and after 25 levels, it increases size and provides extra defense for a while. That also sounds good. After thinking it over, Zul'jin chooses Titan Strength. A new set of armor appears on Zul'jin's shoulders. They look fierce, with fangs, sharp teeth, and red eyes. He can wear them directly, and combined with the Centaur plate armor, his look is rugged, fitting Zul'jin's wild bandit style. Holding a long-handled greatsword, Zul'jin walks to the middle of the road and stands there. Zombies swarm toward him. A red glow flashes on Zul'jin's body, and in just a few breaths, his body suddenly swells. From 4.5 meters tall, he instantly grows to 9 meters, with a back height of 6 meters. His weapon and armor grow in size at the same time. Just standing there, he looks like a giant beast. Gah ha ha. Unforgivable, his long sword, longer than a telephone pole, strikes the ground heavily, causing shockwaves that knock all the nearby zombies away. Unstoppable, Zul'jin lifts his feet, stomping with his hooves. A shockwave like a cannon blast erupts, golden light flashes, and concentric waves spread out as his hooves hit the ground. The area affected by the horse's hoofsteps doubled as its size increased. Zul'jin finally understood why those people no longer ate beef. With strength in hand and freedom to do as he pleased, he felt very powerful. From a distance, 2 women on the defense tower looked at the half-human, half-horse beast that seemed like a war god, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Tansang nudged Li Jia and asked, "Do you regret the decision you made earlier?" Li Jia's eyes stayed still as he replied simply, "Let's put that aside for now. What if the king can't change back? Then what? We'll be so fired up that we'll jump 2.5 meters high. 2.5 meters. Li Jia mechanically turned his head to look at Tansang. "I can't even jump 2.5 meters, Tansang." Her voice was a little hoarse, almost unable to speak clearly. We'll die." Li Jia's face turned pale. Quick, quick, quick. Find another woman immediately." Moments after leaving the battlefield, Zul'jin's body returned to normal. The equipment was indeed good, but not as amazing as he had thought. First, doubling in size only affected the body size, not the strength. Even the sword was the same. Logically, if it doubled in size, its weight should also double, but unfortunately, it remained the same weight. They said increasing attack power just increased attack power. It wasn't all bad. At least the attack range and skill range increased. But for himself, it was still a divine piece of equipment. At least now, it was the most suitable for him. Zul'jin's eyes lit up as he thought of a good idea. "Tansang, come here. I have a treasure to show you." Zul'jin took off the Titan's power, with a smile that couldn't be easily explained on his face. Tansang stepped forward nervously, relieved when she saw Zul'jin return to normal. "Great, great king." Zul'jin handed her the Titan's power. "Come on, try it." Tansang was confused but took the equipment. Suddenly, she found that her shoulder armor instantly resized to fit her perfectly. Wow! Moments later, her size doubled, and her height reached 3.5 meters. Her eyes sparkled. "King, let's fight." Zul'jin lifted her onto his shoulder and charged straight into the defense tower. Li Jia stared in shock. "Is it still possible to do this?" "No. Last time, I wasn't brought along, and this time, I still wasn't included? What did I do wrong?" Li Jia was furious, and the magic defense tower rained down, killing zombies on the road one after another. Tansang, who is 3.5 meters tall, suddenly became much smarter. Before, he could only solve a little over 1/5 of the problems, but now he can solve more than 1/3. Although he still can't solve all the problems completely, for Zul'jin, this is already the best solution. Zul'jin was very happy that he chose this equipment. But unfortunately, Tansang doesn't have an equipment slot. It only works when he wears it. Otherwise, if he could equip 2 items like Titan's Power, wouldn't that solve the problem? Maybe next time, he could get a potion like Steel Alloy that temporarily increases size. After getting Titan's Power, Zul'jin suddenly felt that life had new hope. Why was that? Zul'jin firmly believed a man should never be controlled by small-mindedness. But on the other hand, he also believed he must control his small-mindedness. There were 3 pieces of equipment left. Zul'jin hesitated for a moment and chose to combine the critical punch gloves and the great sword to create endless critical. This is a 2-handed sword. Its appearance is very bold and intimidating. People who often kill know that such a weapon will definitely land a critical hit with 1 strike. With the ability of the twin blades, the endless critical effect is clearly much higher than Giant Slayer. If he had endless critical before, the mutated goat leader might not have been able to withstand that twin blade strike. But everything has pros and cons. The more fiercely you cut enemies, the more damage you do to yourself. But Zul'jin doesn't care. His ultimate skill, unyielding, is just for fun, right? If 1 strike of the twin blade doesn't kill, then 2 strikes. If 2 strikes don't kill, then 3. If 3 still don't kill, then forget it. But Zul'jin's favorite is still Titan's Power. This is a good piece of equipment that made him happy. Now he even starts to look forward to the appearance of aura monsters. Normal zombies don't drop items 100% of the time, but aura monsters always drop water. 2 days later, Zul'jin stayed inside the defense tower. The power of the Titan was given to Tansang and Li Ji. With Tansang's strong support, each experience was different. Li Yi led his people confidently, choosing 5 Minotaur warriors to arm. Food was a concern, but not an urgent one. There's a high chance of finding food from small rewards dropped by zombies on the road. Even relying on these, they could barely get by. Zhang Su returned, but did not capture the haunted gold mine. A large group of centaurs followed him and Xiedi to welcome him. When Li Yi saw them, he felt weak in the knees. Wow. Zhang Su dismounted from his land bird and couldn't help but complain. "Hey, Laoli, we're brothers who've shared hardships and wealth. Even if I didn't do well on this mission, you don't have to start scolding me right away." Li Yi looked bitter. "What are you rambling about? The king asked me to handle food, and you brought back so many centaurs. Weren't you just out with Xiedi and the others?" Zhang Su explained naturally. "Come on, with so few people, I had to recruit some along the way. When I was passing by a tavern during a war, I even hired a mercenary." Li Yi rubbed his face. "How many did you bring back this time?" Zhang Su chuckled. 2.5 centaur chieftains, about 300 or so centaurs. Now our fierce mane can form a cavalry unit." Li Yi sighed helplessly. "Fine, I give up. Hey, our tribe doesn't allow swinging on swings." Zhang Su suddenly blocked Li Ye's neck. "Don't be scared. Don't worry, we brought our own food. We coordinated with the small tribes along the way. 10 days or half a month is fine. You can send your people to pick them up." Li Yi finally relaxed. Zhang Su looked curious. "What about the chieftain? Went out to hunt?" Li Yi shook his head. "No hunting. She's making people. It's been 2 or 3 days." Zhang Su grinned. "That's really tough on Tansang and Li Ji." "Why tough?" Li Yi said helplessly. "The king gave them gear that can make them grow bigger. I even reported to others about it. That whispering in their ears could kill me." Hearing this, Zhang Su showed sympathy and patted his shoulder. "I'll bury you. During Qingming and cold food festivals, I'll offer a sacrifice for you. Get lost, you. Li Yi turned and walked away. The new Centaur was clearly very happy with the environment at Fierce Mane. They had already been beaten into submission by the Bloodhoof Centaurs who had changed their roles, so they wouldn't rebel. Zul'jin had known about this for a long time. Every day, Zhang Su sent private messages to report his progress. But these past 2 days, he had been distracted and hadn't checked the reports. When he saw Zhang Su and the others returning, he was quite surprised. He looked at the private chat and understood what was happening. Did you fail? Zhang Su lowered his head, feeling ashamed. Sorry, Your Majesty. I let you down. Now many forces are watching that haunted gold mine, and it's full of undead creatures. Zul'jin frowned. Even with the Bloodhoofs there, is it still a problem? Lord Bloodhoof and the others are very brave, but things are too chaotic there now. Zhang Su sighed. The known groups involved include humans, jungle trolls, mountain elves, dwarves, lion-men, goblin groups, and undead. We are the least numerous. Everyone is watching that gold mine. I failed my mission. Please, Your Majesty, punish me. Zhang Su knelt on one knee. Failure is failure. No need to sugarcoat it. Gahaha. This is getting more interesting, Zul'jin said with interest, lowering his head to look at Zhang Su. How about the mountain elves? Are they beautiful? Beautiful. White. Tall. Zhang Su's 3 words struck Zul'jin's heart. Mainly, we lack ranged attacks. Your Majesty, those guys all have ranged weapons or magic. Li Yi has already developed a suitable recurve bow for centaurs, and it's being mass-produced. Zul'jin snorted. Get up, kid. This isn't your fault. When you return, take a half-day break to rest. After that, work overtime. I need to kill some enemies. I will give you more and stronger power. Go and clear all the tribes around Fierce Mane. Spending a week outside in the wind and rain, then only getting half a day off after returning, and still having to go into battle. This is clearly too much pressure. Is there a problem? Zhang Su didn't hesitate. No problem. Zul'jin grabbed a handful of unopened small loot drops and threw them in front of him. At least 20 in number. Take them and get lost. Zhuge Jin's eyes widened. What the heck? There was no problem before, and now there's even less. I want to lead the team out and defeat them. Everyone. Zhuge Jin scratched his head, thinking about the past 2 days when no one had gone out. His chess soul value was 361. Killing zombies and leading half-humans to run wild over the past 2 days was pretty good. Zhuge Jin instinctively wanted to promote the 2 tamed half-humans to be generals. But suddenly, he considered that the troops lacked long-range attack abilities, and he hesitated. System, do I have any current exchanges suitable for half-humans to get long-range skills? Detecting hosts' needs, searching. Recommendation, half-human hunter cabin, fragment exchange for chess soul points. 500 chess soul points? I don't have enough right now. Can you introduce the different promotions and abilities under the hunter bond? Level 1 half-human archer. Power strike, extra. Increases bow range by 20%. Level 2 half-human hunter. Power strike. Increases range by 20%, shooting speed by 20%. Level 3 and 4 require combining to unlock the 2-star half-human hunter cabin. Zhuge Jin hesitated. Should he promote to a general or unlock long-range skills? Looking at the effects alone, the professions under the hunter bond are quite good. They are better than those under the warrior bond, at least with 2 effects available at level 1. Or, should he directly combine to a 3-star warrior cabin to unlock a stronger 5-cost card? Zhuge Jin hesitated slightly, then made up his mind. With the effects of the 5-cost card still unknown, spending too much on it is risky. Based on the information from Zhang Su, the 4-cost general is still powerful. And it's not forbidden for half-humans with bows to carry an axe, shoot from afar, or fight up close with an axe. The only downside is that the high-cost equipment under the hunter bond isn't as reliable as that under the warrior bond. Bloodhoof, come here. Zhuge Jin waved his hand. Bloodhoof, who was showing off with the 2 little chieftains, hurried over happily. Zhuge Jin wanted to give his great sword to Bloodhoof, but seeing that Bloodhoof's promoted weapon still gleamed coldly, he decided against it. Take them to find Li Yi and settle things quickly. We need to make a big move. Shui Ti's eyes lit up. A big plan? Zul'jin gave him a confident look. A plan big enough to succeed. Shui Ti happily left. Seeing the 2 half-human, half-horse young chieftains, both over 4 meters tall and similar in size to Shui Ti, Zul'jin was very pleased. Only such big, simple-minded fools are worth promoting to forecast cards. Half-horse creatures are typical of beings that rest for half an hour but can last all day. Zul'jin decided to promote these two young chieftains to Centaur generals. Of course, if the chess spirit points are enough to unlock 3 or 4 cost cards under the Hunter bond, that could be considered too. After returning, Jiangsu immediately went to sleep. After a week of sleeping outdoors in rough conditions, he was too exhausted to think about small matters. In the afternoon, Jiangsu found Zul'jin. "Chieftain, I plan to lead a team out at midnight for a surprise attack." Zul'jin was soaking in the river, looking a bit lazy. "I thought you'd choose tomorrow morning." "No, Chieftain," Jiangsu said firmly. "Nighttime is perfect for a full surprise. Close combat at night has always been our strength." Zul'jin raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Then go ahead. Do it well." Just as Jiangsu nodded and was about to leave, he saw Li Yi rushing over in a flurry. "Wait." He was holding something rolled up in his arms. "Look, Your Majesty." He spread out the roll on the ground. It was clearly a large banner. The banner featured a pattern of a centaur stomping with raised hooves. It was rough but showed a tall, fierce figure. The background was a faint skull, crossed by a battle axe and a spear. The whole banner was deep red. Though simple, it gave a sense of intimidation. He found a spear to hold up, and on each side of the banner hung a string of dried skulls. It was obvious this was not a friendly banner. "This is the battle flag I designed for our fierce mane. What do you think, Your Majesty?" Jiangsu wanted to say something, but hesitated and didn't speak. Before the leader speaks, it's best not to interrupt. Talking too much can lead to mistakes. Zul'jin didn't notice Jiangsu. He looked at the battle flag and asked, "Did you draw this?" Li Yi felt a bit shy. "I took an art class in high school and wanted to become an artist." Even Zul'jin was amused. "I thought you were just being modest when you said you could do a little of everything. Turns out, you're quite versatile. What other surprises do you have for me?" Li Yi hesitated. "Actually, I also composed a battle song. But I've been busy lately, so I only wrote a few lines." "Great King, banners and songs can greatly boost the tribe's spirit and unity. I plan to finish them and then report to you." Even Jiangsu was stunned. "It's not just about friendship. As long as you can work, there will always be more work. Don't you understand this simple truth? Isn't it better to focus on doing one thing well?" Zul'jin became interested and stood up from the river. "Let me hear a couple of lines." Li Yi scratched his head. "My voice isn't good. I taught the Minotaurs. They have deep, powerful voices. I asked them to sing instead." He hurried back to gather people. Jiangsu rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed. "This is too intense." After a moment, a line of Minotaurs stood by the river. With Li Ye's wave, a deep, majestic song began. Horses' hooves crushed the wilderness. Battle axes split the earth. The Fury Horn tribe's anger burns in the wind. Battle axes break dawn. Sharp arrows pierce enemy lines. The will of the Fury Horn warriors shakes the heavens and the earth. Then, the Minotaurs' voices suddenly grew louder, more passionate. Thunder and fire, the roar of Fury Horn. For the Khan's glory, gak, gak, gak. Behind them, the centaurs in the tribe also seemed to go wild, joining in the roar. Gagak, yow yow yow. Clearly, they were all fired up, eager to fight. Gahaha. Zul'jin was very pleased. "Not bad. You're really talented. Hey Jiangsu, you go out this time carrying this battle flag, so that the nearby fools all know that we, the fierce mane, are here." Jiangsu quickly took the large flag stuck on the spear. "Understood. I will make them feel the terror of the fierce mane with their lives." Zul'jin lay back down again, muttering to himself. "It's a bit dramatic, but still pretty exciting." Li Yi and Jiangsu said their goodbyes. After they left, Jiangsu nudged Li Yi. "You're crazy. What exactly are you trying to do? It's just the two of us men, and I'm not into fighting you." Li Yi helplessly spread his hands. "Big brother, I'm not trying to compete with you. I just want to increase my influence and show my value. I'm different from you. You've become friends with the centaurs. I, on the other hand, offended the king's woman." Jiangsu looked around and frowned, whispering, "I told you, the king doesn't just have one woman. They're just tools for him to vent his emotions." Li Yi sighed. "I know. Isn't that just in case something happens? What if it does? My life is only one. I can't gamble with it, brother. I don't want to compete. I just want to live well." Jiangsu was speechless. You're not trying to climb to the top step by step, are you? You want to be like Zhao Gao. Li pinched his forehead. Get lost. You can't expect a dog's mouth to produce ivory. Aren't you going to cut people? Hurry up and go. Jiangsu shook his head and said nothing more, turning to leave. With the shouts of the centaurs, they disappeared into the night sky. They left, carrying the slaughter and fear from the fierce main. After the main groups of races took a rest, the night became their territory. Should we go? No way. Their old hideouts have been destroyed. Who knows what's happening over in the wilderness? So, we just let them stay here and eat and drink. When they have food, they're like family. When they don't, tonight feels especially quiet. Why aren't those annoying snake people out? That's a good thing, but I have a strange feeling something's wrong. I feel the same. It's like an earthquake. No, I think it's thunder. The sound of hooves grew louder. The mouse people looked up together, surprised, and stared into the distance. In their special view, a strange flag fluttered loudly in the wind. Never seen that force before. Is it cavalry? Could it be from Changha Town? No, it's centaurs. Nonsense. Where would centaurs get the brains to design a flag? While a few of them argued, the clever mouse people quickly hid. The fast-moving centaurs rushed past, almost like a roar. Their wild hooves crushed any mouse that couldn't dodge in time or hadn't hidden well. The leader's blood-red hoof was a bit surprised. Gak! It's like I stepped in something. Once the centaurs disappeared, the other mouse people came out, looking scared. It really was centaurs. They have a battle flag. When did such a force arrive in the wilderness? Could it be the ones by the river? They seem pretty lively lately. Better hurry, something big might happen. The mouse people scattered in all directions. The leader, Bloodhoof, had a clear goal. The largest town, Changha Town. He didn't want to go there at first. To him, the people of Changha Town were too weak, not worth his interest. But a single word from Zhang Su had settled it. I heard they called in the city's cavalry to come and wipe us out. That hit Bloodhoof's nerve. When they reached near Changha Town, Zhang Su noticed something was wrong. It looked like the ground had been disturbed. As night falls, barriers are set up across the main road. He barely has time to speak before Bloodhoof and his team rush in. Don't go straight ahead, because barriers and trap pits usually appear together. Zhang Su wants to shout, but he sees Bloodhoof has already turned his team around, crossing the bushes beside the main road and heading toward Changha Town. He runs down to check and surprisingly finds a trap pit. Clearly, after being attacked twice by centaurs, Changha Town has made its own defenses. He quickly follows. He's not sure if Changha Town has other hidden cards, but he's confident they won't fail. Bloodhoof, not mentioning, has about 20 armored centaur guards. And tonight, Changha Town is just the first stop. Bloodlust technique. He quickly catches up, waving his arm. The leader of Bloodhoof begins to glow red, and his speed increases. He keeps moving, casting the bloodlust technique on the frontline centaur guards. The reinforced gate is smashed open by Bloodhoof. Bloodhoof and the centaur guards have a layer of yellow-brown earth element shields on them. Bloodhoof leads the charge, creating a shadowy afterimage, smashing through the gate fragments and nearby militia. The centaur guards don't just wear armor, they also have earth element shields. From level 3, they are like tanks in the wilderness. Bloodhoof is a fast, heavy tank. Moo! Boom! A huge shock echoes through the town. A bull-headed man, covered in armor and wielding a heavy battle axe, charges straight at Bloodhoof. Changha Town has recruited the bull-headed man, Zhang Su realizes. An enemy's enemy is a natural ally. The bull-headed man and Changha Town share a common foe. Lai Zong. Alliance. Changha Town has survivors. Zhang Su quickly understands. But his team acts fast. An instant fireweb traps the bull-headed man. In the face of absolute strength, alliances are useless. Zhang Su slowly shakes his head. He thinks this survivor has good ideas. If given some time, they might really stop Lai Zong's charge. Unfortunately, the fierce horse grew too quickly. Last time I visited, there was only one heavily armored centaur with Bloodhoof. Now, there are 20 more, all within just a week. The crying minotaur fell, while untransformed centaurs at the back shot arrows accurately. Fire lit up Changha Town. This is just the first stop. Houses were smashed, and the frightened villagers couldn't stop the wild, bloodthirsty centaurs. They entered from the south, rushed out from the north, circled around, and charged again and again. Bloodhoof kept using his command skill. iron hoof battle spirit. No one could match him. But he was not a match for the great Khan. Gagak, Bloodhoof, covered in blood, fought wildly, with his axe and armor stained with flesh. He charged 3 times, and the Centaurs retreated, leaving the ruined Changha town burning. Next stop, the Wild Fox people. Recently, Jiangsu also studied the local forces. On the wild plains, each force covers a large area, usually hundreds of kilometers. Before fierce main rose, the Bloodhoof Centaurs also operated within about 100 kilometers. The forces overlapped, fighting each other today and tomorrow. Now, with fierce main rising, the surrounding forces couldn't stay. I wonder what the Fox people look like. Maybe I can find a way to send some back to the Khan, and let Li Yi know that the title Khan's woman isn't anything special. Jiangsu still cared about his troublesome brothers. In the underground town of Changha, why are those centaurs coming so often? What do they want in the middle of the night this time? The town mayor, hiding in the underground, was starting to feel hopeless. The woman watched coldly. She sensed the mayor's murderous intent toward her. Are those bull-headed men also dead? The butler nodded silently. Heavy-armored, bull-headed men, they couldn't hold on. The entire force was wiped out. The mayor sank into his chair, looking a bit lost. Did the heavy-armored, bull-headed men ever fight the centaurs in the town's alley battles? What kind of enemies are these? He looked at the woman. Do you have any other ideas? The woman slightly raised the corner of her eye and said, Of course there are, but in this situation, the adults might bleed heavily. This town leader is unreliable. Now I need to find a way to use his resources to strengthen myself and then eliminate them all at once. Only then can I find a quiet place to rebuild my defense tower. The woman decided she wouldn't wait any longer. The next morning, Zul'jin was unusually not awakened by the noisy fools outside. He sleepily went outside and saw 2 tall, strong Minotaur guards standing at the entrance of the tribe. They held iron sticks as tall as themselves, and their chests, backs, and shoulders were covered with simple iron armor. They looked quite formidable. Since the centaurs were not there, it was now the turn of the Minotaur warriors to stand guard. Zul'jin rubbed his eyes, thinking he was still sleepy. Is it okay for Minotaurs to guard the tribe? Isn't this like Gorzin being Tiga's subordinate? How did Li Yi manage to brainwash these Minotaurs? But just from their presence, the armed Minotaurs looked very impressive. They were stronger than ordinary centaurs, and if not kite-fed, their combat power was definitely good. The small huts of the centaurs on the west side of the tribe had increased significantly overnight. They were still arranged neatly, all huts of the same size. Li Yi was working overnight with the Minotaurs to build new homes for the newcomers. As Zul'jin woke up, the 2 weapon towers of the defense tower began attacking. The zombies on the road seemed to be activated, howling one after another. The central bonfire of the tribe blazed brightly, with a large iron pot steaming and emitting a fragrant aroma. Li Yi started adding food dropped by monsters on the road into the minced meat porridge to increase the portion. The food was either compressed biscuits, bread, or some dry, hard cakes, torn into pieces and added, which worked well. Ever since Li Yi took charge of food, the centaur's eating situation improved. Even Zul'jin felt like he was gaining weight. By late morning, the sound of hooves came from afar. The banner appeared first, with Bloodhoof leading the charge, carrying the flag and rushing back. Even Jiangsu changed his mount, switching from a land bird to a warhorse. The centaurs carried a strong smell of blood, and their armor, transformed into centaurs, was stained with unknown bits of flesh. Khan, we have returned. Zhang Suo dismounted quickly, almost falling to the ground. We attacked the humans in Changha town, the Wild Hill Fox people, the River Valley Goblins, the Western Wild Boars, and the Locust people. Except for the Locust people, they were mostly small groups, and they scattered after a few fights. Zhang Suo's 7 orifices were bleeding. Zul'jin frowned slightly. What happened? Can't fight? Zul'jin felt it was a bit absurd. No, we can fight, Zhang Suo hurriedly explained. Some of them were tough, but that was just because I overused magic. But, Khan, we still lost a few warriors in battle. Zhang Suo looked a bit ashamed. Dying on the battlefield is their honor. War is cruel, and people will die. Don't complain so much, Zul'jin frowned. Those who only knew how to fight, once in battle, couldn't be controlled by Zhang Suo. Zul'jin had expected some losses and could handle it. Khan, I brought back a gift. Zhang Suo ran to the back of the team and pulled down a tall woman with fox ears from a blood-covered centaur. Fox person. She seems to be the daughter of the Wild Hill Fox leader. Zhang Suo was unsure. It was chaotic at the time. I thought she was the prettiest among the fox women, so I tied her up and brought her back to present to the Khan. The fox woman looked full of grief and despair. She wore animal hide clothes, had 2 furry ears on her head, and a long tail behind her. Zhang Suo dragged her in front of Zul'jin, who bent down to look carefully. She was indeed quite good. If you didn't mind a few animal features, she could be used as on Arlie. Her appearance was different from Tan Sang Li Jia, but she was also very delicate, exuding wild charm. Zul'jin nodded with praise. Well done. Being able to satisfy the Khan is her honor. Zhang Suo breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the Khan's taste hadn't changed. This was a fox woman who made his blood boil just by looking at her. Oh no. He was only thinking about the Khan and forgot to grab a fox woman for himself. Thinking of the fox women who had been cruelly killed, Zhang Su's heart ached with sorrow. From the tower, Tan Sang and Li Jia stared down at him with anger. That man. They cursed silently. They hadn't cared before, but now that the Khan could temporarily grow larger in size, they naturally didn't want any other women around. Humph. That sly fox. Huh. I will never give in. My father is the leader of the Wasteland tribe. He will destroy you all. The fox woman's eyes were full of hatred. Wait a moment, Zhang Su said, raising a finger. He ran to the back and soon returned, carrying something wrapped in cloth. He dropped it at her feet. Here, your father has already come. He placed down 2 more bundles. This one should be your brother, and this one your mother. They were together when we found them. The fox woman fell to the ground, crying out in despair. Zhang Su scratched his head. You see? I even brought them to you, and you're still upset. Zul'jin sighed. Good grief. Even the devil must have learned his first lesson from you. He waved to the 2 women watching from the tower. Come down and teach her the rules. Tan Sang and Li Jia quickly came down and led the fox woman away. Zhang Su watched, finally feeling relieved. The Khan never cared about romance. He was simply fond of beauty. That was good. It meant no woman could control him, and his friend wouldn't be ruined by love. Still, it seemed he had offended those 2 women. But Zhang Su looked at Bloodhoof and the centaurs waving at him from afar. Who cared? Go rest. You've done well lately, Zul'jin said, tossing him a handful of small treasures. Thank you, Khan. Zhang Su bowed, greeted Bloodhoof and the others, and returned to his tower. Then, as if remembering something, he ran back out. Oh, right, Khan. The items I found in the treasure chest, I've put them up for private trade. Longha Town has no treasure chests. The goblins have 1, the fox people have 1, the wild boars have 1, and the locusts have a blue one. However, those insect clans are too numerous, so we haven't explored deeply. The rest of the treasure chests are all green. Zul'jin's eyes lit up. Another blue treasure chest? He looked at the private message. Thunder leap. Wind element surges, jump in a specified direction, and upon landing, deal physical and natural damage to enemies within range. Gnome rocket jump modification. Mockery. Taunt enemies, causing surrounding enemies to attack you within 2 seconds. Charm modification. Fervent aura. Provides extra damage, attack speed, and accuracy bonuses to yourself and nearby allies. Suddenly, Zul'jin had a good idea. Does combining Thunder Leap with Double-Edged Sword count as a Centaur-style leap slash? What would happen if he combined Thunder Leap with Horseshoe Stomp? He glanced again at the chest soul points. 2,317? Wow. Indeed. Is war and killing the fastest way to achieve goals and get rich? Bloodhoof and over 100 others went out overnight and killed nearly 3,000 people? And this was even considering that ordinary humans only provide 0.5 chest soul points. Centaur Hunter Cabin costs 500 chest soul points. Even if he exchanges for 3 2-star upgrades to unlock 3 and 4-cost units, it only costs 1,500 chest soul points. There would still be over 800 left. What a big gain. This is enough to upgrade Bloodhoof directly to 3 stars. Zul'jin swallowed hard. These fierce manies are really about to become powerful. But Zul'jin still plans to combine to make a 2-star hunter cabin. The immediate priority is to slightly boost the Centaur's ranged firepower. He collected all those treasure chests, and once again, a new aura appeared beneath Zul'jin. The durability aura constantly emits brownish-yellow stripes outward, while the fervent aura is a circle of bright red stripes spinning and glowing. Although these three rewards were opened by Zhang Su, after being traded over, they were naturally altered by system intrusion, which suited Zul'jin. After the two auras beneath his feet, Zul'jin felt that just standing there gave him the feeling of a big boss. Smiling at himself, Zul'jin exchanged for the Centaur hunter cabin. Like before, it was placed in the center of the tribe alongside the Centaur barracks. The building was similar in style, but the roof now featured a large bow and crossed arrows. Without hesitation, he spent another 1,000 chess soul points, and the hunter cabin instantly upgraded to 2 stars. Centaur Hunter Hall, it transformed from a simple tent into a spacious courtyard, where straw targets could be seen. Zul'jin entered and immediately unlocked a new job after reaching 2 stars. 3-cost Centaur Sharpshooter, Power Strike, Range, Shooting Speed, Precise Shot, increases hit chance by 50% and weak spot hit chance by 20%. 4-cost Centaur Windrunner, Power Strike, Range, Shooting Speed, Precise Shot, Strong Shot, charges for 3 seconds before firing, damaging enemies along the way. Damage decreases with each unit hit. Luxurious. 3-cost is already enough, but the 4-cost Windrunner is truly impressive. Fast shooting, long range, high accuracy, powerful hits, and skills included. Although Zul'jin only has about 800 chess soul points left, he doesn't regret it. It's totally worth it. Capturing the haunted gold mine is a must, and to it from the many races involved, he needs to show great strength. Zul'jin's eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Lately, he's been relaxing, but that doesn't mean he's truly idle. His craving for battle never stops, and only through fighting can his fiery mane become stronger. However, Zhang Su is the most familiar with the situation at the haunted gold mine. He still needs to listen to his advice on how many hunters to promote. Zul'jin isn't in a hurry. He'll let Zhang Su sleep well first. Even a nuclear-powered donkey can't work non-stop. But Zul'jin still plans to promote to a Centaur Windrunner. Right now, the tribe only has Bloodhoof, a 4-cost Centaur, which isn't enough. He called over Bloodhoof, who was followed by 2 little Centaur chieftains. They clearly had been beaten into submission and accepted Bloodhoof as their leader. But that's okay. After the promotion, they will be loyal to him, and he won't need to beat them again. Zul'jin casually pointed at a young chieftain, who remained motionless. Zul'jin cursed with a smile, swung his fist, and delivered a powerful punch that sent the opponent flying into the hunter hall. Wogak! Meanwhile, a half-horse chieftain stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, frozen in place. Bloodhoof grinned mischievously, showing his teeth. Are you laughing at me? Stay away. Zul'jin now had a bit of a fear of large objects, especially when it came to big fools. Bloodhoof lowered his head, tucked his tail, and quickly left in shame. A gust of wind howled, mixed with purple light and screeches, as the young chieftain stepped forward. He wore a horned helmet and full body armor, but unlike the commander, he was clad in leather armor, with a hooded cloak trailing behind him and a windproof goggles on his forehead. His weapon was a roughly 2-meter-long recurved bow, with 2 quivers hanging on the side, filled with arrows. Which tribe are you from? Zul'jin was very pleased with the appearance of the Centaur Windwalker. The young chieftain, who had already changed classes, was now completely loyal to Zul'jin, especially after being hit with that terrifying punch. Fleshhoof. From now on, your name is Fleshhoof. Fierce Mane's Fleshhoof. Zul'jin patted Fleshhoof on the shoulder and turned to leave. As he took a step away, Bloodhoof and another young chieftain hurried over. Bloodhoof looked at Fleshhoof with curiosity, his eyes shining with excitement. Are you going to fight? Fleshhoof looked at his longbow, then at Bloodhoof with a silly expression. Then I'll run out 200 steps first, Bloodhoof snorted. And what good would that do? The little chieftain nearby wanted to say something, but hesitated, watching the 2 half-horse figures who kept thinking the other was foolish, unable to join in. The young chieftain felt a bit annoyed. No one told him he'd be isolated after arriving. He understood one thing. If you can't fit into a circle, don't force it. Back at the defense tower, Zul'jin suddenly realized he had gained a new bond. A level 1 hunter bond requires 10 half-horse hunters to activate, so that wasn't it. It was a racial bond called Centaur. Every day, the strongest king knows that both warrior, and hunter are key professions. Besides these, there are other bonds, such as factions or races. Centaur, two all-transformed Centaur units gain 10% health, defense, strength, and speed. Their healing rate also slightly increases. Zul'jin suddenly understood. So, do I need to increase the number of transformation huts for Centaurs? Previously, there was only a warrior, so the bond couldn't be activated. Now, with a hunter, the first stage of the Centaur racial bond is activated. Zul'jin's eyes lit up. Is there an unexpected bonus? He was very pleased. 10% may not seem like much, but it applies directly to all transformed Centaurs. The stronger they are, the greater the boost. It turns out combat is still the key. Is this what rich newcomers are like? Before, Zul'jin looked down on wealthy newcomers. He thought they lacked depth and manners. But now, when wealth finally comes to him, it feels great. Zul'jin snapped back to reality and immediately saw the bruised fox girl. Why are you beaten up like this? Tensang shrugged. She not only refuses to accept it, but also keeps insulting the boss. We spoiled her, Zul'jin frowned. Refusing to accept, he looked down at the fox girl. My small team wiped out your tribe with just a few charges. What is there to refuse? The fox girl's eyes were full of hatred. I wish I could. Before she finished, Zul'jin waved dismissively. Forget it. I could kill your whole family, but I don't expect you to accept that. Hating me is justified, but ultimately, it's because you're too weak. In terms of physical combat ability, the fox girl could easily defeat Tan Sang and Li Jia. But unfortunately, she was facing time stop. One time stop, and she was done for. Plus, there was Li Jia throwing ice spikes nearby. Tan Sang felt a bit helpless. Big King, she's different from us. That forced fruit probably isn't sweet. Gahahaha. Zul'jin looked disdainful. The whole family was cut down for her. Do I still care if that fruit is sweet? Go, finally eat a treat her, and wash her up. Today, I want to see what's really going on with the fox girl. Tan Sang and Li Jie exchanged a glance and immediately took the fox girl away. Now outside, there were many centaurs. Anyone could easily deal with her. After a moment, Zul'jin closed his eyes to rest. Tan Sang and Li Jie returned with the fox girl, who had been cleaned and was looking more normal. She's too unruly. Even the Minotaur had to force her into the river. Tan Sang was speechless. Zul'jin opened his eyes and directly used the Titan power on the fox girl's shoulders, giving Tan Sang and the others a look. Tan Sang and Li Jie understood immediately. They swung around and gave the fox girl a big punch, activating 25 layers of Titan power. Seeing the fox girl now 3.5 meters tall, Zul'jin pulled her over. Tan Sang and Li Jie silently went back upstairs. The fox girl thought she had grown bigger and stronger, with some ability to resist. But, without increased strength, she thought Zul'jin was just a powerful half-tribe leader. Only after fully activating the Titan power did she realize how terrifying Zul'jin really was. As always, talent is just the threshold to meet Zul'jin. He himself didn't even realize how strong he was. But he didn't care. With animal ears and a foxtail, full of wild beauty, even Zul'jin couldn't help but feel genuinely amazed. So, you're from Zhejiang University? Graduating from Zhejiang University is really impressive. Where did you go to elementary school? The fox girl wanted to speak, but couldn't find the words. Can you show me your elementary school? Zul'jin seemed to be asking for her opinion, but then just walked inside. The security guard at the school gate was immediately knocked out, blood all over his face. But this fox girl was destined not to stay long in the defense tower like Tan Sang and Li Ga. Her fate was already sealed. After being tasted by the great Khan Zul'jin, she was to be dealt with. Either eliminate them directly or be completely isolated and turned into slaves. The hatred between both sides cannot be resolved, and Zul'jin has no intention of resolving it. The next morning, Zul'jin confidently left the defense tower and called Zhang Su. Kagan, you called me. After a good night's rest, Zhang Su felt much better. Considering the situation at the haunted gold mine, how many elite archers do you think we should add? Zhang Su was surprised. Me? Kagan asked me to say. Zul'jin frowned. What's wrong? Did you suffer a defeat there? Shouldn't I ask how many troops you need to reinforce? Or maybe, Zul'jin leaned forward, a hint of anger in his eyes. You don't want to avenge your shame. It wasn't intentional. His anger had become part of his nature. He couldn't hold back. Zhang Su shivered. images flashing through his mind as he calculated the information he had. He gritted his teeth. Kagan, I want to know what kind of elite archers you mean. Zul'jin pointed to the half-human guards outside the road. Similar to them, but a bit better in quality. Zhang Su's eyes lit up. He knew how strong the half-human guards were. How about, the king gives me 10 more? Li Ye's team has developed bows and arrows, which can also be used by other half-human lords. That should be enough. The biggest problem at the haunted gold mine was chaos, with various forces mixed together. No one was marching with large armies. Zul'jin nodded slowly. I think I understand. If you're well rested, get ready to lead the way. We will take the haunted gold mine in one go. Zhang Su was surprised. Lead the way? Isn't this about reinforcing me to fight again? Kagan, are you going to personally go? His tone was a bit incredulous. Zul'jin straightened his back slowly. Ha, my men have lost face outside. If I don't go personally and bring it back, I'll lose even more. Zhang Su looked a bit ashamed and lowered his head. Kagan, I am useless. Stop talking nonsense. Zul'jin abruptly interrupted Zhang Su. I am the Khan. Since you follow me, I will take responsibility for you. No more talk. Get ready. We're leaving. Zul'jin's tone was full of rage and a desire for battle. The iron hooves of the fiery mane will crush everything. I'm already eager to go. Zul'jin was excited and ready to move. But first, he needed to spend his points. He still had 700 points. Zul'jin gathered the fools together. Now, the tribe's centaurs, big and small, numbered over 700, with more than 200 being strong and healthy. This was almost a medium-sized tribe. He spent 400 points on a 9-headed centaur god archer. He had 250 points left. Zul'jin called over the isolated, unpromoted young centaur chieftain. What's the name of your tribe? Windstep. Good. From now on, your tribe is called Windstep. Which do you choose, sword or bow? He puffed out his chest. I want both, Zul'jin cursed. Go to. He had been foolish all his life, and now he finally realized something. He kicked the other into the Centaur Hunter Hall. The young Centaur successfully promoted to a Centaur Windrunner. He had 150 points left. Zul'jin hesitated. He could still promote to a forecast class, but he no longer had a young Centaur chieftain. It would be a waste to give ordinary Centaurs such a promotion. Oh well. Zul'jin decided to convert him into a 3-cost Centaur god archer. Looking at the fully armed centaurs before him, Zul'jin said, We are leaving now. What is our motto? The centaurs all shouted together. Steal money. Steal grain. Steal women. Gagok. Since the king took all the elites and left, what will happen to the tribe? Li Jia watched the distant centaur army with some worry. Although she didn't want to admit it, her comfortable life was really given to her by Zul'jin. Recently, she had been paying close attention to messages in the chat channel. There is a rumor that a wave of captures is happening outside now. Many survivors who have managed to stabilize are being taken away and turned into slaves. The most arrogant among them are the Mantis people. They don't know why, but it is said to be related to some large native groups above. If I hadn't agreed to merge and come to Liaison, I might have already been taken as a. So now, Jiaga has mostly given up on those ideas. Plus, Zul'jin is hot-tempered, but he is generous to his own people. Sometimes, they find small drops that suit them, and as long as they ask, they usually get them. Now, she has 3 abilities. 1 attack, 1 control, and 1 passive. Tanseng still only has 1 ability, but she has upgraded her time stop skill to level 3. She also improved her magic reserves. Now, her time stop can be used 5 times in a row, each stopping the enemy for 1.5 seconds. According to Tanseng, as long as I master this 1 ability, it will be enough. The other kings will handle the rest. Honestly, Jiaga is quite envious. Tanseng's ability, combined with the king's, is really overpowered. What are you worried about? Tanseng is still operating the arrow tower to fight zombies. She holds a fruit tray and a glass of juice. They are all picked by the little cow-headed herders. Enemies within 200 kilometers have all been cleared by Zhang Su and his team. There are still over 600 centaurs in the tribe, plus our level 6 arrow towers and level 5 magic towers. If you're bored, go find Li Yi to do some work, or look for the next woman worth merging with. Why worry about this, Jiaga? Sometimes I really envy your attitude. I feel like you integrate into this better than Li Yi or Zhang Su. Do you genuinely want to follow the king? Tanseng glanced at her, a slight smile on her lips. The king saved my life and gave me a stable life. Now I can eat fresh fruit, drink freshly squeezed juice, and control level 6 defense towers to kill monsters. That's all thanks to the king. Think about your conscience. Besides having higher demands, does the king have any other requirements for us, Li Jia? It seems to be really like that. This makes me feel a little ignorant. People, the key is to be content. Besides not being human, does the king have any other flaws? Li Jia hesitated slightly. Well, I think it's a bit too big. Tan Sang rolled her eyes. Just say whether you're satisfied after putting on that gear and getting bigger. Li Jia's face turned red. Anyway, I remember the last time someone asked me to lift my legs. It was when I was on a green train. The topic gradually shifted to something related to speed, which it shouldn't have. Whether it's black or white, people argue about it. But when it comes to the H scene, everything is harmonious. As for that fox girl, neither of them cared. They had already figured out that women like that couldn't pose any real threat to them. By the way, I've already found a target that's pretty close. Since the king is away these days, let's work harder to take him down and surprise the king when we return. After Tan Sang's teasing, Li Jia's attitude really started to change. In the wilderness, with Zul'jin's 2 auras blessing and the bond of the Centaur race, the speed of the Centaurs was once again increased. Zul'jin tried it out. His current top speed could reach about 260 kilometers per hour. That's a big increase from the previous maximum of 180 kilometers per hour. Bloodhoof and the other 3 forecast cards could also reach around 200 kilometers per hour. After all, they used to be tribal chieftains, so fundamentally, they weren't much different from Zul'jin. Only the 3-cost centaurs are a bit slower. Now, to take care of these 3-cost centaurs, their speed has been kept around 170 to 180 kilometers per hour. Even at this speed, it's enough to be impressive in the wilderness. Apart from flying races, few races can outrun centaurs. Running fast isn't enough. Running constantly fast is what really matters. There are others who can surpass centaurs in speed, even several, but none of them can sustain it. Under Zul'jin's leadership, the Centaur squad can run non-stop for hours. 3 or 4 hours without stopping. Kagan, the haunted gold mine is probably just ahead. If we run west for half a day, we'll reach the mountains on the west side. Zhuolin, riding his flying mount, looked pale. His mount didn't look much better. If it weren't for the blessing of the aura, this mount would definitely not keep up with the team. Even so, if they kept running, the mount would soon be exhausted. The mount felt like it was still running, but it had been dead for a while. The half-human, half-horse leader, Zul'jin, only had slightly rapid breathing. His powerful lungs made him feel no fatigue at all. His chest and the horse's chest beneath him rose and fell together. He had 4 lungs. That's how strong he was. All right, my big sword has been craving a fight for a long time. Zul'jin pulled out the endless critical strike sword. This terrifying blood-red sword looked fierce. Don't think I don't recognize you just because you changed your name, Endless Blade. Kagan, how should we fight? Zhuolin shouted as best as he could. He thought they should come up with a plan. How to fight? Zul'jin even had the energy to look back at him. He wore a confident, wild smile, eager for battle. Surprise attack. Take the haunted gold mine first. Zhuolin didn't have time to think much. But if we do that, we'll be targeted by everyone, surrounded and attacked. Think carefully, Kagan. I have a plan to split them up, but unfortunately, Zul'jin, who was already in a berserk state, had red eyes and didn't listen to Zhuolin at all. Let them come, raise our battle flags, wave our weapons. Follow me and charge straight in. Gagok! Zul'jin roared loudly and suddenly sped up. Ga, the flying mount wailed and collapsed to the ground. Zhuolin was carried onto his back by Bloodhoof. Gahaha, kid, hold on tight. Bloodhoof mimicked Zul'jin's laughter and sped up again. After approaching the haunted gold mine, the weather seemed to turn gloomy. Ravens circled in the sky, refusing to land. Clearly, something is attracting them, but many people below prevent them from descending. Various forces are intertwined, all eyeing the gold mine inside. Low-level undead do not know fear. The skeletons sway and wave their broken weapons as they wander near the haunted gold mine. Outside, different groups have formed temporary alliances. Humans, dwarves, and goblin groups gather together. Jungle trolls and lion-men have made a mutual aid agreement. High mountain elves look down on everyone. They have called in a giant tree as their ally. As for the undead, no living person wants to ally with those who desecrate the dead. Everyone wants to take control of this haunted gold mine. To do that, they must first completely eliminate the undead creatures inside. They also need to watch out for other forces trying to strike from behind, so the situation remains deadlocked. Giving up is not an option. No force can abandon a gold mine. Under these conditions, a fragile balance has formed. It is evening now, and the sky is darker. Is it? Thunder. The tall mountain elves' long ears twitch slightly. They are agile, and just a few leaps bring them onto the branches of a big tree. The rumbling sounds like distant thunder rolling across the sky. Not only elves are sensitive to the sound, trolls also receive the message. They are taller than elves, with dark green bodies, long heads, and long teeth at the corners of their mouths. The trolls glance at the distant elves and grab someone from their camp. Do you know something? The person looks pale and thin, with a frightened expression, very different from the human forces across from him. He is clearly a survivor. Speak, or you'll be cooked in oil. The troll's face looks fierce. A burly lion man walks over and places a large hand on the troll's shoulder. Calm down. You've already blown up one. We need their teleportation ability to send supplies. Humph. The troll throws the survivor aside. The survivor is close to breaking down, with a pile of scattered bones on the ground telling of his companion's fate. Whether it's trolls or centaurs, their diets include. I hear it, but it doesn't sound like thunder. Is it those foolish half-human horse creatures? The centaur scoffs. I admit that the fully armed centaur chieftain is strong, but with his small force, he's no match for us. He suddenly raises a ball of fire, which illuminates his lion-like face full of authority. A small tribe with no spellcasters, only reckless fighters. If they come again, it won't be so easy for them to leave. The troll glances at him sideways. These centaurs are very proud. If it weren't for the gold mine, the troll wouldn't bother to associate with them. As the loud rumbling grows louder and denser, all the forces around the haunted gold mine sense something is wrong. It's really a centaur. All forces become alert. The brief peace here is broken. Everyone is watching closely, waiting and hoping someone will break the deadlock. They also hope a reckless young hero will attract attention. They all want to see who will be unlucky enough to become the first target of the centaurs, as long as it's not themselves. The elves all climb trees, 2 trees about 15 meters tall, capable of standing and walking. Their trunks have features, and their branches can move freely. Gawk! A strange battle flag appears amid the excited shouts of the centaurs. It rushes from the east at high speed, led by a figure in plate armor, with scarlet eyes on shoulder guards, wielding a large sword that gleams with a blood-red light. All the centaurs behind him are also armored, fully covered in armor. One of them is the fiery-tempered Bloodhoof we saw last time, acting like an out-of-control wild donkey. Behind the Bloodhoof, there are 2 more large centaurs, armed with longbows, wearing leather armor and hooded cloaks, also very big. Then come the normal-sized ones. Plus that impressive-looking leader at the front, for centaur chieftains. Which force is this? The powerful centaur from last time isn't even the leader. All the groups discuss excitedly, ready for battle. However, they found that the centaurs showed no intention of paying attention to them. They boldly charged through the gaps between the various forces into the haunted gold mine area. The wandering skeletons were even shorter than the centaurs' thighs. The centaurs didn't slow down. They simply crushed them completely, leaving no chance for reassembly. Within the troll forces, the survivor saw Zhang Su on the centaur's back, and their eyes met. One was full of fear and despair. The other looked down calmly from above. Help! He wanted to shout, but found he couldn't make a sound. In that moment of contact, he felt hopeless about being saved. All the forces stared in shock as the centaur troops directly charged into the haunted gold mine. The human leader exclaimed, "No." The high mountain elf cursed, "A bunch of fools." The troll was stunned. "They'll be targeted by all of us. We know the centaurs are stupid, but I didn't think they'd be this foolish." The lion man sneered. The gold mine has only one entrance. They're blocked." Leaders of other forces received messages and discussed how to deal with the centaurs. Zul'jin, in front of the mine, saw only darkness ahead. "Khan, we're surrounded." Zhang Su jumped down from the Bloodhoof's back, holding a torch, and handed it to each centaur. If anything was missing, they could trade with Li Yi. or even bring nothing at all. Zul'jin looked into the deep interior of the large mine, where the screams of undead echoed from within. Surrounded? No, the gold mine is in our hands now. If they don't come in, the mine belongs to us. Bloodhoof, go with the guards and clear out the undead inside. Feng Wind, take your archers and come with me. Jiangsu, help Bloodhoof and watch this fool. After giving orders, Zul'jin prepared to lead the team outward. Suddenly, urgent screams came from deep inside the mine. Crimson eyes and blue flames signaled the attack of the undead forces. Ghouls and skeletons, numerous and overwhelming. It looks like we need to deal with these pests first. Zul'jin swung his greatsword and charged straight into the undead horde, stomping with his hooves. Gold sparkled inside the mine, and a loud rumbling echoed throughout. Debris and stones fell, showing its power. All the zombies and skeletons in the area were crushed into pieces. Next, more zombies rushed in, seeming to want to drown Zul'jin. Unstoppable! After being attacked, Zul'jin's body quickly expanded, and in the next moment, he reached 9 meters tall. To him, the undead creatures looked no bigger than puppies. Oh, Gak! Bloodhoof and the others stared in shock and confusion. Ha ha ha. It's not them surrounding us, but me surrounding them. The more enemies there were, the thicker Zul'jin's defenses became. His armor was even thicker than the claws of the zombies. Inside the mine, heavy footsteps sounded, accompanied by a strong, foul smell. It was a huge abomination, a large undead creature made from stitched-together parts of various corpses, over 4 meters tall. But at this moment, the abomination looked tiny compared to Zul'jin, like a dwarf. It roared and lunged forward, a glint of cold light flashing in the darkness. With a giant blade, the abomination was cut down instantly, turning into a mass of rotten flesh. What's this weird thing? So disgusting. Zul'jin retracted his greatsword, looking disgusted at the rotting flesh hanging on it. Jiangsu, if I can tell, that thing is probably a mid-level undead tank unit. Zul'jin scoffed. Don't mention these one-hit wonders to me anymore. Undead creatures don't even give chess points, so Zul'jin had no interest. Bloodhoof, it's your turn. Leave no one alive. Suddenly, a skeleton in the distance opened its mouth. Foolish half-man. The Summoning Academy will turn your flesh into new undead. Smack! That skull was crushed by Bloodhoof's hoof. What are you babbling about? He held an axe and shouted at the guards behind him. What are you standing there for? Follow me, Gak. He led the charge first, instantly sweeping away all the undead along the way with his shadow. The half-man guards followed closely behind. A half-human, horse-like commander, along with 20 half-human, horse guards and Jiangsu, are enough to face the undead here. Zul'jin, leading 2.5 horsemen windwalkers and 9 sharpshooters, turns and walks out of the cave. As Zul'jin steps out, the groups outside, who are discussing how to surround and attack the horsemen, suddenly widen their eyes. A 9-meter-tall armored horseman, standing on 2 different glowing auras, wields a sword much longer than a person. His commanding presence makes everyone see 2 words in their minds. Awesome. Zul'jin's fierce gaze sweeps around, and in the distance, he can vaguely see the figures of those forces. Losers, this belongs to the horsemen. As for you, either get out or die? Zul'jin's arrogant and domineering roar echoes under the gloomy sky. All the forces look grim. He's too arrogant. With just these dozen horsemen, he doesn't even take us seriously. The Lion Man's face darkens. This isn't the time for confrontation. Elf, hold the trance. Others assist, and first take down that guy. The High Mountain Elf snorts coldly. Why don't your Lion Men hold the line? The Lion Man's expression turns fierce, and he stares directly. Only your 2 biggest trants are here. If not you, who? Now we share a common enemy. Don't you elves have any sense of the bigger picture? Snort. The High Mountain Elf sneers. Your generosity is kind, but it's just giving away others' resources. We don't buy this. Goodbye. The High Mountain Elf turns and leaves. The hypocritical Lion Man's attitude makes him feel sick. The Lion Man's face looks displeased. This is just a bunch of scattered forces. By the time we decide, the horsemen will have already dug out the gold mine, the human general size. So, Lion Men, you go hold them. As long as you hold, Storm City will fully support you. The Lion Man suddenly turns sharply, glaring at the other, while the human general remains confident, holding his head high. Lion-man, do you really think only you are smart and everyone else is fools? The human general sneers, then turns and walks away. The ogre leader squats nearby, tilting his head and looking at the lion-man. You're not planning to let us go up and hold them, right? The lion-man frowns. Aren't your ogres incredibly resilient? Any wound can heal. But are you afraid of this one? The troll grinned and said, we trolls are strong, not brave like tigers. That big sword is much longer than our bodies. If it's swung down, splitting us in half, even we can't recover. The lion-man took a deep breath. What do we do? Do we have no way to handle this? Zul'jin, who is 4.5 meters tall, was cautious but not overly worried. But no one dared to ignore the 9-meter-tall Zul'jin. His armor was thicker than his own life. Seeing no movement, Zul'jin's fiery temper finally couldn't be contained. He raised his big sword and pointed in a random direction. Both of you fools, gather your strength and hit them hard. Give them a lesson. Scrap Hoof and Windstep didn't hesitate. They drew their bows and started to prepare their arrows. A sharp wind element gathered on their arrows, growing stronger and stronger. Whoosh, 2 long arrows, spinning like mini tornadoes, shot out instantly. Their power was so great that the arrows didn't follow a normal curve. The dry yellow grass on the ground was swept away, and even the trees in the distance were affected, breaking and falling with creaks. Screams and wails echoed from afar. The goblins jumped and shouted. These 2 arrows hit the goblin camp. The goblins were shocked and angry. People are riding right over us and doing their business. Why aren't we doing anything? We should. Start the machines. Kill them all. Amid the sharp screams of the goblins, the roar of steam engines sounded. The goblins climbed onto over 3-meter-high logging machines, moving heavily toward the attack. Throw landmines. That big wild donkey to bits. The goblin leader, glittering with jewelry, waved his big hand. Don't hold back. Fire at will. The logging machines' saw blades spun rapidly, and the back-mounted launchers started firing goblin bombs. I didn't expect the first to have balls to be a goblin. Stay in place and focus fire on those long-range attackers. The rest of you, leave it to me. Zul'jin, riding swiftly on his horse, charged out suddenly. My big sword has been starving for a fight. At this moment, Zul'jin, the Savage King, was fully possessed. The endless critical strike weapon is actually the great sword of the warlord. Zul'jin is currently dragging it behind him, carving a deep trench on the ground. Bang, 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 the dwarves raise their guns, firing bullets at Zul'jin. His large target makes aiming unnecessary. The bullets clang and hit him, but Zul'jin feels nothing. The more people aim at him, the thicker his defenses become. The Centaur plate armor is still gaining value. What kind of little water pipe are you using to shoot at me? Zul'jin faces off against the allied forces of humans, dwarves, and goblins. Meanwhile, the troll suddenly stands up. They're fighting. That centaur's back is turned to us. Let's give him a good hit. He starts to call his tribe members. No. The lion man raises his hand to stop the troll. Don't worry. Let those 3 races test the strength of that centaur first. When they hurt each other, we can strike. The lion man looks at the elves on the other side. See? Those long-eared ones haven't moved yet. The troll leader narrows his eyes. You just said that the centaur is our common enemy. Yes, I did. The lion man says fiercely. But our ultimate goal is the gold mine. You and I will share the gold mine equally. The troll stares into the lion man's eyes for a long time. The lion man looks calm. No need to stare at me like that. Everything is for victory. The troll's eyes flicker, and he straightens up before squatting down again. Male trolls are bigger and more muscular, so they prefer to squat. Don't worry. Victory will ultimately belong to us. As soon as the lion man finishes speaking, a deafening explosion comes from the distance. A goblin logging machine is spewing thick smoke, with flames rising constantly. Everywhere, there are frantic goblin screams. The human general shouts, Your machines are too unstable. The dwarf leader yells, How did you decide to put this broken thing on the battlefield? Humans and dwarves, trusting the goblins for the first time, formed a temporary alliance with them, only to be severely disappointed by goblin technology. Even Zul'jin is taken aback. He didn't even use a sword, just gave a kick, and the opponent exploded. Surprisingly, the hot steam was more powerful than an explosion. Indeed, when it comes to explosions, The goblin is the real expert. Before killing the enemy, he managed to himself up first. The parts of the lumberjack machine and the goblin's parts flew everywhere, mixed together. Even Zul'jin couldn't handle it. I haven't even used my strength yet. Gahaha. Are you guys just pretending to be tough here? This serious matter made Zul'jin burst into laughter. Don't underestimate people. For the Copper Forge, the dwarf leader shouted loudly, sparks of lightning flickering around him. His body rapidly inflated like a balloon, growing from about 1.5 meters to roughly 5 meters tall. Gak! A divine being descended, seeing the dwarf turn silver and crackle with electric arcs. Zul'jin was also quite surprised. Stop underestimating others, Centaur. The dwarf swung his iron hammer at Zul'jin. Boom! The giant sword and hammer clashed, and Zul'jin began to struggle with the dwarf. The dwarf's silver face turned redder and redder. He felt a vast, powerful force. Zul'jin looked down from above and kicked the dwarf directly, knocking him away. You're pretty good, but you're not my match yet. Zul'jin laughed loudly, choosing not to stomp on him with his hooves. Divine Dissent makes him immune to control, giving him near invincibility and high physical defense. Zul'jin knew this well. Try mine too. Zul'jin raised his great blade, glowing red, and swung it down heavily. A double-edged sword. The enormous blade, more than enough to be deadly even in Divine Dissent, fell. A golden light shield appeared on the dwarf, protecting him. Boom! The shockwave swept across the battlefield instantly. The golden shield shattered, and the great blade was embedded deep into the dwarf's shoulder. The human general's face turned pale. His attack shattered his holy shield in one strike and caused significant damage to the divine descended dwarf. With the holy light above, what kind of centaur is this? The dwarf cried out in pain and swung his iron hammer, sending a huge thunder axe crashing toward Zul'jin. Leap of thunder. Zul'jin's massive body leapt into the air, dodging the hammer, then struck back at the human general. Twin-edged sword. Wow! The human general's face changed drastically. He raised his hand, and holy light descended, forming a protective shield around him. At the same time, he rolled lazily to try to dodge. Another shockwave swept through. The human general, protected by the holy shield, was instantly cut in half. He didn't have divine help to share the damage, nor could he escape Zul'jin's large blade. Gah? Ha! I see you all as just pawns willing to sell yourselves. Zul'jin stomped on the general's body, laughing loudly across the battlefield. The twin-edged sword's counterattack caused significant damage to Zul'jin himself, especially since both attacks triggered critical hits. Endless critical. Increases attack power, critical chance, and critical damage. Skills can also crit. As the weapon with the highest critical chance and damage, the twin-edged sword's boost was terrifying. It dealt high damage to enemies and also caused damage to Zul'jin himself. But this didn't stop Zul'jin from becoming more savage and mad with pain and blood. His huge body rampaged through the camp, swinging his massive blade and destroying everything in his reach. The dwarf, who had activated Divine Dissent, quickly ran forward with short legs, trying to block Zul'jin. Others, whether dwarves or gnomes, also attacked with various methods, attempting to hurt Zul'jin. They couldn't reach Zul'jin's body, so they targeted his horse legs. Their damage was minimal, and their attacks also partially reflected back onto themselves. This was due to Zul'jin's passive ability. Counterattack. This kind of gear affects the user directly, not just the area it covers. So even Zul'jin's horse legs weren't easy for ordinary people to cut through. Huh? I think I see his weak spot. One gnome's eyes lit up as he spotted a spear. He pulled out his pistol, aimed at the target, and prepared to fire. Boom. The great blade was laid flat and struck down, like crushing garlic, to smash the goblin trying to steal chickens. Are you kidding me? Is that something you can touch? Zul'jin cursed loudly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't even bother to make a hole for my brother, but I can't stand the pain. Die. The dwarf rushed forward and swung his hammer at Zul'jin. Are you done yet? Zul'jin didn't want to bother with this guy who kept sticking to him like sticky candy, but he was always clinging on. He waved his long sword, and neither Zul'jin nor the dwarf dodged. You give me a slash, I give you a hammer. From afar, the high mountain elves couldn't stay still. Two big trees moved heavily and slowly toward them. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Zul'jin's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Just as he was about to use his double-edged sword, two arrows with hurricane-like force whistled through the air and suddenly pierced the dwarf's neck from behind. Ha ha ha! The dwarf's eyes widened, and he staggered and fell to the ground. Zul'jin quickly wiped his sword clean. The dwarf leader's head was splattered with blood and fell nearby. Zul'jin's chest rose and fell, and his gaze turned to the Windwalkers, shattered hoof and wind step. I got carried away. Almost forgot I still have subordinates. Centaur Hunter Bond bonus. 10 members. Base damage 10%. Additional damage up to 10% with distance. 20 members. Base damage 15%. Additional damage up to 15%. 100 members. Base damage 20%. Additional damage up to 20%. 200 members. Base damage 25%. Additional damage up to 25%. Multi-arrow. Each attack has a chance to shoot 2 arrows at once. The 2 big trees were blocked. 9 Centaur sharpshooters and high mountain elves began to fire wildly. Elves' arrows are very accurate, but in strength, they can't compare to Centaurs. One is skilled in archery, the other in mounted shooting. Even if the Centaurs haven't changed classes, their talent for shooting isn't much worse than the elves, even if they're not as strong. Although elves are long-lived, many are ancient creatures surviving from thousands of years ago, but Centaurs are also descendants of demigods. You are sharp, but I am not without skill. After changing to a half-human, Centaur-like archer, I lack active abilities but have 4 passive skills. These cover range, speed, accuracy, damage, and critical hits. When 9 of these Centaur archers fire, their arrows seem to be guided like snipers, startling the mountain elves hiding in the trees. If the elves hadn't used large trees as cover and were very agile, many might have been hit and killed instantly. How are these Centaurs so strong? Where did they learn such excellent archery? Is that a powerful strike? Isn't that a skill only Windwalkers have? Have Windwalkers betrayed the elves? Where are our Windwalkers? Windwalkers are usually rangers and leaders. How could they be here? The elves, proud of their archery skills, couldn't believe they were being overwhelmed. They hid in the trees, in the shadows, small targets that moved, but the Centaur arrows seemed to have eyes, hitting precisely every time. Even the 2 tree men were intercepted. The powerful strikes from the 2 Windwalkers were made possible by their 4 passive abilities. Even large trees rooted by the roadside could be destroyed instantly. The trolls couldn't stay still. They suddenly looked at the Lion Man. Humans and dwarves are finished. Their leader is dead, and the long-eared elves are blocked. We need to act quickly or run away. What are you waiting for? The Lion Man's face looked grim. This bunch is useless. They have steam-powered armor and dwarf secret techniques, but they haven't even hurt a single feather. The troll angrily grabbed the back of his head, starting to look more agitated. Stop talking nonsense. If we don't attack, we'll retreat. The Lion Man narrowed his eyes and looked at the troll. Let's attack together. We've been stalemated here for so long. We can't go back without a fight. The Lion Man and the troll began to move. Poison-tipped javelins shot straight toward Zul'jin. Some lion men drew their great swords and charged forward. Others started chanting spells on the spot. Lion men are often skilled spellcasters by nature. A series of fiery balls shot out rapidly, falling onto Zul'jin along with spears in a coordinated attack. Zul'jin, who had almost cleared the remaining forces of the human, dwarf, and earth tribes, slowly turned his head amidst the dents. In terms of damage, the javelins thrown by the trolls could even rival dwarf guns. Fast, accurate, and fierce, these attacks had all 3 qualities. Like the elves, this ancient race has a long lifespan. It is said they once dominated the world. Now, they are broken into tribes and scattered. Trolls? Zul'jin is quite interested in this race. Their incredible healing ability surpasses even that of centaurs. You were too careless. Finish him off. A few lion men leapt high with large swords, swinging crosswise at Zul'jin's neck from 3 different directions. Horseshoes stomped the ground. For lion men trembled, their eyes went blank, and their bodies fell to the ground. Don't think horsehoof stomps only affect ground units. As long as you're within the shockwave, you'll be stunned. Boom! A huge fireball headed straight for Zul'jin's face. He felt a strong force and heat, causing him to step back 2 paces. Then he saw a flash of white light on the lion men, and another large fireball was thrown again. Fire explosion magic combined with calm focus. Are you really treating me like a boss to farm? The hurricane arrow shot again, intercepting the fire explosion midair. Zul'jin sprinted at top speed, then leapt into the air, his feet glowing with golden light as he slammed down onto the ground. The troll leader was frozen in place, while the Lion Man leader's body instantly turned into a scarecrow, appearing in another corner far away. He raised both hands, launching a series of small fireballs toward Zul'jin. Zul'jin bent down, grabbing the troll leader's head and lifting it up, swinging all the small fireballs aside like a windmill. Then he threw the opponent's body away. A flash of cold light appeared, splitting the body in two. Roar! As the strongest single-target damage spell for fire mages, fire explosion magic is indeed powerful. The fireball, about the size of a face, exploded on his body, making Zul'jin feel he was seriously hurt. This also drove him into a complete frenzy. During the charge, his scarlet eye seemed to draw out two long red lines. The 9-meter-tall body looked like it could completely destroy everything in its path. It leapt into the air, wielding a large sword that shimmered with a blood-red glow. It was another lightning leap combined with a double-edged sword. He used these two abilities together as a jumping slash. Of course, it wasn't too exaggerated. With full Titan strength, he could only jump about 10 meters. The Lion Man leader's face changed color, and he pushed both hands outward. A ring of fire appeared instantly and kept expanding. Resist the fire ring. Zul'jin was actually pushed back directly. Zul'jin became interested. He swung his great sword again. Come on. He leapt high once more and slashed downward. The Lion Man, lying on the ground, instantly transformed into a fierce lion rushing toward the distance. Where is your substitute technique? Where is your fire resistance ring? Zul'jin landed, stomping with his hooves. Golden light rippled out, almost affecting the Lion Man. Even as a lion, it was clear that the Lion Man's face looked very grim. Only after fighting Zul'jin personally could one understand why the human alliance was not to be underestimated. His attacks looked simple, but they gave a feeling of helplessness that couldn't be resisted. Even his fire explosion magic couldn't cause much effective damage to Zul'jin. He panted heavily, his mane standing on end, staring fixedly at Zul'jin. Suddenly, Zul'jin turned sharply, reaching out and grabbing at the air. A slender figure appeared out of nowhere in Zul'jin's hand. A female elf rogue. Gaha, Zhang Su said it right. Indeed a white rookie. Zul'jin's smile faded, and he suddenly exerted force with his large hand. The female elf rogue's eyes widened instantly. Her waist was crushed by Zul'jin, splitting her body into two halves, blood pouring out like rain. After I deal with you, I have plenty of ways to handle those elves. Zul'jin looked at the fleeing Lion Man with a bloodthirsty smile. Time's almost up. Charging forward, combining lightning leap with the double-edged sword. How could a Lion Man outrun a half-human, fully Titan strength Centaur? A critical hit was triggered with one strike, not only damaging the Lion Man, but also causing it in the ground beneath him. The scene fell silent. When Zul'jin slowly turned around to look at the elves on the two distant trees, the atmosphere instantly froze. High Mountain Elf, that it seems we've been completely defeated. Deep inside the haunted gold mine, Bloodhoof was fighting fiercely. The half-human guard was right behind him, almost blocking the entire tunnel. Neither Hatred nor zombies could stop Bloodhoof. His body was even taller than the Hatred creatures. He endured the attacks of the Hatred, cutting them apart one by one. With the dual bonds of Centaur and Warrior, plus the boost from Commander, he wore full chainmail. He was the strongest warrior after Zul'jin. From deep inside the mine, the sound of hooves echoed. A skeleton knight in heavy armor rode in quickly on a skeleton horse. Behind him, two old men with withered skin held staffs. The smell of flesh, a strong half-human, if turned into a ghost, would be quite useful. A hoarse voice came from the skeleton knight. As he spoke, stone gargoyles, resembling large bats, flew out from the depths of the mine. The two old men waved their staffs, green energy swirling around. The scattered skeletons on the ground began to reassemble and quickly stood up again. Lord Bloodhoof, be careful. That looks like a death knight. Those two old men might be necromancers. Zhang Su had been hiding behind. Before, he didn't even need to use Bloodthirst. Bloodhoof could still listen to Zhang Su's words. He clenched his battle axe, his hooves digging into the ground. Bloodthirst skill activated. A flash of red light. Empowered, Bloodhoof immediately activated Iron Hoof Battle Spirit, targeting the Undead Knight. Caster, the Undead Knight's eye sockets flickered with soul fire. He raised his hand, releasing a green energy. Hand of Death. Zhang Su remained calm, protecting all the centaurs in front of him, while throwing out a fiery net. The Hand of Death hit a guard centaur, and the net also caught the Undead Knight. Then Bloodhoof roared. Gagaak! His shout, combined with the howls of the centaurs, launched a full-scale charge in this relatively narrow mine. Zhang Su followed closely behind. The half-man, who had just been struck by a deadly attack, moved a bit slower and coughed slightly. The half-man didn't seem to mind. Or perhaps he didn't care at all. This hit was no different from the usual meals he ate, like the Khan's big stew. Zhang Su felt no guilt. He didn't have the strength of a half-man and couldn't withstand a hit. If he didn't dodge, he would die. He stayed very close to the half-man, afraid of being left alone. The biggest trouble was the howling stone statues above the mine. He listened carefully. Even deep inside the mine, he could hear the loud roar outside. He wondered how the Khan was doing. Last time he came, there were some very powerful enemies, especially that big fireball, bigger than a basin. Zul'jin, the Khan, was very strong, but Zhang Su wasn't sure exactly how strong. He saw the Khan fight once at the wild boar camp. He couldn't tell much, but it was clear the Khan could kill instantly. Bloodhoof could be slapped away by the Khan with one hand, so the enemies outside probably couldn't stop him. Zhang Su kept casting magic into his net bag. When the time was right, he would cast again. The Undead Knight only used his death hand once at the start and didn't use any other powers. The only thing to watch out for was the stone statues falling from the sky. Suddenly, a breaking sound came from behind. 2 arrows whistled past their heads, hitting the stone statues and smashing them into pieces, which then fell to the ground. Zhang Su opened his mouth wide in shock. He felt deafened, with a buzzing noise in his ears. Horseshoes sounded from behind. The dark mine was completely blocked. Before he turned around, Zhang Su smelled a strong blood scent. Khan. It was obvious who was coming. It was Zul'jin. The heavy hoofbeats echoed through the cave. At that moment, Bloodhoof swung his axe and cut off the Undead Knight's head. You're too slow. It's faster to call my grandma than to cut like this. Zul'jin's voice was deep and fierce. Blood dripped from his armor, forming a small pool on the ground in just a second. Zhang Su couldn't hear what Zul'jin was saying, but seeing this scene, his eyes shrank suddenly. Khan, you're hurt. Wow, so much blood. I don't know how to treat wounds, and now it's too late to call Li Yi. Zul'jin frowned, strode forward, roughly pushing aside Zhang Su and the centaurs in front. What's the fuss? I'm not dead. Apart from some injuries caused by the Lion Man's fire explosion spell, the damage others inflicted on me was minimal. All these wounds came from the double-edged sword. This is only half the damage caused by the double-edged sword. My double-edged sword is really powerful. Besides Zul'jin, there was also Shrithi. Foam, along with other centaur sharpshooters, was outside watching the battlefield. The 2 summoning mages were directly stepped on and killed by Zul'jin, and the stone gargoyles were easily crushed. Is there anything else inside? If not, let's go out and clean up the battlefield. All useful items should be traded back. Zhang Su shook his head hard, feeling a bit less deaf, at least able to hear what Zul'jin was saying. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He's so strong. Outside, they've taken care of those forces, but here, the fight isn't over yet. When he finally stepped outside and saw the battlefield, he was completely stunned. The ground was full of large, radiating craters and cracks. It was obvious at a glance that they came from the hooves of the Khan's horses. There were very few intact bodies. Most were split in half, and the rest were in pieces. Yes, Zhang Su used this as his first description of the corpses. The 2 sturdy tree men were also broken, and the face of the tree looked like it had been struck with a huge foam, and the sharpshooters were watching over the remaining lucky ones. Khan, what should we do with these prisoners? Each force had some survivors, now all disarmed and closely watched by the centaur archers. As the ghostly creatures in the haunted gold mine were completely cleared out, the dark clouds outside began to slowly disperse. A ray of sunlight peeked through, causing Zul'jin to squint slightly. Let them stay here and dig for minerals. We happen to need many miners. After the battle, Zul'kin's body returned to its original size of 4.5 meters. By the way, I saw some remaining female elves and took them back to the tribe. What about the others? If they obey, they stay to mine. If they don't, they get killed. Zul'jin looked at the mountain female elves. Their skin was mostly white with a hint of gray from the mountains, but it was subtle and hard to notice unless looked at closely. Their ears were long and pointed, but not close to the head. They stuck out a bit. During battles, Zul'jin didn't care about their appearance, white, black, beautiful, or ugly. To him, they were all enemies and deserved to die. After the fight, that was the time to gather the spoils. Those elves were part of the loot. Compared to the battle at the haunted gold mine, the lair of the fierce mane was peaceful and quiet. The Minotaurs worked hard. They were building the fierce mane tribe with all their effort. In just one day, many half-human, half-horse huts were built. In the distance, young Minotaurs played in the grass, surrounded by their land birds and bighorn sheep they were grazing. Thanks to their elders' honest nature, they were no longer slaves and could walk freely here. Passing half-humans didn't bother them, but they still felt a little scared when they saw half-humans. Long-standing fears are hard to forget. Mother Minotaurs fished near the dam they built. In the blacksmith shop, the sound of hammering filled the air. The old blacksmith directed 2 strong Minotaurs as they worked on weapons. He liked these Minotaurs. They were strong and made good quality weapons. The armor was tough and reliable. A team of 5 fully armed heavy-armored Minotaurs patrolled the tribe. With them around, the half-humans didn't bother to patrol. Defensive towers with 2 types of weapons kept firing tirelessly. The tribe was filled with smoke from cooking fires. If it weren't for the half-humans who often fought over a single glance, it could be called peaceful. Usually, 2 or 3 half-humans would fight, then more would join, turning it into a big brawl. Fortunately, their fights stayed near the roads and didn't reach the tribe itself. Even fools knew fighting was fine, but they shouldn't destroy their own home. Look, we finally made it. While others struggle to survive, we're here eating fruit and watching the sunset. Tan Sang was lying semi-reclined on a chair at the top of the defense tower, with her left leg crossed over her right, holding the setting sun in her hand. It looked very comfortable. As time went on, her clothes became tattered, so she simply changed into animal skins. Her 2 long legs were exposed outside. Li Jia nodded rarely and said, "You're right. We made it. Stop chatting and come down to help. The loot from the king's side is starting to be traded back." Li Yi stood below the defense tower and called out loudly, "Aren't you 2 checking private messages? I've called you several times." Tan Sang and Li Jia both went downstairs together. Tan Sang, "Private messages? Li Jia, we don't need to worry about survival anymore." Tan Sang, "Why look at private messages? Better to watch the sunset." Li Yi, "Look at them. Besides serving the king, they either watch the scenery and fight zombies or enjoy the sunset and relax. Meanwhile, he's busy building houses, managing the entire tribe's food, and worrying about future supplies. Most of the resources are being traded, with Tan Sang and Li Jia responsible for sorting and directing the Minotaurs to store everything. Most items are weapons or armor, but many are already broken and can only be melted down for recycling. But for the lizard tribe, which has no coins, this still helps solve urgent problems. It looks like the king and his people won a great victory. Tan Sang was very happy. "When the king is happy, I am happy." Li Jia agreed. "It really is good news. What's so good about it?" Li Yi sighed. "The forces involved behind that haunted gold mine are too many. Not to mention it's a territory of the undead and all those messy races. None of them are easy to deal with. Don't forget, there's also a human-made city behind Changha Town. Relying on plunder to gain resources can quickly build up capital in the short term. But if you keep doing that, you'll be surrounded by enemies eventually, and it could up at any time." Li Yi pointed to a pile of various sized stones over there. "See? I've already started planning to build signal towers and walls, just in case someone attacks us someday." Tan Sang didn't respond. She was too lazy to bother with this lowly person. Li Jia nodded repeatedly. "Should we warn the king?" Li Yi shook his head slowly. "Better not. The king is fierce and cruel, but he's not blind to this. Besides, Zhang Su is still around him. That guy seems simple, but is actually very clever, looks honest, but has many tricks up his sleeve." Tan Sang snorted coldly. "It's clear he's smarter than you." Li Yi, "This woman is really good at holding grudges." Knowing he was in the wrong, Li could only pretend he hadn't heard. Outside the haunted gold mine, the campfire grew brighter. "Your Majesty, are you hurt badly?" Zhang Su found Zul'jin resting nearby. "Spit it out if you have something to say." Zul'jin was too lazy to lift his eyelids. "Well, the number of slaves we've gathered from various tribes is only about 100. As for the haunted gold mine, oh, it's not haunted anymore, but the number is still small." Zhang Su hesitated. "Stop stammering. What's on your mind?" "Missing the women?" Zul'jin lifted an eyelid and pointed at the tied-up female elf. "If you want women, go pick one and have fun somewhere else. Don't bother me." Zhang Su. "Fine. No, Your Majesty. I'm serious." Zhang Su almost revealed his true thoughts. "Lack of manpower is one issue, but mainly, I don't know how to mine. We're short of experts in that area." Zul'jin snorted. "Come up with a good plan and report it. I'll think of the rest." Zhang Su hurriedly nodded. Yes. Also, Your Majesty, after this, we'll face more enemies. Those forces won't let such a big loss go. And that necromancer school. The main goal is to maximize the gold mine's efficiency. It's best to have a survivor constantly trading the ore back, so we don't have to worry about transportation. Also, if something happens, news can be sent back to the tribe immediately. Gahaha. Are you trying to become the manager of this mining area? Zul'jin suddenly chuckled. His blood-red eyes had mostly faded, but he still looked terrifying. No. That's not what I meant. Zhang Su quickly shook his head. What I mean is, the survivors placed here must be loyal to the Khan. If there's a mistake in transmitting messages or if someone cheats during trading, that would be a big problem. Khan, maybe your third team member should be someone trustworthy in this area. After merging, they can't disobey the leader's orders or do anything harmful to the leader." Zhang Su didn't say the other thing out loud. Mostly, it's because the Centaur's intelligence is really unreliable, and they can't even serve as good spies. As for the position of mine manager, he doesn't dare to hope for it. That job sounds very profitable, but the more profitable it is, the higher the chance of falling from grace. If someone falls here, it could mean losing their life. Deep inside the mine, on an altar covered with bones, a treasure chest emits a faint blue glow. Zhang Su found the chest, but didn't dare to touch it. He quickly reported to Zul'jin. When Zul'jin heard it was a blue chest, he relaxed, his worries eased, and he even forgot about the elf girl. He turned around and moved closer. Inside the blue chest, 2 glowing orbs floated quietly, one large, one small. Zul'jin reached out and saw 3 silver cards appear before him. Reward received. System has completed invasion. Reward content has been updated. Choose one of 3 silver hex deck options. Totem resonance. Every 5 minutes, restore 3% of the maximum health of the transferred unit. Lose 10% health and gain 10% magic resistance. Khan's summon. Summon a Centaur Pioneer, melee, and 2 Centaur Archers, ranged, to assist in battle. Cannot be summoned again within 1 hour after death. Resilience Aura. The Centaur Khan activates an aura that increases nearby allies' armor by 10% and healing by 5%. Zul'jin paused in surprise. Can I really choose hex deck? Or is it the Centaur version? Equipment, bonds, hex deck. Sounds good. The elements are coming together. But how should I choose among these 3 hex deck options? Zul'jin first eliminated the second one. The Centaur Pioneer is a warrior, but not under the warrior bond, and it's only a 2-cost unit, so not worth it. As for the Centaur Archer, it's even less useful. Its stats are basically equivalent to a 2-cost hunter. If all the options were changed to 3-cost choices, Zul'jin would not hesitate at all. However, with only 2-cost options, he decided to skip, as they don't add much to the battlefield. The first and third options both have healing effects. Zul'jin hesitated slightly, but chose the aura. One reason is that he already has 2 auras, and adding another would be even better. Another reason is that the healing from totem resonance occurs every few minutes, while the aura is always active and benefits all allies. Totem resonance isn't bad, but it only works for the transformed fools who are now with him. The aura offers better value. Of course, having an extra aura also makes him look more impressive. After making his choice, a new aura like an electric arc appeared beneath Zul'jin. It looked like an arc of electricity, but Zul'jin felt it was the rhythm of Centaur blood. Strong and powerful. Below, there was also a small scroll. Ability Enhancement 1 Coupon. Zul'jin didn't hesitate and used it on Unyielding Spirit. Since Unyielding Spirit is strong, then Hoof Stomp and Double-Edged Sword are also stronger. There was no reason to hesitate. With Unyielding Spirit upgraded by 4, the effect was remarkable. Zul'jin felt his muscles tighten and grow stronger. He had a vague sense that his body was getting taller, but he had no proof. His abundant vitality improved his recovery ability. Plus, the resilient aura started to work, gradually healing the damage caused by his double-edged sword. Thanks to the haunted gold mine and the undead from the Necromancer Academy. It must be said that the undead stationed here are quite powerful objectively. Previously, the treasure chests he opened were all green, and this was the first blue chest. These undead are even stronger than the Firemain tribe he just crossed over with. Back then, he was the only one able to fight, but he wasn't as capable as now. He estimates that if 3 or 4 abominations had attacked him, he would have been helpless. No wonder the forces outside formed a strange balance. Any single force wanting to take this mine would have to pay a high price. The most unlikely to succeed are the high mountain elves. The undead don't leave the mine, so the 2 big trees have no space to show their power. Simply allowing the elves to come in would be a pure gift, with no other outcome besides adding some elf spirits to this place. There are many ores dug up by those spirits. First, send them back to see if we can melt them into gold. The most valuable item in physical form is slaves, and the most uncontested currency is gold. Dragons love these shiny gold objects. Following their example, gold became very popular. Question: how to quickly summon a dragon? Answer: build a palace made entirely of gold. This idea is as popular on this continent as that phrase. Little ball, kick with your foot, Marin Blooms, 21, 28, 25-6, 28, 25-7. Mining gold is an unavoidable task. But Zul'jin also needs to consider the problem raised by Zhang Su. Of course, first, he must solve the issue of revenge from those forces. Fighting on 2 fronts? Zul'jin narrows his eyes slightly. Is there no one to share these burdens with me? Thinking about all these troublesome matters gives Zul'jin a headache. He now understands why historical rulers liked to recruit advisors. Having a clever mind to handle these problems really saves trouble. According to his own pace, after finishing his work, he plans to go back, take a good bath, and relax. But he is stuck here. Zul'jin is very angry. He grabs a female elf and directly places the Titan's power on her shoulder. The elf, standing at 175 centimeters, is already quite tall, but this high mountain elf is even taller. Zul'jin estimates he has reached about 180 centimeters, while the male elves enslaved are around 185 to 190 centimeters. The full layer of Titan's power instantly doubles the elf's height and build, making her 3 meters 6 tall. Zul'jin is very satisfied. Centaur, you better not. The female elf looks at Zul'jin in disbelief. She never thought she would be chopped into pieces, but she never expected this to happen. Smack, even with her size doubled, she is still slapped flying by Zul'jin and rolls far away on the ground. I never wanted to. Zul'jin looks down at her from above. Only actions matter. Either cooperate quietly, or Zul'jin's smile was chilling. There are over 30 centaurs and dozens of slaves here. Start the train. Sometimes, these things can be understood instinctively, like how the female elf immediately understood what start the train meant. You're just a demon. You'll have a bad ending. Boo. The female elf shivered with fear. She widened her eyes, wanting to fight back and bite fiercely, but she found she couldn't. Her defenses were too strong. If you don't behave, I'll start the train now, Zul'jin snorted coldly. Hurry up. I'm very angry right now. How's it going? Have the first batch of or been refined? Li Yi stood by the forge, not feeling hot at all. He looked like he was waiting in line for General Yuan, eager and hopeful. Almost. The blacksmith was also excited. Watching the impurities flow out of the molten gold into the mold, he grinned with half his teeth missing, as if he was looking at his little wife, though he didn't have one. It's done. Nearly 99% pure. After cooling, he picked up a small gold bar, sniffed it under his nose, then bit it in his mouth, losing another big tooth. Pure. Sweet. Seeing the excited blacksmith, Li Yi was a bit confused. Why are you so happy? No matter how pure, sweet, and rare it is, It's still the king's, not yours. The blacksmith's face lit up with a smile. Yeah, why am I so happy? Then he burst out laughing again. But I just like to see it, hold it in my hand, and want to smile. Plus, I'm now part of the tribe. If the tribe gets rich, I'll be happy too. The better the tribe does, the better my life will be. I want to be happy with it. Li Yi gave a thumbs up. Older folks are more wise. With this kind of thinking, you're never wrong. But Li Yi looked a bit worried. Even if it's gold, only the gold spent is useful. If you don't spend it, it's just a pile of metal. The blacksmith naturally said, just spend it. We have plenty of gold. So what are we afraid of? Li Yi looked at him with a blank expression. Have you also been influenced by the Centaur leaders? Most of the nearby forces have been wiped out by our fierce lions. Where can we spend it? Who dares to take the Centaur's gold? The blacksmith was stunned. Doing business with the Centaurs means being prepared for betrayal. So what do we do? Li Yi spread his hands. Don't ask me. This really falls outside my knowledge. I haven't studied finance. The blacksmith was confused. What kind of nonsense is that? Zul'jin also thought about this. After some thought, he couldn't think of anyone who would do business with the Centaurs. And according to the Centaur's nature, it's faster to just seize what they want. Zul'jin pondered deeply. It seemed clear that he needed a thinker to help plan. His gaze swept over the slaves. Forget it. If he just revealed himself as a skilled elf in front of them, the scene would stay with them forever. They wouldn't dare to look him in the eye. That would be deadly. He couldn't handle that. Too bad there's no road here. Otherwise, he could have arranged for a survivor to build a defensive tower to guard the gold mine. A tower above level 5 still has some intimidation power, whether against ordinary natives or the current stage of road monsters. Zul'jin had a good habit. When he couldn't think of something, he simply didn't think about it. There's no difficulty in the world, only giving up. He ordered Shuedi and Zhang Su to lead the guards to stay here temporarily, watching over the slaves as they mined. Then Zul'jin, along with 2 windwalkers and a centaur sharpshooter, carried the female elves and headed back. No matter how good the gold mine was, it wasn't as comfortable as his own den. The elves' physical strength was indeed impressive. After bouncing on the centaur's back for half a day, they persisted. Unlike Zhang Su, who looked half dead, Zul'jin guessed that even if he gave Zhang Su a female elf now, he wouldn't be able to handle it. These elves, who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, could exhaust Zhang Su, a newcomer just starting to learn magic. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was already late at night. The pounding of hooves woke up the sleeping centaur fools. They rushed out excitedly, thinking there was an enemy, but when they stepped outside, they saw their strong and tall leader, Khan. It turned out to be the Khan who doesn't fight with us. That's boring. The centaurs reluctantly went back inside. That's so frustrating. Zul'jin still thought they came to greet him, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but curse. Never mind. I won't get angry. I won't argue with fools. Fortunately, the minotaurs guarding the gate saluted him with respect, giving Zul'jin some face as the victorious Khan. He handed over the female elves to Li Yi for handling, then went straight back to the defense tower to rest. He only came out slowly the next morning. This time, because of the female elves solving puzzles, Zul'jin slept peacefully after returning. This made Tan Seng Lijia feel uneasy. Oh no, where did those troublemakers come from to do our work? By the next day, seeing Li Yi leading the minotaurs to build a prisoner camp, he understood everything. Tan Seng looked at the female elves. They are so pale, like cold white skin. Li Jia looked at the female elves. They are so tall, taller than you. The 2 women looked at each other. Elves. A big problem has appeared. Li Jia raised one finger. I contacted a top beauty, supposedly a rich girl from a big group, a talented student returning from America, who recently overthrew her father's illegitimate children to become the CEO. Tan Seng shook his head slowly. Forget about her background for now. Just tell me how she looks. Li Jia only needed one sentence to dispel Tan Seng's doubts. During school, she was the cheerleading captain. America's official cheerleading teams are not open to everyone. You can question whether America is a good place, but you can't doubt their sense of beauty. Those so-called standards of beauty that spread around are meant to guide and invade. They are quite honest about that. Before 2000, movies like Snow White, The Little Mermaid, Juliet, just from casting choices, you can see that beauty is universally recognized. As for later movies like Romeo and the Iron-Blooded Warrior, they're just nonsense. Why are you just standing there? Bring her over. Are you sure she's completely new? I heard that some regions actually use this as a way to make a living. Tan Sang confirmed again. Li Jia looked strange. Yes, that might be true, because she is a. Tan Sang looked at Li Jia, slowly making a questioning gesture. When I say problem, it's not that I have one, but that I think you do. Li Jia felt a bit awkward, mainly because her appearance is really outstanding, her figure is good, and she's a cold female CEO. Whether she's the same or not doesn't really matter as long as the big boss uses her, right? Tan Sang pursed her lips and stared blankly for a moment. But she quickly accepted this idea. Her study materials also included related content. A bit of knowledge, nothing worth mentioning. Bring her here. Tan Sang's face darkened. So what if she's an elf? Who says humans can't be beautiful? Li Jia nodded seriously. Almost there. Her situation isn't that great either. Li Yi looked up from beside them. Where are you two, and who are you talking about? The big boss asked me to build a tavern here. These female elves are the first batch of bunny girls. Li Yi made an invitation. How about it? Once it's built, we can go dancing together. Tan Sang and Li Jia looked confused. What are these elves supposed to be? Absolute loyalty. Zul'jin still doesn't expect to see it in non-centaurs. Even for survivors, he only fully trusts the merging team members. He doesn't even fully trust Zhang Su or Li Yi. Those things are too cheap. In Zul'jin's view, they are just working for him. He pays wages, ensures their safety, and they work for him, including fighting. So he wouldn't keep these female elves in his house either. They can play, but only for fun. Just moments ago, he cut down their entire family, and now he's telling them to be his women? Disgusting. Whether it's the fox girl or the elves, Zul'jin has no such thoughts. Most of these guys are disposable. That's why he had Li Yi turn the place into a tavern and fill it with these female elves. Tan Sang and Li Jia breathed a sigh of relief. At least, it seemed these guys wouldn't interfere with them anymore. I still suggest you keep those who have been played with by the king separate. Tan Sang even felt like giving Li Yi some advice. The first condition for the king's consolidation is a clean hand, which shows the king has a strong sense of cleanliness. He may not care about these female slaves he has used, but when he remembers, you'd better make sure they haven't been used by others. As the top student who writes the most exams and develops the most problem-solving ideas, Tan Sang knows Zul'jin's personality best. Li Yi was stunned and respectfully said, "Thank you for your advice, sir." Tan Sang suddenly paused. He was just happy and didn't expect to give this guy advice. Tan Sang turned away in frustration. Despicable, Li Yi. Li Jia. What do you mean by that? I'm telling you, don't pay attention to Tan Sang. Li Jia kindly advised because Tan Sang is a tool for the king. Of course, another reason is that Tan Sang is gradually adapting to the second king, and even Li Yi, with his extraordinary talent, can't compare. Li Yi was shocked. Big sister, you can't just talk nonsense. I only sold her once, and I didn't even dare to look at you guys, Li Jia. Today, their native language was just speechless. How could you casually say that? Li Jia didn't know what to say about Li Yi for a moment and had to retreat helplessly. This person is truly despicable. Zul'jin didn't bother with them. He was also counting his gains. This time out for a fight, he gained a lot. The combined number of enemies from different races killed wasn't very high, but it wasn't small either. Human warriors, 1 chess soul point. Human officers, 2 chess soul points. Human generals, 5 chess soul points. Finally, the human race broke through 0.5 chess soul points, and Zul'jin was overjoyed. Although he is now a centaur, he still carries the human label, fighting and breaking bones, with tendons torn. Doesn't that make him pretty impressive for a half-human? Goblins are less impressive. They only provided up to 0.3 chess soul points. Of course, their mechanical explosions are powerful, but those don't count toward chess soul points. The ones who contributed the most besides the 2 treants are the trolls and lion-men. Tree man, 10 chess soul points. Troll, 3 chess soul points. Troll leader, 6 chess soul points. Lion man, 3 chess soul points. Lion man mage, 7 chess soul points. This wave contributed a total of 2,217 chess soul points. And this is only a small part of the prisoners who were used as slaves. You can imagine how intense the battle was. Massacring civilians is pointless. It's more satisfying to fight against units. Earlier, Bloodhoof Jiangsu and his team had slaughtered the surrounding area, earning just over 2,000 chess soul points. But I only fought one big victory and gained so many chess soul points. It's perfect. Civilians definitely don't give as many chess soul points as elite warriors, but unfortunately, undead creatures can't provide chess soul points. If only I could raise a few undead mages, then wouldn't that mean freedom for the undead? Zul'jin shook his head, pondering whether to use these chess soul points now or save them to exchange for the first rare Centaur. After thinking, Zul'jin decided to use them first. The cheapest rare Centaur unit costs 10,000 chess soul points. I only have 1/5 of that now, what a joke. It's better to convert these into combat power first. Maybe in a few days, those forces will attack. System, can I now exchange for a Centaur spellcaster units bond? System, currently, the number of Centaur spellcasters has not reached the standard, so related profession huts are not available for exchange. Zul'jin, can't I just gather a battle mage and a priest into a powerful trio? Can I ask if Centaurs can change to spellcasters? Zul'jin asked a crucial question. You should know, Centaurs are usually foolish. How can fools become spellcasters? Yes, there are several, such as the Centaur Shaman Hut, Centaur Witch Doctor Hut, Centaur Druid Hut, and Centaur Mage Hut. Zul'jin's eyes widened, and his mood instantly improved. Really so many? System. System. The word system explains everything. Bring it on. Zul'jin gave the highest rating. King, come look quickly. On the defense tower, Tansang shouted excitedly, pointing at a strange zombie on the road outside. Zul'jin turned his head to look. A large zombie over 3 meters tall, holding a chainsaw in its hand, stands on the battlefield. It is surrounded by blue and yellow glowing auras. 2 defense towers are continuously attacking it with their weapons. The zombie has been pierced by many crossbow bolts, but it still refuses to stop moving. Are these 2 glowing auras some kind of special creature? Zul'jin becomes interested. He puts aside his research on remote classes and immediately follows. When they are about 10 meters from the road, Zul'jin leaps into the air and raises his endless critical strike sword high, then strikes down with a powerful slash. Clang at the moment of impact, a metallic sound seems to ring out, but the zombie is split in half by Zul'jin's attack. However, Zul'jin can feel a slight resistance during the strike. This enemy is quite strong. Even the nearby zombies have become much tougher. 2 glowing orbs appear and drop onto the ground. Random emblem book. Choose one of 3 class bonds to transform and merge a unit into a suitable new class. Giant belt. Increases some health points. These are the 2 rewards. Zul'jin's eyes focus on the random emblem book. This is a good item, perfect for building bonds. Most importantly, anyone can use it. After changing classes, it will still be absolutely loyal to the user. Who should he give it to? He currently needs a capable coordinator, and he also needs to handle the gold mines. Simply increasing combat power isn't enough if internal management suffers. Zul'jin falls into deep thought. Why can't he ever get an SSR card related to this aspect? Wow. Instant kill. A level 7 crossbow tower and a level 5 magic tower work together but still can't defeat that zombie. Yet, the boss was instantly killed with a single strike. Can others do that? Zul'jin hears their exclamations and immediately turns around, feeling quite displeased. Stop talking nonsense. When have I ever been instantly killed? It's always taken at least half an hour. Tansang Li Jia. Yes, we're the most experienced in this. The boss is awesome, okay? The 2 of them exchange a glance in silence, both seeing the smile in each other's eyes. At first, they couldn't accept it, feeling ashamed and humiliated. But gradually, they got used to it. Later, they gained the power of the Titan. What's going on? It feels pretty good. They looked at the chat channel. Oh no, a big boss is here. Double aura. My crossbow shot just dropped to the ground. The boss said, Master, you're so itchy, don't scratch. No, your boss doesn't attack the defense towers, right? What are you talking about? Only ranged monsters attack the defense towers, okay? Yeah, that idiot took a broken flamethrower and started attacking the towers. If I hadn't run fast, I'd be burned to death. I'm holding a big cleaver. If I can't beat it, I just ignore it, right? I'm carrying a pole. Poor kid met a ranged monster, and it's a boss. I took in a group of rabbit people refugees, including a real rabbit girl. Hee hee. Family-friendly image. 3-lipped, a whole new experience. You really are so annoying. Why are all the monsters here orcs? The female orc's arms are thicker than my legs. The boss is here. I think the second wave is almost over. Not bad. I managed to upgrade the crossbow tower to level 4. Boss, I only have level 3. You two get lost. I'm only level 2, but I've raised my own abilities to level 5. Tan Sang and Li Jia exchanged glances. Looks like it's not just us with a boss. Just in time, let's ask about the situation over at the female CEO's place. We need to speed up. Sang, what's going on with you and Li Yi? He's now the right-hand man of the big boss. You better not go against him. Li Jia looked worried. Tan Sang snorted coldly. That guy? I just made friends and formed an alliance with him, and the next moment he betrayed me to the big boss. He's a traitor. Li Jia was speechless. What's going on here? But he's loyal to the big boss. Maybe he doesn't want to do these things, so he acts like that. Li Jia hesitated. I know. Tan Sang's expression softened a bit. So I just ignore him. I do my work as usual. Li Jia felt helpless. This is just like palace intrigue. However, I see that the king doesn't care much about these things. As long as I do my job well and complete the tasks assigned by the king, he doesn't even ask questions. Tan Sang naturally agrees and has her own opinions on this matter. They are too clever, think too much, and end up missing the true essence of the situation. Whether it's us or them, our alliance is against other native groups under the king, not against the king himself. The king isn't like the emperor in the TV shows. Tan Sang pointed out an important point. The king has the personal strength to suppress everything, and the centaurs only listen to him, so they are not really part of any so-called alliance. Anyone who disobeys is simply dealt with. It's that straightforward. Li Jia was surprised. That seems to be the case. Tan Sang shrugged helplessly. He's very smart, shows loyalty to the king, but also gives the impression of tattling. I told him clearly that my goal is the king's other women. Li Jia was amazed. Is the outside world this complicated? It seems that simple math is the purest. Either you can or you can't, and there's no lying involved. Tan Sang smiled playfully. That's why I recommended you to the king right away. You're simple, and since we get along well, there's no need for scheming. Li Jia. Rebirth of the highway tower defense. I was offered to a native centaur by my best friend. Without Titan strength, I might have resented you, but since the king has Titan strength, I should thank you instead. Li Jia sighed. So, do you think we can beat that female CEO? Tan Sang shook her head slowly. Probably not, but there's no need. The Lord is just lazy and doesn't care. He's not blind. He chooses who to favor based on his preferences. It has nothing to do with us. Using ancient palace intrigue tactics here would only backfire. Basically, palace intrigue is about playing mind games with women and the emperor. Playing mind games with the king here, given his temper, Li Jia fell into silence. Forget it, being simple is better. Zul'jin was asking the system. What happens if I give this class change badge to other races? They will gain some traits of the centaurs. So, if I give it to a woman, does that mean she will become a centaur girl? Yes, but the system suggests prioritizing combat bonuses. Zul'jin was just asking, not really planning to give the woman anything. Not now, at least. Once the tribe stabilizes, he might consider it. After all, only the centaur women are full-sized. Because his second brother is invincible, Zul'jin began thinking about suitable units. His gaze swept over and landed on the leading Minotaur chieftain, who was diligently patrolling. The chieftain of that small tribe was over 3 meters tall, with a large bull's head on a tall neck, and 2 horns covered with iron. He was the biggest and strongest bull-headed person in the tribe. Strictly speaking, Zul'jin liked the Minotaur race quite a bit. They are honest and strong. Apart from being slow and having poor reproductive ability, they don't seem to have many major flaws. But the centaurs excel in these 2 areas. That's why the Minotaurs have been beaten down by the centaurs. Is it a gamble for a big reward? Zul'jin opened the crest book, and 3 transformation crests appeared before him. Centaur Guard. Gain a transformation and enjoy bond bonuses. Centaur Elder. Gain a transformation and enjoy bond bonuses. Thistle Envoy of the Centaurs. Gain a transformation and enjoy bond bonuses. Zul'jin frowned. I only know the first one. What are the other 2? There's no description. The Centaur Elder belongs to the Shaman Bond, a 3-cost card. The Thistle Envoy belongs to the Druid Bond, a 3-cost card. Their specific abilities cannot be displayed until the bonds are unlocked. Shamans and druids? Zul'jin rubbed his chin. Seems like both could work. Zul'jin chose the druid. If it's in the game. Druids and paladins are just average, not very useful. Not enough damage, not enough healing, not tough enough as main tanks, and not many support buffs. But in real life, those two classes are quite tricky. They can tank, fight, deal damage, and heal. Really tricky. A Minotaur druid? How to turn a Minotaur into a Centaur. Zul'jin called over the largest bull-headed person. Great Khan. The Minotaur spoke in a deep, dull voice. His strong body looked a bit small in front of Zul'jin. He looked calm and peaceful. As an honest ox, he had done nothing wrong and was not afraid of ghosts knocking on his door. Even when the Great Khan summoned him, he remained very calm. If we haven't done anything wrong, what are we afraid of? Zul'jin wanted to talk nonsense to show his kindness, but he swallowed his words before speaking. No need for that. Thinking about it just causes trouble. Better to just cut someone. Hand over. Suddenly, Zul'jin became irritable. Even he didn't know when he might suddenly get angry. The honest Minotaur raised his big hand, which had only 3 fingers. Zul'jin directly placed the druid emblem on his hand. A green light burst out, instantly covering the Minotaur. Moo! The Minotaur roared loudly to the sky, his voice echoing through the entire cloven hoof tribe. The green light kept growing, and a strong natural aura spread from it. When the green light faded, a tall figure appeared. He was over 4 meters tall. His upper body was still that of a Minotaur, but his lower body had changed into a strong horse's body. He wasn't as tall as the Bloodhoof tribe members, but he was much more muscular. What is this? A half-human, half-Minotaur horse? Zul'jin saw the description of the opponent. Half-human Minotaur horse Thorn Envoy. Nature's grip summons a vine to wrap around and strangle the target, causing magic damage and immobilization. Rejuvenation heals a target. Cheetah form increases speed, attack tearing, attack lifesteal. Bear form increases defense, health, blunt attack. Half-human Minotaur horse? Zul'jin almost burst out laughing at the name. The druid's bond wasn't activated, but Centaur 3 was. Centaur 3 all transferred Centaur units have 15% increased health, defense, strength, and speed, slightly faster healing. Adding this extra bond increased overall strength by 5%. That was a good effect. Great Khan, this is. The wilderness has given me new power. The half-human Minotaur horse widened his eyes. Go to. Zul'jin slapped him hard, knocking his tall, strong body to the ground. Are you a Minotaur or a kid? I gave you druid powers. You should be grateful to me, not fussing about the wilderness. The half-man, cow, and horse got up and moved his mouth, saying, but this is the power of the wilderness. Gahaha. Zul'jin was amused and laughed. I can give you this power, and I can take it back. Think about who you should thank. If I didn't give it to you, would the wilderness even know you're a fool? The Minotaur was stunned. I understand now. The king told the wilderness to give me druid powers. Humph. Zul'jin snorted coldly and gave him a big slap again. Knowing that I might hit you, I still take care of your food and drink every day. You should thank nature, right? If I had known, I would have just killed you all. The half-man, cow, and horse shrank his neck. No, we know that this stable life now is thanks to the Khan. Humph. Zul'jin's face was stern. If it weren't for his loyalty after changing jobs, just that one sentence from him earlier could have gotten him hung on a fence with his head dried and hung side by side. Since you are now part of the Fierce Mane, from now on, your name is Rockhoof. Now, let me see your abilities as a 3rd-level druid. Zul'jin still gave him a hoof-themed name. Oh, he had changed into a robe, carrying a staff, and wearing a leather hat. Rockhoof was not stupid. He couldn't attack Zul'jin directly, so he waved his staff at the zombies on the road. Green vines appeared out of nowhere, tightly wrapping around a zombie and shrinking it. With the zombie turned into a pile of broken flesh, spilling everywhere as if stuffing meat into a bag through the gaps in the vines. Impressive power, Zul'jin gave an honest comment. Aside from the damage, the main point was the noble control skill. Then a fine rain of energy fell. Rejuvenation spell. Zul'jin could feel a steady flow of healing energy gathering. The small wound left by the double-edged sword on himself began to heal. The effect was good, much better than Lie's level 3 slow recovery. At least on the battlefield, there is no problem using it. Good milk. Sweet and tasty. This received approval from the chieftain. Then, the rocky hoof transformed directly into a sleek cheetah, over 3 meters tall at the shoulder. It had sharp teeth, claws, and moved quickly. Next, it changed into a large brown bear nearly 5 meters tall at the shoulder. Roar, a powerful roar echoed. Both the cheetah and the bear had 2 horns on their heads. It was clear they had some bull-headed human traits. Very good, very impressive. Now you can go to the road and help me fight zombies. No wonder this is a rogue profession. This thing is just a 3-cost card. If I want to exchange it for a cabin, Zul'jin feels it would be much more expensive than the hunter's cabin. Rocky Hoof returned to his bull-headed form and scratched his head. Then I'll go. The bull-headed person is quite smart, with normal intelligence, just honest. They haven't been cursed or anything like that. His transformation was noticed by other bull-headed people, who stared eagerly with big eyes at Zul'jin. Stop staring and behave well. You'll have a chance in the future. Zul'jin shooed them away. Next, it was time for class change. First, he wanted to transform all the strong members of the tribe. Right now, it's 2217. If converted into 3-cost cards, he could turn into 44.5 Centaur. Zul'jin planned to transform 11.5 Centaur sharpshooters to complete the second stage hunter bond. The rest would normally change into Centaur guards. There are still 11.5 Centaur warriors in the tribe. Although these 2-cost cards are good, they are still less economical than fully armored Centaur guards. He kept 1 Centaur warrior to build bonds, leaving the remaining 22 slots for untransformed Centaurs. To compete for slots, those fools fought each other again. Even though they had been beaten by Zul'jin several times because of this, they still didn't learn their lesson. The total number of Centaur guards reached 52. All the transformed armored units totaled 75, plus the druid Rocky Hoof, making 76. They were all well-equipped and powerful. The strength of a job change is not just about equipment. Weapon, gear, job ability, class bond, race bond equals awesome. That's why Zul'jin thinks that spending 5 times to get a 3-cost card is the most cost-effective choice. As for the Rockhoof, of course, it's the strongest among the 3-cost cards right now. The Centaur sharpshooter is also very strong, but not as tough as the druid. After this wave, the internal combat power of the Burning Mane tribe, which was somewhat weak, has been boosted again. The fools who already changed jobs have lost interest in the zombies on the road, while the newly changed fools are full of enthusiasm. They rush into the road to cause chaos. In the eyes of the zombies, they are the real monsters. When Rockhoof turns into a big brown bear, a slap can send enemies flying. Those zombies are like a wild parade in front of a big truck to him. Rockhoof charges recklessly. He truly lives up to the name, half-man, bull, horse. Because he is too honest and doesn't know how to slack off, he strictly follows Zul'jin's orders. If he is told to kill zombies, he keeps killing zombies. But after the Centaurs get their fill, they start to slack off. If it weren't for the defense towers controlled by Tansang and others continuously killing zombies, the morale points would run out. And if there were no towers killing zombies during this period, they wouldn't have enough to convert the 2nd-cost cards into 3rd-cost cards. Zul'jin ponders. Indeed, are the half-man, bull, horse the best for grinding monsters and working? After the second wave, on the 14th day, the second wave is about to end. The boss of the level will appear. To better prepare for the 3rd wave of monsters, try to kill the boss monster. This news caused a stir, and the chat channel exploded. Wasn't the last Double Aura boss also a boss? Whoever it was in Egypt, I couldn't beat the Double Aura boss last time. Now I can barely handle a single Aura boss, but only if I'm lucky. Yes, if you can beat it, that's great. If not, it's not about trying your best. I suggest trying to build good relations with some locals. Maybe when the towers are gone, there will still be a place to go. The suggested plan is good, but next time, don't suggest it. The locals look at us with suspicion. Outsiders are always different in their hearts. So, we shouldn't just focus on strengthening the defense towers. We need to be strong ourselves. If we are powerful, the locals will treat us well. Nonsense. The expert even said that renting out extra houses can make money. Are you arguing just to argue? The leader zombie attacks fiercely. It is a large zombie covered in a tough, keratin-like layer, about 3.5 meters tall. It wobbles as if it might fall at any moment. As it passes, it leaves a green trail on the ground. Normal zombies walking over the green trail release white mist, as if they are being corroded. A foul smell begins to fill the road. The zombie steps on a silver ring with wave-like patterns. The nearby zombies seem to have a keratin-like coating. Ugtan Sang covers her mouth and chest. It's like an old, fermented lump of something. Li Jia's face turns pale. It's too disgusting, and it's carrying biological weapons? Hurry up, kill it. Before they can operate the defense towers, a deafening roar is heard. Yantai, who has been diligently fighting zombies, suddenly charges forward with a roar. He slaps the zombie away with one paw. He has no special powers, just brute strength. The stubborn zombie leader falls on the spot. It's only about 3 meters tall, but Yantia's bear form is nearly 5 meters. A 5-meter giant bear isn't something it can resist. However, Yantai also has wounds. Counterattack? Corrosion? The giant bear instantly transforms into a half-human, half-beast form. It swings a staff, wrapping vines around itself, then casts a healing spell to mend minor injuries. It mainly relies on being tough. In the next moment, the restrained zombie leader is pierced with countless arrows. Each arrow hits precisely on its head. On both sides of the road, 20 half-human sharpshooters draw their bows, releasing 2 arrows swirling with wind. All the zombies along the way are swept up and shredded, then heavily collide with the zombie leader. The zombie leader didn't even finish farting before suddenly breaking into pieces. Zul'jin. Wow. Li Jia. 0.0. They looked at each other in surprise. I thought the king was invincible, but it turns out there are stronger fighters. Where do these centaurs grow from? Do you know what line I thought of when I saw those 2 hurricane arrows? What? Ha ha ha. The 2 women swallowed nervously. Li Yi watched nearby and couldn't help but gasp. His former Minotaur subordinates have really improved. Although he didn't know why they looked like a mix between humans and centaurs, there's no denying they became stronger. No wonder these days his Minotaurs work so fast they almost spark. It seems there is a role model here. Li Yi, come here. Zul'jin waved his hand. Li Yi hurriedly shot over. My king. Zul'jin rubbed his forehead. It's been almost a month. You've done well. Pick a spot to rebuild your defense tower and find a way to protect the tribe. Li Yi was very happy. Thank you, my king. Don't thank me. Just get lost. Zul'jin stood up and headed toward the road, his anger constantly threatening to burst out, making him want to lash out at any moment. Every day, he mostly suppresses the urge to tear everything apart. Zul'jin always believed that people shouldn't be controlled by their emotions. They need to let their feelings know who is boss of this body. Li Yi also understood this well. Having spent a long time with the centaurs, he knew that the king was the most patient among all the centaurs. Ugh, this stinks so bad. You idiots, find a way to bring more fools to help clean up this mess. Zul'jin couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at the broken hoofs and scolded loudly. A few of them quickly wagged their tails and started working, gagging as they cleaned up. Zul'jin endured the disgust and picked up the glowing orb from the ground. Round shield. Resists small amounts of physical damage. Healing ring. Restores a small amount of health per second. Vitality orb. Provides a certain amount of health when these 3 items were placed in hand. A prompt suddenly appeared before my eyes. Combine. Vanguard shield. Increases health. Adds extra health regeneration. Has a chance to reduce some damage when attacked. Indestructible, but not forever. Zul'jin's eyelids twitched. From the moment I saw these 3 items, I felt something was not simple. This is a one-handed shield, suitable for wearing on the left hand. The diamond-shaped shield has a demon looking up carved in the center. It is woven with orange and purple colors. This shield triggered an ancient memory in Zul'jin. It is a legendary piece of early defensive gear, witnessing the glory of an era. But as the game updates and moves into the late stage, it inevitably becomes less effective. However, it must be said that in certain times, every position needed at least one vanguard shield. Holding this shield in hand, Zul'jin felt deeply moved. At least at his current stage, the vanguard shield still performs strongly. Although he has Centaur plate armor and Titan strength, the vanguard shield remains the purest in defense. It adds health, restores health, resists damage, and reduces incoming damage. Especially when he often uses dual blades, It can help reduce counter damage and speed up wound recovery. Otherwise, constantly using dual blades could cause him to die from his own reflected damage. Why does this thing smell so bad? Zul'jin almost vomited from the pungent smell. Other survivors weren't much better off. The appearance of the boss wave wasn't exactly a surprise attack, but it left them helpless. Defense towers have limited damage against boss monsters, especially those with only level 3 or 4 towers. Gaga, ask that female CEO if she's coming or not. If not, we'll change targets. After so many days, Tensang had clearly lost patience. This is just because she didn't tell the boss. Otherwise, with the boss's temper, she would have changed people long ago. People tend to be influenced by those around them, red by those close to red, black by those near black, and hot-tempered by ancestors. Tensang, as Zurjin's top assistant, is very much like the boss himself, and is most affected by his influence, especially when her livelihood depends on it. Li Jia nodded. Yes, if it weren't for her talent, I would have replaced her long ago. Now that I think about it, I might have been too kind to her. She sent a private message. In a distant defense tower, a woman with a serious look held a whip. Get to work. With a lash, a group of small green monsters jumped and chirped as they ran toward the road. As expected, they left a big pile for the boss monster. Her face looked a little unhappy. This boss monster couldn't break through the defenses. If she didn't get stronger again, the third wave of monsters would be hard to handle. If she hadn't collected some supplies after the first wave, she probably wouldn't survive the second. She received another private message and took a deep breath. I can go there too. Tell me, what will I get if I go? I'm a merchant. Even if I am just an item, I want to sell it for a good price. Li Jia didn't expect her to be so straightforward this time. She replied directly. I think you have management experience, and we need someone like that now. But whether you can do the job depends on the leader. I know you. I've seen your information. You're the CEO of a company, so you should be fine. The woman smiled slightly. Can you guarantee I'll become the person in charge? If not, let someone with authority talk to me. Li Jia said. You first need to satisfy the leader before anything else. The leader is definitely qualified. The woman asked, how can you ensure I get my fair share after merging? Li Jia was confused. Do you have a share in the base? Even a patient person like Li Jia couldn't help but curse. She had never sworn when Tensang tried to trick her, not even when she saw Zurjin suddenly grow 9 meters tall. Idiot. Block her and move on. If she can't handle the third wave of monsters, she'll just have to accept it. Li Jia pouted angrily, while Tensang laughed happily beside her. Ha ha, even if a boss like that comes, it probably wouldn't last a day. Maybe the boss would get angry and just end it. I think we shouldn't look for those who have already grown up, but rather those with talent who haven't yet matured, or those who have been beaten down by the struggle for survival. People like that see things more clearly. The two women upstairs whispered about the third survivor, but they couldn't reach a conclusion. The next day, second wave of monsters has ended. The next wave will arrive in 5 minutes. Everyone receives rewards, material box, skill points, or tower upgrade coupons. Third wave of monsters, Zombie Plus, level 3, medium grade. Some of the zombies in this wave will attack from a distance. These ranged zombies will target the defense towers, so prioritize attacking them. After this message appeared, the zombies on the road instantly disappeared. The survivors, already prepared, shot their crossbows early, trying to leave as many drops as possible. But to be safe, they kept some crossbow bolts back. This time, they weren't as panicked as before. Many waited at the edge of the road. When the zombies disappeared, they rushed onto the road, grabbing whatever drops there were, then threw them outside. Even the chat channel went quiet for a moment. A material box appeared in front of Zul'jin. When he opened it, a bunch of basic materials popped out. Gained wood, stone, iron blocks, and crossbow bolts. They weren't short of supplies. Zul'jin still chose to upgrade his ability enhancement points. The defense towers could be upgraded anytime with enough materials, but being strong himself was the real key. He still kept perseverance and resilience, now at level 5. Energy surged through his body, and Zul'jin let out a long, clear that lasted 20 seconds. Upstairs, Tensang and Li Jia stared in disbelief. This was the first time they saw a with a shape, like gray gas shooting out like a rocket. Gahaha, so satisfying. Zul'jin felt full of strength. Holding endless critical hits felt much lighter in his hand. You two should go down and take a look. The defense tower hasn't been upgraded in a long time. What are you doing? Zul'jin looked up at the two women who seemed stunned. Even though he was shameless, he couldn't help but blush. Oh, Tan sang, and the others hurried down. King, we also received rewards. Should we upgrade the defense tower? Zul'jin just wanted to change the subject. He waved his hand casually. Do as you see fit. Tan sang and Li Jia exchanged a glance. Let's upgrade the crossbow tower together and try to reach level 10 as soon as possible. No, it's at level 6 now. The more we upgrade, the fewer materials we have. Let's first upgrade to level 7, then aim for level 8, and maybe we can reach level 10 directly. The materials we've saved up are almost enough for an upgrade. Plus, with the materials boxes the three of us got, we can go search along the road. Maybe it will work. Level 10 crossbow tower? Does that mean we can add an extra arrow tower? Not only Zul'jin received rewards, Zhang Su from the haunted gold mine, which is now called the Liaison Gold Mine, also gained his own ability. He didn't hesitate to use it on bloodthirsty technique. Defense towers? His daily wages are enough to upgrade slowly. As long as the Centaurs can fight, he's safe. But right now, he doesn't have time to think about that. A team from afar has arrived at the abandoned Liaison Gold Mine. Or rather, calling it abandoned is no longer accurate. It should be called Liaison Gold Mine. The only downside is that it's quite far from Liaison's main base. Fortunately, traders among survivors can make up for this distance. This is a group of small but extremely sturdy black dwarves. They wear heavy armor, have big noses and thick lips, and their chests are covered with beards thicker than braids. Most importantly, they wear uniform armor engraved with a symbol. It's a soaring dragon. They ride a herd of similarly dark-skinned goats. There are over 100 of them. That's quite a large number. These are over 100 fully armored cavalry. Considering the strength of the dwarves seen before, Zhang Su has to take this seriously. With armor and without armor, their combat power is completely different. Bloodhoof led the guards to confront them. 20 guards faced over 100 goat-like dwarf knights, but their momentum remained strong. If Zhang Su hadn't stopped him, Bloodhoof would have charged forward out of his fiery temper. The dwarf leader was still examining the desolate battlefield. Centaur? Human, you don't look like a local, more like those humans who suddenly appeared. The dwarf leader stepped forward, jumped down from the goat, and carried a large hammer on his shoulder, about half his size. He also wore a rough-looking short-barreled firearm at his waist. We are from Blackstone Mountain, serving under Lord Lobak. I am the leader this time, Taklin. Zhang Su nodded and bowed slightly to show respect. Acting representative of the Fire-Main Gold Mine, Zhang Su. Taklin looked up at the battle flag fluttering at the cave entrance, slightly surprised. Fire-Main? So, you are indeed a Centaur faction, just like names such as Copperbeard, Warhammer, Black Iron, Golden Thunder, and Oak Shield. Everyone knows they are dwarf factions. Any city or town name sounds human. Names like Blood Roar or Wild Wolf sound like beast tribes. Names that sound elegant and refined, like buying 10 pounds of meat where 9.5 pounds are impressive, are probably elves. Fire-Main is a typical Centaur faction name. I didn't expect this gold mine to end up in the hands of the Centaurs. Taklin spoke straightforwardly. Just say it. We're here to trade. We need gold. Tell us what you want. We have the best craftsmen and the hottest furnaces. Zhang Su shook his head slowly. I can't decide. I'm just here to guard. For business negotiations, you must speak directly with our Great Khan. Great Khan? Is that the mighty Centaur over there? Taklin looked at Bloodhoof, who was eager to speak behind Zhang Su. He is our tribe's second in command after the Great Khan, a fierce warrior. But he is not the Great Khan. If you go east along here, by the big river, you'll see the Fire-Main banner flying high. Zhang Su pointed east. Recently, he had learned about the nearby map from prisoners. The wilderness where Fire-Main is located is called the North River Valley Wilderness, and Fire-Main's position is southeast of the wilderness. The gold mine is located about 700 or 800 kilometers west of the Fierce Main. From here, you can already faintly see the endless mountain range to the west. All the high mountain elves, trolls, and dwarves come from that mountain range. This world is so big. 700 or 800 kilometers is only a small part of this vast wilderness. Hopefully, when we return, this place will still belong to you. Fierce Main. The Black Iron Dwarf leader, Taklin, hinted with meaning. Bloodhoof was furious. Gak. You. Jiangsu quickly stopped Bloodhoof. What he means is, Gak. What do you mean? I mean simply this. Although you occupy this gold mine, those forces won't give up easily. They will come back. When that happens, can you hold it? Only then does cooperation make sense. Tucklin didn't care about Bloodhoof's attitude because he knew the half-orcs' temper well. He also didn't think these half-orcs could defend the gold mine. As I know, this gold mine originally belonged to the Spirit Realm Academy, which occupied a northern fortress. When the undead army swept through, you'll realize that in the face of overwhelming numbers, there are no invincible warriors. After speaking, Tucklin patted his and mounted a goat. I'll visit you, Fierce Mane. If you need our black dwarves' help, as long as the price is right, we can hold back a force for you. Jiangsu smiled politely. Please, Your Excellency, speak directly with our great Khan. Such a boring fellow. The black dwarves rode away on black mountain goats, leaving a comment behind. Jiangsu's smile faded, and he immediately sent a message to Zul'jin with a detailed report. Zul'jin was watching the defense tower upgrade. 3 material packs, plus the nearly enough materials to reach level 7, allowed the main tower's ballista to be upgraded to nearly level 8. The two, along with Li Yi, scavenged the dropped items on the road, collecting all the small loot from the recent battles with the rock hooves. They barely reached level 8. Tansang Lijia didn't hesitate and chose to upgrade the defense tower as her reward. 2 flashes of white light, and the ballista tower reached level 10. Its size was now enough to be a landmark of Fierce Mane. The tower was now 30 meters high. When the defense tower first appeared, the crossbow tower could barely hold Zul'jin inside. The crossbow on top shimmered with a cold light. Li Yi, resting under a canopy, sighed, "It's a pity. If only I could use my reward, I could upgrade it directly to level 11 and add another weapon tower. Tansang and Li Jia are part of the alliance, so they can upgrade, but Li Yi cannot. He can only upgrade his own defense tower. Forget it. The third wave of monsters should bring it to level 11 anyway." Zul'jin was not in a hurry. The top empty spot was not yet full, and he didn't have materials for other weapon towers. Building only a crossbow tower was pointless. But reaching level 10 made the tower's stats look really good. Crossbow tower, auto-aim. With piercing damage, tower level 10, somewhat powerful. Tower durability, 1000/1000. Weapon slots, 2 out of 2. Weapons, fine crossbow, ammo 746/1500. Attack speed, for seconds per shot, multi-shot. Physical armor piercing. With this, he could at least handle common flying enemies, right? Zul'jin rubbed his chin and saw a private message from Jiangsu. "Your Highness, what is that? A dragon? 2-child families are all biological, and sometimes things are not fair. Moreover, I am still considered an outsider to them." Zul'jin thought for a moment and said, "I will add Broken Hoof and Rock Hoof to your team, along with 20 half-human, half-horse sharpshooters and 20 half-human, half-horse guards. How confident are you? I have seen Broken Hoof before." So Zul'jin sent the information and abilities of Rock Hoof to me. Having a healer on the battlefield who can fight, protect, and control makes a big difference. Jiangsu was very surprised. In just 2 or 3 days, so many elite fighters had joined the tribe. "I am confident I can handle any of those forces," Jiangsu said without hesitation. If it were another race, he might hesitate, but these are centaurs. Born as cavalry, they can run much faster than cars on the highway. Their mobility, endurance, and fighting ability give us many options. Then leave it to you. I want to see rivers of blood. I don't want to hear that my gold mine has been taken. Zul'jin also didn't hesitate and gave full authority. The Fierce Mane tribe started moving again. Broken Hoof and Rock Hoof led the guards and sharpshooters away. Rock Hoof now wore a brown-green armor. Centaur Berserker. Increases defense and greatly raises health points. To be cautious, he combined 2 giant belts he had into a Centaur Berserker set and temporarily wore it on Rock Hoof. Compared to fighting head-on, a strong Minotaur warrior's sturdy body could definitely beat a Centaur. If warriors had rankings, heavily armored Minotaur fighters would be in Tier 1 or even Tier 0. After Rock Hoof was transformed into a half-man horse, he solved his biggest weakness, slow speed. Centaurs need to wear horned helmets, but Rock Hoof doesn't. He already has 2 thick horns. Although he is just a 3-cost druid, With racial bonuses, his combat power is not at all inferior to 4-cost Centaur generals. As many transformed into Centaurs left, the tribe's defenses once again appeared weak. At least, it seemed somewhat vulnerable. Only a few scattered Minotaur warriors patrolled. Untransformed half-humans didn't count. In Zul'jin's view, those who haven't transformed are already considered out of the fighting team. Of course, this is just the appearance of weak defenses. In fact, it was as solid as a fortress. Because the strongest warrior, Zul'jin, was inside the defense tower, fighting Tansunguli and Jiaga. To keep things fair, he specifically used Titan's power on them. A third wave of monsters had already appeared on the road. The Zombie Plus looked like a second evolution of the previous wave. They moved much faster than normal humans. They were also much larger and had more varieties. Their eye sockets were red, similar to those of ghouls, and some even had weapons like claws and bone knives. However, these did not affect the Great Khan's battle. With Titan's power, the fight finally became exciting. But once Zul'jin fully unleashed his strength, Tansunguli and Jiaga found themselves no longer a match. At this point, the previously captured female slaves showed their usefulness. Yu respectfully led the Minotaur warrior to the elf woman and fox girl who had been favored by Zul'jin outside the defense tower gate. Hearing the sounds inside, they blushed. The fox girl and elf exchanged glances, looked at the sturdy Minotaur warrior behind them, and then at the continuous shooting from above, each crossbow bolt over 2 meters long, and decided to accept their fate. Zul'jin's academic performance was somewhat poor. To make it easier to attend school, he rented a house near the school. That small apartment had no soundproofing at all. Every day, he could hear noises from all directions. At first, he didn't understand. Why was there so much shouting and screaming all the time? Was it just some trivial matter? So pretentious. And when he stopped eating beef and started avoiding cilantro, Zul'jin could only say, "This music really can increase attack speed." It even seemed like he could control the volume and the DJ's rhythm. The Sparrow Girl was quite good. And honestly, in this area, the Fox Girl was definitely more suitable. She had better talent. With Titan's power blessing, she could write most of a test paper in one go. But since Zul'jin knew about the future crisis, he wouldn't do nothing. There were also quite a few male centaurs in the tribe who had not changed jobs, more than 100 in total. Although no one is leading the team, the centaurs don't need a leader when they fight. He sent all the centaurs out. The main focus is still on the remnants of Changha Town in the north. It's not that Zul'jin specifically wants to fight humans. It's because they are so close to his tribe. And his target isn't just Changha Town, but all the races within 100 or even 200 kilometers. Minotaurs, wild boars, humans, and those small clans. He didn't leave anyone out. After dealing with Tansang and the others, Zul'jin suddenly remembered what Jiangsu said about a blue treasure chest he still hadn't opened in the Locust tribe. Thinking about the blue treasure chest in the haunted gold mine, Zul'jin felt excited. He decided to open that chest today. As for his tribe, looking at only the mother centaur and the young centaurs left in the tribe, Zul'jin scratched his head. Oh no, I sent everyone away, and now I have no warriors left. Li Yi, carrying a, brightened his eyes. King, even though the centaur warriors are gone, you still have Minotaur warriors. He pointed to the Minotaur warriors wearing simple armor and holding solid iron poles. Your strong Minotaur warriors are eager to earn achievements and help the tribe grow. Zul'jin looked at Li Yi and grinned. Ha ha, you really care about these Minotaurs. Li Yi shyly scratched his head. I'm just learning to protect everyone from the king. Since they follow me, I want them to prove themselves, just like how the king treats us. At least to show that they are not just eating and doing nothing in our tribe. You speak nicely, Zul'jin said, quite satisfied with Li Yi. Honestly, because of his bloodline, Zul'jin feels increasingly distant from being human and has no special feelings for fellow survivors. But these two people he saved are quite capable. Maybe in the old workplace, they wouldn't be considered elites, but in the Burning Main, they have shown their worth and are useful to him. Then take them with you. But right now we have fewer Minotaur warriors here. It's better to gather more. Zul'jin finally agreed to bring these Minotaur fighters. Li Ye's face lit up with joy, and he quickly called out to the Minotaur warriors behind him. Hurry up, thank the fierce king for giving you this chance. Follow the king out, and you must perform well. If we lose face for the Flame Main tribe, I won't forgive him when we return." The Minotaur warriors all saluted Zul'jin. Zul'jin waved his hand casually. He didn't care much about the attitude of these unmarked Minotaurs. "Get ready first. I also want to check out that Black Mountain Goat team." After saying that, Zul'jin returned to his small hut for now. Once he learned the exact location of the Locust Swarm from Jiangsu, he led the fully armed Minotaur warriors away. These guys' endurance wasn't worse than that of Centaurs, but their speed was too slow. They didn't even have mounts, so Zul'jin had to wait for them. But luckily, Zul'jin wasn't in a hurry and walked slowly. This time, he brought Tensang along. This time-stop girl can even influence the outcome of battles. As for the safety of the tribe, Zul'jin wasn't too worried. With a level 10 arrow tower outside, roaming centaurs, hundreds of female centaurs in the tribe, and dozens of minotaurs, it was enough. Tensang rode a land bird behind Zul'jin. Zul'jin wouldn't let her ride on his back. It's always the Great Khan riding others. When did it become the turn for others to ride the Great Khan? Tensang, you said that Li Jie is a talented student, right? Zul'jin suddenly asked. Tensang was confused but quickly replied, "Yes, King. Jie is very talented in math. Then let her handle the finances for now." Zul'jin didn't turn around. "Whether it's you, Jiangsu, or Li Yi, everyone will get a salary. We used to be careless, but now the tribe is growing bigger. This needs to be organized. Tracking loot, managing supplies, paying wages, and bonuses. For the Minotaur people, any Minotaur reported by Li Yi as having left their status will be paid a salary." She was asked to communicate with Li Yi and create a set of rules for this. Tensang was surprised. "But Your Majesty, Gaga hasn't worked before." She was worried that Li might mess up and anger Zul'jin. "It's okay. Let her learn more from Li Yi. That guy is very experienced in the workplace." Zul'jin still planned to delegate these small tasks. Until suitable management talent was found, this was the only way. He couldn't let himself be delayed by trivial matters when he was busy with more important things. "Understood, Your Majesty. I will tell Gaga right away." Tensang knew that if she said more, she would definitely get scolded. When the king was in a good mood, he might explain a little. When he was in a normal mood, he would only say one thing, and that was all. "By the way," he asked, "how much do you think your salary should be?" Zul'jin looked at Tensang sideways. "You were the first to merge with me. You are very fortunate. I am very satisfied. You can suggest a figure." Tensang was stunned, pointing at herself. "Me?" She looked confused. "Li Yi, Jiangsu, or those Minotaur people work for the king. Getting a salary doesn't matter. I am part of the king's people, so I definitely can't take a salary." She quickly refused. Once she took a salary, her attitude might change. "Gaha, you woman, you have quite a few tricks." Zul'jin laughed loudly, but he didn't mind. In front of absolute power, those things are just minor additions to life. Tensang conveyed Zul'jin's message to Li. Li was even more confused. What is this about? Although she didn't understand, she obediently went to find Li Yi. After what happened earlier, she didn't want to have much contact with Li Yi. Who knew when this kid would secretly report her? When Li Yi heard about this, he couldn't help but sigh. "It's such a pity. If only my previous boss was like the king. It's a shame." Needless to say, the king is an absolute success as the leader of the tribe. Li had never worked before, and hearing this, she was very curious. "How so?" Li Yi sighed slightly and asked, "Do you know what the biggest failure of a leader is?" Before Li Jia could speak, he continued talking to himself. "A leader who turns confident, spirited people into discouraged, disheartened ones. Who makes proactive, ambitious people become lazy and indifferent. Who transforms diligent workers into complacent ones. He praises flattery, supports those who deceive others, and promotes troublemakers, forgetting the brave and loyal. He forces everyone who wants to work hard to become the person they dislike most." Li Yi smiled and said, "Forget it. You haven't worked in a real job and haven't seen leaders who act like they own everything. You wouldn't understand." Li Jia looked at Li Yi with pursed lips. He looked up at the sky and slowly stretched out his hand. "Do you see that, Li Jia?" "What?" Li Yi chuckled. "That young man who was full of ambition and confidence right after leaving school. He's gone, Li Jia. I'm sorry, but this world doesn't have absolute empathy. However, the king is definitely not like that." Li Jia spoke very confidently. "I know. I knew it a long time ago. Li Yi wanted to reach out and pat Li Jia's shoulder, but held back. Follow the king well. You and I are different. Don't ask for a salary. After saying that, Li Yi turned and left. Li Jia looked at the message from Tan Sang in the private chat channel. Gaga, you must tell the king not to take a salary. If he takes one, the situation changes. This Li Yi, and the words Tan Sang warned him about, are exactly the same. Li Jia looked at Li Ye's back with some doubt. He was familiar with those minotaurs and mingled with them comfortably. This person seems to have something special. Li Jia shook his head. Forget it. Whatever the king says goes. Why think so much? Gah, haha. It seems I'm not the only one eyeing those locust people. Zul'jin's eyes flickered with excitement. He charged ahead confidently, leading the way, while the Minotaur warriors carried iron poles and hurried to follow. Minister Li Yi had instructed us to perform well so that our bull-headed tribe would have a real place in the future. Outside the insect people's cave, dark green and earth yellow colors clashed. The screeching sounds were very harsh. Gak! It's those mantis people again. From afar, Zul'jin saw the distinctive triangular head and two gleaming, curved blades. What are they trying to do? Zul'jin held a vanguard shield in his left hand and an endless greatsword in his right, his gaze turning red with bloodlust. King, which one should we fight? Tan Sang, standing beside the Minotaur, was still a bit away from the battlefield but could already see what was happening. Insect people are different from beast men. Most of their blood is green. They look a little evil. Of course, since we're here, just fight them all. Fight to the death. Today, these guys are all mine. When did bugs get to run this wilderness? Before Zul'jin finished speaking, he already charged forward, kicking up dust. In just a few seconds, he reached top speed. Tan Sang could only see a blur. Wow, he's almost as fast as a high-speed train. She opened her mouth wide. The king is really fast, huh? No, the king doesn't like others saying he's fast. The Minotaur couldn't catch up, nose puffing out white mist in frustration. Gak! With a deafening roar, the mantis and locust fighters stopped in their tracks. Before they could react, they were either knocked flying or crushed into meat paste. Almost instantly, Zul'jin activated Titan power. His size grew to 9 meters. Whether mantis or locust, they were almost no different from bugs in front of him. He stomped with his hooves. The cave entrance was instantly crushed. Under the glow of 3 halos around his feet, Zul'jin looked like a demon god. He swung his greatsword, cutting through mantis and locust alike. Retreat first. Let this guy and those locust people fight first. We retreat now. The mantis leader saw the situation was bad and immediately ordered a retreat. He spread his back wings and quickly took off, flying away into the distance. King, that is the leader. Tan Sang sat on a land bird and pointed. Target him. The mantis leader flying in the air was instantly frozen. He didn't even know what was happening. Gak! Zul'jin leapt high, holding a large sword glowing red. He swung it down with one strike. As everyone knows, when an attack triggers a critical hit, the attack animation changes. Just after the time freeze ended, the mantis leader saw a huge red blade much larger than himself. No, the mantis leader looked blank, like Yamagaki no Zomi. Then everything went dark. Green blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. Zul'jin landed and stomped again with his hooves. In an instant, a large group of mantis and locust people were cleared out. The chest soul points flooded in densely. Even the lowest had 1 chest soul point. At this moment, Zul'jin finally regretted not combining the sun flame. If he had the sun flame now, wouldn't he be slaughtering wildly? As for the mantis and locust people's attacks, honestly, right now Zul'jin was the main target for all of them. This moment, the half-human armor looked like a chaotic war artifact. The armor and magic resistance it provided were ridiculously thick. With the Vanguard Shield blessing, Zul'jin felt no damage at all. The mantis people scattered in all directions, flying away. Minotaur warriors entered the scene. Zul'jin also saw for the first time how strong Minotaur fighters are against other races. They lowered their heads, horns flat, and charged forward. All enemies along the way either got caught on their horns or were knocked flying. Their thick iron horns, thicker than Tan Sang's arm, shattered with a single hit. In close combat, Minotaur heavy warriors naturally have crushing power. However, the units they kill do not provide them with chest soul points, perhaps because although they are fierce, they are not centaurs. Zul'jin didn't care. No one liked bug creatures like these. They are the true survivors, living through a continuous struggle. And their fighting ability is actually quite good. The only problem is that they are a bit fragile. Whether it's mantis people or locust people, they are small in size and still far behind the main races. If you don't mind their attacks, these guys are easy to kill. If that's all you are, then this locust people's nest ends here. Zul'Jin looked down at the dense swarm of locust people on the ground. Their attacks are primitive, mainly relying on their strong thigh spines and sharp teeth. But facing Zul'Jin, who is 9 meters tall, even a single hair on his leg could cause trouble for them. However, Zul'Jin believed that the blue treasure chest appearing here couldn't be just these trash creatures. Although there are indeed many of these locust people. Sure enough, faced with a one-sided slaughter, the hidden presence deep inside the nest couldn't hide anymore. The ground rumbled loudly, and the collapsed entrance of the underground vault was instantly shattered. A creature like a tank, with a dark head, deep red shell, and 2 large horns shining with a metallic luster, charged out. Moo! The moment it appeared, the Minotaur lowered its head and charged forward. The two collided with a loud bang, creating a shockwave. Zul'Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. A 3-meter-long rhinoceros beetle? This thing is a true powerhouse in the insect world. He once saw a video where a remote-controlled excavator was used to wrestle with a rhinoceros beetle, and the tiny beetle managed to flip the excavator with its horn. And now, he saw a rhinoceros beetle that reached 3 meters in size. If he showed this to insect-fighting enthusiasts, he could probably sell it for a lot of money. Zul'Jin shook his head, watching the red-eyed minotaur and rhinoceros beetle clash. Hey, why are you fighting like a bug? Get out of here. Zul'Jin swung his greatsword in a double-edged strike. The minotaur, already on the verge of attack, ran away in fear of being cut in half. He actually liked this creature, but he didn't have time to tame it. Nothing is more important than opening the treasure chest. That was his second blue chest. Zul'Jin pointed at the few minotaur-like creatures and ordered, "Stay here and block these locust people. Try not to let them escape. These are all my chess pieces." The locust people's chess points are not very high, similar to ordinary humans. But they are densely packed, like a swarm of insects. They look quite impressive as a swarm. However, these creatures are too weak. Zul'Jin's current body can easily crush them with a single hoof, as simply as stepping on sheep dung. Deep inside the cave, the dense locust people are trapped here, with a glowing blue treasure chest in the middle. There's a strange smell. "What are you guys doing here?" Zul'Jin frowned, instinctively sensing something was wrong. Locust people can't speak. It seems that, at a racial level, mantis people are clearly more intelligent, while locust people, despite having a human-like form, are more like large, upright locusts. He opened the treasure chest, and 2 glowing orbs lay quietly inside. Reward received. System invasion complete. Reward options updated. Silver Hex 3 choice. Burning Arrow. All hunter attacks have a burning effect, dealing extra magic damage each time, consuming magic power. Hurting. Gain a basic equipment, and 2 random half-human, half-horse creatures costing 3 mana each. Dormant Forge. In 8 days, you will receive a 4-choice Hex Artifact Forge. Another 3-choice? Zul'Jin fell into deep thought again. All 3 options seem good, but there are obvious traps. Hunter Bonds only generate mana after reaching 4-cost cards, which are used for powerful strikes. What about hunter cards below 4 mana? Where do the half-horse fools get their mana? Zul'Jin shook his head, dismissing the idea of the burning arrow. Hurting also sounds appealing, but is a gamble. If the 2 3-mana half-horse creatures are new, it would be a huge win, raising the half-horse race bond to level 5. But if they are already owned, the value drops significantly. 2 3-mana cards are not very meaningful to him now. Zul'Jin turned his gaze to the Dormant Forge. This thing might slow down the game a bit, but now, 8 days. Just fooling around for 8 days, and it's over? Anyway, I don't need to survive. Choosing 1 out of 4 options to get a suitable artifact isn't too hard. Zul'Jin didn't hesitate anymore and decisively chose the Sleep Forge Furnace. Then he picked up the second light orb. Gained equipment. Chainmail, alright. Nothing good is coming out now anyway. Zul'Jin stored the equipment. For him, this is a versatile little gear. Combining the Sunfire can help with fighting monsters. The plate armor increases defense a lot, and the counterattack gear can work with counter to deal damage back to enemies who attack him. Not to mention, he can also combine a second Titan to increase his size and attack power. This is a versatile little gear, not to mention the Dusk equipment and others. Overall, although this round of gains didn't show immediate results, it was still good. If the artifact turns out well, it might be as good as the rewards from the last blue treasure chest. Zul'jin looked around. The cave was very dark. He felt something was wrong. The Mantis people knew about the slaves being captured, but these Locust people clearly aren't suitable as slaves. So, why did the Mantis people come here? Just then, the spot where the treasure chest was placed started to glow with green light. It wasn't a lively green like healthy plants, nor a suspicious green like infidelity, but a sickly green. It was even more miserable than the green of a stock market crash. A chaotic pattern began to appear, and a deep, smoky voice echoed through the cave. Ha ha ha, such a brave centaur, daring to destroy my priest. Zul'jin frowned. The voice sounded strange, like someone pushing against himself and asking questions. It seemed like he was forcing himself to listen, bringing those little bull-headed people here. The locust corpses on the ground started to gather, flesh breaking apart and reassembling, slowly forming a huge creature. Is this to bury you with me? The last roar was almost a roar of rage. Zul'jin turned and ran. It's not that I couldn't win, but the small cave was too crowded, and I couldn't move freely. So before the other person finished threatening, Zul'jin had already left this locust lair. He only left the guy behind, still standing there, constantly using locust corpses to form his body. Outside the mine, the honest Minotaur people were still dutifully guarding the entrance, trying their best to prevent the locust people from escaping. As for the Mantis people, there was nothing they could do. If they ran, they ran. They were fast, and they were already outside. Zul'jin's huge body suddenly burst out, then quickly stopped. Everyone scatter. A big one is coming out. Zul'jin roared loudly, making the Minotaur people retreat. Tan Sang, get ready. Tan Sang, who had been hiding at the back, quickly raised his hand. No problem, my king. I can buy at least 15 seconds for you. 15 seconds? Zul'jin was stunned when he heard that. Already? Is it that long? 15 seconds is enough for many people to finish the process of taking off and putting on pants. 15 seconds. Zul'jin clenched his battle axe. You really are sneaky. Tan Sang smiled charmingly. Are you satisfied, my king? That really is. Deep inside the cave, a rumbling sound came from far away, getting closer. It was clear something big was coming out. Zul'jin trembled all over, veins bulging on his hand, his red eyes fixed on the depths of the cave. Exciting. Boom, a foul smell mixed with a lot of dirt, and a large creature with brown and green fluids burst out. Zul'jin raised his weapon, and Tan Sang also raised his hand, almost shouting, "Hold." At that moment, a loud shout came from behind. Hunt. Two crossed blades flashed through the air, slicing directly at the creature, leaving deep marks and splattering juices. Zul'jin suddenly turned around. From a distance, a mantis person with bright green skin rushed forward, wielding two curved knives at high speed. What did you do? These locust priest demons, you released them. He quickly moved past Zul'jin's body, aiming to attack that guy. Zul'jin raised his hand, and the mantis man was as if hitting a wall. Zul'jin caught him easily, stopping his charge instantly. Zul'jin's eyes were glowing red. What kind of demon angel are you? Do I need your help in my fight? Tan Sang swallowed hard. She knew her king was now completely out of control, driven only by fighting instinct. At this moment, her king was more important than the heavenly king. The mantis man felt a huge force hit him, and the scenery around him rapidly retreated. He was shocked to find himself thrown back more than 10 meters. Is this the strength of a centaur? Are 9-meter-tall centaurs really that powerful? He was 9 meters tall and strong, but his twin blades, Lamond, were not weak either. And yet, he was just thrown away? You trash, you keep ruining my plans, and now you've found a helper. The unknown demon roared, spewing fire like molten lava. Its body was much larger than Zul'jin's, even forcing Zul'jin to look up. But so what? Zul'jin moved his shoulders slightly, his eyes full of challenge as he looked at the creature. Gak! Zul'jin leapt high, swinging his twin blades in a powerful slash. He liked to call this move Thunder Jump. It was one of his favorite abilities. Roar! The demon roared back, swinging a huge black spear wrapped in dazzling flames, full of power. Quick, get out of the way. That's demon fire explosion. You can't withstand it. The mantis man, behind, didn't hesitate and shouted urgently. Tansang raised her hand, lips slightly parted. Freeze. The mantis man looked at her like an idiot. He's a demon, not your father. You say freeze, and it freezes? Who do you think you are? Do you think your words are law? The unknown demon's body was frozen in place, and Zul'jin's powerful slash hit it squarely on the head, followed by a hoof stomp on top. When the time stop ended, the demon found itself kneeling on the ground, its body made of countless locusts showing signs of breaking apart. Mantis man thought, wow, this is crazy. Tansang glanced sideways at the mantis man. Although he didn't speak, his eyes said everything. Blackie spoke. How dare you? He raised his spear again, gathering demonic fire, ready to unleash it. Tansang. Hold, Zul'jin. Double-edged sword. Another strike came down. The demon regained consciousness and saw that a large part of its body had been cut away. It was furious. This time, it learned its lesson and didn't roar, but moved straight into action. Tansang. Hold, Zul'jin. Double-edged sword. The demon. After regaining awareness, it looked at Tansang, who was about to speak with a pointed finger, and the demon broke its composure. Enough! I am the locust demon, Gunas. Even if this is just a tiny part of my consciousness, you, Tansang, hold, Zul'jin, double-edged sword. Most of its huge, swollen head was cut off. Horseshoes stomped loudly. A loud roar echoed through the scene. The body made of countless locusts and flesh collapsed like a dam breaking. What is he babbling about? Tansang shook his hand, proudly puffed out his chest, and the two lightning bolts that had been blessed lifted his beast-hide clothes. I and the king are fighting wildly. Mantis man Lyman stood stunned. Isn't it? Hey, is it over now? Zul'jin was bleeding heavily, and the multiple counterattacks with the double-edged sword had also caused him significant damage. Clearly, the demon was the one getting hit. So why do I have so many wounds? Lyman, the mantis man, was also confused. Zul'jin panted heavily. He didn't care much about his wounds. With his aura and vanguard shield, these injuries would only take a few hours to heal. What he cared more about was the purple light ball that suddenly appeared on the ground. Tansang's eyes widened, and she took a deep breath. Wow. King, purple, purple, purple. She had never seen blue before, so when did she see purple? She couldn't imagine that while other survivors were still fighting the Halo monsters, she had already pulled out a purple magic orb. Purple. The mantis person's compound eyes were full of curiosity. Zul'jin didn't expect to get a purple magic orb after defeating that guy, but just one purple orb was enough to show that this creature was only a tiny fragment of a demon's consciousness. He casually grabbed it, and the system immediately popped up a message. Reward received. System intrusion successful. Choose one of 3 hex deck upgrades. Roaming Trainer 3. Get a training carrying 3 different emblems. Make a good partner. Choose any one 3-star 1-cost unit under a certain trait. High Moonlight. Select a 1-cost unit and upgrade it to 4-star. Zul'jin felt a bit disappointed. When he saw these options, he thought he might get something he wanted, like Giant's Determination, Universal Scope, Chaos Summon. But it turned out to be 3 hex deck items. Since it was a surprise, Zul'jin didn't mind. He could use this chance to strengthen the half-human Centaur worker from his tribe. As for, make a good partner. A 3-star 1-cost unit was not strong enough, but a 4-cost could be used later as a secondary damage dealer or tank. If it's powerful enough, it could even be the main damage dealer or tank. What about the roaming trainer? He's not a gambler. 3 random emblems are fine, and he can use them on others. But with 3 random emblems? Forget it. Zul'jin chose High Moonlight. The reward immediately shone brightly and merged into his body, allowing him to choose a 1-cost unit at any time. After securing the reward, Zul'jin turned his gaze to the mantis person. Mantis person, how bold of you to appear in front of me. Zul'jin, with red and green auras and standing 9 meters tall, looked like a demon. The mantis person was not afraid. He crossed his twin blades on his chest and saluted. I am the wandering mantis warrior, Twin Blade Raymond. You're quite impressive. Zul'jin slowly approached him, wielding an endless greatsword much larger than his body. There's no need to be so polite. I've killed quite a few mantis people. Just now, I killed their leader. Zulkin's tone was somewhat unfriendly. You just now. It seems you cursed me, right? Mantis Man Ryman looked a bit embarrassed. It was an emergency at the time. I was trying to stop that guy from coming out. As for those Mantis people, I have nothing to do with them. I'm not from here, and I was already exiled by the main Mantis community. Please don't misunderstand. Humph. Zulkin snorted softly, nostrils releasing 2 long streams of white mist. What do you know about these locust people? Zulkin is not a biased centaur. He could sense that this guy was not hostile. Otherwise, he would have already cut him in half. Honestly, I don't know much either. Recently, the main Mantis community has been cracking down on these guys. It's said that those creatures are being deceived by demons, and through rituals and sacrifices, it seems they can summon those beings. Ryman spread his hands. Whether it's true or not, it's best to stop it. That's why I smelled demon energy earlier and rushed over. In the distance, a dense, buzzing sound approached. Countless Mantis people with double blades came forward. That's that Centaur. Kill him. The Mantis people shouted. Zulkin looked down at Ryman with a faint smile. In this situation, do you think I should suspect that these are your allies? Ryman looked a bit embarrassed. If I say they're not, you probably won't believe me, right? Tansang reached out to speak. Ryman quickly raised his hand to stop him. I really am not. I am a wandering warrior, not part of any Mantis tribe. He knew how fierce Tansang's words could be, pointing at someone and deciding their fate. If it was just Tansang, he wouldn't mind, but if it involved a half-centaur chieftain, that was different. I can prove it. Leave this to me. The Mantis people rapidly approached, their cold blades aimed directly at Zulkin. It looked like a storm of sword energy. Ryman crossed his double blades, his body flashing swiftly. A strong wind element suddenly surged. Come with the wind. A raging wind swept through, forming a rolling hurricane that blocked all the sword energy like a wall. He sheathed his double blades and stood behind the wind wall. Stop immediately, or I will show no mercy. When he said this, his attitude was completely different from when he faced Zulkin. At this moment, Lemon looked like a lonely ranger, his words full of loneliness and sharpness. King, Tansang approached Zulkin, with all the bull-headed people standing behind him. Ha ha, interesting. Let's see what this kid is about first. When the Mantis people saw Lemon, their faces changed. Traitor Lemon, the one the queen personally ordered to be hunted. Yes, the queen's order. Kill without mercy. Ha ha. Double happiness. The Mantis people didn't retreat. Instead, they charged forward even faster. Seeing this, Lemon's eyes darkened. Killing is a bad habit, but I seem unable to stop. He drew his twin blades, and his body instantly disappeared. 2 cold flashes of light streaked through the air. He spun among the Mantis people, with 2 blades creating 2 whirlwinds. Where the whirlwinds passed, all the Mantis people were knocked flying and shattered. And if you want to kill me, you'd better bring your whole family and friends. Lion Hunt, his 2 long swords crossed, and his strike sounded like a lion's roar, instantly swallowing the Mantis people in front. Now, you can all die neatly. His body suddenly stopped, slowly sheathing his blades, with his back turned to the Mantis people. In the next moment, the Mantis bodies behind him collapsed instantly. In just a few words, he carved a bloody path through the Mantis crowd. Gak. Truly Gak. Zulkin couldn't help but want to clap. Tansang slightly opened her mouth. This is indeed cool, but it's a bit, show off. Her words made Lemon, who was facing away from everyone, stiffen slightly. Woman, you're being a bit rude. He looked at the other Mantis people, his tone very calm. Go back and tell your queen that I have been expelled from my tribe. When we meet again, it will be as enemies who cannot coexist. Get lost, he shouted sternly. Wait a minute, Zulkin raised his hand to stop him. Since when do you get to decide here? He stepped forward slowly, looking at the intimidated Mantis people. It's fine if you run away, but then you come back with others and kill again. So what now? Zulkin's eyes began to turn red. You use my face as a doormat? Layman's expression stiffened. He quietly moved away from the Mantis people. He didn't want to get involved with these Mantis folks. The next moment, Zulkin charged forward. Mantis people are fast, but not fast enough to beat Zulkin. Like a reckless gang on the railway, Zulkin roared toward them. He didn't even need to attack. Mantis people attack quickly and fiercely, but their bodies are surprisingly fragile. Since they came right to him, Zulkin wouldn't let them go. It would be a waste not to take the opportunity to gain points. After a moment, most of the Mantis people were completely crushed, except for a few who ran away quickly. Some were captured and trembling on the ground. The red glow in Zul'jin's eyes faded. He looked down at these prisoners and waved to the Minotaur. Watch over them. Later, take them back to Li Yi. These guys are good with knives. He might find them useful. The Minotaurs hurried over, swinging their tails. They didn't expect that, originally being slaves, they would also be tasked with escorting prisoners. Oh right, we're now part of the fighting team, not slaves anymore. What a day? The weather today is just like real weather. The Minotaurs held their heads high, looking very proud. So, what exactly is going on with you? Zul'jin examined this strange Mantis person. This guy is good at fighting small soldiers, but that's not the main point. He's really good at pretending to be impressive. Limon sighed slightly. Sir, you don't know. We Mantis people are ruled by female Mantis leaders. After we reproduce, we have to eat the males. And I am quite charming, he said, barely hiding a smirk. That's why the queen took a liking to me. I didn't want to, of course. I loudly refused, but I was sentenced to death. I had no choice but to escape, and in the end, I was exiled from the Mantis tribe. He looked helpless. They say it's for the sake of future generations, but I just don't want to die. I want to live. Instead, I became a criminal. So don't worry, sir. Whatever conflicts you have with those Mantis people, it has nothing to do with me. I won't get involved. Zul'jin nodded upon hearing this. It was clear that this guy either didn't fight at all or fought very cleanly and quickly when he did. Since you're fairly honest, you can leave now. Since the conversation was open, Zul'jin didn't make things difficult for him. Mainly because this guy was somewhat to Zul'jin's liking. Layman's compound eyes flickered as he looked at Tansang, hesitant to speak. Tansang stood quietly beneath Zul'jin's abdomen, tightly holding one of Zul'jin's legs. What are you looking at me for? Forget about it. I am not someone you can have, Limon. What a mess. Zul'jin's eyes turned unfriendly again. Do you have anything else to say? Limon rubbed his hands. I won't hide it from you, sir. I am very interested in this human lady's abilities. Her powers could help me limit a rival, so I'd like her to help me. I know this request is sudden. Zul'jin nodded. Good. I'm glad you understand. Then he turned around and called to the Minotaur people. Let's go. We still need to see those so-called guests who came from afar, Limon. On the way to the Flame Main, Zul'jin successfully encountered a group of dark dwarves riding black goats. They were not as fast as centaurs, but they moved quickly enough. Zul'jin's body had already returned to its normal form. The double-blade warrior Limon widened his compound eyes in surprise. He followed along. Tansang, I didn't expect you to have such charm, even attracting Mantis people. Zul'jin turned his head to look at Tansang. Tansang moved closer to Zul'jin. Layman's speed was too fast for her to be sure she could react if he suddenly made a move. She looked at Limon with some suspicion. That creepy stalker, so annoying. Zul'jin suddenly chuckled. Gahahaha, you're also a time control woman, and you're making fun of him? Tansang was stunned. Suddenly, it was as if she remembered something. Her face turned red, like a little yellow flower. She remembered the Time Stop series she had watched before. The only difference between her and them seemed to be missing a controller. Limon was cautious, staying at the back of the group, occasionally exchanging a few words with Zul'jin. This guy was experienced and had traveled to many places. Zul'jin also heard some different stories from him. It was clear that this man was very angry about his enemy. He kept begging Zul'jin to lend him Tansang for a while. Zul'jin naturally wouldn't agree. This is a strict control system. It must be under his watch and be his people. Otherwise, Zul'jin would consider completely eliminating this threat. Blackstone dwarves? How did you get involved with these guys? When the black dwarves arrived, Limon was very surprised, and his tone showed his shock. Zul'jin looked at him sideways. What? Do you know them? Layman's tone became serious. They say these dwarves come from a large dwarf faction, and that faction is a servant of a great dragon. They live deep in the Blackstone Mountains, which is a dormant volcano. They use the lava inside to forge weapons and armor, which are very strong. Their temper is quite fiery. At this point, he suddenly stopped talking. It seemed that the Centaur king beside him was also not much different in this regard, even surpassing him in some ways. They have a powerful dragon backing them, and they are very good at gathering gold and jewels for the dragon. It's strange. Why would they come to find you? Zul'jin shot him a glance. Meanwhile, The black dwarves riding goats had already approached. Centaur, Minotaur, the black dwarves were also a bit confused. Aren't these two races sworn enemies? Why is a Minotaur warrior standing behind the Centaur? Has the world changed? Is this the fierce warrior with 3 auras, the king of the flame-mane tribe? The black dwarf leader was not as Limon described. He was very serious and respectful, bowing deeply. Gah, Zulkin muttered softly, looking down at the black dwarves from above. I know you. Last time, we killed quite a few dwarves, something called the Copper Furnace. Don't compare us to those guys. We come from Blackrock Mountain. I am Tucklin. Those guys are weak beyond belief, Zul'jin. A flash of the dwarf leader who descended from the heavens appeared in his mind. Although he looked down on the other, he didn't think they were useless. If it were the previous Fierce Mane, they definitely wouldn't be able to handle that dwarf army. Of course, centaurs wouldn't fight face-to-face with them either. Isn't that just bragging? Zul'jin snorted. So, how do you plan to trade with us? I have things to do and no time to waste talking. Compared to Jiangsu, Zul'jin's attitude was completely different. He wouldn't flatter others. His personality and bloodline wouldn't allow it. It's simple. We need gold, and you need everything we have, the black dwarf proudly said. Our weapons and armor are not comparable to those of the Copper Furnace. Our weapons naturally have fire attributes, and our armor has fire resistance. Zul'jin nodded. Very strong, but we don't need weapons or armor. He raised his endless greatsword, examining it carefully. I don't believe you can make better weapons than this. The black dwarf? Is this centaur being so arrogant now? You can look down on a dwarf's height, but you can't doubt their weapons. He was very displeased and extended his hand. Can I see a weapon that even dwarves can't make? Zul'jin didn't care and threw the endless critical strike sword over. This weapon was much larger than them, and they couldn't even use it. The greatsword scraped past Tucklin's toes and sank into the ground. He took a deep breath, slowly grasped the hilt, and flexed his arm muscles, pulling it back. In an instant, he lifted it. He laid the greatsword across his front and examined it carefully, lost in thought. Such a strange weapon. Just looking at it, I feel like this sword might jump up and hit me. Tucklin took a deep breath, looking awkward. It is indeed a very good weapon, but I don't believe you have more of these. Such weapons are rare and hard to find. Zul'jin sneered, stepped forward, and slung the greatsword over his shoulder, smashing his shield onto the ground. The black dwarves immediately gathered around, leaning over to study it. After a moment, Tucklin felt even more awkward. Having a shield like that doesn't really prove anything. Zul'jin patted his armor. Have you ever seen armor that adjusts its thickness based on the number of enemies? Tucklin clenched his teeth, his face turning red. Yes, I have. The black dwarves behind him quickly stepped forward. We haven't. Tucklin glared. Yes, you have. In the treasure vault of His Majesty, the black dwarf's mouth moved, but we're not allowed near His Majesty's lair. Tucklin slapped the black dwarf's helmet several times. I'm the boss. You're the boss. I'm the boss. You're the boss. Gahaha. Zul'jin laughed loudly as he took off his gear. Your weapons are useless against us, so don't think about trading your stuff for our gold. If you want to trade, bring a fair trade list. This is a gold mine, so the price must be fair. The items exchanged must be of good quality, or our centaurs might break the agreement at any time. Zul'jin stared at the black dwarf, thinking this show of strength might work well. Tucklin glared. Our items will never have quality issues. That's the black dwarf's bottom line. Zul'jin still took the black dwarves back to the tribe. He didn't expose their bragging mainly because the Flame Mane really needed a distant, strong, and stable trading partner right now. Relying only on looting and fighting could quickly gather resources, but it wouldn't allow for long-term growth. Also, a mantis rogue came back with them. Basically, he was a homeless wanderer. He still didn't give up. The black dwarves weren't interested in him. They only liked forging. Only by bringing back more gold could he go to hotter places. By the time they returned to the tribe, it was already dark. The tribe was lit up by campfires everywhere. Zombies were howling on the road, and the tower was still attacking nonstop. There's so much of this stuff everywhere. What exactly are they? Tucklin and Raymond were very curious. Zul'jin pushed open the tribe's gate. Why don't you ask the 2 guys in those defense towers? Limon, not interested. Tarklin, no time. Not all natives have enough time or interest to understand these things. There are so many messy races on this continent. If I had to investigate each one, it would be too tiring. Zulkin ignored them. Li Yi came up to greet them. Great King, you have returned victorious. I knew no enemy could match you. The black dwarf wanted to say something, but didn't speak. Limon nodded very slightly. In his view, this Centaur chieftain was indeed different. And in Zulkin's view, these two guys were also not ordinary. Everyone knows the virtue of Centaurs, after all. They just followed him back openly. Was it confidence in their strength or arrogance? Settle them in. You and Li Jia can connect with those black dwarfs and see what the tribe needs. Li Yi quickly nodded. Yes, Great King. Zulkin nodded, then returned to the defense tower and grabbed a handful of dropped items, tossing them to him. Work overtime tonight and get this done. Li Yi saluted solemnly. No problem, Great King. I love my work. The tribe is my home. Zulkin waved his hand, turned back to the tribe. Li Yi looked at these outsiders. He could feel that these guys were all strong, but he didn't care. Everyone, follow me. Our tribe is still under construction, but we also have a place for you to rest. He led them directly to the newly built tribe tavern. Alcohol? Not yet, but water and food are enough. An elf dressed as a bunny girl personally served them. The black dwarf and mantis man looked at each other in surprise. This place is really quite strange. Zulkin went straight to find the reclusive Centaur worker in the tribe. By now, even if he was stupid, he knew he was the weakest type of class change. Although he didn't know what a class change was. Watching the fools around him become stronger one by one, the entire Centaur was feeling bad. When he saw Zulkin, his eyes were full of resentment. I don't gack. I don't gack at all. You lied to me. And you don't gack either. The Centaur, feeling both wronged and sad after being deceived, looked frustrated and restless. He knew he couldn't win this fight. Gahaha! Zulkin laughed loudly and reached out to give him a hard shove, shouting angrily. Get up and stand straight. What's with that look? And that tone of yours? I brought you here to fight, not to act like this. Zulkin pulled him up roughly. I told you from the start, you're the most special one. Did you think I was joking? Listen, Zulkin pointed at his chest and said firmly, I never lie to fools. He immediately used the advanced moonlight skill on him. In an instant, the Centaur's body began to swell, each breath making him grow bigger. By the time it was over, he was 6 meters tall, with a back nearly 4 meters high. Although he still only had a helmet and a hammer axe, the half-man, half-horse was full of fierce strength. Every time he upgraded, his size increased. 3 stars was big, 4 stars was even bigger and more obvious. Most importantly, Zulkin saw that this guy had 3 equipment slots. Even the Bloodhoof and others with 4-cost cards didn't have those. Does equipment slot unlock only after reaching 3 stars? Since 3 stars combine into 1 4-star, a 4-star Centaur worker is worth 270 chess soul points. That's almost 2.5 4-cost cards. In a one-on-one fight, he couldn't beat a 2-star 4-cost, but he could handle a 1-star 4-cost easily. And if he filled all 3 equipment slots. At this stage, he could definitely be a main fighter. Ha, I did it again. That guy was so excited he jumped and bounced on the ground, like a happy fool weighing several tons. Zulkin could even feel the ground tremble slightly. This guy, unlike himself, who was enlarged by Titan's power, had truly grown to 6 meters. He was a meter taller than Zulkin. His strength had clearly increased a lot. But he also had obvious weaknesses. He lacked the passive and active skills that come with 2, 3, or 4-star characters. He still only had a small passive skill. As for other sources of strength, they would have to come from 3 pieces of equipment. Zulkin thought that the best gear for this fellow should at least include a bloodthirst sword. It would be even better if he also had a Titan item. With those 2, his attack power would be more than enough. The 3rd piece could be a Hand of Justice to boost critical hits and life recovery, or it could be replaced with heavy armor or a reflective shield for better defense. Zulkin sighed softly. For now, he could only hope that more aura monsters appeared outside. He was really short on equipment. A 4-star, 1-cost unit was rare, so Zulkin decided to give him a name. From now on, you'll be called Ironhoof. Zulkin handed him his Vanguard shield. A new position was successfully filled. From now on, follow me. We'll fight the fiercest battles together. Ironhoof, now stronger and the largest Centaur in the tribe, was full of excitement. He was so thrilled that he almost forgot to shout along with his chieftain. I want the strongest armor too. I want the best armor. Zul'jin could only shake his head helplessly as he watched the overly excited Ironhoof. In this situation, he had no choice but to calm him down with a firm hand. This time, they went out to destroy the Locust people's underground nest, slay a demon's consciousness projection, and wipe out part of the Mantis tribe. The rewards weren't huge, but still quite decent. Locust Worker, 0.5 chess soul points. Locust Soldier, 0.8 chess soul points. Locust Jump Warrior, 1 chess soul point. Demon Consciousness Projection, combined type 30 chess soul points. It truly lived up to being a fragment of a demon's will. At first, Zul'jin didn't think much of it. But after remembering how that creature survived one of his hoof stomps and 4 strikes from his twin blades before finally falling, he gained a clearer understanding of its strength. After all, those attacks were made with his full power, including a critical hit, and the stomp landed right on its head. Even Zul'jin wasn't sure he could withstand that kind of damage himself. Total chess soul points gained outside, 1894. Points provided by defense towers, 87. Simply put, it costs less than 2,000. Zul'jin is very satisfied. King, the third wave of monsters is becoming quite tough. Today, we even encountered some long-range zombies that can attack the defense towers, but no aura monsters appeared. Li Jia, who stayed at home, reported today's gains. At the same time, we received some merger requests. Tan Sang, who was working, looked up and spoke unclearly. It seems the third wave of monsters is enough to make some people see the reality. Some think they are the main characters and shout about how their fate is in their own hands, not the heavens. Do they really think they are invincible? After saying this, she aimed her target at the 2 large magic orbs behind her. King, give me Titan power. Today, after going into battle, Tan Sang was full of spirit and fighting enthusiasm. Gahaha, Zul'jin threw out the Titan power, then lay on his side and looked at Li Jia. Make good choices. The fierce man doesn't lack faces now. Either he has strong abilities himself or gains strong abilities. Under the best conditions, choose one. Better to be selective than wasteful. It's no longer like the beginning. Or, according to Li Jia's abilities, even if she wanted to now, she would probably be rejected. Her ice arrow is insignificant to fierce man. But she arrived early, merging with Tan Sang at the end of the first week. She can be considered an original shareholder. She knows this well herself. As Sang said, the longer she stays here, the more she should be grateful to her. Li Jia doesn't have Titan power, so she can only do her best to assist on the side. Fierce Man's tavern is brightly lit. Li Yi and the dwarves almost didn't sleep all night, each holding firm to their own opinions on the prices. Tarkland angrily pounded the table. Enough. You're not even human. You're more cunning than those goblins. Li Yi also slammed the table. What nonsense are you talking about? If the price was right, would I need to be so difficult? Tarkland's chest rose and fell quickly. I can't see your sincerity at all. You're just lowering the price repeatedly. Your gold mine isn't even stable. Do you think we lack a little gold from you? Behind them, the same night owls gathered. We do lack it. Tarkland kicked him back angrily. Have you lost your mind leaving the house? The short dwarf, still upset, said, it's just a lack of something. Honestly, what's there to be afraid of? Tarkland slapped his own face and pulled at his cheeks, looking helpless. Right now, the ones lacking are you guys. Besides us black dwarfs, who dares to trade with you? Li Yi shrugged casually. I've checked. The reputation of the Black Dwarf Mountain Range isn't very good either, he chuckled. Honestly, the groups willing to trade with our Centaur tribe probably don't have a good reputation either. Tarkland sat down heavily on a stool. You really leave me speechless, but this price is just too much. I can't report this back. He stared at Li Yi with wide eyes. If you raise it just a little more, we'll sign the deal immediately. Li Yi looked troubled. I can't decide on that price. I need to ask the king. After saying that, he stood up quickly and left. Outside, he found a place to squat and take a break. After stretching and sweating a bit, he suddenly slapped his own face, turning red. He casually ruffled his hair and then returned to the tavern. Ministerly, what's going on? Seeing Li Yi's appearance, Tarkland was also a bit stunned. Li Yi smiled wryly. I told you that your price wouldn't work. See, I got beaten up. But for our trade, I managed to negotiate a better deal. He pounded the table. Let's raise it one more level. Tarklin's face lit up with joy. But Li Yi changed the subject, making Tarklin tense up. We're not responsible for transportation. The delivery point is at the gold mine. You need to come get it yourselves. The items you want also need to be transported by you. Payment and delivery happen at the same time. If you're okay with that, we'll sign the contract. Tarklin's face changed, and his already stiff mind started to work harder. After a moment, he decided to give up. All right, fine. We'll handle the transportation. Li Yi and Tarklin stood up, shook hands, and bumped shoulders. Happy cooperation. Tarklin looked serious. I hope you keep to the contract. This is our first time working with Centaurs. We King is fierce and ruthless, but we always keep our promises. Li Yi also looked serious and said, when it comes to attacking families, we leave no one alive. Tarklin. Oh, do you need help? Tarklin suddenly spoke. We have mercenary services. Just pay some gold, and you can get reinforcements from the dwarf troops of the Blackstone Mountains. Li Yi clicked his tongue. You've come to the wrong person. The guy in charge of fighting isn't here. I only handle logistics. You'd better speak directly to our king, but probably not needed. My king. Li Yi straightened up. Unbeatable in the world. Limon, who was sleeping nearby, shivered and groggily opened his eyes. Huh? Who's so awesome? Tarklin shook his head slowly. He's very strong, but your tribe really doesn't have enough warriors. He can't do it alone. Even if we add the Minotaur troops from the gold mine and those fully armed Minotaur warriors, it's still not enough. Li Yi suddenly understood. The Black Dwarf probably hadn't encountered the reinforcements led by the Broken Hoof and Rock Hoof Minotaur troops. Then don't worry about it. Our fierce mane never fears war. We are war itself. Sure enough, the next morning, Tarklin discovered a new group of fully armored Minotaur warriors in the tribe. Almost 40 Minotaurs, including 30 Minotaur guards and 10 Minotaur sharpshooters. His chest soul points were completely used up again, especially because a huge Minotaur had appeared in the tribe, holding the shield he saw in Zul'jin's hands yesterday. Just looking at its 6-meter-tall size, outside the tribe, it wouldn't even need to challenge anyone. It could easily become the chieftain of those small tribes. Wow, Tarklin watched these irritable and excited Minotaurs. They jumped around wildly, like a happy bunch of fools. Your place really has some kind of legend. He carefully examined the armor of the Minotaur guards. The patterns, thickness, and all details are exactly the same, top quality. Tarklin was suddenly knocked flying 10 meters away. Because he was too close, the irritable Minotaur kicked him away. The dwarf's strength is quite great, almost equal to that of an orc, and he is solidly built. However, compared to the massive size of the Centaur, weighing over a ton, he still looks small. Tarklin got up, grinning foolishly with his big teeth. Really good stuff. After being kicked, he only had a slightly dirty corner of his clothes. Zul'jin, under the defense tower, looked at this scene for a moment longer. That was a single kick from a 3-cost half-elf Centaur. Indeed, the forces that serve the dragon are quite strong. All of you, stop wasting time and go to the road. If everything goes well, Zul'jin hopes to craft the first rare Centaur. 1,000 chess soul points. Right now, each zombie provides 0.03 points, which is 3 times more than before. If these fools keep working hard and fight a couple of battles, there's hope. At this moment, Zul'jin felt his chess soul points start to rise, quickly surpassing 100. Bloodhoof was walking on a battlefield full of torn flesh, like a demon from the abyss. The ground was covered with rotting limbs and bones. Jiangsu was behind him, looking very serious. These are probably small forces used by the Summoning Academy to test us. We've already been exposed by our ambush here. They had just ambushed a small group of goblins heading to the gathering point, but before they could clean up, they were attacked by undead creatures. If Bloodhoof hadn't reacted quickly and led the Centaur guards to counterattack, Jiangsu, who was hiding behind and boosting his own state, would have been overwhelmed by the undead. It's no longer safe to hide in the back. Jiangsu was still shaken. This was the second time he had come so close to death. The last time was in the orc boar's den. A bunch of tiny little things, not worth worrying about. Let's keep going. Bloodhoof didn't care at all. To him, as long as he wasn't dead, it was no big deal. Jiangsu, who almost died. Wait a moment, Lord Bloodhoof. The reinforcements sent by the Khan will arrive soon. We need to go back and meet up with them. Only Bloodhoof and the Centaur guards found it a bit difficult to handle, especially without the Khan's aura blessing. Zhang Su had no choice but to agree. I am strong enough. Bloodhoof was very unhappy. Zhang Su looked serious and said, Yes, I have enough Bloodhoof leaders, but we can be more prepared. Then we can ambush stronger enemies and fight better battles. Bloodhoof's eyes blurred, and a string of words confused him. He only understood the word, Gak, but he didn't want Zhang Su to realize he didn't understand. Bloodhoof gave a thumbs up and said, Gak. Zhang Su felt he had figured out how to get along with these centaurs. When they returned to the gold mine, they saw reinforcements had arrived. He recognized the broken hoof. But who was the rock hoof? Looking at the rock hoof, who carried a hood, a staff, and an iron pole, Zhang Su scratched his head and asked, Brother, who are you? You don't look like a local. The rock hoof stuck out his tongue and licked his cow nose. I used to be a minotaur. I was the biggest minotaur under Minister Li. Now I am a half-human, half-horse. My name is Rock Hoof. Wow. Hearing this name, Zhang Su couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Half-human, half-horse? Nice name. The three leaders of the battle hunters gathered together, representing all three main professions inside the fierce main tribe. Plus, there were elite centaurs who looked exactly the same. Zhang Su felt proud and confident. Right now, he had the fierce main three leaders, 40 half-human guards, and 20 half-human sharpshooters. Most importantly, full armor. Full armor. Noble full armor. He repeated it 3 times for emphasis. Super heavy, fast cavalry, tough and invincible, able to run at high speed for 4 or 5 hours without getting tired, ready to jump into intense battles. The super heavy and fast cavalry usually couldn't be combined, but here, they could. And they weren't as heavy as imagined. He had 40 of these super heavy cavalry. The remaining 20 were heavy archers, capable of shooting elves from hundreds of meters away, making them unable to lift their heads. Not to mention, there was also a sharpshooter like Broken Hoof, who could shoot a path through the jungle with a single arrow. Plus, a half-human, half-horse druid. Zhang Su felt himself growing more confident. Then, a message came through the private chat channel. Li Jia, this is your boss's payment and allowance for this business trip. You get 5 drops as your basic daily wage, 1 for meals and housing, 2 for combat duty, and 2 for overtime on the trip. It's paid daily. If everything looks good, please sign for it. All items are randomly dropped from the 3rd wave of monsters and haven't been opened yet. Using drops as payment, it can't be paid monthly. Maybe after a month, the survivors won't keep up with the monsters and will die suddenly. Daily payment is the best way to settle accounts. Zhang Su was surprised. Is this finally on the right track? Are all these allowances coming now? Although he had been receiving payments daily before, he only got 1 combat duty allowance. Now he gets 10 drops a day? That seems a bit unrealistic. He asked Li Jia, Really? Aren't we already provided with food and accommodation? Why are there allowances for meals and housing? Li Jia. But since you can't eat or stay outside now, isn't it right to give you meal and housing allowances along with the business trip allowance? Zhang Su was stunned. What? Li Jia, what's wrong? Do you have any questions? Zhang Su. Nothing. I used to work like a beast, and being treated like a human at Liaison feels a bit strange. Li Jia. Haha. Liaison has cattle and horses. The boss said, just do good work. No need to work like a beast, Zhang Su solemnly said. No. I must work like a beast for the Khan now. Even the King of Heaven can't stop me. Seeing the trade request from the trading channel, Zhang Su's back no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and he felt full of energy. Gagak! His sudden shout startled Liaison, Senti nearby. Bloodhoof moved his mouth, but didn't speak. Judging by his mouth shape, it was probably those 2 very aggressive words. In the north, a cavalry unit crushed the scattered enemies along the way and arrived at Changha Town. Looking at the sparsely populated Changha Town, the leading knight couldn't help but frown. It's only been half a month since we asked for help at Changha Town. Why has it become like this? The cavalry slowly entered Changha Town, which was beginning to recover. The remaining residents silently made way. Where is your town mayor? The knight looked down at these ragged residents with a hint of disdain in his eyes. I don't know. Maybe they hid or ran away, the resident said. Suddenly, a fine sword pressed against his throat. Watch your attitude. Standing before you is Baron Baraka from the Storm City. Here to save you, the common folk. You better kneel humbly and answer my questions. The resident said nothing, only looked up quietly at him. That hollow gaze made the Baron feel uneasy. Commoner, what does that look? Do you plan to challenge a noble? Either kneel and admit your mistake, or kneel and be cut down by me. Centaurs want to kill me, and the city nobles also want me dead. The man slowly opened his mouth, voice hoarse. The centaurs killed me because we are enemies. If I can't fight back and die in battle, then the nobles. Are you going to kill me because I am your enemy too? Taxes on fire, head taxes, wood-cutting taxes, chicken-raising taxes, daily taxes, monthly taxes. We pay all these taxes to support the nobles. Are you killing me because I am an enemy? Or is it just because I didn't kneel and speak to you? The man looked expressionless, like a dead person. When the centaurs killed us, they didn't ask us to kneel. Do you, noble lord, deserve that? Bah! He spat thick saliva onto the Baron's shiny silver armor, then suddenly lunged forward, causing the sharp sword to pierce his neck. Blood gushed out. The Baron was stunned, then furious. Commoner, how dare you treat me, your savior, like this? He threw the man aside as if discarding trash, quickly wiping his armor with a delicate handkerchief. The handkerchief fell to the ground, contrasting sharply with the rough, coarse burlap clothes the man wore. The surrounding residents watched silently, their eyes fixed uncomfortably on the Baron. They didn't understand what was happening. Why were these commoners so bold? Sir, you see, this is the reinforcements you called. Do you really think they can defeat those centaurs? From a distant underground cellar, the town mayor and a woman watched everything through a viewing hole. He didn't treat your people as humans, and he probably won't treat you as one either. Look at the armor he's wearing. It's much more exquisite than the one you cherish. He looks down on us. The town mayor also fell silent. His fingernails dug deep into his palm. Even I can't casually kill my own people. How dare they? The woman softly said. Because they are your people, not his. The mayor understood. If they weren't his own, he wouldn't feel guilty about killing them. He took a deep breath. What do you plan to do? The woman pointed outside, her tone strange. It depends on what they decide to do. If they just leave, that would be good. But if they refuse to leave quietly and come back to loot the town again, the mayor's face grew even uglier. Let's make a bet, sir. If they leave just like that, even if they don't cause trouble for the centaurs, I will find a way to restore Long River Town. If they come back to loot the town before leaving, then listen to me. You can't stay here anymore. The mayor looked at her with a complicated expression. All right. Inside the town, the Baron covered his nose with a new handkerchief. Since the mayor ran away, this place is now unclaimed land. He probably won't take everything with him. Let's look around carefully, then go kill a couple of centaurs to report back. We can also stay away from these lowlifes. The cavalrymen cheerfully agreed and scattered in all directions. The mayor watched the reckless cavalrymen in the town, feeling very discouraged. The centaurs only stole from the blacksmith, the carpenter, and the materials warehouse. Our reinforcements will have emptied everything else. Clap, clap, clap. The mayor couldn't help but applaud. Good. This is nobility. The woman gently patted the mayor's shoulder. Yes, this is nobility. The mayor grabbed her hand. It's been so long. What's your name? The woman smiled slightly. My name is Rindong, sir. Rindong. That's a strange name. If it's you, what do you plan to do next? Rindong smiled faintly. Actually, we have no way out. We're too close to those centaurs. We can either hide far away or surrender completely and join them. Whether we can rise again depends on whether your private funds are enough. The town mayor frowned and said, Surrender? Those centaurs? No way. Rindong shook his head slowly and replied, They stole from the blacksmith and the carpenter, and there are humans in their group. That means this centaur tribe is different. As long as we show sincerity, there's a good chance it will work. Of course, staying far away is also an option. The mayor felt it was all very absurd. I can pay a lot of money to hire strong mercenaries to clear out those centaurs. Rindong sneered slightly and said, But if those strong mercenaries kill us, they can get what they want. Do you want to take that risk? He pointed outside at the knights still looting, making his meaning clear. If even these reinforcements are like this, what about the mercenaries? I will never surrender to the centaurs. We need another way. Rindong pretended to think and said, Then, we take our resources and go find a bigger Minotaur tribe. They are all good people. Since we can't join the Centaurs, let's join the Minotaurs. They are very strong, but they lack long-range weapons. Our people can help them, support each other, and at least protect ourselves. The mayor slowly closed his eyes. Let's do that. He pulled Rendo into his arms. I didn't expect that the person who has been giving me advice all this time is you. Rendo snuggled into his arms, barely showing his sneer, unnoticed even by the butlers standing nearby. The plan has moved further forward. Thanks to the knights, thanks to the centaurs. If possible, I'll deal with you all later. Of course, if it's not possible, then forget it. The centaurs ran back. This was the third day since the dark dwarves arrived at Fierce Mane. In 3 days, they gained another 450 chess soul points, plus over 100 points contributed by Zhang Su and others, totaling 600 points. Zulkan hesitated slightly and promoted the only remaining second-tier centaur warrior in the tribe to 3 stars. It cost 160 chess soul points. He was the first 3-star centaur in the tribe. After reaching 3 stars, his size barely exceeded that of the Bloodhoof tribe. His height changed from 3 meters to about the same as Zulkan's. With the recent, unyielding enhancements, Zulkan's body grew to 5 meters. After reading the comments earlier, I was used to the 4.5-meter height, but I changed it here. Most importantly, Zulkan saw that he had 3 equipment slots. However, regarding equipping him, Zulkan thought about it and decided not to. The 4-star 1 cost and the 3-star 2 cost, at least in size, still favor the 4-star 1 cost, but the 3-star 2 cost has an extra passive ability. Forget it. Before high-level 3 cost and 4 cost units appear, both the 4-star 1 cost and the 3-star 2 cost can serve as core units when fully equipped. But once the 4 cost units reach 2 stars or higher, high-star low-cost cards can't keep up with the pace. Just to avoid wasting combat power, these half-horsemen who are trying to build synergies should be promoted. They can't just be left in the gutter. Otherwise, those fools would be sad. As for the remaining chess spirits, Zulkan hasn't moved them for now. He is inside the tribe, so there's no need. The black dwarves are planning to leave, but then the centaurs run back. There are cavalry over there, very fierce. We lost one. The centaurs chatter excitedly. Zulkan raised an eyebrow. Seeing these brave guys run back, it seems the enemy does have some strength. Zulkan understood that reinforcements from the Long River town had arrived. Great Khan Zulkan, what happened? Limon eagerly approached. Is there an enemy? I'll go, and I can borrow Ms. Tansang for use later. Gahahaha, Zulkan laughed loudly. Get lost. Limon looked disappointed. How can this Centaur Khan be so stubborn? Both of you, take some people and follow me. I want to see what experts they've sent to deal with me. He pointed at the newly transformed centaurs, then left loudly. Black Dwarf Tucklin looked at Limon. Want to watch the fun? Limon didn't hesitate. Let's go. Without racial restrictions or any factions holding him back, Limon is free to go wherever he wants. He mainly values freedom. The black dwarves ride black goats. The mantis people fly low with wings, all moving quickly. Zulkan saw this, but couldn't be bothered. Those knights are surrounding the fallen centaur corpses. I heard that centaurs like to cut off their enemies' heads and take the heads back as trophies. This is my victory. The Baron wiped his great sword gracefully. He looked down at the centaur and snorted coldly when he saw what was below. Cut that thing off too. It's annoying to look at. These 2 things reminded him of some unpleasant memories. Not long after they left, Zulkan arrived with his troops. He saw the headless centaur on the ground, and even the golden staff and magic orb had been taken away. Zulkan smiled. Huh, kill them if you want, cut off their heads if you like, but why take their staff and magic orb? Even the centaurs don't usually behave like that. They prefer to show their strength by displaying the heads of their enemies. This is common among many races. But why did they take the centaur's staff and orb? Does drinking water with them boost vitality? Or was it because they were embarrassed by the centaur's size? You're fast, go chase them and stop them. Zulkan looked at Lyman, who was watching from behind. Layman's spirit lifted. Just stopping them enough? Or do you want me to take them out? Zulkan grinned fiercely, showing his big teeth. No, I want to turn them into minced meat. If I cut you, and you turn around to cut me, that's normal. Wars between factions are always like that. Lyman flapped his wings, and a strong wind shot out instantly. Wind step. 2 curved blades shot into the air, and Lyman disappeared from the spot. Follow them. Zul'jin's eyes turned red as he led his troops forward. The cavalry returning to the city suddenly felt a gust of wind behind them. They didn't even have time to look back before a shadow flashed past, and they quickly stopped their horses. Swoosh! A flash of cold light appeared, and a wind wall made of rushing air blocked everyone. Not far away, Lyman leaned against a tree branch, sheathing his twin blades, one leg hanging down. "Stop there. There's a big danger waiting for you behind." Layman's slightly hoarse voice came through. "Praying mantis people." The Baron's eyes narrowed slightly. "You think you can stop my iron hoof?" Lyman looked behind him. "I can do it, but the person behind me can do it better." Suddenly, there was a sound like war drums, hooves pounding so fast it was like a storm. Gawk! The knights were terrified. Their horses were magical beasts, fast, but not much slower than centaurs. Still, these centaurs were incredibly quick. In 1 second, they looked like tiny black dots. The next, they were rapidly enlarging in front of their eyes. In less than 2 breaths, they crashed into the group with great force. The knights didn't even have time to turn their horses or draw their weapons. Hundreds of cavalrymen were thrown into chaos. One unlucky man was hit so hard he was knocked 10 meters into the air and then fell dozens of meters away, hitting a tree and breaking it in half, losing his life. Lyman on the tree couldn't help but grin. That was really fierce. Zul'jin's top speed had already exceeded 270 kilometers per hour when he charged with full force. From the enemy's point of view, it was like being hit by a high-speed train in orbit. "Don't kill them all. I want to keep some alive to show us the way to this so-called main city." Zul'jin stopped after passing through the night group, carving 4 deep trenches into the ground. "War begins now. Let me ask you something. Who picked the lychee from my brother's tree?" Zul'jin stood among the scattered corpses, his tone very gentle. It was as if he hadn't just run over these people. A knight, trembling, slowly got up from a distance. It was me." Zul'jin slowly turned to the side. Under the sunlight, his face above the nose was shadowed, and only his eyes seemed to glow red. "It's not my fault. The Baron gave the order." He cut the head. "I was just following orders." "The Baron?" Zul'jin's eyes flickered. "Who was the Baron? Stand up and let me see." The knights looked toward the man hiding among the others. No. It was you who first attacked our town, Changha. There's nothing wrong with us seeking revenge." The Baron pushed past the others and stood up, grinding his teeth. A small black dwarf whispered to Tarkin, "They don't seem to be wrong either." Tarkin gave a low elbow strike and said, "First, put your mouth back where it belongs and reunite it with your brain, okay?" The short, dark dwarf pouted. "I was already." Zul'jin slowly nodded. "I didn't say you're wrong. It's normal that he was killed because he's not your match. But I want to ask, why did you take my brother's lychee and brew it into water to drink at home?" The Iron Hoof and the half-man, half-horse warriors surrounded them from both sides, unable to hold back their urge to attack. "Why did you kill the residents of Changha Town?" He pointed his long sword directly at Zul'jin, flames flickering on the blade. Swoosh! Zul'jin raised his endless greatsword, contrasting sharply with the other's large sword. "Are you trying to test if my sword is sharp?" The Baron knew he couldn't escape, so he decided to give up and just wanted a quick death. He shouted, "My sword is also sharp." Zul'jin suddenly smiled. "Fine. You want to try? Go ahead." "Someone his armor off!" Zul'jin shouted loudly, and immediately a half-man, half-horse warrior stepped forward. "Don't even think about it." He suddenly slashed his sword down, and a golden wave of light struck Zul'jin instantly. Zul'jin's body grew slightly larger, without even a flicker of hesitation. The 2 Iron Hoof guys swung their swords and cut off his arms, blood spraying everywhere. "Him clean?" Iron Hoof licked his lips. "King Zul'jin, what are you going to do?" Lemon looked a bit curious. "I'm going to play with him." Zul'jin's smile was very evil. "Go, find me a big boar. A wild pig man is fine too." Iron Hoof didn't know what to do, but obediently ran out. After a moment, he came back holding a struggling rat man, much shorter than a dwarf. "No luck, but I found this." Iron Hoof threw down the trembling rat man. "Don't be afraid. As long as you listen, I won't hurt you. I'll even give you a great chance." Zul'jin pointed at the stripped Baron. "Come, conquer him. As long as you conquer him, the fierce mane will cover you, and you'll be the king of all the rats in this wilderness." The rat man was stunned and forgot to tremble. He pointed at himself. "Me? How do I conquer?" Zul'jin grinned. How did you conquer the mother rat? The rat man raised his hand. I understand now. As long as I control this human tribe, I will be the king of this wilderness. Gaha. That's right. Like I said, if anyone dares to oppose you, they can come find me at the fierce mane. Zul'jin laughed loudly. The rat man was excited and full of energy. No, you can't do this. I am a noble. I can pay a ransom. Stay away from that rat man. The baron ignored his pain and shouted in a sharp, frightened voice. Ah. The rat man was brave and charged forward immediately. The remaining knights trembled with fear. They never expected such a scene. Zul'jin looked at them, and they were so scared that they kneeled down. They weren't afraid of death, but they didn't want to die like this. Don't be afraid. He is your leader. The orders come from him. I only target him. If you cooperate, you might become slaves, but you won't be insulted. Zul'jin stuck his great sword into the ground. I need someone to lead the way now. I plan to visit your main city to say hello. Whoever volunteers, I can make them the squad leader of your group. Compared to before, the remaining knights seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. But they were still hesitant about following this half-human, half-horse creature. You are destined to work in the mines, digging for minerals. But the squad leader can have a small house, take daily baths, and eat fresh food. You'll only do the easiest work. If no one volunteers, then all of you will go deep into the mines, and you'll never see the sun again. Zul'jin's 2 sentences made several knights rush to volunteer. I will. I come from Hurricane City. I will. My cousin is a guard at the city gate of Hurricane City. My family is responsible for repairing the city walls. I know where the most serious shortcuts are. As soon as he finished speaking, all the knights looked at him with strange eyes. Gahaha, then it's you. If what you say is true, I'll consider it a favor. But if you dare to lie to me, I'll have wild dogs take good care of you every day. I won't dare to lie. He shivered and quickly promised. Zul'jin waved his hand. You guys take them back first. Leave them to Li Yi to watch over. We're going to check out that so-called main city. He looked at Raymond and the black dwarfs. Have you seen enough? Do you still want to follow? Black dwarf Tucklin raised his hand. Great Khan needs help? Just a little gold is enough. Raymond raised his hand. I'm just a guest at the fierce mane. No reward needed. I'll do what I can. Zul'jin looked at him sideways. You're that kind-hearted? Laughing loudly, Raymond said. Huh. Mainly, I think the Great Khan is very honest. He's straightforward. 1, 2, no pretenses. Very pure and strong. It's comfortable being around him. Do as you like. But think carefully. If a fight breaks out, you'll have to follow orders on the battlefield. Otherwise, better to stay far away. Zul'jin didn't bother to say more. This guy still has some real strength. Neither the dwarves nor the mantis people thought Zul'jin's actions meant he truly wanted war. After all, he only had 42.5 Centaur guards and 10 Centaur archers. The 5-meter-tall Centaur with the prisoners was heading back, leaving only the special Centaurs, Iron Hoof and Windstep. Although these creatures are powerful, there aren't many of them. They're attacking a fortress. How could they break through? At most, they're just making a show. Zul'jin didn't hire the black dwarfs, so they didn't follow him further. They planned to go back and formalize their cooperation and discuss transportation matters. This transportation involved gold. If someone snatched it easily, that would be bad. Zul'jin didn't think too much about it. If they can fight, they fight. If they can't catch him. That's just how he plays. As for hostility or peace, even if he's friendly, most races probably wouldn't believe it. The reputation of the Centaurs is well known. Even if an angel came now and said the Centaurs are good, no one would believe it. Especially the races near the Centaurs. Your Majesty, about me claiming the throne. Seeing the Centaur troops leave, the siege mouse people hesitated and nervously spoke up. Zul'jin looked down at the small, dull-colored creature. Know your place, big boss man. Speak with confidence. If I stand behind you, what are you afraid of? Stand tall and say it again for me. That was the bravest Zul'jin had ever seen a rat person be. After saying it, he almost scared himself. Hearing Zul'jin, he tried to puff out his small chest. Yes, my backing is the king. I want to be the king of the wild rat people. His voice was sharp and harsh, but much better than before. Follow him. First, find someone named Li Yi in the tribe and tell him the boss sent you. Zul'jin didn't care much about this matter, or maybe he simply didn't see the rat people as important. These little creatures weren't worth as much as the contribution points from zombies. He pointed at the half-human, half-horse soldier and warned, "Gak, don't get trampled on the way. I may be bad, but I keep my promises." The half-horse soldier nodded seriously. "Got it, Gak." Between the straight bodies of the rat people, Zul'jin and the dwarf army split up, each heading in different directions. Lemon, the mantis person, followed Zul'jin. "You're always talking about your enemy. Who is he? Is he very strong?" The centaurs hurried forward, leading the way, while Zul'jin ran fast and talked to Lemon flying beside him. Lemon pulled his scarf up over his nose to act as a mask. "Very powerful. She's a strong hunter. She almost caught me several times. That girl is a venom spider witch. She's a very strong magic swordswoman. The main thing is, she can move super fast on her spider silk. I can't catch her." Lemon's tone was full of helplessness, but he looked at Zul'jin with hope. "As long as Tansang can hold her for a bit, I can cut her down in one strike." "Really? She won't notice Tansang. It'll be safe, I promise." Zul'jin made a face. "Nonsense. The guy you can't catch, Tansang probably won't even react before she's taken out. I won't let her go into danger. Not to mention, this was the cup he used the longest, and it suited him best. Just her time-stop ability alone meant Zul'jin wouldn't let her go. Even if it meant death, she would die in the fiery mane." Limon was very disappointed. "However, once I have time, I am interested in meeting that so-called poison spider witch." Zul'jin changed the subject. "Is the poison spider witch good-looking, Limon? Isn't that right? If Tansang is considered a beauty in your eyes, according to that standard, she should be more attractive than Tansang." Halfway through, Limon suddenly stopped. "Don't let that rival of mine die and end up being taken into the fierce lion's den. That would really be a disaster." "Gahaha, what kind of expression is that?" "Don't worry, I knew you first." Zul'jin was also amused by this guy. Suddenly, he saw 3 people standing by the roadside in the distance. 2 men and 1 woman, all carrying large and small bags. "Oh no, it's a centaur." The town mayor's face turned pale. Didn't those knights go down to trouble the centaurs? Yi Rendo took a deep breath. Good or bad, trouble can't be avoided. It might be useless to be afraid. The centaurs slowly stopped. Zul'jin looked at this strange group. 2 locals and 1 survivor? "Greetings, mighty centaur king." Yi Rendo stepped forward and bowed, with no sign of hesitation or flaw in his expression or eyes. The locals disliked the centaurs because they had been bothering them for many years, but she didn't. Her education told her not to discriminate against anyone, including Blanco. To her, the centaurs were no different from other locals. Before Zul'jin could speak, she directly raised a bundle. "This contains our belongings. Please, great king, have mercy and spare our lives." "Zul'jin, did I say anything?" He snatched the bundle from her with his iron hoof, looked disdainfully at the 3, and swaggered back. "Zul'jin, isn't that right? Is this what reputation means?" Zul'jin could only nod slightly. Don't go south if you can help it. Those people aren't good." Limon was stunned. "South is your fierce lions, isn't it? Aren't you the great king being so straightforward? Okay, no problem. If you tell us to go that way, we'll go that way." Yi Rendo lowered his stance very respectfully, showing great politeness. Zul'jin set out again, heading toward the city of the hurricane. After the centaur team completely left, Yi Rindong finally relaxed. Those knights are no longer noble. She saw those guys carrying a nearly unconscious Night Lord. The centaur leader stepping on 3 halos? Truly terrifying. Seeing the neat, uniform gear of the centaur team, she felt a chill. As a master's graduate in history, no one understands armor better than her. "We underestimated the strength of those centaurs." Yi Rindong took a deep breath. "The orc tribe we found is definitely no match for them." The town mayor also fell silent. He currently has no good way to break the deadlock. The enemy is too strong. Any plan seems useless. We thought they were just a group of stronger bandits, but it turns out they are a formal army. Dusk, the setting sun blood red. The glow of magic surrounded the area as the lion men gradually returned to their territories. Lion men are humanoid creatures, living in small groups with a land division system. A powerful lion man, like a lion pride, leads many lionesses within their territory. These lion men all belong to a larger lion man faction. This is one of the strongest races fighting over a gold mine in the wilderness. As night fell, Dark clouds covered the crescent moon. A series of heavy footsteps sounded. Leading the group was the fierce maned three hooves. Zhang Suo was lying on the back of the rock hoof, and compared to other irritable centaurs, the rock hoof still maintained the simple and heavy nature of the minotaur. Zhang Suo always believed that an honest person is definitely a good thing, but unfortunately, kindness can be exploited. Honesty must be accompanied by enough self-protection. All the centaurs wrapped their hooves in fur, and their armor was filled with grass, leaves, and other debris in the gaps. Their armor was too shiny and easy to reflect light. Little Zhang, are we really going to face the lion men in our first battle? The rock hoof muttered softly with a stick in his mouth. If Zhang Suo weren't lying on his back, he probably wouldn't hear it. I don't know either, but we have too many enemies now. We must fight, and we must fight well, winning completely so that weaker forces won't try to take advantage. Does Zhang Suo know if his decision is right? Before, when he gave ideas to those black uncles, he only borrowed strategies from history. For the uncivilized black brothers, it was a simple attack that didn't require him to fight himself, and losing didn't matter. But here, the lion people are definitely one of the strongest wild leaders and also produce spellcasters. This made him worried. Most importantly, he himself will also join the fight. Let's attack tonight, strike quickly, and win in one, so the others won't have a chance. Zhang Suo's eyes sharpened. Yantai didn't understand, but felt the energy. It felt good not to have to think much and make decisions. Much easier than when he was a tribal chief before. What about Shitty and Chudi? According to their words. Shitty, the Khan said I'm an idiot, so I listened to you. Chudi, same here. Zhang Suo didn't expect that this unconditional trust, even risking their lives, would really happen after crossing over. Especially since anyone they picked up could easily kill them. Far away is a small territory of the lion people. We must strike quickly and decisively. A group of centaurs crawled about a kilometer outside the lion territory. Yantai nodded seriously upon hearing this. Zhang Suo, later, I will give you 3 the bloodthirst spell. Your goal is the strongest male lion. I will control him tightly, and you cut off his head. Yantai nodded again to show he understood. Zhang Suo, other centaurs, rush in and fight chaos. We must eliminate the strongest lion forces in this territory immediately. Yantai nodded repeatedly, looking serious. Zhang Suo, after the mission, we won't stay. We head straight to the next lion territory. Tonight, we want the whole wilderness to see how powerful the fierce mane is. Yantai clenched his fist. Yes, Shitty and Chudi looked confused, then yawned widely. Zhang Suo's eyes twitched. So, do you two understand? Bloodhoof. After you said quick victory, I didn't hear anything else. Broken hoof. What are you mumbling about? Isn't it just over? He hardened. Zhang Su's fist clenched. We hold most of the tribe's elite. We can only succeed, not fail. If you keep doing this, I will tell the Khan that you are not serious, and then replace you with someone more serious. Bloodhoof got angry and pulled him up. I am the most serious. Broken Hoof did the same. Me too. I am the most serious. Zhang Su was anxious. Stop saying that. I am really about to lose it. This could get people killed. Rock Hoof hurried over. Forget it, forget it. You all are awesome and serious. Zhang Su is doing this for the big picture. It's not easy for any of us. Zhang Su rubbed his forehead. Are you guys capable or not? If yes, I'll go ahead. If not, we'll retreat. Because your disobedience caused many soldiers to get hurt, and when we go back, we'll have to deal with it. Although he was lifted into the air, he wasn't afraid. The two sides had long become familiar enough to shoulder each other. Bloodhoof. No. Broken Hoof. I'll listen, Rock Hoof. If we don't make a good show, we won't have a good outcome when we go back. Zhang Su once again carefully repeated his previous words. Whoever listens, I will tell the Great Khan that he is the most serious. This finally successfully motivated those two fools. Bloodhoof put Zhang Su down and waited for the right moment. Late at night, the lion people, with little entertainment, looked at their group of lion women. Who should I pamper today? He was excited and ready to start, when suddenly he heard the loud sound of hooves. He shivered and looked at his exhausted brothers with wide eyes. He pushed the lion woman in front of him aside, put on his clothes, grabbed his staff, and went out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw several tall figures glowing with red light and a fiery net. Now's the time. With a loud shout, he saw a howling hurricane rushing straight at his face, followed by the pounding of hooves, heavy falling battle axes, and a bare paw bigger than his head. Wow! The lion felt as if it had been hit by a herd of rhinos and then lost consciousness. I told you, I am the strongest. Bloodhoof was the first to grab the lion's head, holding it excitedly. Zhang Su didn't bother to pay attention to him. Hurry! Whoever kills the most lions now, I'll call them the strongest. Wow! Isn't that the knight from Hurricane City? After a day's work, the tired blacksmith left the remaining chores to the Minotaur apprentices and strolled around the camp with the carpenter to relax. Suddenly, they saw a group of half-human, half-horse soldiers being escorted back. He immediately recognized the armor and symbols on the knights and sneered with full of sarcasm. The last time we met, you looked so proud. Why do you look so worn out now? The knights looked downcast, like eggplants hit by frost. The half-horse soldier ignored these two boastful guys and shouted loudly. Li Yi, here I come. Li Yi, the spirit-bound of the fiery mane, jumped over from afar. I leave it to you. I am the strongest. He pointed at the remaining dozen human knight slaves. Li Yi scratched his head, not sure what was happening. Just as he was about to ask, he saw the half-horse soldier pull off a dull gray pendant from his leg and toss it on the ground. And this too, he looked disgusted, as if flicking away snot from his hand. He didn't like this small creature that was full of himself. Who are you? Li Yi pulled up the small mouse-like man who was just over a meter tall. My backer is the king. The king told me to find Li Yi. The mouse man trembled as he shouted loudly, looking brave, but actually very scared. The king told you to come? The Minotaur following behind Li Yi spoke in a deep voice. Watch your attitude. Standing before you is the Minister of Construction and Logistics of the fierce Mane tribe. Li Yi quickly waved his hands. That's just the king being generous. Anyone else could do this job better than me. Please don't say that. The Ratman shivered. He hadn't expected Li Yi to hold such a position. He wanted to apologize, but suddenly remembered what Zul'jin had told him. The king is my backing. Li Yi nodded. I understand. Don't worry for now. Wait until the king returns. There's a campfire and food over there. You can rest for a while. Come, take our Ratman friend over there. Li Yi called to the Minotaur, then turned to the blacksmith. What's wrong? Do you know these people? The blacksmith gave a cold laugh. Know them? Of course I do. That man once led a team to our town. He pointed at a knight with long golden hair, his voice trembling with anger. He came once, saw my son, and insisted on taking him as a servant. Less than a week later, my boy was dead. Minister Li, I know him all too well. Li Yi could feel the blacksmith's fury and grief burning like a storm. The golden-haired knight lowered his head in silence. He had always thought it was just the death of a commoner's child, nothing worth caring about. In the past, he would never have believed that a simple blacksmith could ever threaten him. But now, against all odds, this same blacksmith had joined the Centaur tribe, and that tribe had defeated his own army. And he still says it was just a commoner who died, the blacksmith said bitterly. He thought giving a few silver coins was a great kindness. Minister Li, tell me, what kind of person does that? Li Yi's eyes widened. What's wrong with being a commoner? Aren't commoners human too? Do they deserve to die just because they're not nobles? He pointed at the golden-haired knight and said to the blacksmith, until the king returns, he's yours to deal with. As long as he's still breathing, I can heal him. You can make him pay for what he's done. The blacksmith swallowed hard. Truly, minister? Li Yizheng nodded and said, he is no longer a knight, but a prisoner and of our fierce mane. They once made you kneel, but the king told you to stand up and fight him. The blacksmith's eyes filled with tears. The greatest luck in my life was when the king rescued me. He looked determined, as if ready to fight. Fierce mane is my family. Anyone who touches it, I will fight them. Li Yi waved his hand slightly. That's exaggerated. The king won't let down anyone who wholeheartedly serves him. Go ahead, vent your anger and hatred. The blacksmith clasped his fists. Thank you, minister. Hey, what's that got to do with me? Li Yi corrected seriously. It should be the king you thank, and not just on the surface. You should feel genuine gratitude from your heart. The blacksmith nodded heavily, staring fixedly at the blonde knight. The other knight prisoners subtly moved back, glancing at the blonde knight out of the corner of their eyes. You're finished. You're about to be played with. At the same time, they felt relieved. Luckily, they preferred to eliminate problems at the root, leaving no chance for those guys to turn the tables. Otherwise, they might be the ones suffering now. Until Lord Zul'jin gave the order, Li Yi wouldn't let these slaves die. But since he had healing skills, if his subordinates encountered enemies who wanted to kill them, he could handle it. A common person who lost their son might only get one chance to seek revenge. Many others might not even get that chance to burn everything down. Li Yi, also from the lower class, was willing to give his men this opportunity, but only in the name of the king. They were his subordinates, only needing to follow his orders. Under this condition, they should be loyal to the king, not to him. Li Yi shook his head. If the king could give that blacksmith a chance to kill the night prisoner and avenge his son, the blacksmith would be a true loyalist to the king. He could mention this, but only after the king's great victory. He didn't know what the king was doing now. The fierce Main King, Zul'jin, who was being watched by his subordinates, had arrived at a small fiefdom led by the patrol party. This is a baron's territory, basically a village, with about 200 or 300 residents. The patrol knight pointed outside to a small castle in the woods. It was called a castle, but to Zul'jin, it looked more like a 3-story small villa. Its size is even smaller than some villagers' self-built villas, the kind that cost 40 or 50,000 for building, decorating, and furniture. So, why did you bring me here? Zul'jin's face looked unfriendly. The guide quickly explained, this is the only way to reach Hurricane City. To get through, we must first take this barony. There's a beacon tower here. If they see it lit, they'll be ready for us in Hurricane City. We can't arrive quietly. Zul'jin glanced to the side. Are you really that betrayed guide? The guide sighed. Since I am a prisoner and a guide, even if you let me go, I will definitely die. Better to just go all the way. Smack. A big slap from Feng directly made his face swell. Is it wrong to follow us? The night guide shook his head in fear. No, I was just giving an example. Smack. Another slap from the iron hoof hit him on the other side. Who are you calling an example? Zul'jin gave both of them a hard punch. You two idiots. Get lost. He looked at the night guide. Keep talking. What's the situation in Hurricane City? The night guide, beaten up, spoke unclearly. The city lord of Hurricane City is Marquis Balika, a powerful giant swordsman. The Blueblade family has been running things here for a long time. The previous city lord was Marquis Balika's father. The city has about 30,000 people, with 5,000 city guards. Most are strong residents taking turns, with 1,000 elite cavalry. The king's forces previously defeated 300, and now about 700 remain inside. Additionally, the city lord has a gunner guard made of firearms bought from the dwarves, plus crossbows on the city walls, with 2 catapults on each wall. That's the main fighting force. The rest isn't worth mentioning. The guide rattled on about his city's defenses. Lemon suddenly asked, besides the city lord, are there any other strong fighters worth noting? The guide's face turned very red, either from embarrassment or from being beaten. Zul'jin is probably the latter. I don't know much about that. I'm just an ordinary knight. He nervously looks at Iron Hoof and Windstep, or rather at the pouches they hold. Zul'jin turns to Ryman, the only person in the team who, like him, has a brain. Do you have any other questions? Ryman rubs his chin, his compound eyes flickering. Hurricane City, I've heard of it during my travels. It was said to be founded by a powerful wind mage. Later, that mage's descendants faded away, and it was eventually taken over by the Blueblade family. Back then, those folks had good relations with the dwarves. Besides the firearm guard, there was also a city defense cannon, like a big gun that fires solid iron balls. Other than that, I can't remember anything else. Zul'jin nods slowly. So, basically, we just need to kill the city lord, the 5,000 city guards, the 700 knights, and be careful of any city defense cannons that might appear, right? Zul'jin's smile is a bit deep. Gahaha, sounds not too hard. Ryman. King Zul'jin, I admit your rage is unstoppable, but right now, you only have about 50 followers, all centaurs. I'm worried that, Ryman speaks cautiously, since centaurs are cavalry and not good at breaking through defenses. Zul'jin's mouth twitches. That's not including you, the dual-wielding warrior. It's only 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers. I can just cut through 2,000 more, Ryman. This is interesting. Having been lonely for so long, Ryman had forgotten what it felt like to be excited. Facing Zul'jin, with no other purpose but to fight and cut, made Ryman feel more and more fired up. Go deal with the guards at the signal fire tower. Any questions? Hearing Zul'jin's words, Ryman grins. Guards? Just take down the signal fire tower, isn't that enough? Sorry for the trouble. Ryman's green body suddenly disappears with a gust of wind, rushing out like a dark green lightning. The wind element on his blade grows more intense. This strike is called breaking river flow. Hurricane swept through like a blade, cutting through the night like a flattened dragon, sweeping over the signal fire tower. Along with the howling wind, the tower disappeared in place, leaving only a few broken walls swaying in the wind. Clink sheathing his sword, Raymond turned around and showed his two big front teeth. Now there's no more signal fire tower. Zul'jin, where the heck did this kid come from? Among the Mantis people, such a character has not yet risen? It's really unbelievable. Zul'jin waved his hand. Attack. Target the Baron's castle. Leave no one armed behind. Gawk. The iron hooves roared as they charged out, wielding battle axes and shields. Feng Fei was very displeased. He drew his bow and shot a powerful arrow. Even though it was wrapped in a hurricane, it didn't touch any enemies. The powerful strike, with no loss of damage, instantly shattered the Baron's castle, leaving a huge, terrifying hole and a broken small fortress. Its power was not as strong as Raymond's slash, but it had a clear advantage in range. Raymond's slash disappeared after about 200 meters, but Feng Fei's powerful strike traveled hundreds of meters without losing strength. Impressive. Raymond gave Feng Fei a thumbs up. Feng Fei was surprised. You too, Gak. A Baron's territory, in Zul'jin's view, was just a small village, so it couldn't stop the Centaur hooves. They swept through everything, and anyone carrying something, no matter what it was, had to die. Even if an unlucky person came out to while holding his brother, he would be cut down too. Late at night, Zul'jin led the Centaurs forward, already able to see the walls of Hurricane City faintly. There were bonfires on top, and shadows moving, clearly soldiers on patrol. King, we can't stay here. The front of all the city gates is a key inspection area. We can't cut corners. Follow me. The guide knight whispered. Raymond looked disdainful. Look at you being proud. Cutting corners isn't a good thing, so what are you bragging about? The guide knight sighed helplessly. You can't blame us for greed. The huge project to repair the city walls was only funded with 5,000 silver coins. We need money to hire workers and feed the horses, and we also have to pay some to those military officials. If we don't communicate and cut corners, we won't make any profit. Instead, we might even lose 5,000 coins. Zul'jin? This tactic sounds so familiar. The guide led Zul'jin and the others around in a wide circle, pointing to the top of the city moat gate. It's this kind of hidden spot, neither too obvious nor too hidden, that's easiest to loot. Zul'jin took a deep breath. Feng Lamon, use your strongest attack to break down this shoddy construction. Feng drew his bow and aimed. Powerful strike. Lamon swung his twin blades over his shoulders and stabbed downward. Rhino battle song. With a gust of wind from the powerful strike, two thick, sword-like gusts swept out, carving deep trenches into the ground instantly. A loud, earthquake-like noise sounded as the poorly built sections collapsed suddenly. Without support, other parts of the wall started to fall apart. The gates of Hurricane City opened wide, like a woman named C, pushing against Zul'jin. Gah ha ha, Hurricane City, huh? Your dad is back. I took a trip, fixed up a motorcycle, and will post 2 pictures now and 2 more during the day. Marquis of the Hurricane, Polrica, just stepped out and saw the city had already fallen into chaos, with half-human, half-horse creatures running rampant. His pupils shrank. From his perspective, a centaur as tall as the city wall was dismantling his city walls. That huge sword, several meters long, swung down, turning bricks into flying debris. I knew the accounts for these city walls didn't add up. The Marquis of the Hurricane was furious. He felt he had been set up. Just as he noticed the bill was wrong and sent his trusted aides to investigate, he received a plea for help from Chang'e Town, claiming they were under attack by centaurs. He had no choice but to send out a cavalry unit. In the Marquis's view, a small tribe of centaurs was just a minor nuisance. Within hundreds or even thousands of kilometers around Hurricane City, there were no large centaur tribes. 300 elite cavalrymen were more than enough. I just received the bill and evidence sent over. And now the half-human Centaur is coming to tear down the city wall? All the problematic walls have turned into ruins, and the main one is unprovable. Shilai family. You're doomed. The Shilai family is a small knight family responsible for building the city walls. There are two types of knights. One is based on status, and the other is based on profession. Having the knight's profession means you will definitely have status, but having status doesn't necessarily mean you have knightly strength. Bring out my cast iron cannon and aim it at the biggest Centaur. Although the city wall is broken, Marquis Hurricane isn't too worried. The wall is just a psychological comfort for the weak. For the strong, it has some effect, but not much. Where are my firearm guard? Tell them to stop cuddling women and get to work. He turned around and walked back to his mansion. When he reappeared, he was dressed in blue armor, with a huge sword hanging diagonally on his back. In the name of the hurricane, he drew his giant sword, which was filled with wind elements, and charged forward with a cold gleam. Behind him, his elite soldiers with large firearms followed closely. Suddenly, Zurjin, who was violently breaking down the wall, heard two loud booms and saw two flames out of the corner of his eye. King Zurjin, be careful! Limon suddenly appeared, crossing his twin blades to strike. Steel clashed with fire, sparks flying. One of the cannonballs was cut into 4 pieces and lost its impact. As a fast swordsman, Limon could react, but Zurjin couldn't. Another cannonball directly hit the Centaur's armor, and the powerful impact made Zurjin stumble, but that was all. He raised his hand and knocked off a small, deformed iron ball from his body, throwing it to the ground. The Centaur armor and the defense boost from full layers of Titan strength allowed him to ignore most of the damage. If it had been a pointed shell, it might have caused him some injury. Honestly, this little damage wasn't as much as the damage from the twin blades. Looking at the small iron ball in his hand, Zurjin's disappointment was obvious. Is that all, Limon? He felt something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Limon, who had never played with Mother Mantis before, was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. King Zalkin, just because you don't care doesn't mean your people don't care. These solid iron bullets are quite intimidating, Limon kindly warned. Gahaha, so what if they are? Zalkin replied. My people are just some foolish creatures who only know how to fight. They were born for war, and dying in a fierce battle is their greatest honor, Zalkin said with a change in tone, looking at the green figures standing on the ruins. But how much strength do you still hide? He asked. If you have such strength, why are you afraid of Mother Mantis? Limon asked. Isn't it just a matter of doing it? He added, wearing a mask and sounding very sad. The better the male mantis, the more it attracts the female mantis. When the female eats the male, she evolves and gets stronger. Also, female mantises are bigger. Usually, male mantises are no match for them, Limon explained. I only started to understand the power of the wind after I ran out, Zalkin said seriously. Is it that impressive? Zalkin asked with a sneer, spitting on the ground. I want to make a female mantis someday. I want to see who's bigger, her or me. Limon looked at Zalkin, who was about 10 meters tall and weighed 78 kilograms, even in a weakened state. Forget it, King Zalkin. Once your weapon awakens, it will be much bigger than those wooden mantises. There's no comparison, Limon said, feeling complicated. But before that, we need to deal with something. He suddenly turned around. 2 sharp blades drew lightning-shaped streaks in the air, sparks flying everywhere. Wind lightning slash, 2 curved swords and a large shield-like sword clashed, with fierce wind elements tearing everything around. Mantis people, the Hurricane Marquis sneered as he looked at the mantis, which was not even as big as his great sword. Really, any stray cat or dog dares to cause trouble in my hurricane city. Uncivilized centaurs and emaciated mantis people. Huh? Layman's lips curled into a faint smile that the Marquis couldn't understand. After a forceful exchange, both sides retreated. Take them down. The Hurricane Marquis waved his hand. His gun guard soldiers raised their guns and fired directly at the largest Centaur, Zalkin. His size makes aiming unnecessary. Gahaha, Zul'jin laughs deeply as bullets hit him, but he leaps into the air. Thunder jump hoof stomp. A huge whirlwind crashes down with his massive body, cracking the ground. It seems the entire Stormwind city trembles. Most of his guards scatter and run away, but some are stomped and crushed by Zul'jin. His body grows larger, increasing his attack and damage range, even if his strength doesn't double. The hoof stomp attack is especially noticeable. Uncivilized, Zul'jin swings his great sword down directly. The Stormwind Marquis spins constantly, facing a huge shadow of a sword. Did you bring these guys with fire sticks, just to bury you? Double-edged sword. Zul'jin likes brave warriors who face him head-on without dodging. Seeing his sword glow red with blood, Lyman quickly retreats, worried about getting caught in the attack. The Stormwind Marquis looks confused. A half-human, half-horse creature about 10 meters tall is rare, but not that exaggerated, right? And is he really that scared? He is just a wild beast with brute strength, but no skill. What is there to be afraid of? He gathers his strength, making the shadow of his giant sword even clearer. Boom! The double-edged sword clashes with the giant sword shadow, triggering a critical hit. The Stormwind Marquis looks up with wide eyes, like Yamazaki watching thunder. The endless great sword shatters the giant sword shadow, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang. Spreads across the ground toward the distance. A gust of wind blows past, and the Stormwind Marquis turns into a breeze, appearing far away. Zul'jin's crimson eyes flicker slightly. Why don't you dodge? The Stormwind Marquis, still trembling, can't lose face in front of his subordinates. He slams his giant sword into the ground and straightens his chest. Because I am not afraid, Zul'jin laughs. Interesting. Thunder jump double-edged sword. City Lord is mighty. Gunners keep firing, even adding arcane energy. Each shot leaves a long blue arc of magic flame. They even have time to cheer for their city lord. On the ruins of the city wall, figures slowly appeared. The Wind Strider held a long bow and looked down at the gun guard who kept shooting at their own con. Take down those guys. He raised his bow and immediately launched a powerful shot. A half-human, half-horse sharpshooter lined up his arrow, and heavy arrows shot out one after another. Almost instantly, they pierced through the gaps in the gun guard's helmet. Headshot. Their shooting was very fast. As professional sharpshooters, they hardly needed to aim carefully. Another arrow was released. Double kill. A strong wind swept through, breaking through the gun guard and sweeping away nearby houses. Triple kill. The expert is here, killing without mercy, unstoppable. As soon as the Centaur Windwalker and the sharpshooter appeared, the fate of the gun guards was sealed. You're not ordinary centaurs. Are you from the Gallic tribe? The Hurricane Marquis was both surprised and angry. After clashing directly with Zul'jin Ming, he was knocked flying along with his giant sword. At that moment, he realized he was no match for this centaur just by strength alone. He knew centaurs shot accurately, but he didn't expect them to be this precise. His carefully trained gun guards were shot through the eye sockets, and they aimed at unarmored spots. Gahaha. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, you're dead today. Zul'jin was unaffected. The more enemies there were, the thicker his armor became. As soon as he finished speaking, heavy arrows rained down. The Hurricane Marquis fled in a panic, summoning wind elements to disrupt the incoming arrows. Watching the relentless, wildly inaccurate arrows, the Marquis's face grew increasingly fierce. Wind element, listen to my plea. He raised his great sword and muttered a spell. As he chanted, the wind elements in the air grew more intense. Step of the wind, a green glow flashed, and Lamion suddenly appeared behind the Marquis. Whirlwind strike. His curved sword summoned a small tornado that lifted the Marquis into the sky. Lamion shouted, Great Khan Zul'jin, catch this, a double-edged sword. Zul'jin naturally did not disappoint Lamon's brilliant strike, unleashing a deadly slash that resulted in a full-blown home run. Suddenly, blood appeared, and the wind element dissipated. The Hurricane Marquis's body was cut diagonally in two, with internal organs and blood spilling out like rain. Zul'jin bathed in blood, standing like a demon god under the night sky. That strike. Great Khan Zul'jin, what do you call that move? Lamon looked at Zul'jin's body with a hint of distraction. This was also the move he had seen Zul'jin use the most, and it was the most powerful. Zul'jin wiped the blood off his sword, double-edged sword. Even gods should avoid it. Lamon tilted his head back slightly. Awesome. He watched the two halves of the Hurricane Marquis fall in different directions. Gods avoid you, but you don't. If you don't die, who will? Zul'jin frowned. Stop talking nonsense. All armed people inside the city must be killed. Feng Zhe, the Wind Rider, charged into the city with a shriek, followed by the Centaur sharpshooters. Inside the city, the so-called elite cavalry was being overwhelmed by the Centaurs. The advantage of the elite cavalry was their fine armor, and some had more combat skills. But now, the Centaur guards were also fully armored, with 3 passive skills and 2 bonding bonuses. Whether in single combat or group fights, the Knights of Hurricane City were no match for them. The Centaurs rampaged, and all residents of Hurricane City hid in their homes, trembling. During this time, anyone seen on the streets was considered an enemy and killed by the Centaurs. Those hiding inside their houses were relatively safe. Zul'jin slowly walked along the main street of Hurricane City, a human city full of exotic charm. Today, it had opened its gates to him. Lamon flapped his wings and followed Zul'jin. Great King Zul'jin, what do you plan to do with this human city? Kill everyone. After the battle, the red in Zul'jin's eyes gradually faded. Of course, I will kill them, but there's no need to wipe them all out. We need them to serve the tribe. Zul'jin fought to suppress the urge to order the entire city to be slaughtered. Centaur idiots only know how to cut people. The tribe needs workers to grow, but I need an obedient one. Zul'jin was already attracted by the purple treasure chest in the city center. The last time I saw the purple treasure chest was when a fragment of the demon's consciousness projected itself. I didn't expect to encounter it here. Zul'jin's irritable mood eased a little. A universal remedy, even a chest can be. If not, then the problem is that the chest level isn't high enough. He quickly moved forward to open the treasure chest, but unexpectedly, a well-dressed man suddenly knelt beside him. The Blueblade family is willing to support the mighty Centaur. Get thee out of here. Before the man could finish speaking, Zul'jin, eager to open the chest, kicked him aside. The man fell against the wall, which then collapsed. Today, not even the King of Heaven can stop me from opening this chest. Zul'jin, like a fierce dog pouncing on prey, directly opened the purple treasure chest. Reward detected, system intrusion confirmed, reward modification complete. Choose one of 3 hex deck upgrades, overflow belt. Gain 5 giant belts, each providing extra health. Create trouble. Obtain a mirror of the trickster, which can produce a clone under your control. The clone cannot carry any equipment and has 70% of your health. Demon contract. Can actively consume health, 10% each time, to temporarily increase your attack power by 20%, gain 5% life steal, and restore health. The effect disappears after recovery. A blood oath signed with the Centaur fire god Zarda. Among these 3 options, the first is eliminated. Equipment. The aura monsters on the road naturally drop items. As for the extra health, it's not much compared to what Lu Yi has lost. Zul'jin's gaze shifted to the other 2 options. Choose a divine weapon, or the old 8 contract. If he goes all in and drops to only 10% health, could he instantly increase his attack by 180%? Zul'jin hesitated. If he only has 10% health left, unleashing a double-edged attack could cause a huge explosion. Enemies die, and he might die too. This ability is good, but it would be better if paired with a survival hex deck or skill like back to the wall. The Trickster's Mirror? If it can't copy equipment, then it can't grow stronger? Can the aura be copied? Can the copied aura stack? Can clones be recreated after they die? There are too many questions about this equipment. Zul'jin silently questions the system. Giving a controversial piece of equipment without clear explanation is quite interesting. System. Acknowledged. System. Clones can copy auras, but auras cannot stack. Clones have all the abilities of the original, can be controlled remotely, and all their senses are handled by the original. When a clone dies, it requires consuming soul points to reassemble. The stronger the original, the more soul points are needed for reassembly. Zul'jin understands. This means that although the Mirror of Illusions cannot stack clones, it can help expand the aura coverage and allow multiple battles at once. While it can't copy equipment, it doesn't say it can't carry equipment made by oneself. Overall, as a hex deck artifact, its value is quite good. This is an equipment designed for making things happen. One is a functional hex deck, and the other boosts combat power. Zul'jin hesitates slightly, but chooses the old 8 contract. Enemies he can defeat don't need clones. Enemies he can't defeat, having an extra clone doesn't add much benefit. The purpose of clones is to cause trouble. At the moment he makes his choice, Zul'jin feels a mysterious force descending upon him. Faint flame patterns appear on his body. Zul'jin seems to hear a whisper. This isn't just about increasing attack power directly, but about sacrificing health to gain the fiery power bestowed by the Centaur blood god. Interesting. In the name of Zarda, the Centaur fire god worshipped by centaurs. Besides that, there are 2 more orbs in the treasure chest. Zul'jin is a bit surprised. Could it be more than what that demon's consciousness projection gave? He casually grabs them. Gain soul points. 100. Obtain. Chainmail. So far, he already has 2 sets of chainmail. Zul'jin feels a bit disappointed. The drop rate for chainmail is so high. If only he could get a recurve bow, he could craft a double titan. If that doesn't work, a magic cloak will do. Double armor, maybe a belt, and sunflame are good options. 2 chainmail suits, and maybe some counter armor? Pairing it with your counterattack effect seems pretty good. It maximizes physical defense. There's no rush. Zul'jin plans to keep the equipment and see if he can find some other gear parts. After collecting all the rewards, Zul'jin suddenly realizes something. Did I just carry cow dung earlier? Limon looks unbothered nearby. You seem to have just kicked the second-in-command of the Blue Blade family to death. Zul'jin, what's second-in-command? What's that? He also saw the thing embedded in the wall not far away. Dead. At this level, how dare he call himself the second-in-command of the Blue Blade family? By the way, what did he want from me? Revenge? Limon shrugs. I don't know. Maybe he's here to surrender. He probably isn't here to fight you seriously. He gestures with his twin blades, looking a bit crazy. Divine avoidance. Is that it? He swings a sword, cutting a nearby pillar in half, like a mirror. Interesting, but clearly not quite right. Divine avoidance. His sword moves constantly. Zul'jin glances over and sees a group of people trembling in the distance. Stop whispering and go bring that kid leading the way here. This guy is fast and strong, perfect for the job. Limon flies away, still muttering and gesturing. After a moment, he returns with the knight leading the way. The fighting inside the city has quieted down a lot. The firelight illuminates the city. King, although he has his own guide and points out weak spots in the city walls, being able to take down 700 knights and thousands of city guards so quickly is astonishing. It's like a wrecking ball. What's even more terrifying is that the 2 cast iron cannons bought by the city lord were actually taken down directly when hit. How many people in this entire Hurricane City are like you guys? The guide knight asks in surprise. Zul'jin frowned. I mean, how many parasites like you are there? The guide knight shrank back. This kind of thing can't be looked into deeply. Almost all nobles are involved in corruption to some extent. Otherwise, relying only on the grain from their own lands, they would have starved long ago. From nobles to merchants below, everyone is connected. For example, the repair of this city wall we built, even the city lord's family is involved. He just doesn't know. The main profits go to their family, and the city lord is just clueless, trying to investigate when they're already taking most of it. Zul'jin's brow furrowed even more. So, the upper class and management of Blue Blade Peak are all rotten? The guide knight shrank further. You could say that. Maybe some are decent, but very few. You can't pick out good grains from a pile of manure. That's good. Zul'jin relaxed his brow. Then I'll find it easier to kill them. The guide knight was startled inside. Kill them? The next morning, the residents of Hurricane City heard that there was no more noise outside and finally dared to sneak out carefully. More and more people gathered in the streets. They saw a group of bloodied centaurs standing solemnly in the city center. A fierce-looking head-shaped monument stood tall in the middle of the city. Before they could be afraid, Zul'jin's roar echoed throughout the city. People of Hurricane City, I am Zul'jin, the fiercest king of the Flame Mane tribe. Today, I come to enslave you to work for our Flame Mane. From now on, you will work 8 hours a day with high intensity, but only 2 hours for lunch and rest. You can rest at most 2 days a week, eat only 3 meals a day, and only have a little meat at noon. Shiver under the brutal slavery of King Zul'jin's slaves. This isn't over yet. Zul'jin's expression suddenly turned wild, his tone filled with cruelty. I'll take all the nobles' lands and give them to you. From now on, you'll all work the fields for me. You'll hand over 30% of your harvest to me, every single one of you. I won't have to lift a finger, and I'll still get 30% of the food. Ha ha. Feel the pain. Zul'jin's unrestrained laughter echoed across the square. Of course, he was doing it on purpose. He knew perfectly well about Lord Megatron's powerful speech. He wanted to use this moment to completely win over the common people and make them his loyal followers. The crowd stared at Zul'jin in disbelief, their mouths wide open. Zul'jin enjoyed their reaction. Yes, that's it. That's the look I want to see. But don't think I'll pity you. I'll give you some seeds and tools, but everything else, you'll have to earn yourselves. That's right, I'll work you to the bone. As soon as he said that, many people dropped to their knees. Zul'jin, Zul'jin. As the first person raised a fist and shouted, the rest quickly followed. Their voices roared like waves through the entire city of Tempest. Zul'jin grew furious. Unbelievable. Even this doesn't scare you? His eyes flashed as he shouted again. Don't celebrate too soon. You've underestimated what I can do. Your workers will only get 1 health check a year, 20 days of vacation, triple pay only during the new year, and double pay for overtime. You'll work at your desks until the end of your days. Gulp. The crowd's cheers slowly faded. They stared at Zul'jin with awe and reverence. Long live the king. Then the square erupted. The people were filled with excitement, waving their hands, jumping, cheering, and crying tears of joy. The endless cries of long live made Zul'jin frown deeply. He turned to look at Lyman, the only intelligent being by his side he could still talk to. What is wrong with these guys? Their city has been attacked, and I came to invade and enslave them. Why are they celebrating? Lyman looked strange, his compound eyes shifting from Zul'jin to the side. Zul'jin, are you serious? Zul'jin looked annoyed. What are you rambling about? Lyman pointed at the villagers who were in a wild celebration. Great Khan, this is an invasion. It's liberation. He sighed with a bitter smile. Right now, if anyone dares say anything bad about you, these excited villagers will tear them apart. Zul'jin, it seems I need to put a reliable person in charge here. With so many people, we won't have to worry about basic supplies anymore. Lyman said softly, it's more than that. You've gained a perfect human city. You could just move everyone here. No way. Zul'jin firmly refused. I came to enslave them. How can I live with slaves? Lyman. 6. The residents of the Hurricane City, who had been scared before, were completely subdued by Zul'jin's control methods. I will dedicate my life to the Centaur King. Smack. Someone slapped him across the face. Watch your words. This isn't a centaur. In my heart, the king is a sacred unicorn. Yeah, the king is an angel sent from heaven to save us. Smack. Another slap. Nonsense. When those nobles exploited us, and our taxes reached 13 different types each month, did you pray to heaven? Did heaven answer you? The king is the king, and no one sent him. Exactly. If anyone dares say anything bad about the king in the future, don't blame me for being rude. From now on, the king is my own father. Dream on. How could you repay kindness with hatred? The villagers discussed loudly. Meanwhile, the heads of the executed nobles, along with their families, were neatly stacked there, unafraid. King, I know where the nobles are hiding. Yes, king. They have many hiding places. I worked on their buildings, got paid, but all I got was a meal a day. They are hiding their women there. Watching the enthusiastic villagers below, Zul'jin waved his hand and said, lead the way. Although the entire road was filled with people who feared and respected the half-human, half-horse creatures known as centaurs, a strange scene was happening at this moment. Many common folk were crowding around the large centaurs as they left. Lyman fell into deep thought. In just a few words, he turned all the people of Hurricane City into his strongest supporters. This centaur chieftain is truly terrifying. Lyman had traveled across many places and seen beings more powerful than Zul'jin, but Zul'jin was a half-human, half-horse creature. The biggest problem limiting the development of centaurs was their uncontrollable, violent, and bloodthirsty nature. They were cursed fools. Even the large centaur tribes he had seen, led by powerful centaur kings with many spellcasters, were the same. To Lyman, they only gathered because the centaur king was too strong, and their internal chaos was maintained by plunder. But now, he saw a strong and growing centaur chieftain who knew how to develop his tribe steadily. Interesting. Lyman sheathed his long sword and quickly followed with his wings. Zul'jin returned victorious. The knight leading the way looked worried. Great king, about my Westlife family. Zul'jin was in a good mood. The recent slaughter had temporarily eased his savage anger. You, although a traitor, have made a contribution. The promises I made to you will be kept. From now on, you will be the deputy leader of the human slaves. Your family has not been wiped out yet. If you wish, I can spare you. Although Zul'jin disliked cowards, this man had helped him quickly conquer the human city, so he didn't mind giving him a reward. Give me. The knight swallowed hard. I was just an unloved, illegitimate son. My father and older brother looked down on me. Zul'jin looked at the members of the Westlife family kneeling on the ground. With a wave of his sword, 2 heads fell to the ground. Here, your father and your older brother can no longer look down on you. From now on, you will be the head of the Westlife family, but only as a. After all, even if I have always looked down on you, I still have some respect. This battle was a complete victory, but dealing with Hurricane City is really a tricky problem. The chess skill points kept increasing slowly, sometimes suddenly exploding in certain areas. Zul'jin knew that Zhang Su was definitely causing trouble outside with his people. He led his team to start heading back for now, but he temporarily left the Mantis Man, Lamon, in Hurricane City. After I return, I will send someone to take over your duties. You stay here and keep an eye on the city. Once things are stable, Zul'jin rubbed his temples, feeling uncomfortable from constantly suppressing his impatience. I will take Tansang to meet your rival. Lamon was fine with that. Of course, no problem. But, Zul'jin, Hurricane City belongs to the Dawn Kingdom. If they find out, a large army might come. You should be prepared. Lyman's kind reminder made Zul'jin's eyes light up. Really? Is there such good news, Lamon? Is that correct? Oh right, this is a Centaur king, so it makes sense. Lamon chose to stay silent. Zul'jin led his team and some slaves back. They followed the knight Shilai and his family, along with the noble women left behind by those aristocrats. Zul'jin picked some women who were suitable in age and appearance, making sure they were unopened. As for the others, according to Shilai, none of those noble women were innocent. They had enjoyed the benefits of their family's wealth, and now that the family was in trouble, they should share the same fate. When an avalanche happens, are any of the snowflakes innocent? The return journey was much slower. Zul'jin found a carriage to carry the slaves. Even so, it took more than half a day to reach the tribe. Zul'jin estimated that Hurricane City was about 700 to 800 kilometers from the Liaison tribe. Just over a day later, there were some changes in the tribe. In the center of the tribe, a tall flagpole stood high. It was bigger than the one Jiangsu took away. A large pile of big stones was stacked there, originally meant to be used for building a city wall, but Li Yi decided to change it into another type of building. Maybe a prison camp? Li Yi. Back at the tribe, Zul'jin immediately called together his chief builder. Hey, the king is back. Li Yi ran over from a distance and said, the king has returned victorious, with a good harvest. Your fierce strength will soon be known throughout the wilderness. Girl, take her to the tavern. He pointed at the frightened women inside the cart. Okay, we'll go now. Li Yi looked inside and was a bit surprised. These seem to be spoiled and pampered. Zul'jin nodded. They all come from noble families. The rejects aren't even good enough to join my tavern. Just as Li Yi was about to leave, Zul'jin suddenly remembered something. Oh right, you've been holding it in for a while. Take the town mayor's daughter with you. You should have someone to serve tea and water. Li Yi was stunned and quickly bowed. Thank you, your majesty. I will do my best to show my loyalty and live up to your training. Zul'jin looked him over from head to toe. Li Yi, what if I made you the leader of a city? Want to take a step further? Zul'jin's tone was light and calm, making Li Yi feel like Zul'jin was offering him a piece of ham and asking if he wanted some. Li Yi's eyes widened. A city? He pointed at himself. Me? Zul'jin frowned. Stop wasting time. Be quick about it. If you want to try, I just captured a city. You can act as the city lord, and we'll see how you perform later. Ugh, Li Yi swallowed hard. Maybe I should try, get lost. But first, you need to handle things here properly. The tribe is my main base. Understand? Zul'jin waved him away. When Li Yi returned to his small hut, he still looked a bit dazed, as if he was walking on cotton. Li Jie, who was counting supplies, watched his relative's expression with curiosity. Did you get scolded by the king because you didn't do something right? The king just won a big battle, so he should be in a good mood. Li Yi shook his head, feeling dizzy. No, the great king asked me to act as the city lord of Hurricane City. Li Jia was also stunned. Is the promotion happening so quickly? While others are still struggling to survive, he's already become a city lord. In just a month, he went from an ordinary person to a powerful mayor? Congratulations. Li Jia didn't know what to say now. Will the Great King also go there? Li Yi shook his head. No. The Great King said the tribe is the main base. So, are you being sent out on assignment? Although Li Jia has never worked before, he's watched TV and read novels. Overall, it's a good thing. But if he loses his position as the logistics chief of the tribe's buildings because of this, it would be somewhat disappointing. Forget it. Whatever the Great King arranges, I'll do my best. Following the Great King is the right choice. Li Yi shook his head and slapped himself to calm down. I'll go arrange the women here first. He was very busy with work and started rushing around. Zul'jin looked at the private chat, where Zhang Su's report was. Great King, I've decided to lead a night raid on the Lion People territory. Great King, we took down 3 small lion territories in one night. It seems they've started to respond. The Lion People are now attacking us. We need to hide for a while. Great King, when we fled from the lion territory, we ended up in the Gnome Trading Company's land. There are many explosives there, which makes things complicated. Luckily, Lord Rockhoof, the druid, was with us. Great King, we plan to withdraw from the gnome territory. Both the lion people and the gnomes have discovered us. Lord Bloodhoof led a counterattack, catching them off guard. We achieved a great victory, and the 3 leaders fought bravely. Great King, we are moving westward, gradually entering the high mountain range. High mountain elves, griffin knights. Great King, they were well prepared. Fight started. Bloodthirsty, bloodthirsty, bloodthirsty. The private chat ended here, but there were still some points gained from the game. Zul'jin estimated that they were probably still in a fierce battle. With the Blood Hoof, Broken Hoof, Rock Hoof, and elite half-human centaurs, it shouldn't be too bad, right? The centaur itself is very strong in battle, and with job changes and bonds, along with multiple professions working together, it should be safe, right? Zul'jin slightly frowned. He looked at his current chess soul points, 10,243. This is the highest ever recorded. Human Cavalry, 2 chess soul points Human Knight. For chess soul points Human Militia, 0. 8 chess soul points Lion Folk. 2 chess soul points Lion Hunter. 1.5 chess soul points Lion Leader. 6 chess soul points Hawk Rider. 5 chess soul points Elf Hunter. 2 chess soul points. 10,000 chess soul points are enough to exchange for a rare centaur unit. But 10,000 is just the starting point. Zul'jin had long wanted to make the exchange. Now that he had enough, he didn't hesitate anymore. Most importantly, the Windstorm City needs someone capable to oversee things there. With Zul'jin's successful exchange, a 3rd small building appeared beside the 2 job change huts on the open ground. A loud neighing sound, accompanied by a surge of hot, dense fire elements, and a sturdy centaur stepped out heavily. Fire never lies, it only burns. Just like the will of the Burning Fire clan, which never goes out. His voice was deep, like a prayer, but also seemed to suppress a bursting volcano, holding a snake-headed staff carved with flame patterns. He wore a bright red cloak that covered his lower body, and just standing there, Zul'jin felt a wave of heat. Are you the new Khan? You look strong enough. His height was about the same as Zul'jin's, maybe a little taller. His gaze swept over the 3 glowing rings at Zul'jin's feet. Serious. Burning Fire Clan Flame Shaman. Ignis, I pledge my loyalty to you. He slightly bowed, lowering his proud chest and head. Zul'jin saw the other's details on his screen. Blazing Shaman. Ignis, High Shaman of the Fire Clan, master of magma and flames. His tribe lives near a hot volcano and is skilled at sacrificing enemies to maintain their elemental balance. The bull-headed people call him Disaster on the Plains. Magma Totem. Summons a magma totem in the target area that deals fire damage to enemies within range. It adds a magma burn effect and slows enemy movement. The totem lasts for 12 seconds. Element Overload. When casting a fire spell, there is a 30% chance to trigger Overload, which fires an extra fireball dealing 50% of the original spell's damage. Overload fireballs can critically hit. Blazing Impact. Summons a fiery centaur illusion that charges quickly toward the target, dealing fire damage. The more enemies hit, the higher the damage, up to a 50% increase. Fury of the Fire. activates a fire shield that absorbs physical and magical damage. While active, fire spell damage increases by 25%, lasting for 10 seconds. Ignis benefits from class and race synergy effects. Zul'jin also noticed that Ignis has 3 equipment slots. Luxurious. When Zul'jin saw Ignis's skill descriptions, 2 words popped into his mind. Most importantly, this fiery shaman appears with a small shaman hut. Is this a gift worth 10,000 chess soul points? Although he can only switch to Tier 1 and Tier 2 classes, he doesn't need to re-exchange. Ignis, very good. I like him. Zul'jin shows no hiding his admiration. Just from these 4 skills, it's clear he's a true hero unit. All 4 abilities are attack skills, emphasizing brute force. Thank you, Khan. Now, I can't wait to know who our enemies are. Ignis scans the area and spots a heavily armored bull-headed patrol nearby, wielding weapons. Are they bull-headed people? Great Khan, did we occupy the bull-headed people's territory, or did they take ours? Are my enemies those bull-headed folks? He raises his staff, and flames begin to burn in his hand. The nearby bull-headed people are still watching the scene. They've seen many times before that powerful centaurs suddenly appear in their tribe. The honest bull-headed people never expected Ignis's target to be them. No, those are our Minotaur warriors. They belong to the Flame Main. Zul'jin raised his hand and directly grabbed Ignis's fiery staff. The powerful force instantly extinguished the flames on the staff. Ignis, I am the great Khan. Zul'jin's gaze pierced into Ignis's eyes, fierce and aggressive, full of bloodlust. Yes, great Khan. I will follow your will. Ignis slowly bowed his head in submission to Zul'jin. Go now, familiarize yourself with our tribe, and find a human named Li Yi. He will tell you what to do. Zul'jin waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Undoubtedly, as a high shaman, Ignis's intelligence is higher than that of ordinary centaurs. But he also could not escape the curse of bloodline, still craving battle with wild fury. With Ignis and a team of half-centaurs, it should be enough to guard that small hurricane city, right? At least they can run if they can't win. However, Zul'jin thought it would be best to equip him with 3 items, at least the standard set for mages. Thinking of this, Zul'jin returned to the defense tower. Tan sang, have there been any aura monsters these past 2 days? After Li Jia took on the financial responsibilities, Tan Sang became the main monster spawner at the defense tower. She poked her little head out from the top of the tower. Yes, my lord. At least 3 aura monsters have been killed, but their drops are still on the road outside. Within the tribe, no unskilled centaur had changed jobs, and Tan Sang didn't dare to go onto the road alone. Her abilities as an assistant were strong, but a 3rd wave zombie could easily kill her. But as long as there are drops, that's enough. Zul'jin directly went to the road, where the ground was still densely covered with loot. He needed to change jobs to a monster farming class, or else the zombies on this road would be a huge waste. The aura monsters' drops were very obvious. There were 4, not 3. Zul'jin stepped forward and picked them up. The zombies along the way almost instantly activated his full Titan strength. Tear of the Goddess increases mana, magic cloak, increases magic resistance, recurve bow, increases attack speed, critical fist gloves, increases critical hit chance. These 4 small items were quite good overall, making for a strong start in the game. Especially the Goddess's Tear, which is an essential item for starting equipment and is also the first item to drop. Without hesitation, Zul'jin chose to combine the Goddess's Tear with the magic cloak to create the versatile, adaptive helmet. When used in melee combat, it mainly increases resistances and magic regeneration. When used at range, it mainly boosts magic regeneration and a small amount of resistances. This item is definitely for Igneous. As for other items, should I combine the recurve bow and chainmail into a Titan for myself? Or combine the gauntlets and recurve bow into a light whisper to maximize attack critical hits with endless? Zul'jin hesitated a bit. Maybe I should look again. What if I can craft a magic staff or make a pearl light guard for Igneous? Even without a 3rd piece of equipment, with a helmet, a magic attack item, and his 4 abilities, he should be able to perform well, right? At the foot of the high mountain range's edge, Bloodhoof looked blankly at the broken hoof and rocky hoof beside him. Gak! Zhang was taken. He punched the faces of the broken hoof and rocky hoof, his eyes red, nose spewing white mist, covered in blood and torn flesh. "You two fools, you couldn't even keep an eye on him. You're both idiots." The Broken Hoof and Rocky Hoof surprisingly didn't argue back. Rocky Hoof, being a kind-hearted person, lowered his head even though Blood Hoof was usually irritable. "I didn't watch him closely. There were too many eagle riders with horns." "You owe me, Zhang." Blood Hoof kicked the Broken Hoof away with his hind leg. Rocky Hoof quickly stepped forward to hold Blood Hoof. It's not the Broken Hoof's fault. At that time, the sky was full of horned eagle riders from the mountain spirits. They did their best. Look at all these eagle corpses. As a Minotaur, Rocky Hoof's intelligence is normal. He could see that they truly had no way to stop it. Zhang Sua's fire web net was too threatening to these enemies. Once caught, they were basically doomed. Those nearby caught in the net were directly killed by Blood Hoof and the others. Those farther away caught in the net were hit by heavy arrows, turning them into sieves. With the added strength from bloodthirsty magic, the centaurs fought fiercely, even when surrounded, killing their enemies 3 times in and out. They fought without fear, especially the bloodthirsty Bloodhoof and the Rockhoof in giant bear form. There is a saying, after the battle ends, everyone gathers around the main damage dealer, who is 18-2-1, but only your opponents know how tough your support, who is 0-5-27, really is. The elves' goal was very clear. First, to take out the centaur's decision-maker and the frontline fighters. So they captured Zhang Su, even though it cost them a lot. What do we do now? Just go back like this? That's not fair. Bloodhoof was very angry. He thought he was charging ahead, facing the most enemies, but the others, like the Broken Hoof and the Rock Hoof, didn't look out for their support buddy. "I want to hunt those mountain elves." "I don't care." Broken Hoof gritted his teeth. "Me too." Broken Hoof felt ashamed. He had promised to hit the Griffin or the Elf Knight with every arrow, but he still couldn't save Zhang Su. There were too many enemies. Rockhoof scratched his head. "We are too few. Should we go back and call more people?" Broken Hoof kept pacing, very impatient. "No, we should find other centaurs and fight them directly." Broken Hoof nodded. "I think so." Rockhoof licked his nose. "All right, going back takes too long. This way is better. Let's go now and make sure to bring Zhang back." Broken Hoof said. "I know where some centaurs are." Broken Hoof. "I do too." Rockhoof. "I know as well." The centaurs knew where to find other centaurs. The Minotaur knew how to avoid the centaurs. Besides himself, the one who knew himself best was probably his enemy. "Let's go." Bloodhoof led the charge, followed closely by Rockhoof and Broken Hoof. The other centaurs were also covered in blood, their bodies torn and battered. On the ground, there were corpses of mountain elves and griffin eagles, lion-men pursuers, and ogre hunters. Zhang Su was painfully awakened. He looked at the claws piercing his shoulder blade, then looked up and saw the griffin eagles soaring in the sky. The dense group of griffin beasts around had disappeared, leaving only this griffin knight. The elf knight quickly sensed Zhang Su's movement and looked down at him. "Hey, where did you bring me?" Blood was flowing down Zhang Su's shoulder, and he grimaced in pain. "Lowly human boy, I have to admit you're tough. We paid a big price to catch you, and many noble elf knights lost their lives. Now that you're gone, those foolish centaurs are just a bunch of useless fighters, and you need to come back with me for judgment. Death might be a mercy for you, huh?" Zhang Su sneered with a grim smile. "Judgment? Gakok. Only the Khan has the right to judge me. Even the King of Heaven can't do it, let alone you pointy-eared one. Do you really think you're something special?" The elf looked at him coldly. "Save your strength. I can sense you're out of magic power. There's no point in struggling." Zhang Su grinned, ignoring the pain from his pierced shoulder blade, and forced himself to lift his arm. "Go to. I'm out of magic, but I still have my life. Bind." A fiery net shot out and instantly surprised the flying elf knight. "It were high up. This could kill us." He didn't even know how Zhang Su managed it, but he had no time to think about that now. "I told you, only the king can judge me, not you." "What are you, a nobody?" Zhang Su spat out blood, tilted his head, and lost consciousness. In the sky, the restrained griffin beast flailed and fell toward the ground, emitting a terrified scream. In a daze, Zhang Su felt something wet enter his mouth. A slight movement caused intense pain in his shoulder. "Gak, that hurts so much. Is falling from this height also this painful?" Zhang Su slowly opened his eyes. The pain all over his body made him curse aloud. You're awake. Why do you smell so strongly of Centaur? And how come your shouts sound so authentic? A cold voice sounded, and Zhang Su's eyes turned, revealing a bird-like person. She had a face similar to an elf, wearing a triangular scarf, dressed in a blue gauze outfit. Her pupils shimmered with gold, and her skin was cold white. Her upper body was graceful and delicate, but from her legs downward, she looked like a fierce bird of prey with sharp talons. Her arms were connected to wings, and each feather sparkled with a cold light. Who are you again? Zhang Su tried to get up, but found himself wrapped like a rice dumpling. We are mountain eagle women, a bird demon, who attacked a lone elf eagle knight and brought you back. Her fierce bird-like eyes stared at Zhang Su. Why do you have the scent of a centaur on you? Zhang Su grinned coldly, showing no fear after spending so long with centaurs. I'm from the fierce-maned Centaur tribe, sent here by the great Consolidating. So, are you planning to use me to gain favor with the elves? The eagle demon woman was furious. Nonsense. We are mortal enemies of the elves. Everyone knows that eagle demons and centaurs are natural allies. You say you're from the Centaur tribe, but you don't even know that. If it weren't for that strong centaur scent on you, they would have captured you long ago to breed with. Zhang Su, is this a good thing? The harpy woman pursed her lips, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Centaurs come and go like the wind. Compared to them, our bodies are too weak. Only larger harpy nests are worth their attention. For example, our mountain nest has fewer than 500 members, so the centaurs don't bother with us. Zhang Su's eyes lit up. That's good to hear. I can recommend you to the king. Our flame-mane tribe is growing quickly and has already conquered several nearby centaur tribes. He suddenly looked up and down at the harpy woman. His gaze made her feel uncomfortable, and she instinctively wrapped her wings around herself. By the way, have you ever been with a man? This question was very important. The harpy woman was surprised. With a man? We harpy nests don't have males. We usually raid other races to mate. I haven't laid eggs yet, but it will happen soon. Zhang Su was very happy. That's great. It means you haven't been with anyone before. You saved me, right? I can introduce you to. No. First, take off that scarf so I can see. The harpy woman frowned. What exactly do you mean? If your looks are good enough, I can introduce you to our most fierce and bloodthirsty king, to be one of his women. You saved me, so I want to repay you. I'll definitely introduce you to a strong, real man. Zhang Su looked excited. The harpy woman's face showed disbelief. Stop talking nonsense. How can a centaur be with a harpy woman? And centaurs don't look down on harpy women, let alone the great centaur king. Zhang Su spoke confidently. Don't worry about that. The only thing that matters is if you're attractive. The harpy woman hesitated a little, slowly removing her scarf, revealing a face similar to that of an elf. But compared to elves, her appearance was more aggressive. Hiss. Zhang Su carefully examined the invisible woman's face, feeling a bit nervous himself. I don't know how you look among harpy women, but from my point of view, you should be fine. The harpy woman's eyes widened. Really? Note. All explicit content has been replaced with family-friendly language. Zhang Su smiled strangely. The only problem is, I need to be able to go back. If I can't return, everything is pointless. The harpy woman trembled. I'll go find the clan mother. She pushed open the door and left. Zhang Su glanced at the nest, which was on a mountain cliff, definitely safe enough. He sighed and opened the chat to report the current situation to Zul'jin. He also planned to trade the recent rewards. In the Lion Man camp, they still had 3 treasure chests. The rewards inside these chests, when not fully opened and showing only a glowing orb, could be listed on the trading channel. But once fully opened, they couldn't be completely listed. They would only disappear when the other party accepted the trade. When he opened the private chat, he saw Zul'jin had sent a question mark. Looking at the time, it was 2 days ago. Wow, he had been unconscious for 2 days? What about Bloodhoof and the others? 2 days was enough for these centaurs to run far away, to a place of despair. Who knew where these out-of-control centaurs might have gone? He quickly traded the 3 treasure chest rewards to Zul'jin and also reported the situation. Zul'jin, who was forcing those transformed centaurs to fight zombies, received the message and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the centaurs were fine, but Zhang Su had gotten into trouble. This kid was very cautious, good at protecting others during fights, and with 3 or 4 centaurs with him. How could he have been captured? Fortunately, the harpy woman took him away halfway, or he would have been in the hands of the high mountain elves. He would definitely have died. Zul'jin. So, should I merge with you and bring you over? Zhang Su was quite agreeable. He had good skills, and unless necessary, Zul'jin wouldn't easily give up on him. He also took the opportunity to accept the 3 rewards. Zhang Su. No need, no need. It's not worth wasting a merge slot for the king. The harpy woman plans to find Bloodhoof and the others. Based on Bloodhoof's personality, he should be seeking revenge on those elves. Zhang Su. As long as I can find Bloodhoof and the others, my task isn't finished yet. Also, these harpy women want to join the king. What do you think? Zul'jin thought about this race that often mingled with centaurs. They are said to be defectors from the night elves, often living in swamps, islands, or high mountains, and are not many in the wild. Harpy-like creatures and centaurs, even after searching the entire tribe, cannot find anything good. If it weren't for the strong centaur scent on Zhang Su, he would either have become a breeding tool or food. There was no other choice. Harpy-like creatures are flying beings with intelligence. Their flying speed is moderate, and they attack with feathered arrows and sharp claws, similar to manted people. They are strong attackers, but physically fragile. Since Zhang Su has received news and has his own ideas, Zul'jin no longer interferes. Zul'jin, I'll have Legato send you a batch of loot. Try to strengthen yourself, especially your physical qualities. Look at you. Weak as a little kid. Zul'jin. As for those harpy-like creatures, if they can really be useful, bring them back. That's an order. Zhang Su. Understood, Great Khan. After receiving Zul'jin's instructions, Zhang Su finally relaxed. He looked up and saw that the nest was filled with harpy-like creatures. Their sharp eyes stared at him intently. Are you saying you can let us join a large centaur tribe? An older harpy-like creature spoke slowly. How big is the tribe's Great Khan? Zhang Su squinted his eyes. Haha, the Great Khan stands about 10 meters tall in battle, with 3 glowing auras beneath his feet. His centaur warriors all wear heavy armor. What do you think about that? Feeling in control is really satisfying. A few days later, Zul'jin had not gone out, but was supervising the centaurs fighting zombies. After Zhang Su was captured, the chess points stopped for more than a day, then gradually resumed. Since Zhang Su was not there, it must be Bloodhoof and their group causing trouble. Zul'jin's goal was to craft a 2-star shaman hut. The hunter's hut costs 500 points, and the shaman hut costs the same. There's no need for 1 or 2 points, just enough to make up the numbers. To build fighting strength, you need to start with 3 cost units. Now that I have Ignis, I can temporarily set aside the 4 cost units. Over the past few days, I have been fighting zombies and gathering blood hoofs to complete the team. The 2.5-star Centaur Shaman hut is similar in size to the other 2, but it has a large flag on the roof. The flag has a red shaman symbol on a yellow background and waves in the wind. 1 cost half-human Centaur Shaman. Blessing of the Wild. Blesses a unit, temporarily increasing its attack speed and damage. Natural Totem. Summons a totem that consumes magic power continuously, healing nearby allies a little each second. 2 cost Centaur Wind Speaker. Blessing of the Wild. Natural Totem. Gale Totem. Summons a wind totem that follows and consumes magic power, increasing the movement speed of nearby allies. 3 cost Elder Centaur Shaman. Blessing of the Wild. Natural Totem. Gale Totem. Earthquake. Summons a large totem at a target location, dealing magic damage and knocking enemies back temporarily, while allies in the area get some damage reduction. 4 cost Pioneer Centaur. Blessing of the Wild. Natural Totem. Gale Totem. Earthquake. Lava Totem. Summons a lava totem that deals fire damage to enemies in the area and slightly reduces their magic resistance. Looking at the promotion of the 2-star Shaman hut, Zul'jin was a bit surprised. A Totem Shaman? 1 cost units can have 2 abilities. 3 cost units have 4 abilities. 1 and 2 cost units only support, but starting from 3 costs, they gain offensive abilities. That's impressive. Now, I wonder what the 5 cost units will have. But at least now, Raging Mane has a spellcaster, and it's a mass-producible spellcaster. This is basically a sign of whether a centaur's strength is top tier. Without spellcasters, The Centaur tribe is seen by others as no different from beasts. Although Raging Mane now has Ignis, a special hero unit, it's still somewhat lacking. Ignis is all about destruction. As a flame shaman, all his abilities deal damage. In contrast, the promotion shaman at the shaman hut mainly supports the team. Zul'jin was satisfied and began transforming the 3-cost Centaur shaman. Even just fighting zombies, 50 points of chest soul is not hard to earn. The first 3-cost Elder Centaur shaman stepped out of the shaman hut. He wears a leather hat on his head, holds a wooden shield in one hand, and carries a large bell in the other, with a dried frog hanging below it. He is dressed in a leather armor made from animal fur, decorated with animal teeth. His leather hat is adorned with unknown feathers, and his armor is engraved with symbols representing the elements, signifying his mastery over the natural, wind, and earth totems. Not far away, Ignis, the tribe scout, strides over with a serious look, observing the newly promoted half-human shaman elder. Strange, suddenly mastering the power of the element totems? This is a bit too much. Zul'jin turns his head to look at him. What do you think? Ignis shakes his head. It's a very strange ability. I can't understand it. Ha ha ha. Not understanding is good. That's why I am the great Khan. Zul'jin is pleased with Ignis's expression, which looks like that of a village fool. Later, you take him to Stormwind City. You're strong in combat, but you need an assistant, understand? Zul'jin advises. Having no subordinate who can carry the team is almost a problem. Everything has to be done personally. Zhang Su is good at leading troops into battle. Li Yi is good at internal affairs. And now it seems Li Jia, the accountant, is doing well too. Tan Sang, needless to say, is indispensable with his time-stop cup. They all have some ability, but now they lack someone skilled in overall planning. They need to handle these matters themselves. After the job change, Zul'jin looks at the 3 rewards sent by Zhang Su. Reward received, system intrusion detected. Received, ability enhancement ticket 1. Received, useless staff 1. Received, useless staff 1. 3 rewards, 2 large staffs. Zul'jin strokes his chin. Critical hit gauntlets, useless staff combined to make pearl-like gauntlets. Pearl-like gauntlets, increase skill damage and critical hit chance. Skills can now critically hit. He directly gives the adaptive helmet and pearl-like gauntlets to Ignis. Ignis's head is replaced with a completely purple helmet, and after wearing it, purple streaks appear at the corners of his eyes. He now has a pair of golden gauntlets on his hands, with 4 purple gemstones embedded on the tips of the fists. If the goal is just to deal quick kills, Ignis's best equipment should be a hat, magic damage items, and Laden's Echo. However, since Ignis is now the main defender of Hurricane City, he must also consider his stamina and protection. That's why Zul'jin chose the adaptive helmet. In fact, with these 2 items, Ignis already has the power he needs to be intimidating. If he can't get a useless staff before setting out, these 2 items will be enough. Li Yi, Zul'jin called out loudly. Yes, Li Yi's voice came from afar. How are your preparations? I urgently need Hurricane City to restore its usual production. It has been several days since Ignis was summoned. During this time, Li Yi has been preparing. Almost done, Your Majesty. Just need to assign the remaining tasks. But, Your Majesty, since I've left, who will handle the food in the tribe? Li Yi is responsible for slaves and also acts as the head chef. Zul'jin was a bit troubled. Can't you find a who can cook? If not, teach Li Gatten. Anyway, I can't keep eating raw food. There aren't enough people, which is still a weakness of the current firemain. Li Yi blinked. This really made things difficult. Zhang Su felt what it was like to be treated like an emperor. As long as they could accept part of the harpy's bird-like transformation, their bodies and faces were quite attractive. In War 3, harpies are considered the most beautiful flying monsters. Although their models are blurry, it's undeniable that even in that blurry form, their large wings are very eye-catching. Nothing else, it's purely about having good looks. Now, in reality, the harpy's skin is a cold white, but beneath the leather and feather armor, the skin is faintly visible. Zhang Su first realized that the old saying, half-hidden face behind a pipa, is not without reason. Vague beauty is even more beautiful. Standing there completely exposed made things seem less meaningful. That's why white S and black S can increase attack speed. Brother, we found those centaurs. But the situation is a bit different. The matriarch of the mountain mound tribe looked serious. The powerful centaurs are indeed fighting the elves, but there are more than just the few dozen you mentioned. There are over 400 of them. Some have died in battle, but the number is still no less than 400. Zhang Su was surprised. Is there one wearing heavy armor, one with a longbow, and one that can transform into a giant bear? Zhang Su instinctively thought the harpies had mistaken the centaurs. But thinking again, it seems that besides Bloodhoof, no other centaurs are fighting the elves at this time. Yes, there are. They are very strong. The matriarch's eyes lit up. This proved Zhang Su wasn't lying. So, all the care and kindness I showed him during this time weren't wasted. You can tell them directly that I am here, and ask them to come pick me up. Rockhoof can cast Spring Rejuvenation, and I can be healed. Zhang Su looked a bit anxious. The matriarch of the Mountain Mound tribe smiled bitterly. We tried, but they are so angry that they can't get close. My people would be shot if they tried. It seems they have some strange hostility toward aerial units. Zhang Su grinned. Maybe it's because the High Mountain Elves' Eagle Knights broke through their heavy arrow blockade and took me away. These guys are a bit stressed. Then, please help drag me over. Right now, I might be the only one who can stop them. Stopping the enraged centaurs? The matriarch of the Mountain Mound tribe swallowed nervously. Is he serious? Could it be true that he and the centaurs are close friends? But your body, she hesitated. The future of the entire Mountain Mound tribe depends on him now. Zhang Su's face was serious. It doesn't matter. If something happens to them, I won't be able to go back either. The matriarch nodded. Then let's leave immediately, Zhang Su thought. This old lady is really practical. All the harpies of the Mountain Mound nest moved out, carrying a bed made of vines to Zhang Su away. In the high mountains, the centaurs swept through the territory of the mountain elves. They raided, burned, and destroyed along the way. Bloodhoof's furious roar echoed across the battlefield. Gok! Kill them all. Burn everything. Leave no one behind. Hand over my little Zhang. Long-eared ones, I will destroy your ancestors. Do you hear me? He charged forward, war axe howling, smashing through the elf huts along the way, turning the elves inside into meat paste. Holding a torch, he set everything on fire. Broken Hoof drew his bow and aimed an arrow. Gak! Hand over Zhang, or try my powerful strike. A strong wind arrow whistled through the forest, clearing a path. Behind him, the centaur sharpshooters targeted specific enemies, crushing the proud mountain elf archery skills into pieces. Anger filled every fiery-maned centaur's heart. Their eyes turned red, and they fought ruthlessly and without mercy. They swept through 2 centaur tribes, knocking down their little chieftain and successfully capturing the remaining centaurs. Then they led these captured centaurs into the high mountains, where the mountain elves tasted the bloody revenge of the centaurs. Even the usually gentle and nature-loving oxhorse, Rockhoof, threw off his calm and charged wildly. He transformed into a 5-meter-tall bear, with elf arrows stuck in his body, charging recklessly. He smashed a small elf hut, and seeing the terrified, pitiful eyes of the young elf, he raised his bare paw. Roar, hand over Zhang. When the Minotaur went into a frenzy, only a few races could stop him head-on, especially now that he had completed his 3rd job change, making up for his speed disadvantage. Led by Fierce Mane's 3-hooved charge, the newly captured centaurs were full of high spirits, shouting and fighting fiercely. The reckless charge of the centaurs, regardless of consequences or casualties, hit the mountain elves hard. The elves were stunned and afraid, while the bold ones fought without fear. Among the reckless, the centaurs stood out remarkably. From afar, there was a rumble as ancient trees pulled up their roots, moving slowly but decisively to reinforce the area. The screeches of griffins filled the sky, and arrows rained down from above. The centaur regained its half-human, half-horse form and kept waving its staff, healing the badly injured centaur. The centaur guards were almost immune to ordinary arrows. They wore armor and had an earth element shield, making their defenses very strong. Down below, the centaurs have pushed the front line much farther. They are really powerful. The matriarch of the mountain tribe pointed at the group of griffin riders in the sky. Zhang Su struggled to turn his neck. Find a way to charge down. We must join the centaurs. This is the elves' main camp. Once they realize the army is coming, it will be hard to escape. We're not here to fight to the death. Things had gotten serious. Zhang Su didn't expect it to come to this. He originally just wanted to set up an ambush to hit their reinforcements. He raised his hand and cast a bloodthirsty spell on the strongest harpy demons outside. The mountain tribe matriarch's eyes sharpened. Got it. We'll fly low. Although harpy demons are not as strong as griffin riders individually, they are still quite capable. The mountain tribe's nest quickly dove down, lowering altitude and rushing past at high speed, heading straight for the frenzied centaurs. Just as the blood-hoofed horse was about to charge at a tall, ancient tree, Zhang Su acted quickly and threw a fire net. Ha ha! I'm back. Zhang Su grabbed the blood-hoofed horse and kept it in place. All the fiery-maned centaurs were stunned. They recognized that fire net. It was very familiar. They all turned to see Zhang Su being carried by the harpy demon. The red in the blood-hoofed horse's eyes faded quickly. Gak! I knew you weren't dead. The fire net's flames were harmless to the heavily armored, earth-shielded blood-hoofed horse, but it was enough to make the furious centaur regain some reason. It thundered back, crashing through everything, scaring the harpy demons into flying away. Gak! Why are you like this? The blood-hoofed horse looked angrily at Zhang Su, who was wrapped like a rice dumpling. Is it those stupid elves, or these bird people? Ha ha, of course it's the elves. And they are my lifesavers. Returning to his foolish brothers, Zhang Su felt very happy and smiled broadly. Lord Bloodhoof, don't grin so much or you'll scare them. The Khan has agreed to let them join us. He pointed to the young-looking eagle woman among the group. Look, I was saved from the elves by her. I want to introduce her to the Khan. Bloodhoof suddenly turned around, eyes fixed tightly on the eagle woman. This action made them all step back in fear. Bloodhoof now looked fierce, covered in blood and smelling of blood from the elves and torn flesh. His eyes had a red glow, making him look very scary. You? Bloodhoof's eyes showed doubt. Not enough, Gak? I don't like it. The eagle woman's face, already pale, turned even whiter. Ha ha, just because you don't like it doesn't mean the Great Khan doesn't. Zhang Su signaled her to relax, hurry, and call them back. I see reinforcements of elves coming quickly. Bloodhoof waved to the back and roared loudly. Rockhoof, you stupid fool. Come here now. The giant bear-shaped Rockhoof, with two big horns, carried elf corpses on his horns and howled as he returned, tossing the bodies aside and returning to his normal form. Zhang, you finally came back. Come try my milk. He waved his staff, green life energy swirling around, and Zhang Su's face visibly brightened. Scrap Hoof ran over, eyes glowing red as he looked at Zhang Su. Zhang Su raised an eyebrow, tilted his head, and snapped his tongue, making a crisp sound, greeting Scrap Hoof. His proud attitude made it clear he had escaped death, and those who didn't know might think he had conquered the mountain elves. Bloodhoof snorted. Not fighting anymore. Zhang Su shook his head. Our goal is to safely mine gold, not to start a full war with the mountain elves of this high mountain range. That would make other forces very happy. We're retreating for now to prepare better, Gak. What Bloodhoof heard was, ABA. For better, Gak. All right, I'll tell them to leave. I trust you. Only Rockhoof probably understood what Zhang Su meant. Bloodhoof waved his weapon. Gagok. Foolish ones, follow me. Most of these centaurs are obedient to Bloodhoof, so they listen to him well. The constantly ravaging centaurs are gradually retreating. They stare fiercely at Zhang Su and the harpy women. Bloodhoof raises his hand and slaps a few big slaps across. Stop looking at Gak a little for my brothers. The soldiers he leads are just like him. Bloodhoof has the most experience giving big slaps, and now he's good at making other centaurs enjoy big slaps too. Zhang Su tears off the bandages on his body, blood staining his clothes. He shakily stands up. Druid's healing magic really works well. Zhang Su's injuries aren't as bad as he thought. The mountain elves regroup and stand on the ruins, glaring with hatred at the centaurs. Zhang Su, who had been lying for several days, stumbles a bit, but quickly steadies himself and moves to the front of the centaur group. Lai Zong Senti stands behind him, holding his weapon tightly. They are ready to charge at any moment, just waiting for Zhang Su to give the command. Cough, cough, cough. Tuwei, Zhang Su wants to speak, but suddenly coughs hard, spitting out the blood and phlegm stuck in his throat. This scene looks provocative to the mountain elves. A giant tree steps heavily forward, standing behind the mountain elves, and both sides face each other. Having experienced death twice, Jiangsu's mindset has quietly changed. He straightens his chest and looks at the mountain elves with a faint smile. Your female elves are very charming in our Great Khan's tavern. I said only the Great Khan can judge me. You mountain elves? Just a bunch of bullies. Jiangsu's laughter sounds very arrogant on this burning battlefield. Lowly, dirty humans and centaurs, you ravage our homeland. Today, you must stay here. A forest ranger flips and jumps between the branches, furious at the battered elf village. He draws his bow and aims an arrow at Jiangsu with precision. Bang, two arrows collide in midair and break apart. The longbow in the hand of the broken hoof does not lower, showing disdain for the elf ranger's archery skills. Don't be so arrogant when you go out, as if you think you can catch up with us. We fought this battle very happily. When we come back, Jiangsu's face turned cold. Everyone must die. He snorted coldly and turned back to the Centaur group. Lord Yintue, please carry me again. We are retreating. Yintue carefully carried Jiangsu on his back. His body was broader and heavier than other centaurs. The harpy women watching this scene had shining eyes. What Jiangsu said already surprised them enough, but after seeing it with their own eyes, they realized Jiangsu was being very modest. The real situation was even more surprising. From a distance, they could see that the centaurs led by fierce-maned three-hooves were strong, but after facing fierce-maned three-hooves directly, they found the centaurs were even more exaggerated. They saw for the first time on a centaur such high-quality, uniform weapons and armor, and their strength far exceeded that of ordinary centaurs. This wild centaur was really stopped by just a few words from this boy named Jiangsu. Although they didn't shoulder to shoulder, watching their conversation and seeing the most powerful three-headed centaur in front of them, one of them looking a bit boastful and standing behind, clearly the decision-maker of these centaurs, they felt very impressed. Very strong. Under fierce-maned three-hooves leadership, the centaurs retreated like a tide. The harpy women from the mountain mound nest quickly followed behind. This leg of theirs, our mountain mound nest, is determined to hold on to it. The retreat wasn't so easy. Although the ordinary elves couldn't catch up with the centaurs, the griffin riders could. Their speed was very fast. Broken Hoof and the centaur sharpshooters kept blocking them, arrows flying back and forth, attacking each other. The harpy women also played their part. They, like the centaurs, had more freedom. Their wings could flap to shoot out poisoned arrows like sharp arrows. They tangled with the centaur sharpshooters under the cover of the griffin riders. After leaving some corpses behind, the high mountain elves' griffin riders had no choice but to retreat. Since the centaurs were also retreating, they didn't need to pay such a high price to chase them aggressively. As long as the injuries are not too serious, they can usually be pulled back by the rock hoof. The losses during the retreat were not too big. The high mountain elves' light units are quite fast and agile, but they are no match for centaurs. Their super heavy ancient tree units are powerful, but slow-moving. Most cavalry can't catch up with them, let alone these centaurs. They retreated all the way back without encountering any ambushes or obstacles from other races. This made Jiangsu feel a bit strange. Earlier, the goblins, lion-men, and trolls were very active. Why didn't they attack now when the situation was bad? Jiangsu didn't know that those scouts had seen the bloody revenge of the crazy centaurs and found it a bit troublesome. Just because they captured a minor human? People who didn't know might think this human was very important to them. What's the plan now, guys? Bloodhoof asked eagerly. Jiangsu shook his head. We need to go back to the haunted gold mine first. Our main task is to keep the mine running normally. The king has already made a deal with the Black Dwarf forces from last time. We need to deliver on time. Rockhoof nodded. Bloodhoof asked, why aren't you talking, Jiangsu? You guys ignore my words just because I don't say anything, huh? Guys, let's go back and prepare. Prepare for a bigger attack. At least, we should rest a bit before attacking again. Jiangsu sighed helplessly. Your speed is the fastest. Even if we sprint from the highest mountains back to the haunted gold mine, it will only take a day. As long as we want to attack, we can do it anytime. Bloodhoof snorted reluctantly. You better keep your promises. Broken Hoof agreed nearby. You're more reliable, Rockhoof added. Zhang, he wouldn't do that. He doesn't lie to fools. Jiangsu, all three of you, take it easy. Don't start fighting later. I'll report you to the Great Khan. Suddenly, his expression changed. Where's our tribe's flag when we left? Lost? Bloodhoof, who was responsible for carrying the flag, said confidently when he heard this. Yeah, it's gone. Jiangsu opened his mouth wide. Losing the battle flag. What's the difference between that and losing a fight and going back? Yantai hesitated and didn't speak. He also felt uneasy but didn't dare to say anything. Jiangsu was not present, and talking to the other two hooves felt difficult. He truly didn't understand how Jiangsu managed to get along so well with the Bloodhooves and others. Jiangsu felt a headache coming on. Now we can only try to make up for our mistakes. Which faction are we closest to now? The three with fiery manes looked at each other, both eyes wide with confusion, clearly unsure. The Bloodhooves glared and snapped. Ask us? Then what are you good for? Jiangsu cursed under his breath. He waved at the eagle-bodied Demonis, and the matriarch immediately landed carefully and approached. Your Excellency, what are your orders? Regarding assessing the situation. Before seeing the Bloodhooves and others, she called Jiangsu, little brother. After seeing them, she called him, Your Lordship. Go find nearby factions, the stronger the better. Especially lion people, trolls, and the like. If we fight them now, the mountain demon matriarch nodded quickly and immediately spread her wings to take off. The eagle-bodied Demonis had decent attack power, but her body was too fragile, which made her overall combat ability somewhat weak. Most of the time, they only wore light leather armor. Heavy armor would prevent them from flying. This meant that even when allied with centaurs, they could only contribute a bit to aerial combat, reconnaissance, or harassment. The aerial advantage was once again evident. They could fly high, see far, and their sharp eyes could spot distant objects clearly. Jiangsu was not idle either. He quickly privately messaged Li Yi. Jiangsu, brother, urgent help from the martial world. Can you send me the pattern of our tribe's flag? Li Yi, riding a land bird, paused in surprise. Li Yi, I'm not in the tribe now. I'm heading to Hurricane City for my assignment. Why do you need that? Jiangsu, what's Hurricane City? Have you betrayed the Khan? Li Yi, get lost. The king appointed me as acting lord of Hurricane City temporarily. He sent a powerful Centaur shaman to help guard it. I would never betray the king, even if I die. Jiangsu was confused. Just you? Acting lord? Weren't you saying your highest position was being a class monitor for a week in elementary school? Li Yi, wow, I'm not sure about this either. I'll go check it out first. As long as I don't steal or take anything, the king probably won't punish me if I mess up. Never mind, I'll send you the backup. You better not lose the banner, kid, Jiangsu. Haha, no way. My team is big now. I plan to replace the banner with a bigger, more impressive one. I definitely won't lose it. Li Yi, from the way you're talking, I can tell you already lost it. Hurry and fix it. I'm on the move and can't help you. Jiangsu, I dislike clever people. The harpy returned. I found it. To the northwest, there's a wild boar tribe with over 300 members. Jiangsu's spirit lifted. 300 is enough. He immediately patted the Rockhoof's body. Let's go find the wild boars and gack them. Bloodhoof and the others brightened their eyes. Let's go? While talking about fighting, their ears listened very well. First, try to cut off their heads. I need their skins to remake the banner. Jiangsu quickly reminded them. If the banner isn't good, when we go back, we'll be the least impressive Centaur warriors and will be mocked by others. Bloodhoof started speeding up. Got it, no more nonsense. He raised his arm and shouted, Fools, follow me, Gagaok. The captured centaurs responded one after another, speeding up with howls. The harpies flapped their wings above the centaurs' heads and followed. After a while, hundreds of centaurs rushed into the wild boar tribe, eager to fight. Jiangsu walked behind with a kind smile. Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. Just borrowing your skins, he said. 2 more days passed before Zul'jin received news that Jiangsu had led his team back to the gold mine. Thanks to Rockhoof, who is a versatile healer, no elite soldiers died. However, 2 captured tribe centaurs were killed. Fortunately, the 2 little Khans survived. Zul'jin stretched lazily as the rising sun shone. It had been 8 days. The dormant forge was ready to be used. Hextech artifacts, when used well, are better than light equipment. It all depends on whether it's a dragon or an insect. This one will tell. Zul'jin licked his lips and made a sincere wish. I am willing to trade 20 years of wild boar people's life for 3 divine artifact treasures. Open. 3 options appeared, each with a different glow. Focus of vision. provides some health and magic power, offers a small amount of armor and magic resistance. When causing enemy dizziness, triggers a lightning attack that deals extra magic damage based on the enemy's maximum health, which can be reduced by magic resistance. Each unit can trigger once. Misty Wind Coat. When health drops to 50%, splits into 2 copies. Each copy has 30% of the original's health and abilities, but some abilities cannot stack. Darkstrider's Claw adds extra attack power and critical chance. After killing an enemy, can choose any target within 400 meters. The next 2 attacks will trigger critical hits, dealing an additional 60% critical damage. Nice. Zul'jin was very happy, thanks to the wild boar people and their selfless sacrifice of lifespan. Next time I cut you down, I'll try to give you a quick and satisfying end. Focus of vision is very strong. Combined with my hoof stomp, it can cause area dizziness and maximum health damage. After choosing this, my hoof stomp is greatly enhanced. But in Zul'jin's view, this equipment was directly nerfed into the sewer. Not only does it have fewer trigger chances, but it can also be reduced by magic resistance. If that's the case, wouldn't it still be impossible to damage the fallen godlike dwarf? If the original focus of vision was still in effect, even a dragon would have to endure 4 hoof stomps first. And after that, the dragon would owe me 20% of its health. Since it's a nerfed version, Zul'jin decided to ignore it and immediately took Darkstrider's Claw. Hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to Dark Claw. If focus of vision is an enhancement for hoof stomps, then Dark Claw is an epic boost for dual blades and normal attacks. Kill an enemy, and any target within 400 meters can be chosen at will? Isn't it random? If focus of vision was weakened, then Dark Claw has been improved. In Zul'jin's memory, Dark Claw chooses targets randomly. Good luck might instantly kill all backline enemies. Bad luck might target the frontline tank directly. After making her choice, Zul'jin held a beautiful, bright green dagger. Besides the weapon, there was also a matching sheath, which Zul'jin was very happy with. He hung it on the outside of his upper thigh. He was already eager to test the power of this hextech artifact. On the road, Zul'jin watched the zombies decrease in number as they were constantly attacked by the defense towers. He didn't doubt the ability of the Dark Claw. He mainly had a guess he wanted to confirm. Casually grabbing a plus version zombie, Zul'jin's terrifying strength instantly threw it into the air. The zombie, claws flailing, was thrown high into the sky. Zul'jin swung his great sword and cut another zombie in half vertically. In that moment, many glowing points appeared before Zul'jin. With just a thought, he could instantly reach any of those points, including the struggling zombie 10 meters in the air. Next, Zul'jin's huge body disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared behind the airborne zombie. Gah ha ha, look behind you. Zul'jin raised his sword and reappeared behind a zombie on the road, stomping it into meat. Wow. Gaga, come see Superman in action. Tan sang. On the defense tower, opened her mouth wide and quickly called down to Li Jie, who was busy keeping accounts below. Li Jie looked up and immediately saw Zul'jin flickering like a ghost among the zombies. Wow, this is too. What kind of ability is this? Tan Sang blinked. It looks a lot like a piece of equipment I played with in a mobile game. A shovel, you know? Li Jie was stunned. The one that digs holes in the ground? Tan Sang. Forget it, I give up. You don't play games at all. Everyone in high school has a smartphone, but you're still using an old phone? She gave up discussing this with Li Ga. Oh, by the way, a woman has been contacting me recently, asking to merge. Look at her photo. She shared a private message photo with Li Ga. It was of a woman who looked a bit disheveled but tall, about 22 or 23 years old. This appearance and figure are quite good, and with the king's equipment, she shows promise. But now the king has given orders. Not only must she be beautiful, but also capable. Is she qualified? Li Jia hesitated a bit. Finding a sister or a woman for the king depends on how you see it. Putting herself in the woman's position would be very uncomfortable. But the question is, who has the right to stand in front of the centaur and say, I am your lady? Those irritable centaurs wouldn't be able to kill her with one kick. She's lucky if she survives. If she treats this as a job, it becomes easier to accept. It's a challenging role, and it might be better to hire another colleague to share the workload. Treat the king like an emperor, serve him loyally, and do your own part well. Don't overthink the rest. That way, each day will be more hopeful. Her work skills are hard to judge, but her combat ability seems a bit special. Tan Sang hesitated. She said her power comes from being a dragonborn, but she's still a hatchling, so her strength isn't enough. Plus, she eats a lot, and to get stronger, she needs golden energy. But we don't find gold on this road, so her life is a bit tough, especially after the third wave of monsters started attacking with long-range zombie defenses. Things got even harder, Tan Sang explained. Dragonborn, Li Jia's eyes widened. She didn't understand everything, but she knew that whether in the east or west, anything related to dragons usually meant strong power. Should we tell the king about this? By the way, what's her name? If she's sensible, she should be her. Tan Sang tapped his chin and thought. I think I heard her say. Yi Chen, never mind. First, make sure she's okay, then tell the king. We can't let that foolish woman cause trouble again. Back at the defense tower, Zul'jin was thinking about the equipment he had. Endless critical strike, dark claw, plate armor, titan. These items can be used directly when worn, or they can be stored in the equipment slot to activate their effects. For example, the dark claw can be used effectively as a main weapon if held directly, but if you only want its effects without using it as a weapon, you need to place it in the equipment slot. This means that although you only have 6 equipment slots, you are not limited to using only 6 pieces of gear. Thinking of this, Zul'jin suddenly remembered that among the treasure chest rewards given by Zhang Su, there was an unused ability enhancement coupon. He directly used it on Unyielding Spirit, raising its level to 6. The strength from within, abundant vitality, a strong body, and a body over 5 meters tall all showcase the power of Unyielding Spirit 6. In the game, the Minotaur's ultimate ability can only be used 3 times, but he has upgraded it 6 times. The Thunder Leap and Dark Claw also compensate for his weakness of lacking transition abilities, despite being a very muscular and powerful warrior. The Vanguard Shield provided Iron Hoof, but Iron Hoof and the 3-star warrior followed Ignis to Hurricane City. Currently, besides the Resilience Aura, he has no recovery methods, and the Demon Contract only provides 5% life steal when activated. He lacks stamina, especially after obtaining the Demon Contract, which makes stamina even more scarce. The Demon Contract can be used with the Twin Blades, activating automatically once certain conditions are met. However, under the terrifying damage of the Twin Blades, 5% life steal is clearly not enough. Zul'jin looked at the scattered equipment he currently owned. 2 chainmail armor, 1 useless staff, 1 recurve bow, 1 storm greatsword, 1 giant belt, and 1 magic cloak. Unfortunately, some of these items only dropped after Li Yi and Ignis left. Otherwise, he could have given Ignis a Ghost Book Codex to increase magic damage and spell burn. Shaking his head, he realized he could now craft 2 types of life-stealing gear. One is the blood-sucking sword, and the other is the tech gun. Without hesitation, he used the Storm Greatsword and Magic Cloak to craft the Blood-Sucking Sword. Blood-Sucking Sword increases attack power, boosts magic resistance, and adds 25% damage lifesteal. Zul'jin now held a terrifying-looking greatsword. The sword has a pattern of squares along its length, emitting blood-red light and a bloody aura. The blood-sucking sword is about the same length as the Endless Greatsword, but lacks the exaggerated design of the Endless. This is a 2-handed greatsword, but at the moment, Zul'jin is easily holding it in his left hand. One hand is endless, the other drinks blood. His shoulders carry Titan strength, and he wears half-human, horse armor. Zul'jin takes a deep breath. Who in this world can stop me? Zul'jin is feeling very confident now, checking his chest points. 1879. Good. I am feeling powerful. All the 3-cost half-horsemen from before have been assigned to Ignis, including Iron Hoof and others, who all went to Hurricane City. Zul'jin plans to turn that place into a food storage for the Flame Main tribe, and there are still rare resources there that haven't been cleared out. Sending Li Yi there this time is for that purpose. Of course, Ignis will supervise him, trying to prevent Li Yi from having any bad ideas. But Ignis can only serve as a warning. If Li Yi really tries to steal something, he can't stop him. Still, he should be very careful. If he even notices a tiny hint of suspicion. He wasn't qualified before, but now he is qualified to be hung outside the tribe as decoration. As for Jiangsu, that guy now speaks with the half-horse tribe slang, which shows he has been accepted by Bloodhoof and the others. That means he can be trusted. Fools have their advantages. They are simple-minded, and their instincts are sharper. Jiangsu and his team return to the haunted gold mine and immediately see the lively scene. The half-horse guards are fighting each other, and the slaves are busy with their tasks. Near the mine, various tents are set up. Muscular humans are busy working, and a guy with golden hair is swaggering around, waving a whip. Hey, who the are you? Why are you showing off here? Such a big authority. Jiangsu jumps down from Iron Hoof. Lord Bloodhoof, please separate those two. Are they fighting or just causing trouble? Bloodhoof steps forward, grabs each of the half-horse heads, and forcefully bumps them together, making them dizzy. Get out of here, you're not impressive at all. Bloodhoof looks disdainful. Seeing this, Shilai quickly throws down his whip and runs over. Are you Jiangsu, Lord Zhang? I heard from the great king that you're in charge of the mine area. You can call me Shilai. Jiangsu pursed his lips, cautiously asking, Shilai, what is your status? Are you taking over as the leader of the mining area? Shilai quickly shook his head. No. I am also a... He hurriedly explained how he was captured and then became part of the guide group. Jiangsu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was just a small team leader among slaves. He almost thought his position was in danger. Li Ye's little guy is now acting as the acting city lord. If I get overthrown, I'll only have a few half-human brothers like Bloodhoof left. Friendship between men can be very quick to form, especially after fighting together. So, I see. Well, keep going and do your best. Jiangsu initially wanted to call him a traitor, but after thinking, he decided not to. He had gone from being a pigman to the current mining leader. It's unlikely others can't do the same. Before deciding to eliminate him, there's no need to insult him. Shilai kept promising. Seeing Jiangsu, his heart was also filled with shock. The killing intent on these half-humans couldn't be just from killing a dozen people. One or two looked fierce, with armor stained with unknown blood and dried meat. There were over 400 of them, a vast, roaring crowd, with harpy-like creatures circling in the air. Such terrifying and aggressive half-humans. And they listened to a human? How impressive must this human be? Let them stay here. Lord Bloodhoof, you three come with me to see the Khan. Jiangsu received a message from Zul'jin. The Khan says it's time for you to become more Gak. Li Zong's three hooves immediately became excited. Jiangsu looked at the clear figure in the sky. And I am also very Gak. Just like the great Khan, I keep my promises. Bloodhoof couldn't wait. What should I do to Gak? The king. This is our battle flag. Tan Sang, who was doing homework, suddenly looked up and saw the flag fluttering in the wind in the distance. The level 10 defense tower is very large, enough for Zul'jin to reach the top, though he rarely comes up. Now, Li Jia is very busy. When Li Yi arrived at Hurricane City, they immediately started coordinating work. Valuable supplies were brought back from trading, saving the trouble of transportation. Among these was a magic crystal core, which means the 5-level magic tower can finally be upgraded again. Zul'jin slightly raised his upper body and glanced over lazily. See that? I'm in a good mood now. Hurry up and write. It's just that Jiangsu led a team back. It's already been reported, so there's nothing surprising about it. Tansang shrank her neck and quickly lowered her head, speeding up her work. She naturally had the strength of the Titan blessing on her. Otherwise, this wouldn't be easy at all. After returning to the fierce main, Jiangsu felt much better looking at the familiar yet strange environment. When outside, everything depends on oneself, especially in battles, which makes him feel very stressed. But the relief after coming back is mental. Here, even if the sky falls, the Great Khan will hold it up. The fierce main's three hooves need no words. After returning, they were like wild donkeys running around happily. The captured centaurs obviously couldn't get used to it. They looked at the young minotaurs grazing in the distance with tears in their eyes and rushed out. But before they could reach halfway, they were cut off by local centaurs. The two sides immediately started fighting, and chaos broke out. The minotaurs calmly watched the scene, and even the young minotaurs were no longer afraid. Come on. It's been a month since the tribe arrived. Who doesn't know to find a leader for themselves? The mother centaurs and young centaurs left behind in the tribe all did this, especially the young ones. who had already started to get along like brothers. When happy, they played together. When unhappy, they fought together. The Minotaurs' physiques were quite good, and both sides' parents wisely chose not to interfere. The new Centaurs who were blocked looked confused. When did Centaurs and Minotaurs get along so well? Is this still the great wilderness of the North River Valley? From the tall defense tower, Jiangsu saw the larger figure of Taming. He wisely returned to his own tower first. Since he hadn't been back for a while, his maid seemed to look much better. But he didn't have time to talk to her now. At least, he would wait until the important work was done. During this time, it is best not to think about small matters. After a moment, Zul'jin happily pushed open the gate of the defense tower, with Taming following closely behind. Nearby, Jiangsu hurriedly ran over. "Kagan, you have become much stronger. Your fierce and wild look is truly terrifying." Zul'jin glanced at him and saw the larger battle flag. "I remember, when you left, it wasn't this flag, right?" Jiangsu felt a chill and quickly said, "Yes, Kagan, you are very perceptive. This is indeed not that one. Lying is a big mistake, especially since the wild-mane three hooves never lie. We fought a big battle with the mountain elves. I was captured by their eagle knights during the fight. Because the battle was so intense, the flag was damaged and lost. I found a wild boar tribe and used their best hide to make this new flag. Losing the flag isn't the worst. Well, it's still pretty bad, but that's not the main point. The main point is the measures taken afterward. If we did nothing and just returned with our pants down, wouldn't we be asking for trouble? Kagan, don't worry. We didn't kill everyone. We left a few young wild boars to spread the terror of our wild mane. One day, all the wild boars in the wilderness will be terrified when they see your battle flag. Your terror and ferocity will spread across the entire wilderness." Zul'jin was stunned. He originally thought that eliminating everyone completely was the cruelest thing, but he didn't expect this kid to be so ruthless too. Eliminating everyone is harsh, but leaving a few survivors can make more people realize how fierce you are. Gahaha, you're quite interesting. Even in the late Eastern Han Dynasty, you could be a poison master. Zul'jin gave a high praise. Jiangsu quickly bowed and saluted. Kagan, this time it was thanks to the eagle-bodied demonists from the Shan Mang tribe. They attacked the elf eagle knights and brought me back. They admire your unmatched ferocity and came to pledge loyalty. He waved to the distance, and the Shan Mang matriarch quickly flapped her wings and flew over, carefully landing behind Jiangsu. Zul'jin had never seen a Centaur Kagan as large as her, but he had encountered the most terrifying aura from a Centaur Kagan. Were there really 3 glowing auras beneath his feet? She took a deep, cool breath inside her heart. She originally thought that the 3 hooves of the fierce mane were enough to scare others, but she never expected that their strength was nothing compared to the mighty Khan in front of her. Seraph of the Mountain Tomb, greetings to the powerful and fierce Khan. She bowed humbly, performing a special gesture unique to the eagle demoness. You saved Jiangsu, which counts as a contribution. Since you decided to join the fierce mane, then work hard. The fierce mane will not forget those who are loyal. Jiangsu, now that Li Yi is not here, you should oversee their arrangements. You can select some suitable ones to join your battle team. Zul'jin thought for a moment. You still brought those fools with blood hoof, shattered hoof, and rocky hoof. The shame you lost this time. Find a way to recover it yourself. Jiangsu nodded in response. Lost face. Besides being captured himself, the bloody revenge of the fierce mane's 3 hooves had already ignited the war in the high mountain elves' homeland, destroying several small villages. The lion men also lost 3 small territories, and the goblin troops dispatched were severely damaged. Along the way, they also killed some giants from the high mountains. The main Centaur force suffered no losses and even brought back over 400 centaurs and a nest of eagle demonesses. In the eyes of the Great Khan, isn't that embarrassing? Forget it. If the Great Khan says it's embarrassing, then it's embarrassing. Jiangsu quickly assured, then continued. There is also a fine young eagle demoness in the mountain tomb. Very beautiful, not inferior to the elves. She saved me. So perhaps your majesty would like to see her. Tansang's eyelids twitched, and he was a bit curious. Eagle demoness? Zul'jin nodded. It's rare that you still remember my hobbies at this time. Then let's meet her. Jiangsu was delighted. As long as he saw her, it was basically a done deal. He quickly waved to the young eagle demoness. The tribe added the mountain tomb Eagle Demonis, temporarily filling the gap in the fierce Main's aerial units. Pairing her with the Centaur sharpshooters was enough for now. Zhang Su and his group returned by evening. As for the Bloodhoof and others' enhancements, they would wait until the next day. Since this Eagle Demonis was strongly recommended by Zhang Su, Zul'jin didn't hold back. He directly assigned her the power of the Titan on her shoulders. Zul'jin was a person who kept a calm face. This means that when he faces the beautiful younger sister, he cannot change his greedy nature. Harpy demons do not care about aesthetics. They reproduce by raiding strong males from other races. They only look at strength, not race or appearance. Zul'jin is the same. He only cares about strength, not race. Tansang and Lika, who had finished their work for the day, were helping her with her homework. Elves are too cold and distant. Harpy demons inherit the elf's looks, but are very aggressive. When facing Zul'jin, they are not afraid and even eager to challenge him. Just this point is enough for Zul'jin to give her a high score. When he looked at her test paper, Zul'jin saw her exam results. After confirming he was satisfied, he asked for her name. If he wasn't satisfied, even if Zhang Su recommended her, she would only be used once. Fona. My name is Fona. The harpy demon was lying on the floor, clearly completely submissive. Zul'jin took off the Titan's power, and her body returned to its normal size. Tansang Lika, take her to the river to wash up. It's a good chance to use some bath lotion. Once he finished, the ruthless Zul'jin waved his hand, signaling they could leave. Tansang Lika was used to this, but Fona looked terrified. After they helped her out, Fona nervously asked in a low voice, "Did I upset the Great Khan?" She was clearly frightened by Zul'jin's cold attitude. Tansang and Lika exchanged glances, both seeing a smile in each other's eyes. Tansang, don't worry. Since the Great King asked for your name, he's somewhat satisfied with you. Lika, one of our most important duties is to serve the Great King well. You did very well today, much better than when we first arrived. Back then, we didn't have this equipment. Hearing this, Fona finally relaxed. Neither Tansang nor Lika held any hostility toward her. Over time, their thinking changed. Especially knowing that the Great King wouldn't get emotionally involved, just doing their job was enough. The next morning, as Zul'jin went out, he saw Bloodhoof and Broken Hoof standing at the door, glaring at each other. Zul'jin gave them both a big slap. Bloodhoof raises his hand. Stronger, Broken Hoof responds. More gack. Zul'jin snorts coldly, too lazy to bother with these two fools who fight so badly they might lose their banners. He called them back to strengthen them. Now, he has enough chess soul points to upgrade them to 3 stars. A 3-star half-man, half-horse commander, and a 3-star windrunner. Just thinking about it makes him excited. The 2 small transformation huts are still there. Zul'jin first kicks Bloodhoof into the Orc warrior camp. To combine a 3-star card, you need 9 identical cards. Excluding Bloodhoof, only 8 are needed, costing 800 chess soul points. This means at least 800 units of health must be sacrificed in battle. In Zul'jin's view, only those who can provide 1 chess soul point after being killed count as standard combat units. And what about the undead from the Northern Summoning Academy? They don't even give chess soul points, so Zul'jin ignores them. Suddenly, purple light flashes. Bloodhoof steps out. His height, originally over 4 meters, now becomes taller than Iron Hoof. He stands 7 meters tall, with a back over 5 meters high. His chainmail is thick and brand new, and his battle axe radiates a cold aura. Gagok! Bloodhoof swings his axe, his roar echoing through the entire tribe. Zul'jin scratches his ear, looking impatient. He kicks Bloodhoof, who is taller than him, 10 meters away. You're such a big idiot, always making a fuss near my ears, huh? Kicked. Bloodhoof's eyes clear instantly. He looks at Zul'jin with a sad, wronged expression. Stay away, you're annoying. Zul'jin, annoyed, kicks Broken Hoof into the Orc Hunter Hall. He also checks Bloodhoof's stats. Half-man commander, 3 stars blunt strike, max, power, max, earth element shield, max, Iron Hoof battle spirit, max, charges at a target within 1,000 meters, deals high physical damage to enemies along the way, causes extra damage to the target, gains extra armor during charge, taunts enemies to attack himself. All abilities now have a max label. All skills are greatly enhanced. Plus, with the size boost, the 3-star Centaur's presence intimidates everyone. Red beans grow in the southern land, a 3-star great sword demon. The winding yellow river stretches for thousands of miles, with vast sands and mighty horses. A fully armored, 7-meter-tall centaur with 4 skills, including a half-human, half-horse commander, can charge over a kilometer. Zul'jin begins to look forward to the effects of the 3-star Centaur Windrunner. It costs 800 chess soul points to upgrade, and Zul'jin successfully promotes the Broken Hoof to 3 stars. The Broken Hoof rushes out like a wild donkey, now standing 7 meters tall. However, since there was a previous incident where Bloodhoof was kicked, he instinctively restrains himself a bit. Centaur Windrunner, 3 stars strong strike, max, range, max, attack speed, max, precise shot, max, powerful strike, max, charges for 3 seconds before firing, dealing huge damage to enemies along the way, with damage slightly decreasing for each unit hit. The size has increased again. Besides the passive, the damage of powerful strike has been greatly improved. The word, huge, clearly indicates its power. The bow in Broken Hoof's hand is thicker than a person's thigh, and the arrows can even be used as spears by ordinary people. This shows how powerful it is. Rockhoof eagerly watches from afar. Zul'jin is speechless. Stop staring. Your eyes are as big as cow eggs. You have no chance. I can't even switch to a second half-human, half-horse druid now. Rockhoof looks disappointed. Even if he could, the chess soul points in his pocket are only enough to change to a 4-cost druid. Thinking of this, Zul'jin looks at his current bond effect. Centaur, level 4 all promoted Centaur units gain 25% in health, defense, strength, and speed. Their healing speed also increases slightly. Now, Fierce Mane has gathered warriors, hunters, shamans, and druids. Under this racial bond, the current 1-cost Centaur can easily crush the initial 1-cost Centaur. As for the druid and shaman bonds, since the minimum requirements haven't been met, they cannot be triggered yet. There are still over 400 chess soul points left in his pocket, along with 2 newly captured little Centaur cons. Both are over 4 meters tall, nearly 4.5 meters, and are excellent candidates for 4-cost units. However, Zul'jin is still hesitant about their promotion choices. One of them will definitely be promoted to a 4-cost Shaman Centaur Pioneer. In Hurricane City, Ignis and a half-man horse are enough, while Jiangsu needs at least a 4-cost Shaman. What about the other one? What class should be chosen as a supplement? The totem effect of the half-man Shaman does not stack, so having too many is pointless. Zul'jin hesitated. Forget it. I'll wait in exchange for other 2-star class change huts. He asked Bloodhoof to bring a small half-man horse chieftain and transform it into a 4-cost Shaman Pioneer. Compared to the 3-cost version, the 4-cost Shaman looks more refined, with more complex runes on its leather armor and cloak. Its weapon has become a banner. From now on, you will be called Firehoof. The newly promoted 4-cost half-man horse pioneer, Firehoof, felt the powerful elemental energy flowing inside and looked excited. Gak. Currently, only Treading Wind remains in the tribe, and he has not been promoted either. But in the tribe, a 1-star is enough for now. Seeing the tribe now strong and well-equipped, Zul'jin stroked his chin. Jiangsu. Jiangsu. The difference between Jiangsu and Li Yi is clearly shown here. If it were Li Yi, when Zul'jin calls out first, he could shoot over from a distance. But Jiangsu, Zul'jin had to call twice before he saw him run over from afar, waving his hand. Chieftain, any orders? Lead your people along the road to find other survivors' defense towers. Places with defense towers are likely to have aura monsters and small bosses. Clear out all aura monsters you encounter and bring their drops back to me for trading. Zul'jin pointed at Bloodhoof and the others. Take these guys to experience their new abilities. Bloodhoof excitedly raised his battle axe. Oi, little Zhang, let's go Gak. Shattered Hoof did the same. Zul'jin was speechless. He still has 5 pieces of gear. Considering the new enemies recently added, Zul'jin plans to keep strengthening them. Bloodhoof's ultimate skill can taunt enemies and increase armor. Zul'jin hesitated for a moment, choosing between the counterattack and Sunfire, and finally picked Sunfire. He hasn't forgotten that there's still an undead race relying on numbers to be fierce. Using Bloodhoof's skill to rush in and burn enemies is still a good strategy. As for Shattered Hoof, A reverse bow combined with a magic staff to create a sheep blade doesn't require hesitation. They have 3 equipment slots, so even if you start with just one piece, it's enough. Sunfire armor increases armor and health, deals continuous burning damage to enemies in the area, and enhances the grievous wound effect, reduces enemy healing. Berserker's blade increases magic damage and attack speed. Each attack grants 5% attack speed stacking, up to 200%. The effect disappears 10 seconds after stopping attacking. The Centaur Windrunner and Zul'jin are familiar with the Windrunner skill, which is just missing a full attack speed boost. Since it's not there, let's create the sheep blade ourselves. We give the 2 weapons to those 2 fools and put them directly into their equipment slots. They already have their full set of gear from their class change, so there's no need to replace it. Keeping the items in the slots still works the same. However, Zul'jin still tugged at Bloodhoof's ear and warned him. Now you can control whether burning is active in your mind. Bloodhoof's eyes looked like cow eggs, and suddenly flames appeared on him, spreading outward. Zul'jin's face changed, and he slapped him 3 or 4 times in a row. Are you a coward or what? Is it hot or not? I'm asking if it's hot or not. From now on, when you're around your own people, don't turn on burning for me, got it? Bloodhoof was slapped so hard his head buzzed. He covered his face and quickly backed away, and the flames on him instantly disappeared. Gak! Just kill me already. Smack! Zul'jin slapped him again. I'll definitely kill you someday, you fool. Get lost, you're annoying to see. Fractured Hoof grinned widely and laughed. Haha! Zul'jin responded with another slap. What are you doing? Get lost too. Fractured Hoof didn't laugh, but covered his face and ran away. Zul'jin looked at the other centaurs watching the scene. Those fools shrank their necks and hurriedly protected others in front of themselves. Firehoof was also assigned to Zhang Su's battle team. The fiery mane turned into a 4-hoofed fiery mane. Firehoof also knew Zhang Su, knowing he's Bloodhoof's very close friend, and now also knows he's a subordinate of the great Khan Zul'jin. Following him is the right choice. Zhang Su, who had only completed one assignment upon returning, led the team out again. Getting out of the warm bed, all that was left was a pile of cold, unfeeling rewards that had fallen. Now, the tribe had lost Li Yi, and many projects were on hold. The deputy he appointed could only do simple tasks now, like cooking. Zul'jin called Tan Sang. How are the people you found? The tribe is short of hands now. I want someone capable and reliable. Tan Sang quickly explained Yi Yuchen's situation. Zul'jin frowned slightly. Dragon descendant? Are they that powerful? Tan Sang hesitated a bit, saying, it's okay. Even a giant dragon can be stopped by my time freeze. Zul'jin grinned widely. Gah ha ha, that's true. You really are a tough woman. Tan Sang proudly puffed out her chest. She now truly felt how strong her ability was. She didn't need to compete in other areas. In this one, she definitely couldn't lose. Then you should talk. If you reach an agreement, bring them over early. Being capable isn't enough. What matters is being able to do the job. I need people now, especially those who can stand on their own. Then I can't do it. I can't stand alone, Tan Sang said with a playful smile, hanging onto Zul'jin's sturdy leg. My power only works best when I follow the big boss. I'm just his little tail, fighting and causing chaos with him. I'm responsible for the chaos. Gah ha ha ha, that's interesting. You're pretty good. When you have time, go out and earn some rewards to improve your strength. I'll take you out later. Tan Sang felt very comfortable with Zul'jin's attitude. Thank you, big boss. Tan Sang was also very happy. Some things can only be done quietly. Thanks to his strong power, Zul'jin was confident he could suppress anyone, whether they were dragon descendants or not. Although he didn't have special attributes, his abilities alone were impressive enough. Zul'jin the half-human Centaur Khan abilities and effects: Hoof Stomp, Twin Blades, Counterattack, Unyielding, Enhanced 6, Active Potion, Speed Potion, Thunder Leap, Taunt, Durability Aura, Movement and Attack Speed, Frenzy Aura, Damage, Hit Rate, Attack Speed, Resilience Aura, Armor Recovery, Hextech Effect, Demon Pact Synergy Effects, Centaur Warrior, 2, Centaur Hunter, 2, Centaur Race 4, Equipment, Infinity Crit, Bloodthirster, Titan Strength, Centaur Plate Armor, Dark Claw. With this setup, Zul'jin feels confident that in the current North Valley Wilderness, who can beat him in a one-on-one fight. Probably only his own twin blades counterattack could deal enough damage to him. King, Li Yi has sent over a batch of magic cores. Should we upgrade the magic tower? Li Jia mainly controls the magic tower, so she cares a lot about this. Zul'jin has been having fun these days, basking in the sun and daydreaming. Hearing this, he waves his hand. If we have the resources, upgrade it. These things aren't just for show. They should add to our fighting power. Li Jia quickly nods. The magic tower, which is the sub-tower of the archer tower, begins upgrading. Wood, stone, and iron are plentiful now. What's missing are magic cores. Thanks to the foundation from Hurricane City, the magic tower is immediately upgraded to level 10. Unlocked. Li Jia's tone is full of excitement. Zul'jin, without opening his eyes, can see the tower's information clearly. He is the true owner of this defense tower. Magic tower, auto-aim. Magic damage, tower level, 10, quite powerful. Tower weapon, magic crystal, 1000/1000, slowly absorbs and recovers. Targets, 5. Tower effect, blizzard, chance to trigger, deals magic damage and slows enemies in range. Not bad. You're starting to get some backbone now. After a quick glance, Zul'jin stops paying attention. Besides spawning monsters, the tower is mainly used for defending the base. Zul'jin prefers to attack outward, igniting the flames of war in other factions' territories. Li Jia is very happy. This magic tower matches her attributes very well, both dealing ice element damage. During this time, she also improved some of her own abilities. However, Tan Sengna's terrifying time-stop ability and the upcoming merging woman, who is a powerful dragonborn, made her feel a sense of danger. When it comes to writing exams, she is not as good as Tan Seng. In terms of ability, she also cannot compare. Right now, she is only responsible for the tribe's finances and statistics. Otherwise, she would be completely useless. This made her feel a bit anxious. The survivors outside are also having a hard time. Third-stage monsters are really annoying. I just fixed the defense tower, and right after, a few long-range zombies come to attack me. It seems like a rule now, so I said, you can't just upgrade the defense tower all the time. At this stage, level 4 is barely enough, but level 5 would be much better. If your strength isn't enough, you're doomed. Nonsense. Everyone knows to strengthen themselves if they can. Who wouldn't? I already reached level 5. Killing zombies is really fierce. I shot 3 crossbow bolts in one go. Oh no, it looks like new natives are coming again. Where did those heavy cavalry come from? Heavy cavalry. Tell me more. Wow, it's a grassland monster, Centaur. That bit is as tall as my defense tower. No, they seem to be killing zombies on the road. No way, natives and monsters can't meet. It's against the rules. How did they meet the zombies then? That's not important. Oh my god, that guy shot a gust of wind with an arrow, clearing all the zombies outside. My aura monster. Bro, are you really worried about your aura monster? Shouldn't you be worried about yourself? Yeah, if he can clear zombies with one arrow, he can also destroy your defense tower with one shot. Not good. Bit is looking at me. He's raising his weapon. No, 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 your majesty, don't kill. Gah, he's a centaur. You call him your majesty, and you curse him so badly, so he ended up gurgling. Survival is really hard. Why do you all prefer top girls? Don't you want top men? Top men? Private, huh? I didn't expect there are some sneaky tricks. Watching the lively chat channel, Yi Yuchen pursed his lips and stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth. Hungry. I'm starving. My head is numb with hunger. Good news. I have awakened as a dragonborn and start with 4 abilities. Bad news. The skill coupons I find can't upgrade my dragonborn powers, and using skills costs a lot of stamina and magic. Looking at the endless desert around me, all I see are winding roads and zombies. I can't go hunting, so I have to rely on killing zombies for water and food. But the most common drops are materials. To pick them up, I need to use my skills along with the defense towers. Using skills drains a lot of stamina. If I get enough food from the drops, that's okay. But if not, being extremely hungry is bad enough, and the distant zombies are still attacking my defenses. 2 tears slide down my face. Why is it so hard to start with good luck? I have strong and excellent abilities, but in the end, I'm just a team member merging with others. If only I had enough food and gold. Yi Yuchen feels wronged and gives up this unrealistic hope. Even if I try both ways, I can't get enough gold to become stronger. Besides, everyone is struggling to survive. Who can support my bottomless stomach? I sent many messages to those so-called strong players, but they all refused without exception when they heard my requests. My only hope. She looks at the chat channel, where a woman has been chatting with her and replying recently. Can you really feed me? I can even eat a whole cow. The reply is just 2 words, covered. She looks conflicted. If possible, with her abilities, she wouldn't want to merge with others, unless she wasn't stranded in this useless desert. She feels unwilling but helpless. Please, accept my merging request. She can only send her plea with tears. If I don't eat soon, my life will be over. Zul'jin's surroundings shift, and a woman with a strange appearance appears. She has 2 dragon horns on her head, and her shoulders, wrists, abdomen, and legs have obvious dragon-like scales. Her golden vertical pupils are especially striking. Zul'jin narrows his eyes. Dragonborn, huh?